After hearing Luo Chong's order, the imperial guard came over immediately, took out a knife, cut a piece, and then used it for experiments. This stone is very soft, similar to graphite, and can be easily cut with a dagger. I think it will be easy to mine. Xian and Yufu also asked in confusion after hearing Luo Chong's order. Chief, what kind of stone is this? Do you know this? Xian asked doubtfully. Chief, is this new type of metal important? By the way, I remember that the number 17 reagent used by the Research Institute as a developer seemed to be a metal mineral. Isn't it possible to extract metal from it even now? Yufu also asked. Luo Chong took a bite and said, reagent number 17 is indeed a metallic mineral, but its properties are extremely unstable and it is not easy to extract. It cannot be restored with charcoal fire. You have to use thunder and lightning. That is called barium. It's different from the one you brought. Metal that can only be extracted by lightning? Xian was stunned and looked in disbelief. Then what kind of metal is this time? If it doesn't exist and can't be refined, how can it be used? Yufu asked worriedly. It's hard to say what you brought back this time. I'm not sure what it is, but according to the characteristics of this ore, it is likely to be a new metal material with high hardness and high temperature resistance. However, every advantage has a disadvantage. Because it is resistant to high temperatures, its melting point is much higher than that of copper and iron. It may not be melted in an ordinary blast furnace. Moreover, because of its high hardness, even if the metal is extracted later, it will be very difficult to melt. It's difficult to process, Luo Chong explained to the two of them. Ah? Doesn't that mean that this metal is very useful, stronger and sharper than steel, but we can't use it? Xian also understood at this time and found the key point of this matter. Haha, that's not necessarily the case. It may be difficult for us to use this pure metal, but we can make it into an alloy, such as adding it to steel to make alloy steel that is high temperature resistant and has high hardness. Of course, the above are all my analysis and guesses. Whether the details can be determined depends on the experimental results. Luo Chong explained to them again. Alloy steel, isn't it the same as the manganese steel used for rails that the leader mentioned? But is this thing really a high-hardness metal? Then why is its ore so soft? Yufu said to himself with some suspicion. Today's ore is soft because it is just a metal compound, not a metal element. All metal ores are actually just metal compounds, and the process of refining metals is actually to find ways to restore them to their essence. This is called reduction reaction. Heating with carbon is the condition for the reduction of most metals, but we also have other methods, such as using displacement reactions to replace them from the acid with other metals. Luo Chong once again explained other refining methods to the two of them, and the two of them kept nodding. It would be fine as long as the leader had a way to use it. Otherwise, it would be a big loss if the Han tribe couldn't use such a good metal. Luo Chong was eating there while guessing what kind of metal mineral it was. Based on the known properties of this mineral, Luo Chong highly doubted that it was molybdenite. Of course, it could also be rhenium or other rare metals. As for the reason why he suspected that it was molybdenite, that was because he knew a lot about this stuff. Quite a lot, especially as a person who once specialized in weapons research, he is very familiar with the metal molybdenum. In the field of metal materials, the melting point of copper and iron is used as the dividing line. The melting point of copper and iron is about 1650 degrees. Metals with melting points exceeding this temperature are generally called refractory metals, or heat-resistant metals. High-hardness heat-resistant metal is an essential material for making modern guns. This is very important and is directly related to the accuracy and service life of the weapon. Just like the bolt-action rifles made of carbon steel by the Han tribe, which are marked with 3,000 round bullets, are basically not very accurate because there is no high hardness and heat-resistant metal. Among the heat-resistant metals with high hardness, tungsten is the most famous. Its melting point is around 3,400 degrees, which is directly double that of copper and iron. The next lower metal is rhenium. The melting point of rhenium is also around 3,000 degrees, and then drops further. Some, that is molybdenum, Mu, has a melting point of around 2,600 degrees. Although its heat resistance is relatively poor, it is still 1,000 degrees higher than copper and iron. But what's more interesting is that in Luo Chong's previous life, 80% of the tungsten on the earth was in China, and 80% of China's tungsten was in Jiangxi. The distribution of this strategic resource was extremely unbalanced. China almost got it covered. But can't foreigners make modern weapons without tungsten? Do they have no weapons to fight? Of course not. During World War I and World War II, when Western firearms developed rapidly, those Western countries mainly used molybdenum steel as the material for making firearms. Although they did not have tungsten, the continuous fire weapons made of molybdenum were still excellent. Of course, the United States also took away tungsten ore from China during World War II. Most of the international aid that Chiang Kai-shek asked for was obtained in exchange for tungsten oil from Sichuan and tungsten ore from Jiangxi. However, due to the transportation conditions and mining technology at the time, it was also not much has been mined, and Western weapons still use molybdenum steel as the main material. During the Japanese invasion of China during World War II, China's molybdenum mines were plundered in the northeast and North China regions. Many molybdenum mines were directly hollowed out by the Japanese army, and all were transported to China to make weapons. As for the tungsten mines in Jiangxi, they wanted to, but until the end of World War II, the Japanese invaders did not fully occupy Jiangxi, so those tungsten mines were saved. However, it was precisely because of the relationship between war and weapons that Luo Chong knew a little more about molybdenum metal. That's why he suspected that it might be molybdenum ore, because of the characteristics of the ore brought by Youfu. Molybdenum is a very important metal, not only because it is used to make weapons. In the field of machining, molybdenum and tungsten, metals that are particularly heat-resistant and have very high hardness, have always had an irreplaceable position, especially it is used to make cutting tools on various machine tools. If the Han tribe can really master a molybdenum mine, then the Han tribe's machine tool level will definitely reach a new level. Luo Chong and the others just chatted while eating. After about a quarter of an hour, the guard who ran out to conduct experiments also came back and brought good news to Luo Chong. I saw the guard coming back with a piece of paper in his hand. On the paper was a small amount of not-so-pure white powder. "Chief, I followed your instructions and roasted the stones directly on the flame of the carbide lamp. At the beginning, the stones began to decompose and turned into some yellowstone powder. Then they stopped changing. When I put the yellowstone powder on the paper, and when it cools down, it will turn into white powder. By the way, Chief, the stone still smells of sulfur when it is burned," the guard said, pointing to the white powder. Luo Chong nodded with satisfaction when he heard this. At this time, he was 100% sure that this was molybdenum ore. It is also called molybdenite. It is actually a crystal of molybdenum sulfide, a metal formed by the solidification of geothermal magma flow. Mineral veins. What the guard just said was that there was a smell of sulfur when the stone was burned, which also confirmed from the side that it was a sulfide ore. As for the white powder left now, it was actually an important basis for Luo Chong to judge that it was molybdenum, because the crystals of molybdenum oxide and molybdenum trioxide are white crystals, which can also be said to be white powder. This is different from tungsten and rhenium oxides. Only molybdenum oxide is like this. "Good job, you can go down." Luo Chong nodded and sent the guard away directly, while Yu Fu and Shi Xian stared closely at the small handful of white powder on the paper. They didn't pay much attention to what Luo Chong said just now. But now I didn't expect Luo Chong's guess to come true. Those silver-gray ores actually burned into white powder. Luo Chong immediately said, "See, you must have burned the white powder when you were doing the experiment, but it was mixed with the coal ash. The coal ash is also gray-white, and you can't tell it apart at all." "Really, leader, what kind of metal is this? I don't think these white powders are metal, right?" Yufu nodded, but still asked in confusion. "How do you say this?" "It is, but it is not, at least it is not a simple metal. You know iron oxide, right?" Luo Chong thought for a while and didn't know how to explain it, so he simply gave them an example, using iron. When the two of them heard Luo Chong ask this, they all nodded. This is similar to the relationship between iron oxide and iron. Iron is silver-white, but iron oxide, or rust, is red, and the hematite you know is actually a stone formed by the accumulation of rust. The white powder you see now, its metal element is called molybdenum, and these white powders are molybdenum oxide. You can also understand it as the rust of metal molybdenum, referred to as molybdenum rust, but rust is a red powder, and molybdenum rust it's a white powder. Luo Chong explained in comparison, and the two of them said "oh" at the same time, as if they suddenly realized that these white powders are metal rust, and there are actually metal rusts that are white, which is also surprising. Strange. Then Chief, can this metal called molybdenum be purified, and is it of any use? Yufu asked again. Of course it has value, and it's of great value. It's just that it's more difficult to refine the element, because this molybdenum is what I just told you, a high-hardness, heat-resistant metal. If you want to melt it, the temperature required may be higher than that of iron. It needs to be at least half higher. Even our stoves may not be able to burn it. And this thing generally doesn't react with carbon. It can't produce molybdenum like iron. If we want to use it, the current white powder of molybdenum trioxide can also be used. There is no need to purify it again. Luo Chong immediately introduced the characteristics of molybdenum to the two of them. Then, how to use it? What can these molybdenum rust be used for? Does it have any special effects? Qingshu asked doubtfully. No, you should know the current steps of steelmaking in steel plants, which is to first use coke to refine the iron ore into molten iron, then transfer the molten iron into the ladle, and blow oxygen-rich air from the top to make excess oxygen and molten iron. The carbon reacts to form carbon dioxide and is then discharged, so that the molten iron can achieve the effect of reducing carbon dioxide. Now if we want to refine molybdenum steel, we can directly put the molybdenum trioxide into the molten iron, so that the oxygen inside reacts with the carbon in the molten iron to form carbon dioxide waste gas and discharge it, so that there will be left in the molten iron. The molybdenum is removed, the carbon is discharged, and finally it becomes high-hardness and high-temperature resistant molybdenum steel of ferromolybdenum alloy. To put it simply, molybdenum rust is used to improve the performance of steel. However, this still requires a lot of experiments. We still don't know the proportion of molybdenum and iron in the molybdenum steel alloy and which proportion of the formula will produce the finished product. The best performance, this will be handed over to the Research Institute for experimentation. Luo Chong introduced them to the use of molybdenum trioxide, and both of them looked enlightened. So that's it. Doesn't that mean this mine is very valuable? And it's very useful? Qingshu asked excitedly. That's right, with this kind of mineral, I dare not say anything else. The service life of our firearms will be at least doubled or tripled, so that it can reach the precision shooting life of tens of thousands of rounds, and we can also develop some other weapons will come out. Luo Chong also nodded affirmatively. With molybdenum steel, the Han tribe can try to develop continuous fire weapons. That's great, Chief. This mine is easy to mine, and it's relatively close to the Luyang River. It's easier to mine than the coal mine in the south. Moreover, this molybdenum mine is very soft. You don't even need a pickaxe or hammer. A shovel can knock down a lot of it, making it particularly easy to dig. The location is also good. After it is dug out, we can reach the east bank of Luyang River 30 or 40 kilometers west. We can build a dock there and transport it directly to the north and south ends of the Han tribe by water. Hearing Luo Chong say that this molybdenum mine actually has such great uses, Yu Fu became excited and quickly took out the map he carried with him to introduce the location of the mine and the convenience of transportation to Luo Chong. Luo Chong also looked at the densely marked map, then nodded and said, "Yes, you recorded it in detail. Let's eat first. After dinner, we will discuss the layout of various mines and factories in the south. Also, by the end of spring or early summer next year, those cannibal slaves captured from the north will be sent over, and the total number may be 10 to 20,000. We also need to discuss how to arrange this person." "Okay, let's talk about it later." Qingshu and Yu Fu nodded quickly, knowing that this was not the place to discuss business matters, so they began to invite everyone to eat. After the meal, all the accompanying personnel were arranged, and then the three of them took the map to Luyang. Discuss matters in the county official office. After the meal, Luo Chong, Qingshu, Yu Fu, and others came to the official office of Luyang County. Then Luo Chong personally wrote something about the characteristics of molybdenum metal, as well as the refining method, as well as the use of molybdenum steel alloy, and finally attached is an order for the chemistry group of the National Research Institute and the steel mill in New Steel County to jointly develop a new type of molybdenum steel. After finishing writing, he immediately asked the Imperial Guards to send it to the Research Institute, and then discussed with Yu Fu and Qingshu the industrial layout of the south and the arrangements for the cannibal prisoners next year. Several people came to the meeting hall in the official office. Yu Fu immediately asked someone to bring them the maps they had surveyed and mapped in the south, as well as several thick volumes of map notes to explain the characteristics of each place. However, Luo Chong did not talk about this first, but said, "Let's talk about those cannibal slaves first. This is simple and easy to distribute." Chief, please speak." Qingshu and Yu Fu responded quickly. According to the battle reports sent back from Xubing, they have so far captured more than 14,000 men, women, old and weak. Among them, there are about 2,500 women. The others are all men who can work, about 10,000. 1,000 people, these have already been accounted for. But there are still 3 months until spring, the fighting is still going on, and we don't know how many more people they can capture. Let's just settle for 15,000 young slaves. Of these 15,000 people, the mines in Xingang County will use 5,000. However, these slaves will only be used until the end of August. They can be redistributed after September. The other 5,000 will be sent to the capital. Now the capital, the progress of the project is seriously slowed due to lack of manpower. There are still 5,000 people left. How do you plan it? Luo Chong explained the total number of people and his own arrangements, and then began to ask Yu Fu and the others. Qingshu didn't have anything to employ people here, so he didn't say anything, while Yu Fu thought about it and said, "Chief, how long will it take for these 15,000 people to arrive? Can the North send all these people at once?" "Probably not." Luo Chong also nodded and did some mental calculation before saying, "There are now more than 60 ships in the north. At first, Yi brought 6 small boats there, and later he mobilized a group of supplies and officials from the headquarters. There are more than a dozen ships, as well as the ships used by Shen's Guard for this expedition, including troop transport ships and grain transport ships, totaling more than 40 ships, totaling about 60 large ships. The 3-masted ship can transport at least 500 people at a time, including the supplies they need. 2 ships have 1,000 people, and 20 ships have 10,000 people. Their large ships have at least 40 ships. There is no problem in transporting them all at once." Yu Fu nodded when he heard this, and then said, In this way, there will be at least 5,000 slaves available for deployment in March next year. If the leader has no other arrangements, I think it is better to let them go to the south to build a city. We in the south will definitely have to mine and build factories in the future. When the time comes, these people cannot remain in the wasteland. Build the city first. When the leader moves the population there in the future, they will be able to settle down immediately. What does the leader say? This. Luo Chong thought for a while and said, "Let those slaves build a city? I think it will be difficult. These cannibal slaves don't understand the language. Besides, building a house is also a technical job. I want them to build it as soon as I capture it. The house looks hard to me." What does the leader mean? Yu Fu also frowned when he heard this. He didn't think of this problem just now, but now it's true when Luo Chong said it. These slaves don't know how to build houses at all, so they can only go do some mindless physical work. Building a city is not impossible. Of course, it will be difficult for them to build houses, but we can let them do some basic preparations first. Relocating the population will definitely require acres of land, so we can prepare in advance for land reclamation and water diversion for irrigation. There is the leveling of land in urban areas and the digging of sewer systems. In addition, there is preparation for the earthwork to lay the foundation, as well as firing bricks, felling trees, and repairing roads. These preparations do not require any skills. It should be easy to send some people to direct them. Let them do this and wait for it to be done. After this is done, we will transfer them to railway construction or mining, Luo Chong thought for a while and said. Well, this is definitely okay. Yu Fu nodded in agreement when he heard this, indicating that it was no problem. Okay, now that the arrangements for the slaves have been finalized, let's talk about the mining and factory layout in the south. How did you scout the surrounding terrain and roads? Seeing that no one objected to this question, Luo Chong asked. He made a decision directly, and then began to inquire about various mineral deposits and surrounding terrain in the south, and prepare to arrange those factories. It is now known that there is a coal mine that needs to be developed, a manganese mine in Taigang County of the Tang tribe, a molybdenum mine now, a hematite mine near the Baiwu tribe, and a lime mine in the Tang tribe. Lime is an indispensable thing for iron making. It is used to make slag for the molten iron in the blast furnace. Lime is also needed for flame retardant when making coking carbon, so lime is also very important. So there are a total of 5 mines. The required supporting factories include a coal washing plant, a coking plant, 2 iron or pre-grinding plants, a large steelmaking plant, and a supporting steel rolling mill. In total, there are 6 large factories in total. Of course, these are only for preliminary layout. After these factories are in normal operation, other factories will definitely be built as the population increases. Let's not talk about anything else. Within 3 years after these factories are built, the South will have to establish mechanical processing plants. At the very least, it must ensure that the South has the ability to produce trains, as well as train repair and maintenance throughout the South. We also need such a factory, otherwise if it breaks down, it will have to be taken to the North to be repaired. This is simply unrealistic, too costly, and a waste of time. Luo Chong first talked about the first batch of factories that Southern industry needed to build, and then asked the 2 of them to help analyze the locations of those factories, but Yu Fu suddenly reminded them. Chief, don't you need to add another cement factory? The South needs to build so many factories, as well as roads, bridges, houses, cities, and water conservancy facilities. It will definitely require a lot of cement. The first reason for transporting light from the north is that it takes a long time. Secondly, the transportation cost is not low. Do you think we should build the cement plant first before building these plants? Cement. Luo Chong frowned and then said, refining cement requires a large amount of gypsum, iron powder, coal, lime, and clay. The latter ones are no problem, but are there gypsum mines in the south? Yes, there is a gypsum mine in Panjshir County of the Tang tribe. It was mentioned in the previous mine report. Yu Fu reminded again. It's easy to do if you have one. Then build a bigger one. It will be used for building bridges and paving roads in the future. Luo Chong nodded after hearing this. The South really needs a cement factory, but before that he forgot about this. Yu Fu also nodded and said, including the cement factory, there will be a total of 7 factories in the early stage. Based on the principle of resources being nearby, I think we should build this cement factory in Panjshir County of Tang tribe. If that's the case, then the coal washing plant and coking plant should be built around the coal mine? Qingshu also interjected. Well, that's what it is, but it must rely on water. What would be better? A tributary river, or something like that, and the transportation between this place and the Tang tribe must be convenient. Making cement requires calcining lime, and calcining is a large amount of coal is needed, as is the coking plant on the other side. Coking requires a large amount of lime for flame retardant, so the two plants need to exchange raw materials, and the scale of transportation will definitely be large. Luo Chong. He also added. Not only that, steelmaking also requires lime to make slag. TSK, the role of this lime is really great. Fortunately, there are more lime ores, so it is not a rare thing. Qingshu continued again. In the leader's opinion, where should the steelmaking plant be built, as well as the steel rolling mill, this should be the most important. Yu Fu nodded, and finally asked about the location of the steelmaking plant and the steel rolling mill. Luo Chong looked at the map and frowned and thought, it's best to connect all these factories with roads, and there should be livable areas around them that are suitable for survival. Even if there aren't, they must be the kind of place that can be easily transformed. We must first ensure that the population survival is a matter of factory. Without people, no factory can be built. Qingshu and Yu Fu also looked at the map after hearing this. In fact, Yu Fu knew this best. After all, he led the team to survey the transportation and water sources there, including the terrain and soil quality. After thinking about it, Yu Fu started again. Said. Chief, do you think this will work? Let's first plan 2 new cities. One city will be placed next to this molybdenum mine. The molybdenum ore here can be mined directly and can be transported directly without any processing. In other words, here, there is no need to build a factory. And this place close to the molybdenum mine is only about 40 kilometers away from the main waterway of Luoyang River. You can reach the river in an hour by horseback. There is also a large tributary here, and there is no shortage of water sources. In terms of topography, here, there are also large river alluvial plains with flat land and fertile soil, suitable for farming and irrigation. There are also mountains, forests, and minerals nearby, which are very suitable for immigrants to build cities. Then there is the coal mine in the southeast, which is more than 100 kilometers away from here. If we want to mine coal, we must move people and build cities around the coal mine. This place must have residential areas, industrial areas, and water sources. For farmland, my suggestion is to place the industrial area around the coal mine and the living area slightly to the east, where we found the White House clan. There is an advantage to building a city here, that is, it is convenient for us to directly absorb the White House people. Then we can repeat the operation of building a city here in Luoyang County, hire them to work for us, or use goods to buy their food. We can also grow some other food to attract them to join. In this way, we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, build a city and increase the population. The 2 new cities are more than 100 kilometers apart. It is about 160 kilometers from the Baiwu people to the Luoyang River. We can build a railway directly here, and the amount of work is not very large. It is probably about the same as the length of the New Way line is almost the same, except that it needs to cross a tributary of the Luoyang River twice. 2 small railway bridges should be built, otherwise it will be longer if it is detoured. The other is the railway from the Baiwu tribe in the coal mine to Taigeng County of the Tang tribe. The straight line distance is less than 400 kilometers, but there is a mountain range in the middle. If you want to go there, you have to take a detour and maybe build a bridge. The actual completion may take more than 600 kilometers. As long as this railway is opened, it can be extended from Taigeng County to Panchir County to obtain various stone minerals there, especially lime. Then the railway will turn south from Panchir County and connect with the Tang tribe's railway transportation. Open up the railway transportation network in the southeast. Yu Fu was there, drawing on the map, while introducing the local situation to Luo Chong and the others. The road you built looks like a lowercase number 7 in shape. It is a horizontal line from the molybdenum mine to the coal mine, and then turns south to Tongdu. Shi Xian said while looking at the route drawn by Yu Fu. Well, almost. This is the most suitable route. It not only connects the transportation in the southeast, but also leads to the main waterway in the middle and lower reaches of Luoyang River. Whether it is waterway or land, it is very convenient. Yu Fu also nodded. Said. But your road from the coal mine to Taigeng County of Tang tribe is not easy to repair. According to you, there are mountains in the middle. There are bridges and detours to build. The road is more than 300 kilometers long. It has doubled in length and has become more than 600 kilometers long. This job is not easy to do, and the cost is expensive. Shi Xian pointed at the map of the south again. Then what do you think we should do? Otherwise, we won't build this road. We will load the trucks directly from the coal mine and transport them to the middle and lower reaches of Luoyang River via more than 100 kilometers of railways. Then we will load them on ships and transport them to Tang tribe by water. From there, go ashore and take the railway to Taigeng County and Panchir County in Tang tribe. Don't you think this would be more troublesome? Yu Fu said speechlessly. Shi Xian shut up as soon as he heard this. He got on the car and then on the boat. Not long after he got on the boat, he went ashore to load the truck. Let alone the actual operation, it just sounded very troublesome. Forget it, let's find a way. Build the road. The two looked at each other and suddenly realized that the leader had not expressed an opinion for a long time. They didn't know what Luo Chong was thinking, so they looked at Luo Chong together. Luo Chong was still looking at the map and realized that the two were looking at him. He also understood that they wanted to ask for his opinion, so he said, I agree with Yu Fu. By building only 2 cities, we can connect these key places. The route planning is also good. The key is that if we only build 2 cities, we can use the smallest population and lower the cost. Costs to improve our industrial layout in the south. As for the railway from the molybdenum mine to the coal mine, I very much agree. It doesn't matter if we build 2 railway bridges. These are all tributaries of the Luoyang River. The river is not wide, so it is very easy to build 2 small bridges. However, I have different opinions on the railway from the coal mine to Tang tribe. It should be built according to a basic straight line. The straight line is about 370 kilometers. We will try to control the total length of this railway to 450 kilometers. Within a few miles. Luo Chong immediately expressed his opinion. When Yu Fu heard this, he immediately frowned and said quickly, Chief, this is impossible. We have actually inspected and found that there is no place to build a railway there. There are so many mountains blocking it, so we can only find a way around it. Okay. Who says we can only take a detour? We can also dig tunnels and blow up the mountains. Luo Chong pointed to the mountain range on the map and said unhurriedly. At this moment, Yu Fu and Shi Xian, who were standing next to them, both widened their eyes in disbelief. What the hell? Tunnel? Exploding mountains? Exploding mountains? What is a tunnel? Qingshu and Yu Fu were shocked by Luo Chong's words. They did not expect that the leader would actually propose such a method. A tunnel is an artificially dug cave. It is dug directly from one side of the mountain to the other side. The two ends of the mountain are open to open a way out. Isn't there a saying that is called opening a road in the mountains and building a bridge when encountering water? Tunneling is also a kind of the way to open a road. Seeing the two people looking surprised and confused, Luo Chong explained to them. Create a road over the mountains and build a bridge across the water? Both Qingshu and Yu Fu said that they had never heard of it at all, and they did not know who the leader heard this from, but it did make sense. Since there is no way, then just open a way out, but drill through a mountain? Isn't this project too large? So I heard Yu Fu say again. Chief, it's not impossible to dig caves, but to open up the entire railway line, we don't know how many caves we have to dig out. The amount of work is too large, and it is also difficult and takes a long time. Building roads like this, if so, the total length can indeed be shorter, but the time may be doubled. No, didn't we just say it? We will use explosives to blast it directly. We will first send people to survey the terrain and find the most suitable location, and then dig into the middle from both ends. When drilling a tunnel, first use an air hammer to drill holes in the stone wall, then fill the holes with explosives, then pull on the fuses, and then detonate them together. One layer of the stone wall can be blown away in one go, and the middle can be hollowed out. Then use a manual pneumatic hammer to repair the tunnel stone wall, just rest for a while, then use steel bars to form an arch support the wooden mold, and pour concrete into it to strengthen the tunnel. Concrete can also be used to the stone walls of the tunnel were smoothed. Hearing Yu Fu's worries, Luo Chong once again told the construction method. Both Qingshu and Yu Fu were speechless after listening to it. The emotional leader even thought of the construction method, and he said it as if he had seen how to dig. Tunnel-like. However, the two of them have long been accustomed to strange things. They know that the leader is a god. Anyway, as long as Luo Chong says it, there is basically nothing that can't be done. There are some things they have never seen before, and the leader can speak clearly, just like him seen it with my own eyes. Now that the leader has figured out a way, there will be no problem. However, tunnel digging should be a technical job. I wonder who should be sent to take charge. Yu Fu nodded, indicating that he agreed with the leader's idea, and then asked again who would dig the tunnel. You can just mobilize them from everywhere. You can recruit some people from the Cross-Sea Bridge construction site in Qingshu. The people there have very rich experience in using explosives. The stones they used to build the bridge were all blown up from the mountains on the shore, as well as the use of reinforced concrete. They are also the most experienced. In addition, some manpower was mobilized from the coal mines in Dongxing County. The coal shafts they dug were actually similar to tunnels, but this time they changed from digging coal seams to digging rocks. The technical difference is not big. The last step is to mobilize some more machinery-related manpower from Xing'an County. I'll see if they can rush to build a large rock drill. This should increase the progress of the project. Luo Chong talked about his arrangements again. The rock drill is actually to remove the bucket from the mechanical arm of the crawler excavator, and then replace it with a large air hammer with a thick calf. This tool is very convenient for digging the stones at the top of the tunnel. Otherwise, you want to dig the top of the tunnel, you have to set up a structure and let people go up and dig it. Not only is it unsafe, but the progress is also slow. Modern rock drills are basically the same thing, but they are specialized for digging tunnels and are professional types, rather than temporary modifications of excavators. The most obvious difference is that professional rock drills generally have more than 3 machines on the body. Arms, some can be equipped with 5 or 6 mechanical arms, like spiders, with teeth and claws. As for the professional shield boring machine, that thing can only be used to dig holes underground. It digs soil, not rocks. It is generally only used to dig underground tunnels, or subway tunnels, etc. It does not have the function of cutting rocks. Even in modern times, digging mountain tunnels still uses a combination of chisels and explosives, but the chisels have become large machines, and the power of the explosives is also considerable, but the essence has not changed. Qingshu and Yufu both nodded again, and Yufu answered, in this case, leave the exploration task to me. I will take people through there once, and I will be more familiar with the situation there. Luo Chong agreed upon hearing this, and at the same time told him again, when it comes to digging a tunnel, you must survey the local geological conditions. If it is a mountain, just flatten it and cut a road out, and there should be no steep slopes on both sides, to prevent landslides from blocking the road when it rains heavily, and even worse, the ground collapses, so you must pay attention to the geology. If it's a stone mountain, you should also pay attention to the mountain shape. Never dig a tunnel on the side of the center of gravity of the mountain. Otherwise, you will hollow out the bottom and the top may collapse. Moreover, when planning the route, you cannot, if we say we can dig tunnels, then you really have to dig directly through the middle of the mountain. If you can't dig, don't dig. If there is no other third method except detours and tunnels, then think about how to dig this. Tunnel. When digging a tunnel, try to find a weak point in the mountain, a little to the side, rather than digging in the middle. Also, we need to pay attention to water sources and springs on the mountain. At the same time, we should bring more water pumps when digging tunnels. If water seeps from the mountain when digging tunnels, pumps should be used to pump it out in time, and waterproofing should be done afterwards. Don't turn the tunnel into a water curtain hole. Then there is the construction of bridges. In some places where there is water, where rivers need to be crossed, or in some canyons in the mountains, if the detour is long, then bridges will be built over the canyons. So, the planning of this route is very important. You must do it seriously and responsibly. In principle, the requirements are 4 points. First, shorten the route as much as possible. Second, reduce the cost as much as possible. Third, the construction period should be shortened as much as possible. Fourth, the above 3 items must be carried out while ensuring the safety of construction and future use. Luo Chong was talking about some precautions for digging tunnels and surveying terrain, and Yufu was listening attentively. After listening for a while and feeling like he couldn't remember, he quickly took out a pen and paper and started taking notes. After Yufu Chuan finished memorizing it, he asked Luo Chong some things he didn't understand, and then Luo Chong began to speak. Okay, this time we will arrange the industrial layout in the south this way for the time being. Next, you two will follow me to Weishan County. Then we will call Governor Liu of Weishan County and take the train to Xingang County together. County, take a look and learn. I also want you to see the scientific research results of our Han tribe this year, especially several types of construction machinery. You must take a look at it. If you do, you will know how easy it will be to build roads in the future. Wow, how fast it is. Hehe, then I want to see it. Yofu said with a smile. This is good, this is good. I don't know how their tractors are doing, how many they have produced, and whether they can complete the production task before the Jingdan festival. Qingshu also became happy after hearing this, knowing that the 60,000 acres of experimental fields to the west are he was responsible for Qingshu, who had already developed a strong interest in mechanical farming and large-scale planting. At this time, Luo Chong proposed to visit Xingang County, mainly to see how the research and development of the 2 harvesters was going. If he had a harvester, he could harvest more straw and use it as feed or green manure. If there were no harvesters, people would have to hire people to break off the stalks, and the remaining straw would have to be burned on fire, all wasted. The group set out that afternoon, took a boat to the Weishan County pier, and then went ashore to spend the night in Weishan County. They had dinner with Weishan County Shou Lu Guangzhou and told him to go to Xingyang County for a visit tomorrow. That night, Lu Guangzhou asked the train to Xingyang County to bring a message back, asking them to bring a passenger carriage over when they came over tomorrow morning. The leader wanted to take the train to inspect. At 5 o'clock the next morning, Luo Chong and the others arrived at the train station on time. A train filled with coke and limestone had stopped at the platform and was spitting out white gas. There was also a passenger and cargo carriage hung at the end of the train. Xingyang County, knowing that the leader was coming, there was an iron coal stove placed in the carriage for heating, and hot water was boiled on it for the passengers to drink. Luo Chong and the others got on the train wearing heavy coats and ran all morning. Kankan arrived at the train station in Xingyang County before lunch. As soon as they arrived, the governor of Xingyang County Dali and the director of the research institute Lin Fei came up together. "I've met the leader." Both of them bowed their hands and saluted. "It's such a cold day, why do you still come out to greet them? Why do you have so much time? Don't you need to make arrangements at work?" Luo Chong asked them with a smile as soon as he got off the train. When the leader comes, he has to come out to greet him no matter how busy he is. Moreover, the work has been arranged long ago. Now every factory implements a one-post, two-shift system, with the old leading the new and training more workers as soon as possible. Lin Fei Wenyan smiled bitterly, and then introduced the situation here. "Well, have you received the mission document sent to you yesterday? It is about the research and development mission of molybdenum steel." After the group got out of the car, Luo Chong followed them and said, "I got it, but the Institute of Comprehensive Research hasn't sent anyone over yet, and we don't know how to do it here. We just have to wait for them to bring the experimental materials. We will definitely cooperate fully. This matter is Dali's responsibility, so it was also up to him to answer." Luo Chong knew that this formula could not be completed in a day or two, so he nodded and asked Lin Fei on the other side, "Where is the research institute? Is there any progress on the harvester? The tractor's task is completed. How's it going?" Lin Fei had a bitter look on his face when he heard this, because he didn't have any outstanding progress that Luo Chong asked about, but he had to tell the leader if he asked. Back to the boss, "We are currently making the prototype of the first corn harvester. The progress is very fast, but we can't experiment. There is no corn for us to experiment in this season, so we can't guarantee it. It will definitely work. As for the grain harvester, we are still in the drawing stage of parts drawings. Because you said there is no rush, we need to get the corn harvester out first. As for tractors, we don't have a finished product yet. The entire factory is producing various parts according to standards. When the parts are collected, they will be assembled in one go." A few people were walking and chatting. Lin Fei was also introducing the progress of the current task, while Luo Chong was nodding his head from time to time. When they passed by the factory, they also found a group of 14 or 15-year-old teenagers surrounding the tractor. After tinkering up and down, he said, "Okay, let's go have a meal first. We can talk about the visit after dinner. Also, don't wait for the parts. Let's assemble a few units first and let the students train first. There is only such a car now. How about you? How do dozens of them learn to drive?" Lin Fei turned his head and glanced over when he heard this, nodded and said, "Yes, I will make arrangements soon to see how many units can be assembled with the current materials." He also knew that what Luo Chong said was the truth. Just one car like this would require dozens of people to be trained. Even the driving school taught driving would never be so stressful. No matter what, 10 cars would have to be brought out so that the 6 of them could use one. Car training. During lunch, everyone also chatted about the types of vehicles that were mainly developed this year. Yufu has been away from home all year round and does not understand the technological development of the tribe. Now he suddenly heard that the tribe has developed a vehicle that can walk on dirt roads, by itself. Vehicle, I was shocked. Although the Han tribe developed a steam train 2 years ago, the train is huge and heavy. It can only walk on railways and does not have the ability to ride on dirt roads. Therefore, the Han tribe still mainly relies on horse-drawn carriages for land transportation. And now there are not only trucks that can go on dirt roads, but the front of the truck can also be used to cultivate food, and there are even self-propelled harvesters specially used to harvest food. How can he not be shocked? When Lin Fei told him that he had also made a hand-operated small rice transplanter, Yufu was even more excited. This was different from those tractors and harvesters. This thing was similar to a train, they were both big things. Think about it and know that it is impossible to popularize it among the people, but the hand-operated rice transplanter is different. This thing has higher practical value and low cost. Even ordinary people can afford it. It is very suitable for popularization in all tribes at this stage. As soon as he finished eating, Yufu couldn't wait to drag everyone to visit. He was really curious about these mechanical monsters, and the same was true for Luo Chong. Although he was the governor of Weishan County, he could often receive them. He had only heard about the news about the Qing'an County Research Institute, but had never seen these magical machines with his own eyes. The leader finally brought him here this time, so how could he not be interested? After lunch, Luo Chong took a group of them to visit the research institute. Lin Fei went to explain the assembly of the tractor, because of Luo Chong's order. After a while, he met Luo Chong and the others. When the group arrived at the driving class training at the parking lot, Luo Guangzhu, Yu Fu, and Shi Xian couldn't help but marvel. It was their first time seeing a tractor. This thing is called a tractor. Why did the leader give it such a strange name? Luo Guangzhu couldn't help but asked curiously as he watched the students in the driving class operating the tractors to plow the fields. Because the tractor itself has no function, its only function is to provide power, just like the front of a train, which replaces the oxen and horses for pulling and pulling. If a body is mounted on the back, then it is a truck. If a plowshare is mounted on it, it can be used for plowing and sowing. If you want it to be useful, it depends on what is mounted on the back. Luo Chong explained to them. I see. If that's the case, then the name tractor is really suitable. Luo Guangzhu said with sudden realization. Since they are replacing cows and horses, why not call them iron bulls? Wouldn't this be more vivid? Yu Fu raised the topic with a smile. Haha, the name Tiniu is good, but it has already been used by the leader. Our steam engine has a model called Tiniu and Iron Horse. Lin Fei also explained from the side. Luo Chong was watching the students in the driving class training, so he asked a young man next to him who was warming himself by the fire and waiting to change classes. How is your driving class going? Is this tractor easy to learn? How long can you drive it every day? Hello, Chief, I have met all of you. When the young man saw a group of big guys coming around the leader, he became nervous. He bowed his hands to Luo Chong excitedly, and then said. Back to the leader, this tractor is easy to learn. It only has a few joysticks. Just pull the joystick to make it run. It's very convenient. But there are too few vehicles now. I can only drive it for half an hour or a few days a day. Only once can I get on the bus. Well, then study hard. You are the first batch of tractor drivers in the tribe. Your future is limitless. If you learn this skill, you will be able to start a family and start a business in 2 years. You won't have to pick the girls by then. Luo Chong patted the young man on the shoulder and encouraged him. When the young man heard Luo Chong talking about marrying a wife, his face turned red with embarrassment, and he smiled sheepishly and said, "Thank you, Chief." Luo Chong asked a few more students, and everyone's situation was similar, but he knew that when he asked people to form a driving class, he had ordered 60 people, but there were only a dozen or so here, so Luo Chong asked Lin Fei asked. I remember when the driving class was first established, the quota was 60 people. Where did the other people go? Back to the leader, we only have one car now. One person can practice for half an hour every day. The rest of the people can only stay here and have nothing to do. So I organized them to help in the production workshop and let them learn by the way. The working principle of the tractor and the manufacturing process. If there is any minor problem when they use it in the future, they can find the problem and fix it themselves, Lin Fei immediately replied. Luo Chong nodded. There was nothing wrong with this arrangement. It was good for them to learn, but the training progress was really a bit slow, so he said. This arrangement is not impossible, but the training progress is too slow and must be changed. I will tell you some arrangements. Please note them down. First, starting from today, we will increase the training for night operations, and the training cannot be stopped at night. When they start to actually work in the spring, they will also have night shifts. Now let them get used to the night operations. Second, you can also take out that loader and let them drive it. Although it is not a tractor and cannot be used for plowing and sowing, the mechanical principle is the same. No matter what you drive, let them drive it first. That way, even if you come back and learn how to use a tractor, you will be able to go faster. Third, assemble a batch of tractors as soon as possible and let each of them drive for at least 1 or 2 hours a day before starting work, including day driving, field operations, agricultural machinery operation, and night driving. These subjects are everyone must meet the standards. Yes, I'll make arrangements right away. Lin Fei thought about it after hearing this, and felt that there was no problem, so he immediately agreed. Then he said a few words to the people around him and immediately asked someone to get the loader over and arrange for a group of students to come over for training. Luo Chong discussed the driving class training with Lin Fei here, and Dolly led the 3 people to the tractor to watch. They also stood on the escalator outside the tractor cab and watched the operations of the people inside, which felt very fresh. Several people wanted to go up and drive, but there were few cars and the students' training tasks were heavy, so they had no choice but to give up. After a while, another big thing drove out of the factory. It looked very similar to a tractor, but it was bigger. The more obvious difference was that the steam engine of this big thing was located in the cab. At the back, there is a chimney with an outward opening on the side. The mechanical device used for working is placed in the front, which is a huge steel bucket. Chief, what is this? Yu Fu ran over immediately after seeing this big guy. This is also a sub-project of this year's project. It's called a loader. Did you see the bucket in front? It's used to load soil, river sand, coal, ore, grain, and all bulk items. This bucket is scooped up, then lifted up with a robotic arm, and loaded onto a truck. It can also be used to level the ground, lower the bucket directly, and then bulldoze it, so it can also be called a bulldozer, Luo Chong introduced to him. Said. It turns out that what the leader said was the thing used to build roads. If we had this thing, we would be able to build roads really quickly. Such a big guy would have to support a lot of manpower. Yu Fu immediately said he remembered what Luo Chong told him yesterday about the machinery used for construction. Brother Yu, I'm afraid you don't know that there is more than one kind of loader in terms of engineering construction. Lin Fei also said proudly from the side after hearing this. Oh? Are there any other good things? Yu Fu, Lu Guangzhu, and Shi Xian were also interested. There are also excavators and oscillating rollers. That excavator is specially used to dig things. It can be used to dig trenches, excavate ore and earthwork. It is used in both engineering and mining. The last one is the oscillating roller. It has a single function. It can only be used for rolling roads, leveling, and compacting land. It is a good hand in road construction. With this thing, all pottery rollers and stone rollers can be eliminated. Lin Fei is the same. He introduced immediately. Really? Where is it? Let us take a look. Yu Fu immediately asked after hearing this. If there were these kinds of machines, the construction project would be really easy, and it would save a lot of manpower and time. Oxen and horses. Of course, but those two machines haven't been completed yet, and they haven't been tested and finalized yet. I can't demonstrate them to you yet. Lin Fei nodded, and then led them to the workshop. The group of people followed after hearing the words, and Luo Chong also followed behind. He didn't know what the development progress of the two types of vehicles was. When a group of people entered the workshop, they found that more than half of the entire huge workshop was busy. Now all the machine tools and workers in the workshop were busy completing tractor orders. The excavators and road rollers in the corners could only stop working now. They are just sitting there eating dust, but judging from their appearance, the completion rate of these two big guys is very close to being complete. Although the cab has not yet been installed, the main body is almost completed. When they arrived at the machinery, they could already identify which one was an excavator and which one was a road roller without being introduced to them, because their characteristics were obvious. One had steel rollers on the front and rear, and the other had a huge mechanical rod installed on the front. There is an iron bucket on the front end of the robotic arm. You can tell what it is used for at a glance. This excavator is great. How much soil can be dug with this bucket? It is much faster than manual digging. When I came back, I heard that the construction site in the capital was still digging soil to lay the foundation. If we had this, the stuff has probably been laid out a long time ago, Yu Fu said with emotion as he stroked the huge mechanical arm. That's good, but why are there not rubber wheels under this excavator, but two steel plate soft belts? Xian also asked curiously. This is the leader's idea. The leader said that most of the places where excavators are needed are construction sites or mines that have not yet been built. The terrain is complex, and some have no roads at all. The passability of rubber tires is not high. It is not as good as this, the tracks are convenient and safe, Lin Fei explained immediately. Well, that's right. That's true. The leader is thinking far ahead. Lu Guangzhu nodded in agreement. Luo Chong didn't care about their flattery, but pointed to the excavator's bucket and said to Yu Fu and Xian, "Did you see this bucket? This thing can be removed from this joint. Remove the bucket, remove it, then replace it with a large air hammer, and install an air compressor on the rear engine, which can be used to dig tunnels or break rocks. According to the length of this robotic arm, it can dig 6 or 7 meters high. There are no problems with the tunnel." Yofu suddenly realized that this was the tool that the leader mentioned yesterday for digging tunnels. If this tool was used to dig tunnels, the progress of the project would indeed be much faster. With the boring machine and explosives, he was confident that he could open the tunnel in a very short time. The railway to Tang tribe comes out. Dig a tunnel? What is a tunnel? Dolly and Lin Fei, who were following them, were a little confused. They didn't know what they were talking about. They hadn't been notified about the matter in the south yet. After all, it was just decided yesterday. We just discussed the matter of building railways in the south yesterday. We need to build a railway from the middle and lower reaches of the Luyang River to the Tang tribe. This railway starts from the plains beside the river and crosses 2 tributaries of the Luyang River, then turns south, and have to climb a mountain range and cross some canyons. The total length is about 600 kilometers. If we don't build it like this, we will have to take a long way around, and the length may increase to about 900 kilometers. So in order to cross the mountain range, I plan to dig a tunnel directly on the mountain and carve out a cave with ventilation at both ends. Let the train pass through it, which can shorten the distance a lot, Luo Chong explained to them after hearing this. Lin Fei and Dolly opened their mouths in surprise after hearing this. Just like the reactions of Yu Fu and Shi Xian yesterday, Lu Guangzhu was also very surprised. He thought that the leader's idea was too crazy. He actually wanted to drill through the mountain. How about this? Not shocking. Drill through the mountains and dig tunnels? Is this possible? The amount of work is too huge. Lin Fei said in surprise. After being surprised, Dolly quickly laughed and said, I don't think it's okay. If it doesn't work, we can use explosives. The leader often does things like blowing up mountains. I think when our Han tribe first mined salt mines, it was the leader who used explosives. It was blown up by explosives. Now that we are mining iron ore here in Xin'an County, don't we use explosives from time to time? Lin Fei was surprised when he heard what Dolly said. He also thought of this, so he answered, so the leader wants to change the excavator into a rock-cutting machine? But the method the leader just mentioned is really not difficult. Just change it to a rock-cutting machine. It's just a large air hammer, but the chisel of the air hammer is difficult to work with. 2 days ago, we processed a batch for the bridge construction site in Qingshu. I heard that their air hammers are very expensive and it won't take long. Need to get a new one. Luo Chong nodded and said, this depends on you. Didn't I tell you the task of molybdenum steel? You have to get that molybdenum steel out as soon as possible. This is a kind of alloy steel with high hardness and high temperature resistance. With this thing, the service life of those steel consumables can be improved. You must pay attention to this project. It turns out that molybdenum steel has high hardness and high temperature resistance, which is indeed important. Dolly said with some surprise. Chief, is it true? Is that molybdenum steel really that good? How is it better than carbon steel? Different from Dolly's reaction, Lin Fei seemed very excited. He knew the actual service life of the rifles of the Han tribe. It was because of the lack of high hardness and high temperature resistant metal materials that the rifles designed by Luo Chong were disabled. It will be scrapped after not being able to fight much, and good weapons will become consumables. It's true. According to my estimation, the heat resistance of molybdenum steel is at least 3/5 more than that of carbon steel. If the melting point of carbon steel is 1,600 degrees, then the melting point of molybdenum steel is at least 2,600 degrees. As for the hardness, it must be very high, but I don't know how high it is. It depends on your experiments. Luo Chong opened his mouth to lie, and turned what he knew into his guess, but what they say is all true. When Lin Fei heard what Luo Chong said, he immediately became excited. As the actual person in charge of the production of muskets, this guy is actually a staunch firearms fan. After the group finished talking about how to modify the excavator and the research and development of molybdenum steel, Luo Chong asked Lin Fei to take them to see the unfinished corn harvester. Both corn and grain harvesters are modified on the loader platform. The huge bucket in the front is removed, and then the working system of the harvester is transplanted onto it. The car is still the same kind of car, but it is replaced with a new one. It's just a function. According to Luo Chong's proposal, the dozens of motion modules in front of the entire corn harvester are all driven by aerodynamics, which eliminates the need for bulky, heavy, and very complex hard transmission mechanisms. Now a new loader body has been built and is being modified by the Agricultural Machinery Research Team and the Pneumatic Tool Team. They installed an air compressor on the steam engine behind the body, and then laid rubber hoses to connect the high-pressure air is directed to the front of the car. The Agricultural Machinery Team is responsible for designing the function and appearance, and the Pneumatic Tool Team is responsible for developing the moving parts inside. In fact, there is nothing to develop for this. Just copy the existing internal structure of the wind batch. The only difference is to change the size, and to add a few more layers of air filters, because the working environment of agricultural machinery is different from that of pneumatic tools in factories. Most of them are filled with oil and iron filings in factories, but there are a lot of them in farmland. The floating soil and straw debris floating in the air can easily cause the air compressor valve to become clogged. The current harvesting system has not yet been installed on the car body, but is placed on a shelf next to it, powered by an external mobile air compressor. The motion module is checked there, and the entire harvesting device has already taken a rudimentary prototype. Although it is rather ugly now, the important parts are all there, and the iron decoration on the outside is secondary. This thing can automatically harvest corn? Can it thresh? What do the harvested corn cobs look like? Yufu asked, with great interest. Corn can be harvested, but it cannot be threshed. Look at the row of reamers below. This can roll in the corn stalks from the root. Then the corn will be cut off from the root, and then quickly lowered in height. And this row of iron bars the fence can cut off the corn cobs with husks, and then guide them to the back through vibration. The corn stalks that are rolled in will be directly crushed and sprayed out. The corn cobs with skins have to go back. Here is a roller bed for peeling the cobs. As long as the corn enters, it will be crushed by the row of steel rollers. The skin rolled off and finally turned into a bare stick, which was then discharged directly from the side and piled into the basket. Lin Fei heard Yufu's question and immediately explained from the side. Lu Guangzhu, Shi Xian, and Yufu all looked at it in amazement and said in admiration, "It's amazing, it's amazing. Once such a machine is built, how much manpower will be saved? No, I should say how much more food can be produced. With this, we no longer have to worry about food. With endless food, we can focus on development. The future of the Han tribe is promising. I really don't know how powerful our tribe will be in the future," Yufu also said with emotion. Haha, I dare not say anything else, but in another 10 years, it will be absolutely no problem for our population to double several times. Shi Xian said with certainty from the side. Everyone nodded after hearing this. Everyone is aware of this population problem. As long as there is food, and the Han tribe's reproductive and medical systems are now established, a population explosion is almost inevitable. Not to mention that every family of school-age can have one child a year, but it is always possible to have 2 children in 3 years. In those 10 years, a school-age couple can have at least 6 children, even if the number of women of childbearing age only accounts for 1/5 of the total population. According to this way of life, it is certain that it will double in 10 years. If nothing else, let's talk about the generation born in the 1950s and 1960s, when Rabbit founded the People's Republic of China. Which family didn't have 7 or 8 or 9 children, and it often happened that the brother-in-law grew up eating the milk of the sister-in-law, and the daughter-in-law and mother-in-law competed with each other. The eldest son is already married and has children, and the mother-in-law is still having children after becoming a grandmother. This kind of thing is no longer strange. All Yufu and the others saw were the efficiency and convenience of harvesters and tractors, and they knew that there would definitely be a lot of food in the future, but Luo Chong was thinking about another thing, and that was the potatoes that Yufu brought back this time. Moreover, what he brought back were not wild potatoes, but potatoes that the Baiwu tribe had already domesticated and cultivated for countless generations. There was no need for the Han tribe to domesticate or improve them again. They could be used directly. With this thing, even if the Han tribe does not have tractors and harvesters, as long as potatoes are promoted, the Han tribe will no longer be at risk of starvation. After seeing the harvester, Luo Chong took them to see the improved hand-operated rice transplanter. The entire machine body was replaced with iron parts, the skid below became iron sheet, the uprights became steel pipes, and the gears it has been transformed into a thin iron hollow gear, and coupled with a steel chain, the weight of the whole machine is not only lighter than before, but also more sturdy and durable. It has not been actually operated in the field, so it is impossible to finalize mass production. However, Luo Chong has also asked them to start stocking various parts. Once the experiment is completed, they can be mass-produced and promoted immediately. Chief, you'd better wait with peace of mind. We know you want to promote it as soon as possible, but you can't rush the season. No matter how anxious you are, you can't turn winter into spring. Lin Fei knew that Luo Chong wanted they would have promoted this rice transplanter earlier, but the season was wrong and they had no choice, so they could only comfort him in this way. But what he didn't know was that what he just said reminded Luo Chong. Yeah, why can't I turn winter into summer? No, I can obviously do it. Although there are no plastic film greenhouses at this time, I can use glass to make a greenhouse. Luo Chong was suddenly inspired by Lin Fei, and he immediately started thinking quickly. Chief? Chief? What's wrong with you? When Lin Fei saw that Luo Chong ignored him and instead looked at the workers in the workshop in a daze, he immediately called him twice. Oh, I'm fine, but what you just said is right. Why don't I turn winter into spring? If it's spring now, can't we do the experiment immediately? You're right, I'm going to do it right away. Luo Chong came back to his senses and said immediately. Ah? Everyone looked at him in surprise. What's going on? The leader still has this ability. Can you even change seasons at will? Luo Chong knew what they were thinking as soon as he saw their expressions, and explained immediately. It's not what you think. I'm going to build an experimental field and then build a house made of glass on it. The walls, doors, windows, and roof are all made of glass, which can transmit light from top to bottom, and then I'll put some lights inside. Stove, turn up the temperature, won't it become spring inside the house? Maybe it will become summer. Several people were stunned when they heard this, and they were all shocked by Luo Chong's idea. Is this okay? Shi Xian said in shock. I think it's feasible. If the Kong is burned in the house we live in, wouldn't it also make the house as hot as spring and summer? As long as the Kong is burned in the house, there won't even be any snow on the roof. This proves that the temperature in the house is high enough. Lu Guangzhu said immediately after hearing this, expressing his support for Luo Chong. It's not just about your opinion, it's definitely going to work. My wife planted some flowers in the summer, dug them out and planted them in pots in the winter. Now they keep them in the room where we sleep every day. The flowers are still alive and well. Oh, by the way, my house has glass windows, and there is sunlight inside. Dolly, who had not spoken for a long time, also took the initiative to answer. Xingang County is full of saline alkali land, and there is no way to grow food. All food, meat, and vegetables have to be transported from other counties. The people here don't farm. All they see all day long is either mines, iron, or machines. In my eyes, there wasn't even anything green, so Dolly's wife loved growing flowers. Even the soil for growing flowers was dug from elsewhere, so Dolly knew this very well. If that's the case, it's really feasible. However, the cost of building this glass house is not low. How much glass will be used to cover several acres of land? It's not cheap. Yu Fu frowned and thought. When he got up, he did not doubt the truth of what Luo Chong said, but he was thinking about whether it was worth it. If he built a glass house, would he just use it this time and throw it away? The cost does not matter, no matter how expensive it is. As long as the rice transplanter can be finalized smoothly and becomes popular before spring next year, then the cost will not be high and the money can be recovered immediately. And even if the experiment fails or is completed, this greenhouse will not be wasted. We can grow vegetables in it in winter. Fresh vegetables in winter. How much would it cost to buy them on the street? It can last one season at most. The cost of a glass house is nothing. Luo Chong immediately explained to them. Several people nodded after hearing this. Yes, it can be used even after the experiment is over. If fresh vegetables can be grown in winter, people will definitely buy them. Although the price is more expensive, they are only sold during the New Year days, even if no matter how expensive it is, they will be willing to pay for it. Besides, the people in the Laoba County of the Han tribe are very wealthy, and their families have a lot of savings. Ever since, the construction of the glass greenhouse was finalized by several people, and then another situation occurred. Lu Guangzhou and Shi Xian actually quarreled over where to build the greenhouse. Both wanted to incorporate the greenhouse into their own under the jurisdiction of. Apart from anything else, if you get your own county, it will at least be convenient for eating vegetables in the winter. Okay, don't argue anymore. Luoyang County and Weishan County will build one in each county. Weishan County has a lot of paddy fields. Lu Guangzhou, you can find a suitable place from the official fields in Weishan County to build a greenhouse. There is also a paddy field structure inside, specially used for rice transplanting experiments. Shi Xian, you should also build one in Luoyang County. Get a dry field and be responsible for cultivating the potatoes brought back from this trip. Those potatoes should be afraid of waterlogging. Remember to find one that is slightly drier and with higher terrain. The place is also in the official fields of Luoyang County. Luo Chong waved his hand to stop their quarrel, and then made arrangements for the two of them. The two of them were overjoyed when they heard this and accepted the offer, but Shi Xian asked another question. Chief, how to build this greenhouse, and how big of an area does it need to be? Luo Chong really doesn't know how to heat a glass greenhouse. Anyway, it is impossible to bury the heating pipes underground, otherwise the soil will be too hot and nothing will be grown. Although he has not studied glass greenhouses, Luo Chong has visited plastic greenhouses in rural areas, and that was organized by the school during the agricultural training in junior high school. The construction of plastic greenhouses is much simpler, and the cost is lower than that of glass greenhouses. Greenhouses in the north are generally facing south, with an earth wall or brick wall built on the north side, and then some bamboo poles are extended from the top of the wall and bent to the south, and finally covered with plastic film, and the heating is usually provided by the north wall. The specific method is to build a stove next to the wall, or simply build a fire wall. In addition, there must be air chambers at both ends of the greenhouse to isolate it from the outside world. The air chambers serve as buffer rooms to prevent direct entry into the greenhouse from the outside world. This is beneficial to heat preservation and prevents wind from entering. As for the size, there is really no need to make it too big. The larger the area, the bigger the space. This is not conducive to heating and insulating the greenhouse, so Luo Chong thought about it and decided to build a glass house in the same way as a plastic greenhouse. The area of a greenhouse is calculated as 10 meters by 24 meters. The standard for a greenhouse is 2 acres of land, with length from east to west and width from north to south. 1 acre of land in our Han tribe is 600 square meters, which is 6 meters by 10 meters. The width of our greenhouse is 10 meters to leave 1 meter of open space on both sides. First, the area next to the glass must be cold. Secondly, in order to keep it for walking, the remaining 2 meters should be left with a road in the middle, and 2 ditches should be made out, so that the total width is exactly 10 meters. 1 acre of land is 10 meters long, 2 acres are 20 meters long, and the greenhouse is 24 meters long. The same is to leave edges and roads. In addition to the windows, the greenhouse must have 2 doorways, one on the east and west ends. There is a doorway, and an ear room is built outside the doorway to form 2 doors, inside and outside. When entering and exiting, the 2 doors are not allowed to be opened at the same time to prevent the loss of hot air and the entry of cold wind. Then there is the structure and construction method. A wall should be built on the north side of the greenhouse, either a brick wall or an adobe wall. Then the wall should be made hollow, and a stove should be built on the outside of the wall every 5 meters. There are 4 in a greenhouse. A fire wall heats the greenhouse. The north wall should be 4 meters high. Then the south wall is not laid with bricks, but wood or square steel pipes are used to make columns. Insert a row of 2-meter-high columns, and then pull inclined beams from these columns, directly from the columns of the south wall to the top of the north wall, and finally insert glass on top. As for the size of the gap between the column and the inclined beam, it mainly depends on how wide the glass is used. To put it simply, this is a house with a single slope roof. Only one north wall is made of brick. The east and west walls, the south wall, and the roof are all made of glass curtain walls. Do you understand? They understood the construction method of the glass greenhouse as soon as Luo Chong explained it. This was easy to understand even if they had never seen it before. In fact, he cut an ordinary bungalow in half along the direction of the roof ridge, then enlarged and stretched it, and then cut the ordinary bricks. The earthen walls were replaced with glass curtain walls, and the rest was nothing special. If that's the case, it should be easy to build. However, winter is not a good time to build a house. In such cold weather, bricks cannot be laid well. I think it is better to just use rammed earth walls to build it. Lu Guangzhu pondered. After a moment, he immediately suggested. Luo Chong thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The brick walls were indeed strong, but what the Han tribe needed now was time. They had to finalize the rice transplanter before spring, so they had no choice but to abandon the brick structure. Then use rammed earth. You too, build a greenhouse in each county first. If the effect is good, then after spring, you can expand a few more with brick structures. They can also be used for other experiments in the future. Yes. Please rest assured, Chief. The two of them immediately agreed upon hearing this. After visiting the scientific research results of Xin'an County, Luo Chong left with the three of them. Yu Fu wanted to take people to explore the route of the Southern Railway again to prepare for future actual construction, but Luo Chong did not let him go. It was already early December, and the Chinese New Year was only 2 months away. It would take about 10 days for the ship to cross, and if we continued to reconnoiter, we wouldn't be able to go very far. Moreover, the exploration team has been working hard for a year, so it is no problem to give them a 2-month rest. Moreover, the Southern Railway is not in a hurry now. Even if the route is planned, no workers have started work. You just rest at home for 2 months. It happens to be the Chinese New Year at home, and you can also spend time with your wife and children. If you really have nothing to do, write about your experience of going out to explore over the years. Now there is a tribe in the tribe. You should know about the essay collection activity. There are a lot of good things sent from various places. I will get some copies for you to read in a while. Write an exploration log, that's fine, then take a 2-month rest. Yu Fu thought about it for a while and then agreed. He happened to have written a sailing log before, and it was the first time he took a boat to the Qingshu tribe a few years ago. But now the Qingshu tribe is gone and has become the Qingshu island of the Han tribe. After arranging Yu Fu to go home for vacation, Luo Chong took Qingshu and Lu Guangzhu to build a glass greenhouse. It is true that winter is not suitable for building houses, but there are many advantages to building in winter, that is, there is no shortage of manpower. It is the winter season, and people are hiding at home with nothing to do, so 2 counties have just posted notices recruiting construction workers. Many people came to sign up, but they don't need so many now. After all, each county only builds 1. With these hired people to level the land, lay the foundation, and build adobe walls, the foundations for the 2 greenhouses were ready. Luo Chong asked his personal guards to find the craftsman who had built the house for his family to take charge of the greenhouses. As for the glass curtain wall, because the 3-story villa where Luo Chong lives now has a small glass sunroom, as well as floor-to-ceiling windows and glass curtain walls for the entire wall, the craftsmen all have certain experience. Then Luo Chong asked Qingshu to find some carpenters from the shipyard who were good at making doors and windows, and asked them to be responsible for the beams and columns of the glass greenhouse, as well as the doors and windows of the greenhouse. Although the greenhouse is mainly for thermal insulation, it also needs movable windows. Because ventilation is required, some windows that can be opened need to be installed, both on the side walls and on the roof. Finally, Luo Chong recruited some craftsmen who were good at this from the Comprehensive Research Institute on Hushin Island to help. They were the craftsmen who were responsible for building the lighthouse. The searchlight room at the top of the Han tribe's lighthouse was all around. The entire house is transparent except for the roof. These craftsmen also have experience in building glass curtain walls. The land was selected and various craftsmen were recruited. The next step was the problem of building materials. The soil problem was easy to solve. The steel was brought directly from Qinghong County by train. There was plenty of wood in the shipyard and there was more than could be used. What do you need? All specifications are available, and if not, they can be processed immediately. As for glass, it is even more inexhaustible. The glass factories of the Han tribe now mainly produce 5 kinds of glass products. The first is glass lampshades for carbide lamps, the second is glass tableware, and the third is flat glass, which is used to make windows on the one hand and glass mirrors on the other. The fourth type is glass wine bottles, and the amount of this is gradually increasing. The fifth type is special-shaped glass, which mainly serves special-shaped glass. This is produced only after someone specifically places an order. Among them, flat glass and glass wine bottles have the largest production and reserves. Flat glass is a building material. Who knows when someone will want to replace the windows? After all, this is not only used when building a new house. Old houses can also be used. Change to glass windows. Nowadays, people who have some money want to change to glass windows. It will save face. The key is that they feel comfortable when they look at it. In addition, this thing has no shelf life at all, and there is no fear of spoilage, so a lot of it is produced and stored, and one batch is shipped away after one batch is sold. Therefore, the inventory is huge. Now I heard that the leader wants to use it, and the glass factory directly as ship's inventory was transferred using a ketch, all of which were of the largest size, 6 square meters each, 2 meters by 3 meters. According to Luo Chong's requirements, 2 main types of thickness were obtained. One is extra thick, 1 centimeter thick, and is used as the curtain wall of the facade. The other is 5 millimeters thick and is used as the roof. The roof is made slightly thinner, mainly to reduce the weight of the roof and reduce the pressure on the beams and columns. However, such a roof also has a weakness, that is, it is not strong enough. It is fine at ordinary times. If there is a hailstorm, all the glass on the roof may be smashed, but there is no way now. I can't find a replacement. It is a light material, so we can only prevent it in advance. If there is hail weather, we may be able to prevent it by covering the roof with a thick straw curtain in advance. With sufficient manpower and materials, the rice field greenhouse in Weishan County was declared completed in just 5 days, and the dry land greenhouse in Luoyang County was also declared completed 3 days later. Luo Chong immediately mobilized several researchers from Sinong Temple. Each of these guys are big bosses, at least big bosses in farming. If nothing else, at least they have great control over solar terms and temperature. There is a set of thermometers that you can put your hand into the soil and feel, and you will know the temperature of the soil, whether it is suitable for sowing, and whether you can start planting. It can be called a human-shaped thermometer. In this era without temperature and humidity measuring instruments, we can only rely on the rich experience of these old farmers. Before the people from Sinong Temple arrived, Luo Chong asked Qingshu and Lu Guangzhu to recruit 2 old men from the local area, 2 for each glass greenhouse, to guard the greenhouse and chop wood for the stove. Each person is on duty for 1 day and 1 night at a time, and then rests for 1 day and 1 night. The two of them take turns and are responsible for guarding a greenhouse. During the shift, they will eat and live in the wing room on the side of the greenhouse. It is also very warm inside, so I don't have to worry about freezing, but I have to do it frequently at night. Get up at night to look at the stove, but the elderly already sleep less, so it is not difficult to get them up at night. Moreover, the salary of this job is very good. You can work 1 day and have 1 day off. Even if you are responsible for burning the stove, there is no heavy physical work to do. 5 meals are provided every day and night, 3 meals during the day and 2 meals at night. In addition, there are 10 meals per month. You can get 10 yuan, but the average salary of the Han tribe now is only 30 yuan, and they usually don't care about food, and some only care about 1 meal. In the greenhouse, not only do you get 10 yuan, but you also get 5 meals, the work is easy, and you have long resting time. It can be said that the treatment is very satisfying. Because the salary was good and the workplace was close, it was just around the city. You could walk home after getting off duty, so there were countless applicants. Shi Xian and Lu Guangzhu asked the small officials to pick them. They were probably local policemen and the like. The local people were very familiar with it and each selected 2 old men who were honest and willing to work. Before the people from Sinong Temple arrived, they had already burned the greenhouse for several days. Now the entire glass greenhouse is like a mosaic, opaque inside and out. The original transparent glass is now the same as frosted glass. Because the temperature in the greenhouse is relatively high, plus it is an experimental field and the land is humid, these warm the moisture couldn't get out, so it condensed into mist on the glass curtain wall. After the people from Sinong Temple arrived, these people also started working intensively, plowing the soil, fertilizing, sowing and raising seedlings. In the paddy fields in Weishan County, we must first build a seedbed and plant seedlings, and then conduct transplanting experiments in the fields. Although the experimental field in Luoyang County does not have the best sandy soil, it is a higher-lying land with relatively dry soil. It is not suitable for growing rice, but it is no problem for growing potatoes. However, the people from Sinong Temple did not. I have never seen potatoes, and don't know how to grow them. There was nothing Luo Chong could do about this problem, but fortunately he had a rough idea, so he told the people to divide the potatoes into 3 piles, and place 1 pile directly on the ground in the greenhouse to maintain a warm and humid environment to see if it would grow on its own. Sprouts, another pile is buried in sand, covered with water-drenched straw, and kept moist to see if there are sprouts. The last pile is stored separately, in case both piles are spoiled, and some can come back. As long as the potatoes can sprout, it would be easy. Luo Chong asked them to plow the soil, fertilize the fields, and dig ditches and ridges. Once the potatoes sprouted, they would cut the sprouts and the potatoes into hob pieces, and then plant them on the ridges using whole sowing, then water and weed them and watch them grow. Of course, these people from Sinong Temple must record every step, observe carefully, and summarize a set of practical farming methods. In the future, they will promote potato planting technology among the people. This matter has been busy until late November, and things on both sides have been on track. The potatoes in Luoyang County have sprouted, and now they have been planted in the entire greenhouse. The seedlings in Wenshan County have also grown, and now they only need to wait until the seedlings are grown. When 7 or 8 leaves have grown, the seedlings can be planted. According to this progress, the experiment of the rice transplanter will be completed before the end of the month. Even if there are any problems, they can be improved immediately. Throughout December, even if they still want to experiment, the greenhouse will be able to spawn 2 more seedlings for them. 2 more chances to experiment. In short, it will definitely be no problem to start promoting it before the beginning of spring. If the progress is faster, then maybe a batch can be produced before the Chinese New Year and then put into the market for sale. On the other side of the Xing'an County Research Institute, Lin Fei also drafted the charter himself because of Luo Chong's instructions. They originally wanted to go all out to produce parts and assemble the tractor together in the end, but Luo Chong asked to assemble a tractor first. The batch was used for driving class training, but Lin Fei had no choice, so he made adjustments and promised to deliver 5 vehicles before November 30th. 5 more vehicles would be delivered in December, and the remaining vehicles would be delivered in one go in March. 10 vehicles and matching farm tools. The affairs of the headquarters have been arranged in an orderly manner. The coal mines and transportation in the south have also been improved. He was also lucky enough to obtain a molybdenum mine. This has made Luo Chong feel comfortable recently. All things are developing steadily. Luo Chong, there was nothing to worry about, so he stayed at home and read a book again. He happened to be away from home for a while, and the study room had accumulated a lot of essays submitted from various places, which he needed to take a good look at. At the same time, Chu Bing from the north is leading 5,000 men and horses in the second phase of his strategy to stop the cannibals who plan to go south. Another new goal is to turn the Yanqi area into a battlefield with the enemy, or talk about the flesh and blood mill that consumes the enemy's vitality. After the final battle in the hunting ground area, Chu Bing personally led a large force to escort tens of thousands of prisoners back to the prisoner of war concentration camp in the Valley Camp. Then he led the 2nd and 3rd battalions of Shent's guards and the main guard company, a total of about 2,000 people, plus 3,000 militiamen recruited from the Yanqi area and the River Valley area, gathered 5,000 troops and headed straight for the Hebend position. That is the main passage for the cannibals to go south. As long as they stop here, the enemy will never be able to go south. No matter how many people come, they will eat them all. On the other side, in the Yanqi area, a battalion of Shent's guards and 1,000 militiamen recruited from the hunting ground area fought together. They first demolished the camps and positions around the salt ponds with great fanfare, showing their intention to abandon the 3 salt ponds, even if there were cannibal sentries coming to investigate, but they pretended not to know. The purpose of doing this was to lure the cannibals over. After they retreated with great fanfare, only a few scouts were left hiding in the surroundings, watching with binoculars from a distance. On the second day, there was no movement in Yanqi, as if the enemy didn't know that the Han tribe had withdrawn. On the 3rd day of the Han army's retreat, the cannibals finally sent people, but not many people came. 20 or 30 people seemed to be here for reconnaissance. The enemy was not completely reassured, mainly because they could not figure out why the Han tribe suddenly abandoned such an important salt pond. Although the cannibal sentries suspected the purpose of the Han army abandoning the salt pond, they could not think of anything. After careful investigation, they found that all the Han tribesmen had really withdrawn, not only demolished after arriving at the military camp, even the previously dug trenches had been filled in. They walked so neatly that it was incredible. However, they only needed to go back and report the news. Whether they needed to come back to occupy it or not was not their task. These sentinels quickly went back to report the news. 5 days after the Han army withdrew, the cannibals sent about 300 people with weapons to test it. When they arrived at the place, they found that the Han tribe did not come to occupy it again. The Han army that had been stationed here before was now they also returned to the salt ponds occupied by the Han tribes on the opposite side, as if they were planning to completely abandon the salt ponds on their side. However, they still did not dare to be careless. The 300 people stayed here for another 3 days, and the Han army still did not come to attack again. This made the cannibals feel relieved and quickly sent people back to convey a message to the tribe. Some guarding warriors and people responsible for making salt came over. The cannibals' careful performance really made the battalion opposite them very angry. Every day in the barracks, they cursed the cannibals opposite them as cowards. Why did you just bring in 300 people? Commander Xia has already explained it. After that, we need to take advantage of the strategic position of the salt pond to engage in a tug-of-war with the enemy. After taking one group, the enemy will have to retreat and let them send people again, and then take another group. Repeat this to consume the enemy's vitality. Now the enemy only sent 300 people, which he looked down upon. There were more than 1,700 people on his side. 300 people were not enough to feed his own camp, and he couldn't even use the militia. The instructor of the 1st Battalion advised him not to be anxious. "Battalion commander, you don't have to worry. Didn't the scouts in front say that the enemies in front of us have only been watching us vigilantly for the past 3 days, and are not engaged in production work? What do you think they are doing? Since they sent people here after occupying the salt pond, they will definitely send people to make salt. What is going on now? So I am sure they are observing our reaction. If we remain calm these days, they will definitely send more troops or send more troops in the next few days. The people came here, otherwise how would they make salt?" The 1st Battalion commander nodded. He also knew that what the instructor said was reasonable. He was just panicking because he didn't have a battle. It was boring. Besides, how could he make meritorious service if he didn't fight? Now the commander led the 2nd and 3rd Battalions to fight a big battle. He led 1,000 militiamen to engage in a tug-of-war, pulling hammers and pulling, so that even the timid enemies did not dare to come over. But the facts were exactly as the instructor said. 3 days later, the enemy sent people over again, adding another 700 troops. Together with the original 300 people, they made up the whole number of 1,000, and then moved in another 1,000. There are many people, old, weak, women, children, and even disabled people. These people are responsible for making salt here. Once a batch of salt is refined, they will divide their troops into 500 people and send the salt back. But what they don't know is that sending the salt back is already a luxury. That night, the Han army stationed opposite the salt pond took action again. The 1st Battalion commander had seen the last successful case of using ether to carry out a night attack, and he thought about doing the same, mainly because of the use of ether to stun the enemy. Both sides, the casualties were relatively few. In this way, the Han tribe could avoid unnecessary sacrifices. At the same time, they could capture more enemies if the enemies died less. The 1st Battalion commander did not have ether in his hands, but the medical soldiers accompanying the army did, which solved the problem. So, that night, when all the enemies were asleep, the Han tribe used the same old tactics. They first sent out 12 militia hunters to kill the enemy sentries with bows, arrows, ropes, daggers, and other tools, and then the battalion commander dispatched another platoon of soldiers to go over with ether and stun all the enemies. In this way, at dawn the next day, more than 2,400 people sent by the cannibals to Yanqi became prisoners of the Han tribe again. They didn't even know how they were captured. Because after seducing these people that night, the 1st Battalion directly carried those people to their side. Anyway, the two sides were not far away. Not only did they kidnap them back, but they also held them for 2 days. The salt produced was also taken away. The purpose of this is naturally to prevent the cannibals from obtaining salt. If they want to eat salt, they will have to send people over, otherwise they will not be able to complete the task. In addition, the 1st Battalion commander also left 12 or so people in the enemy's camp. These people were either old or disabled. They would not be of much use if they were taken captive. It would be better to leave them there and let them go back to report the news, otherwise the cannibals don't know what's going on here. Who knows how long it will take for them to send the next group of people. The 12 or so disabled and old men who were left behind were also dumbfounded. They slept well last night. When they opened their eyes in the morning, the entire camp was empty and everyone had disappeared. Only 12 of them were left. There were still 12 dead people, apparently the soldiers responsible for guarding, but all the others disappeared, causing them some panic. Some people suspected that it was some monster or some unspeakable existence. Everyone was suspicious. However, no matter how suspicious they were, they could not stay in this place any longer. Only a dozen old men and disabled people were left in such a large salt pond. There is no way to defend it no matter what. So these dozen people buried the dozen or so dead bodies hastily and immediately ran back to the cannibal tribe. As for whether they will come again, when they will come, and how many people will come, there is no way to know. Now we can only wait. But this time, he captured more than 2,000 prisoners at once, which was a great achievement. When he reported it, he could say that he had done nothing. And those prisoners captured by the 1st Battalion were also very confused. They slept well in their own place last night and nothing happened. When they opened their eyes the next day, they found themselves handcuffed. He was imprisoned in the camp of the Han tribe. How on earth did he become so fat? When was he arrested? Why don't they know anything? But no matter what, these people have become prisoners now. If they are starved for 2 days, even if they have any ideas, they will not have the physical strength to realize them. On the other side, the main force led by Chu Bing himself is now also fond of the tactic of conducting night raids. Apart from this, the result of the last battle at the hunting ground was too great. Hundreds of people were used to capture nearly 100 people overnight. Thousands of people, it is incredible to think about it. With such a temptation, not to mention curing the disease, even the officers and soldiers under Yuyan Shen's guard want to repeat this method again. Although ether is precious, no matter how precious it is, it cannot be exchanged for such a big victory. If it can be exchanged for tens of thousands of prisoners, then what if some ether is wasted? Ever since, Chu Bing and the others really repeated this operation. On the second night after the main force arrived in the river bend area, they launched another night attack and used anesthetic to stun the tens of thousands of cannibals gathered here. Old, weak, women and children. These are villages without young men. There is no food in the village, so they took the initiative to form a group to look for food. These people have been fishing here for more than half a month, and they can barely make ends meet for the time being. It is so cold in this wilderness, many people can freeze to death every day for half a month. And those who froze to death were eaten by each other, which was terrible. Now they were captured by the Han tribe, but they saved their lives in disguise. After all, the Han tribe would not starve them to death. These were all used slaves who come to work. These tens of thousands of old and weak women and children were escorted back again. At the same time, the valley camp was also watching these slaves build more houses. Now these 10,000 people, plus the 2,400 people captured in Yanqi, there are from the approximately 16,000 people accumulated previously, the total number of slaves captured by Shen's guard in the past 4 months has exceeded 30,000. Therefore, the prisoner of war camp can only be expanded, otherwise these slaves will freeze to death before being transported back to the south. Fortunately, there are plenty of manpower now, so the Han tribe is not in a hurry. However, although such results are exciting, it also really surprised Chu Bing. Nearly 30,000 people have been captured. There seem to be many more cannibals. I don't know when they will be captured. Okay. There are only 2 months left until the beginning of spring. As long as they try their best to stop the enemies going south in these 2 months, they can organize an attack after the beginning of next spring. After taking these prisoners of war away, Chu Bing organized troops to blast the ice on the river bend and threw a large amount of shrubs and dead grass into the river. This was done to prevent the river from freezing again, and then the enemy would take advantage of them when they were not paying attention. Go directly south along the ice. Now that the ice has been blown open, the enemy will have no choice but to go on both sides of the river if they want to go south. In this way, the Han tribe only needs to block the river banks, and the enemy will not be able to pass through here. At the Yanqi camp, after the soldiers of the 1st Battalion captured the enemy on the opposite side, the remaining dozen old people and disabled people quickly fled back to the forest to the north. After returning to their village, these people immediately reported the strange situation in Yanqi. More than 2,000 people disappeared overnight, and only a dozen dead people remained there. Judging from the wounds, they should have been shot to death by bows and arrows, but there were no arrows. It was thought that the attackers had pulled them away. After all, the arrows it is not easy to make and can be used repeatedly. It is normal for it to be pulled out. There are people around the Yanqi who have the ability to sneak attack on them, as well as the power of bows and arrows. Except for the Han tribe, there is no one else, but they are very confused about how the Han tribe captured more than 2,000 people overnight, and you have to arrest them. Just arrest them all. Why are there still a dozen people left? The most important thing is that the dozen or so people who stayed behind didn't hear any movement at all. Anyone who knew about this would feel weird. What's more, at dawn the next day, the dozen or so people unexpectedly found that the Han tribe opposite them had no reaction at all. They were eating breakfast as usual and training soldiers as usual. Everything about this was weird. However, no matter how suspicious they were, they still had to eat salt. Ever since the Han tribes occupied the salt pool a few months ago, their villages had been without salt replenishment for a long time. They had been eating the old stocks for so long, and now the stocks were running out. After eating, what if there is no more salt to replenish, so the salt pond still needs to be snatched back? But in view of the previous strange events, the cannibals were also suspicious and didn't know what to do. Finally, they summoned the leaders of several villages to discuss it and decided not to send so many people there this time. Even if a group of people were lost again, their vitality would not be damaged. As a result, several cannibal villages once again gathered a group of people, divided into 3 parts. The first echelon was 500 totem warriors, responsible for seizing the salt pond, and the second echelon was 500 laborers, waiting for the first echelon after occupying the salt pond. They must immediately go up to collect salt. Thirdly, there are still 500 soldiers in the echelon, and they will stay at the back. If an accident occurs in the front, then they can go to respond. If everything is normal, then these people will be responsible for transportation. No matter what, they have to transport a batch of salt back home. The mouth there almost faded out of the bird. A few days later, the vanguard of the cannibals arrived at the salt pond again, and the Han tribe scouts lurking in the surrounding area also immediately sent the news back. The 1st Battalion commander couldn't help laughing after listening to the report. It seems that these cannibals still haven't made any progress. They are still following the same routine as before. First send a small force to test, and then wait a few days, before sending a large force to collect salt. What a pity, they don't know that all their actions are under the surveillance of our scouts. The militia leader stationed here, Zai, just smiled and scorned those cannibals. Isn't it normal for a group of beasts to eat their own kind and not make any progress? However, the facts did not develop according to their ideas. After the vanguard of 500 people reoccupied the salt pond, they immediately sent people back to report the news. In just half an hour, the 500 workers hanging behind caught up. These people did not rest after arriving, and immediately started to light a fire, carry water, and prepare to boil salt, as if they were in a hurry. The third echelon at the end received the news and began to move forward, but still maintained a distance of 1,000 meters. The distance is so long that you can go over to pick him up at any time, or you can take the salt and run away. After the scout discovered something was wrong, he immediately sent the message over, causing the 1st Battalion commander to frown. What do they want to do? Don't want the salt pond? Pick a batch of salt and run away? Zay frowned. It's going to be difficult this time. The intention of their vanguard troops is very clear. They clearly don't intend to stay for a long time. They just occupied it, and the salt collectors followed them. They started working as soon as they came. There are still 500 people hanging behind, but they are too cautious. Humph, I don't care if he is cautious or not, since he is here, he must stay with me. The 1st Battalion commander said angrily through gritted teeth. Just now they said that the enemy had suffered a loss and had not made any progress, but within an hour they were slapped in the face by the enemy. It would be embarrassing to tell them. Then what are you going to do? If we attack now, we have no advantage at all during the day, and they are followed by a group of people. It is difficult for us to surround them. The opponent has 1,500 people, and we only have 1,500 people on our side. There are about 1,700 people, and the strength of both sides is about the same. If we want to surround them, we must disperse our forces. At that time, our local strength will be at a disadvantage, and we may suffer casualties, the instructor of the 1st Battalion also said analytically. After hearing the instructor's analysis, the 2 military officers present fell silent. After thinking for a moment, they saw the battalion commander, clenching his fist and saying fiercely, "Since we don't have an advantage if we attack during the day, then we will attack at night. I don't believe they won't sleep." The militia captain's eye raised his eyelids when he heard this, and said without hesitation, "I really don't think they will sleep. Look at their posture. Maybe they can refine some salt before dark and retreat at night. If they come back tomorrow, what can you do to them?" The battalion commander was at a loss for words after hearing this. The situation that Zai said could really happen. Given how cautious and cowardly the enemy was today, they might just leave as soon as it gets dark. If they are dead, there is nothing you can do about them. The 1st Battalion commander anxiously walked around the room twice, his mind racing rapidly. If their commander Chu Bing was here, what would he do? Thinking of this, he really came up with an idea, which was to imitate the battle that Chu Bing led them to fight in the hunting ground area last month. Since it was difficult to break through from the front, he would sneak attack them halfway in the enemy's movement. The more the 1st Battalion commander thought about it, the more he thought it was interesting, so he immediately made up his mind and said, "We have a way. We can borrow the tactics from the battle at the hunting ground last month. Since we can't gain an advantage over the enemy here, and the enemy is still afraid of fighting and just wants to run away, then we can let them run away. Let's set off now, and go around behind them. They have to send back the salt they refined anyway, so we will ambush them on their way back, and we won't believe they won't sleep." Zai and the 1st Battalion instructor's eyes lit up after hearing this. "Yes, if it's hard to fight from the front, then we can attack from behind. Isn't that how we led them to fight last time? They can learn and sell now." "A good idea, but what if these 1,500 people go back together, or only 500 people go back, and 1,000 people are left behind? What should we do? Or maybe they don't go back and find that our troops are empty. What should we do if we attack us?" The instructor nodded in praise at first, but then quickly proposed 3 possible consequences again. Before the 1st Battalion commander could say anything, Zai, the militia captain next to him, gave an answer. "This is easy to handle. It would be great if the enemy goes back together. It will take at least 3 days to walk back to the forest in the north from here. They will definitely camp halfway, and we will take action then. Good timing. If the enemy only returns 500, then we will eat these 500 on the way first. Since they won't leave the remaining 1,000, they will definitely camp here. We will have plenty of opportunities to deal with them then. As for the enemy not going back and attacking us directly, that would be easy too. Just leave a company of your camp here for defense. You have muskets and are still in a defensive posture. It won't be a problem for more than 200 people to stop them from 1,500 people, right? As long as that company can hold on for a day and a half, we can come back with a large force to support it. Well, that's right, let's follow this method. Let's leave the second company here to defend. I will take the first company, the third company, the battalion reconnaissance team, and Zai's 1,000 militiamen to sneak around and attack them. Instructor, you lead the second company to guard the home here. After hearing this, the 1st Battalion commander thought about it and felt that there was nothing wrong with it, so he decided directly. The instructor couldn't help but rolled his eyes when he heard that he was asked to look after the house. He also wanted to fight on the front line, but the task of looking after the house was also very important. In addition, he was the political chief of the Sima clan, so he was left to look after the house. It was his job, so he nodded and agreed. Okay, who asked me to be the instructor? I look after the house, but you must also be careful. If there is any situation, remember to report it in time, so that I can respond to you when the time comes. It's better to say goodbye. If we encounter a problem that our 2 companies and 1,000 militiamen can't solve, what's the use of telling you? I'll bring you in when the time comes. The 1st Battalion commander waved his hand and said nonchalantly. The instructor frowned when he heard this. Then you have to send someone to tell me. It would be better if nothing happens. If there is a problem that cannot be solved, I can still ask the commander for help. Okay, I'll tell you if something happens, but I'd rather not have it happen. The 1st Battalion commander nodded helplessly. It sounds like someone hopes something will happen. Isn't this just a precaution? The instructor mumbled speechlessly. In this way, the 1st Battalion also formulated a detailed plan to deal with this stubborn and cowardly enemy. After the plan was finalized, the 1st Battalion commander and the militia captain Zai immediately began to gather their troops and called the soldiers to the woods behind to assemble to prevent the enemy on the opposite side from discovering the mobilization of their troops. After the troops were assembled, everyone brought weapons, ammunition, dry food and handcuffs, and immediately began to march around the road. At the same time, the instructor of the 1st Battalion also led the soldiers of the 2nd Company of the 1st Battalion to perform an empty city strategy, allowing the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion to practice vigorously in the open space around the salt pond, running and shooting, giving the enemy on the opposite side. It creates the illusion that the main force of our army is still at home, but they don't know that the main force has already moved around behind them. Just as the main force of the 1st Battalion was moving behind the enemy, the cannibals at that time were still working hard to fetch water and cook salt in the salt pond. I don't know where these people got the pottery from, whether they robbed it when they went south or themselves. However, there are not many pottery made, so the efficiency is low. There are a total of 7 or 8 pools here in Yanqi. They were all controlled by cannibals in the past. After Yi came a few years ago, they took most of them away from them, leaving only 3 for the cannibals. There is very salty brine in these salt ponds. You can just scoop it up and boil it dry to get table salt. However, if you want the table salt to be cleaner, you have to filter it several times, but those cannibals obviously did not have this filtration process. The cannibals opposite are all busy. Everyone now knows about the mysterious disappearance of the last group of people, so no one wants to stay here overnight. They just want to finish their work and leave early. Those who work hard like this, the totem warriors, are also uneasy and nervous. Looking around or at the opposite side, the Han tribe was afraid that they would suddenly attack, or that a group of man-eating monsters would suddenly pop up somewhere, but fortunately until the evening, the Han tribe opposite did not make any unusual movements, which made them feel a little relieved, but as night fell, these guys became even more nervous. The last group of people disappeared inexplicably at night. The instructor of the 1st Battalion, who was in charge of staying at the camp, was not idle either. Although there were only one company of about 250 soldiers left at home, he asked the soldiers to light more than 300 bonfires. Under the dark night, more than 300 bonfires attracted much attention, once again giving the enemy the illusion that the large Han tribe troops were at home. But despite this, those guys didn't dare to stay here longer. They thought that they could come here to collect salt during the day anyway, so why did they have to spend the night here and face unknown dangers? So this group of guys packed up the tools for making salt, had dinner in the camp, and evacuated directly with torches at around 8 o'clock that night. However, marching at night is a taboo. Firstly, it is not easy to identify the direction. The second is that it is too cold at night. The warm clothes of these cannibals are definitely not as abnormal as the military coats of the Han tribe. The Han tribe can withstand the cold in the wild, but they are not sure. The third is that they are easily attacked by predators in the wild at night. As a result, the 1,000 people in front did not go far. They first met up with the third echelon 1 kilometer behind, and then the 3 echelons retreated 5 kilometers together to a common camping site. They will spend the night there. If there is no problem tonight, they will prepare to send dozens of people to send the salt back tomorrow, and then continue to collect salt tomorrow. Although this is very troublesome, it is safer and can reassure most people. However, their decision also gave the 1st Battalion the opportunity to attack at night. After the scouts determined the enemy's final camping location, at 12 o'clock that night, a battalion commander led 2 companies and 1,000 militiamen and quietly moved over, preparing to launch another night attack. It was late at night, and in the woods there were only the whistles of the wind blowing the branches, and the crackling of the bonfires in the camp. Far away from the salt ponds, these cannibal warriors felt a little relieved, but the sentries that kept watch at night were still indispensable. The 1st Battalion commander first asked a dozen militiamen with bows to go up and touch the sentry posts. With the background noise of nature masking them, the militiamen successfully sneaked into the camp. Some even touched directly behind the enemy sentry posts, without even using bows and arrows. Just use the dagger to kill the enemy. After solving the sentry post, the 1st Battalion commander once again followed the previous tactics and sent the 1st Company to stun everyone. The process was also smooth. Although the wind was stronger tonight, it just covered up the footsteps of the soldiers. The whole process, not a single enemy was awakened. But it's no wonder. They have already been busy for a day today. The totem warriors stationed at the salt pond are highly nervous. The laborers responsible for collecting salt are also working hard to make salt. Everyone has been tired for a day, and now they are all sleeping like dead pigs. After all the enemies in the entire camp were stunned, the 1st Battalion commander once again adopted a similar approach to the previous one and carried away all the prisoners, leaving only a few old men to go back and report the news. Of course, it is impossible to carry them all back this time, because the distance is too far. This place is now 7 kilometers away from the Han tribe's camp in Yanqi. It is impossible for them to carry these prisoners that far, so they can only hide these people in a hidden place first, and then take them away at dawn tomorrow. But the other most important thing is the white salt refined by the cannibals today, which was also taken away by the Han tribe. The Han tribe must ensure that the enemy completely cuts off the supply of white salt. Only in this way can the enemy have to send people over again. Otherwise, if they are allowed to transport this batch of salt back, they will be able to eat it for who knows how long. This time, they are both cowardly, and they might not come again if there is a salt shortage next time. Early the next morning, the few old men who had been left behind woke up and suddenly found that the entire camp had mysteriously disappeared again. They were so frightened that they ran away, as if they had been chased by a wolf, and ran away without looking back. The scout smiled at the retreating figures of several people, and then went back to report the situation. After confirming that the person who sent the message was released, the battalion commander began to lead a large force to escort the prisoners back, and at the same time sent people to Chubing reported victory. As for the prisoners captured this time, it will take a while before they can be sent to the valley camp. On the other side, After Chu Bing sent people to blast the ice in the river bend, he also established blocking positions on both sides of the river. His tactics were also very simple. He blatantly blocked the road here. All blocking positions were not concealed at all, and they were directly, just put it on the road like this to tell the enemy that I have blocked your road. If you want to pass through here, you'd better be careful. The reason for doing this is naturally not to actually engage in a positional battle with the enemy, but to prevent the enemy from going south directly. As long as the enemy wants to go south from here, they will definitely find the Han tribe's position. Then the enemy will have to hesitate to decide whether to take a detour. In the past, more troops were gathered to break through the Han tribe's blockade. On Xu Bing's side, no matter what the enemy planned, he didn't care. The purpose of doing this was just to slow down the enemy's southward movement. If the enemy hesitated, then his goal would be achieved. As long as the enemy dares to rest nearby for a night, Xu Bing will definitely lead the main force to launch a night attack. As for the frontal position, it is just a decoration, used only to scare people. Although it feels a bit obscene and cliched to always play night raids, the tactics that have been used since ancient times are correct. It doesn't matter whether they are cliched or not, as long as they can achieve their goals. For the Han tribe, night raids were very fruitful and easy, with few casualties. This tactic must be carried forward. Night raids should be carried out when there are opportunities, and night raids should be carried out to create opportunities when there is no chance. The time has entered the early 13th month of the first year of Deming. The war in the north has stabilized. There are not many battles to fight in Xu Bing this winter. Only Huan and Yanqi are left with occasional wars. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Luo Chong received the good news of curing the disease and reported the results they had achieved during this period. They captured tens of thousands more prisoners. The total number of prisoners was close to 30,000 and was expected to exceed 30,000 before the end of the year. However, Chu Bing also mentioned in the letter that the prisoners this time are not all young and strong cannibals. Most of them are common people of the cannibals, old, weak, women and children. What this guy said in the letter is that the leader wants a population anyway. I've caught them all for you. As for how to use them and how to arrange them, let Luo Chong make arrangements by himself. Chu Bing also said in the letter that if those old, weak, women and children were of no use, he could kill them so as not to waste food, and it would be troublesome to transport them back, occupying ships, etc. If they encounter such a team in the future, they would not arrest them, it would be easier to kill them directly. A few rounds of musketry can kill them all. Of course Luo Chong wants these people. Compared with the labor force, food is nothing. Is the Han tribe short of food? At the end of December last month, the rice greenhouse in Weishan County had just completed the practical application experiment of the rice transplanter. It encountered a small problem, but it was solved by the agricultural machinery R&D team on the same day. Now it has begun finalized production and is ready. It began to be promoted to the public before the Jingdan festival. People in various counties of the Han tribe have also begun to prepare New Year's goods in preparation for the upcoming Jingdan festival, which is the most important festival of the Han tribe. The Jingdan festival of the Han tribe is on the first day of the 14th lunar month. It is now the first 10 days of the 12th lunar month. There are still 3 weeks to go before the festival. 1 month after the Jingdan festival, it will be the time for spring farming. Now is the winter of the farm. People stay at home and have nothing to do, so they start to prepare New Year's goods for the festival. The markets in various counties have also become lively. All the pigs and sheep that have been raised for a year have been slaughtered and put on the market. For sale, the official grain station is also bustling with people, with a large number of people coming in and out to buy grain. Of course, most of what I buy is not staple food. Some of them are specially bought for things that are not available at home, such as rare millet, corn, sesame, etc. Others bring their own food for processing, such as wheat or corn. Grind flour, or bring soybeans and sesame seeds to press for oil. In addition, cloth is also a best-selling product during the new year. Making new clothes every new year is not only a good sign, but also shows that the family is living well. Otherwise, if there is no balance, where will the money be to buy cloth? Speaking of cloth, the best-selling ones on the market now are colored cloths and floral cloths, followed by broadcloths and plain cloths, which are those that have not been printed or dyed. Many manufacturers have their own spinning machines and looms. It can also be weaved, but the dyeing process is still basically in the hands of the tribe. Of course, people also dye their own cloth, but they don't have the funds to build professional printing and dyeing factories and printing and dyeing equipment, so the dyed colors are not good looking. Now there are basically 3 colors that people dye themselves. Chestnut shells are used as black dye. The black cloth that comes out is also blue cloth from indigo grass, red cloth from red indigo grass, and plain white cloth. These folk homespun cloths have a single color, and the colors dyed by different manufacturers are inconsistent. Some even dye unevenly on one piece of cloth, and they are particularly easy to fade. The most important thing is that there are no patterns printed on them, so the prices are very cheap. The fabrics produced by the printing and dyeing factory controlled by Shaodai are bright in color, with many colors and patterns. The most important thing is that the official textile factory also has large wide-width looms that can weave fabrics with a width of more than 2 meters. Therefore, they directly monopolized all the fabrics used for home textiles, especially those such as bed sheets and quilt covers. The narrow cloths had to be spliced together, which was not beautiful, and the homespun dyeing did not look good, so the people still bought it. In addition, if we talk about the most special product during this year's New Year's Day, it must be the rice transplanter. Rice transplanters are sold directly by local government offices. Of course, there is no stock at all now. There is one in each of the 8 counties of Hanyang. They are all rushed out. However, they are not sold now. They are mainly used for display and for the people. Demonstrate how to operate. As for the South, they don't even have the physical objects. They just put a photo of a rice transplanter planting rice in a greenhouse on the bulletin board of various government offices, with a text description next to it, telling the people that this thing will be promoted next year. If you want it, keep an eye on yourself. In the northern region, as soon as the rice transplanting machine was displayed, the doors of government offices in various places were crowded with people, all of whom were asking about the price and efficiency. When did this rice transplanter come out? When will it be available for sale? Oh, that's incredible. You can even use a machine to transplant rice seedlings. With this thing, don't you no longer have to bend down to do rice transplanting? This is so cool. Yes, it's good, but I don't know what the price is. Look at the workmanship of this thing. I'm afraid it's not cheap. It's all made of iron. There are also wheels and iron chains on it. Look at it. It's just like the chain used on a bicycle. It's not cheap, and I don't know if we can afford it. The people all gathered around and discussed, drowning out the small official in the government office. Seeing the chaos, the small official simply climbed up on the table, stood on the table, and shouted to everyone. Fathers and fellow villagers, listen to me, this rice transplanter was just made a few days ago and has been finalized through experiments. There is absolutely no problem in transplanting rice. This machine only needs 1 person to operate it and can plant 2 trees at the same time. The efficiency of transplanting rice seedlings is 2 to 3 times that of manual transplanting. Once you become proficient, 1 person can do more work than 4 people, and there is no need to bend down. As for the sales issue, the factory in Xingyang County is now rushing to produce, striving to distribute large quantities of goods before spring. The sales locations are at the government offices of each county. Each rice transplanter is priced at 10 yuan. If something goes wrong with the silver dollar, the blacksmith shop can repair it. Everyone has something they want to buy. You can start ordering now. Take your ID card, pay $5 first, and come to me to get a receipt and fingerprint it. The earliest batch will arrive on the 6th day of next month. Priority will be given to those who place orders, and others who want to buy temporarily can wait a few days, and we will ensure that we have the goods for you before spring starts. The little official finished shouting to the people below, and everyone was chattering there. 10 yuan, 1/3 of a month's salary, is not expensive to buy such a practical farm tool that can be used for several years, but it is not cheap either. It is roughly equivalent to a modern person earning a salary of 3,000 yuan a month, and then spending 1,000 yuan to buy a mountain bike. He rides it occasionally, but he does not ride it very often. However, it is indeed a practical item. If you buy it, you will not be able to ride it. It's a loss, not to mention that this is still a farm tool, which is used to produce food, but its value is much higher than that of a mountain bike. As a result, some people decided to order a rice transplanter on the spot. Everyone came out to buy New Year goods, and it was not difficult to come up with a deposit of 5 yuan. Some were undecided and planned to go home to discuss it before making a decision. Luo Chong held his 4-year-old daughter Xiao Luo Lan and watched from a distance, with no intention of going over to join in the fun. Today, their family went shopping. Luo Chong brought 2 big babies. Xiao Dai and Jianing each held a little baby and followed behind. The family of 7 was neatly organized. "Dad, I want to eat bamboo rice dumplings," the eldest son Luo Chong said while shaking Luo Chong's trouser legs and pointing at the rice dumpling seller on the street. "Okay, buy. I'll give you money. You go and buy it. Remember to buy one for your sister too." Luo Chong sent his 4-year-old son away and stood waiting for Xiao Dai and Jianing, who were buying persimmons from behind. Not long after, the 2 of them also followed with their children in their arms. Luo Xing and Luo Ji are only half a year old now, and they were also brought out in swaddling clothes, but their mother's expressions are different. Jianing has always been very happy, but Xiao Dai is a little depressed, because of the book Luo Chong asked them to write some time ago. Both Xiaodia's History of the Development of Textile Printing and Dyeing Technology of Han Tribes and Zhang Ying's Han Tribes on the Bite of the Tongue have been published and sold, but they have received very different responses from the public. Because Zhang Ying's cookbook is relatively popular and records countless food cooking methods, as well as a large number of dish recipes, it even covers the preparation methods of some seasonings. In addition, it happens to be in time for the Jingdan New Year market. It suddenly became very popular among the people. Not to mention it is a must-have for every household. It is not far behind. Nowadays, even those with money cannot buy this cookbook in the New Year market. As for the History of the Development of the Textile Printing and Dyeing Industry written by Xiao Dai, this thing is originally a niche popular science book. It is impossible for ordinary people to have a loom in every home. Who would read this thing? The sales volume of this book is even none of them are as good as the previous book Shanghai, and now you can only see a few copies in schools everywhere. As a result, the blow to Xiao Dai can be imagined. But this is not jealousy, at most it is a bit depressed, but as the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. Seeing Zhang Ying's book selling well and being liked by so many people, how could she not be emotional? The family was walking on the street, and what they heard and saw along the way were people discussing what ingredients to buy and preparing to cook according to the recipes. As soon as Xiao Dai heard this, she became even more unhappy. Then he put the pot on Luo Chong's head. "Humph, my husband is partial. You were the one who found the subject for us too. Now, Sister Zhang Ying's book is loved by everyone, but no one knows about my book. This is all my husband's fault." Luo Chong was speechless for a while. Could this be blamed on himself? How could this be my fault? so he could only comfort him. Books are neither good nor bad. They are just a carrier of knowledge. There is nothing more than a difference between the public and the minority. But as long as one person gains knowledge from reading your book, then it is successful, and how do you know no one is benefiting from your book? Xiao Dai was still unhappy when she heard this. Anyway, Luo Chong's words were reasonable. Reasoning couldn't explain him at all, but he still felt that Luo Chong was trying to comfort her. Now that he thought about it, as for the unpopular knowledge that specialized in textiles and printing and dyeing, who could and who can benefit from it? Will everyone open a textile factory after reading her book? This is obviously unrealistic. However, no one expected that Luo Chong's comforting words would turn out to be a prophecy, Chen. There were actually people in the Han tribe who were inspired by Xiaodia's popular science book on textile printing and dyeing. Speaking of the earliest people who came into contact with this book, in addition to Xiao Dai, the original author, and Luo Chong, the editor, the third one has to be Bai Qi from the printing department. Bai Qi is in charge of the entire printing industry of the Han tribe. All textbooks and books, as long as they need to be printed into volumes, must be reviewed by him first. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the chief editor of the printing department. Naturally, every book that needed to be printed and published had to be typeset by Bai Qi. This work resulted in him being familiar with every book printed by the Han tribe. Not to mention that he can memorize all the books backwards and forwards, but when it comes to who has read the most books, it must be Bai Qi. Naturally, he had read Xiaodia's textile and printing and dyeing technology carefully. Originally, he was a man and not a carpenter, so he was not interested in this kind of textile technology, but it was also because of his work that he was interested in the book. I am very obsessed with the cloth batik craftsmanship. In Bai Qi's view, cloth dyeing and paper printing are very similar. They are both techniques of coloring areas on a carrier. Among them, the hollow batik process is the most similar, because the technique of dyeing solid color cloth is not the same as paper printing. The printing industry cannot use it, but the printing cloth technology is expected to be transplanted to the printing industry. This idea greatly excited him. In fact, the current printing technology of the Han tribe cannot be said to be very advanced. It basically remains at the level of printing words with movable type and printing pictures with wood engravings. Each printing process also involves dyeing the plate first. Ink, then lay the paper over it and use a wool brush to scratch the back of the paper to color the front. Generally speaking, the printing technology of the Han tribe is still at the manual level. The craftsmanship is not superb, and it is very cumbersome and inefficient. There are many people using it, but the output is not much. Bai Qi has long had the idea of improving the printing process, but he has never had a clue. He doesn't know where to start. However, Xiaodia's history of the development of textile printing and dyeing gave him a lot of inspiration. Since he uses batik, the process can print and dye so many fabrics. Is it possible to use batik technology to dye paper? In order to get more inspiration, he took advantage of his free time after get off work to visit the printing and dyeing factory and learned the batik technique personally. Then he was surprised to find that cloth batik was not used as written in the book. Works wax acts as a slurry that blocks the ingress of dye. Because insect wax is scarce and expensive, it cannot be used to dye cloth. The hollow batik inside the dyed cloth is said to be batik, but it is actually an alkaline organic mixture of lime and soybean powder brushed on the cloth. Slurry. The specific process is to first draw the pattern you want to dye on a piece of thick paper. You can create it at will. After drawing, brush tung oil on it to make the paper harder and more durable. Then use a carving knife to cut the pattern onto the cloth. The parts that need to be left blank are carved out to turn it into a hollow printing plate, and then the front and back are brushed with tung oil several times to make it more solid. Finally, lay the printing plate on the white-gray cloth, use a brush or scraper to brush the slurry mixed with lime and soybean powder onto the printing plate, fill in the hollow positions, and finally brush the entire roll of cloth with the slurry. Material, let it dry before dyeing, dip dye repeatedly several times, take it out to dry, and finally scrape off the slurry, then the slurry part will become white, and the rest will become the dyed color, forming a two-color floral cloth with color and white pattern. After Bai Qi figured out this technology, he immediately realized that this technology can be applied to the printing industry, but when it is used for paper printing, the original technology of dyeing cloth cannot be used, because the paper cannot be soaked by ink. Just apply a layer of ink across a hollow wax paper engraving block. This technology is not difficult. The key lies in which one is faster, which one is more efficient, which one prints clearer, and which one is the cheapest, between this technology and the existing printing technology. The birth of a new technology is never because there is a second substitute, but because the new substitute is better and cheaper than the original one, so that it is possible to replace the original technology. Bai Qi knew this truth well, so he began experiments in developing new printing technologies. According to the past experience in the research and development of various machines of the Han tribe, as well as the theory put forward by the leader, if you want to transform any craft from manual labor to mechanical operation, the best way is to make it rotate. Only when it rotates can it work. It is possible to change the power source to something else, such as animal power, water power, wind power, including the current steam power, which are all things that can turn in circles. Following this idea, Bai Qi imagined a new type of printing tool, which was to make a hand-cranked roller with a smooth surface, then attach the wax paper with the hollow engraving to the roller, put an ink cartridge on the other side, and then install it. A paper feeding and peeling device can quickly print paper by shaking the roller. However, although he was proficient in printing, he knew nothing about mechanical design. He had an idea in his mind, but he didn't know whether it would be suitable or whether it could be made. He also didn't understand the manufacturing technology, so he had no choice but to ask others for help. But this thing is really difficult for ordinary people to handle. Those who can make machinery do not know about printing, and those who know about printing do not know about machinery. To actually make this thing, you need blacksmiths and carpenters, and you even need to use the resources of the research institute. After all, all the best craftsmen of the tribe are under the management of the institute, which makes it impossible to bypass them and make it yourself. So after much deliberation, Bai Qi simply reported this idea to Luo Chong. In the field of mechanical research, Luo Chong was recognized as the #1 person by the Han tribe, and as long as he got Luo Chong's support, he could mobilize the Han tribe. All the resources, without resources, can even mobilize troops to develop resources, so as long as the leader approves, it must be feasible. Ever since, when reporting on the work progress a few days later, Bai Qi also handed his design sketches and ideas to Luo Chong. In the study room of Luo Chong's house, Bai Qi stood opposite the desk, looking expectantly at the leader who was looking at the design sketch. But Luo Chong, who was sitting inside, was astonished when he saw the sketch of this machine. He was completely shocked. Hand crank roller ink press? Wax paper blank printing technology? If he remembered correctly, this thing seemed to have been invented during the Republic of China in his previous life. It was used in conjunction with the Chinese typewriter invented by a Chinese student studying in the United States in 1918 during the late Qing dynasty. The two sets of machines complemented each other, and one was used for typing, one for batch printing. In the era before computers, this thing dominated the Chinese printing industry until around 1990. Many students born in the 1970s and even the 1980s, including some in relatively backward areas, used this thing in their examination papers. Printing, the earliest Chinese newspapers also used this technology to print in batches, which was very efficient. Luo Chong had even seen these antiques in the History Museum of the National University of Defense Technology. According to those professors, not all units could afford to use Chinese typewriters at that time, because they were too complicated, so they could only if professional typists were required to operate them. Most units simply could not afford typists. However, hand-operated roller mimeograph machines were relatively common and were found in almost every school and government agency. They were the main mechanical equipment for office printing in that era. From the late Qing dynasty to this was the case after the founding of New China and before the advent of computers. It's just that Luo Chong never expected that someone would actually come up with this invention now. Although there was no actual object, it was just a similar idea. What's more important is that Bai Qi's idea came from that book. It comes from a book on textile printing and dyeing. Your idea is indeed a good one, and it is not particularly difficult to implement. Let's leave this hand roller printing machine to the Comprehensive Research Institute for Research and Development. You are more familiar with various printing processes, so it is up to you. Set various standards for them and let them research and develop them. The funds for this research and development will be provided by the tribe. There is also the matter of wax paper. It is up to you to propose technical specifications to the paper mill and let them develop it. The other thing is the problem of wax paper engraving you mentioned. I have some other ideas about this. Since printing can be solved with machinery, so is it possible to design a machine to replace manual work, such as a typewriter? Upon hearing Luo Chong's arrangement, Bai Qi expressed that he was very excited, confused, and shocked. What was exciting was that he did not expect that the leader would express his support for this matter so happily. What was puzzling was that he originally thought that even if this thing was to find an institute to participate, it must be the Xing'an County Power Research Institute that specializes in the field of machinery. As a result, Luo Chong, but he was asked to find a comprehensive research institute to cooperate. What shocked him even more was that Luo Chong actually made inferences. He had just mentioned that he wanted to invent a printing press, and before he even wrote the 8 characters, Luo Chong over there proposed to build a typewriter. But what is a typewriter? But he had no clue at all. Chief, what is the principle of this typewriter? How to make this thing? Bai Qi couldn't figure it out even if he thought about it, so he simply asked. The typewriter also has a roller at the back, and then stick the wax paper on the roller, make a wooden box underneath, and arrange all the metal movable types in it, and put a grabbing and knocking device on top that can move in all directions to pick the movable type. Select after the movable type is set, the movable type is clamped and knocked on the roller at the back to achieve the mechanical requirements of typing or engraving. Luo Chong told the structure based on the Chinese typewriter in his memories, but Bai Qi couldn't imagine it at all, because it is really difficult for people who have never seen it. This was true for ancient people, and it is even more true for modern people who have been exposed to keyboards since childhood, because in that era, the Chinese typewriter does not have a keyboard. It is said to be for typing. In fact, its shape is more like a telegraph machine, and it operates like typing a telegram. Moreover, this kind of typewriter is very inefficient. Its main principle is actually no different from that of a movable type picker. It is to fill a wooden plate with thousands of commonly used metal movable types, and then rely on the eyes to quickly find the movable type. Position, and then use metal pliers to clamp the movable type, seal, and print it on the paper. Therefore, the typist who operates this kind of machine, even a skilled typist, can only type about 20 words a minute, which is very different from the modern coder who types 200 words a minute on a computer. It can be said to be very backward. But no matter how behind you are, you still have to see who you are competing with. Compared with the current typesetting technology of the Han tribe, the typewriter is like the one in the sky. No matter how much you compare with manual word picking, it cannot compare with mechanical word picking. This is still a comparison of movable type printing. Technology, if it's engraving, is even more incomparable. A typewriter can type 20 characters a minute. If you use a knife to engrave a block, how long will it take to engrave 20 characters? This is obviously no comparison. To put it bluntly, if a typewriter could be built now, it would be equivalent to a black technology. And as far as Luo Chong knows, those previous typewriters actually had shortcomings. The shortcomings were not in the mechanical structure, but in the arrangement of the movable type. At that time, typewriters in newspapers, schools, and other units were accustomed to follow the order of radicals and radicals. To arrange, so when you pick up a word, you first have to recall in your mind how to write the word, what the radical is, and what the rest is. This undoubtedly increases the difficulty of picking up the word and slows down the speed. But if the Han tribe changed the arrangement of movable type to pinyin, then this tedious step could be omitted. They could arrange it according to the horizontal and vertical coordinates, the vertical coordinate according to the pinyin of the first letter, and the horizontal coordinate according to the finals, so now, when the typist needs to find the word, he does not need to remember how to write the word. He only needs to recite the pronunciation of the word silently in his mind, and then he can quickly find the movable type through the horizontal and vertical coordinates. A typewriter improved according to this method, if a skilled worker is familiar with the arrangement of movable type, may increase the typing efficiency from 20 words per minute to 50 words per minute. The speed of 50 words per minute is already faster than most people typing on modern computer keyboards. It can be called the black technology of this era. So when Luo Chong drew a sketch of the typewriter on the paper and explained his principles, Bai Chi's eyes suddenly lit up. His admiration for Luo Chong was simply unparalleled. This was so amazing. He just mentioned it. When thinking of a printing press, the leader could immediately think of a typewriter, and it sounded very operational and could really be built. The chief is really awesome. The idea of this typewriter is really great. If we really have this thing, then the type pickers in our printing department will be able to relax a lot. Also, the invention of this thing is not only for its own use. Even if a typewriter cannot be built, the pinyin arrangement method of the movable type proposed by the leader can greatly improve the efficiency of typesetting as long as it is taken back and used in the typesetting room. It's just that I still can't figure it out. For mechanical issues, the leader didn't let me go to Qingshu County to find the participation of the Power Research Institute, but instead went to the Comprehensive Research Institute. Aren't they all researching alternative tools, what kind of lamps, cameras, rubber wheels, and so on? Bai first praised Luo Chong's wisdom, and then asked about his doubts. Luo Chong shook his head and replied, "You are wrong. There are two main reasons why I asked you to go to the number 1 school on Huxin Island instead of the number 2 school in Qingshu County. The first is because the number 2 school is too busy right now. They don't have time to develop new projects. Many of the R&D projects I have arranged now have not been completed yet. How can they have time to do this? The second thing is that it's not that the first institute doesn't understand machinery. On the contrary, they have embarked on a different path from the second institute. The second institute is dedicated to the research and development and manufacturing of large-scale power machinery, but now the mechanical department of the first institute specializes and they are engaged in small and sophisticated machinery, such as the mechanical clocks and scales they brought out last year for the New Year's Day. Their current ability to develop small precision machinery is actually no less than that of the second institute. So for things like printing presses and typewriters, if you let the first institute do it, they will be better than the second institute. On the contrary, if you want to build an automated printing assembly line, then I would definitely recommend that you go to the second institute. Because that is the strength of the second institute. So that's it. Then that rice transplanter that's on pre-sale on the market was also made by the second institute? Bai Chi nodded in realization, and then asked, casually. That's right, but it wasn't made by the second institute itself. It was made by a carpenter at the Luoyang County shipyard. It was just placed in the second institute to be responsible for improvement and mass production. Luo Chong explained, and then no more words. Oh, it seems that the second institute is not good at small machinery. But Chief, we have a printing press and a typewriter. When do you think it would be more appropriate to start working on it? Bai Qi asked again. Go as soon as possible. When do you have time in the past few days? Go to the island in the middle of the lake specifically to explain all three things: printing press, typewriter, and wax paper. Arrange the tasks first, but there is no need to rush. They are not very anxious about this thing anyway, and it is not too late to start research and development after the year. Upon hearing this, Luo Chong immediately made arrangements for Bai Qi. Bai Qi kept nodding his head to show that he understood. After the matter was explained, he left directly. At this time, Xiao Dai also brought over a pot of freshly cooked sweet tofu. These days, Tian Luo Chong spends the whole day in the study. Sweets can keep the brain excited, so he should eat some appropriately. Seeing Xiao Dai come in, Luo Chong immediately smiled and said, Did you see Bai Qi, who came just now? Well, I saw it. What happened to him? Xiao Dai asked with some confusion. She knew Bai Qi, the head of the printing department of the Han tribe. He was even responsible for the typesetting and printing of her own books. Recently, he often went home because of essay competition activities. How could Xiao Dai not know him? You also said that no one read your book. Do you know how much knowledge Bai Qi gained from reading your book? Luo Chong looked at Xiao Dai and asked with a smile. Xiao Dai became even more confused after hearing this. Him? What can he learn? He is engaged in text printing, and I am writing about the history of the development of the textile industry. This has nothing to do with it. Could it be that he is also interested in weaving? I wonder? Want you to change his job? Xiao Dai asked, wildly. Luo Chong rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, What are you thinking about? He is so busy with his own things that he has no time to think about weaving. He learned about the batik technique of cloth from your book and felt that the technique of hollowing out batik on cloth is very similar to printing, so he designed a hand-operated roller printing machine specifically for printing. Today he came to me specifically to ask if it was feasible. Of course I agreed. His idea is very good. Once it can be realized, our text printing efficiency will be higher and the printing cost will be lower. Only when books carrying knowledge become cheaper will it be more. It will help us comprehensively implement the policy of universal education. Xiao Dai opened her mouth in surprise when she heard this, and stared at Luo Chong with a shocked expression. After a while, she asked, Is this okay? Can hollow batik be used on printing paper? Luo Chong then talked about Bai Qi's idea of using wax paper to make hollow boards, and then using ink rollers for rapid printing. Xiao Dai was amazed when she heard it, and she immediately became happy. It turns out that the book she wrote also has it works, and it can play such a huge role after others read it. It actually indirectly accelerated the development of printing technology in the Han tribe. How can this not be exciting? On the other hand, she also became interested in this so-called roller printing technology. Since the same technology can be used for printing, can it also be used for printing and dyeing cloth? If so, can it still be used? Use printing technology to feed back the textile printing and dyeing industry? Because of what happened to Bai Qi, Xiao Dai no longer has to worry about writing books that no one reads. Although the book she wrote is still not read by anyone, it has already played a huge role in promoting the development of the Han tribe. And even attracted Xiaodia's reverse attention to printing technology, hoping to borrow printing technology to feed back the cloth printing and dyeing industry. But the advancement of technology is not so easy. She couldn't think of anything for a while. On the other side, as the new year is approaching, Luo Chong's attention is increasingly focused on the newly developed experimental fields in Luoyang County. At present, the 60,000 acres of experimental fields that Luo Chong requested to develop have basically met the clearance requirements. This huge area of 12 kilometers long and 10 kilometers wide has been cleared completely by the people hired by Qingshu, except for the ground. In addition to the weeds, other bushes, trees, etc., what should be pulled out, what should be chopped down, the trees were cut down and used as firewood and used as building materials. The pulled-out shrubs were piled up directly, and the weeds in the field were burned cleanly. When the time comes, spread the grass evenly on the field, and it can be used as fertilizer. In addition, at the east end of the experimental field near Luoyang County, buildings such as grain drying yards, garages, repair yards, staff dormitories, and temporary storage warehouses are currently in the preparatory stage of construction. The land has been leveled and the foundations need to be laid. It has been completed and will be built immediately after the spring warms up. As for the staff dormitories and garages that are currently in urgent need, they have been solved with rammed earth and wooden garage sheds. The garage is naturally used to park agricultural machinery such as tractors and harvesters, while the staff dormitories are prepared for agricultural machinery drivers, Sinon temple staff, and repair shop engineers. They all have to live here. This will facilitate the cultivation of experimental fields. The current time has reached the middle of December. There is only about half a month left before the delivery time of 20 tractors and their corresponding agricultural tools required by Luo Chong before the Jingdan festival. It will take more than 10 days to fully calculate. It's time, and all preparations have been made for the mechanized farming test field. All that is left is for the driver and agricultural machinery to enter. Luo Chong is in a hurry, and Lin Fei from Xing'an County is also in a hurry. The delivery time is coming, but now only 10 tractors that can be put into use have been rolled off the production line, and there is still half of the task. It's not finished yet, how can we not make him anxious? The 10 tractors that have now rolled off the production line have been handed over to driving classes for those students to use for training. However, Lin Fei's plan was not originally like this. He was planning to produce all the parts he needed. Finally, they started to assemble them together, but the leader refused to let them go, insisting that he assemble a few units first and give them to the students for practice. Lin Fei knew what Luo Chong said was reasonable. There must be no shortage of training vehicles for practice. Otherwise, when they build enough tractors, no one will drive them. But this still disrupted his rhythm. He had no choice but to do it now. I can only work overtime to catch up on the work. Everyone, please work harder. We must complete the production tasks assigned by the leader before the Jingdan festival. These tractors are related to whether our compatriots in the north can have food next year. Now Shen's guard is leading our compatriots in the north to fight against those ferocious cannibal barbarians, winning consecutive battles. Can you bear to see them lose the battle because of insufficient food and no food? Now this task falls to us on our shoulders. Although we don't have to go to the north to fight the enemy desperately, we can't hold back our brothers on the front line. We must know that among those brothers on the front line, there are still our family members. Now there are only about 10 days left. I know everyone is working very hard, but I hope everyone can persist for these 10 days. As long as we complete the task of 20 tractors, everyone will have 2 months. The salary is a year-end bonus, and the holiday is coming soon. Everyone has received this bonus, and it will be a good year. When the New Year's Day comes, I will give you half a month's leave, so that everyone can go home and have a good rest. Also, let me tell you some good news. The leader is very satisfied with our progress. In order to show his concern for everyone, today we specially sent 200 fat pigs by train, 2 carloads of cabbage, and 10,000 kilograms of taro vermicelli to prepare. Let the cafeteria make pork, cabbage, and stewed vermicelli to improve our food. In addition, as long as we complete the task on time, in addition to the year-end bonus of the 2 months' salary, the leader will also give us other New Year's goods. We must not let the leader down. Expectations from us. In the factory workshop where all kinds of noisy sounds gathered, Lin Fei held up a tin trumpet and shouted while walking, doing ideological work for the workers. The original ordinary tractor production task was directly elevated to a lofty level that is related to the life and death of frontline soldiers, thereby putting pressure on everyone. Then he repeatedly mentioned the generous year-end bonus to stimulate everyone's nerves, and finally went to the improvement of the food level in the canteen in front of him. Everyone immediately came up with endless energy. The leader and director have mentioned this. Even if they are exhausted, they will definitely work. Isn't there only 10 tractors left that have not been built? Everyone just works hard. As a result, the entire machinery manufacturing plant worked in 3 shifts from morning to night, running continuously and producing non-stop day and night. Finally, on the night before the Chinese New Year, the last tractor was assembled. At this point, the order for 20 tractors was completed. 20 tractors were driven off the production line on time and in accordance with the quantity. In fact, if you really want to say it, they have overfulfilled the task, because Luo Chong calculated that if they want to plant 20,000 acres of land in 1 week, they will need at least 20 tractors, but they have already produced it before they bought a verification machine, which was the prototype used for finalization. Now, in addition to the prototype, they have produced another 20 mass-produced models, so the total number is 21, so it is considered overfulfilled. Task. Tomorrow is the Jingdan Festival, which is the Chinese New Year of the Han tribe. It will be 1 month after the Jingdan Festival, before spring plowing and sowing. However, considering the vast area of mechanized farming and the scarcity of agricultural machinery, Luo Chong decided to let the agricultural machinery team advance the planting. Enter the venue. But of course it can't be now. Even if those drivers are orphans without parents, they still have to celebrate the new year. What's more, they have also gone through 3 months of intense training, so they have to be given a holiday anyway. So in the end, Luo Chong decided to let the agricultural machinery team take a week off, and wait until the 8th day of April to drive a fleet of vehicles around the 4 counties. By the way, he would use those tractors to transport the produced rice transplanters and deliver them to counties that need to plant rice. But also to show the common people how powerful the tribes are now. Today's Han tribes already have machinery and vehicles that can cultivate land automatically without oxen and horses. As for why there are 4 counties, this is also very simple. Makino County in the 3 northern counties does not grow rice, but mainly grows dryland crops and raises livestock. Naturally, there is no need for a rice transplanter. Xingyang County does not farm either, but Weishan County in the east, the county is close to a lake and is a major rice-growing area, but there is a direct train to Xingyang County. It is more convenient to transport rice transplanters by train. So the route Luo Chong planned for them was to go directly south from Xingyang County, take Fumaguan County to Hanyang County, then cross the Rushui River to Ruyang County, then continue eastward to Nanzhong County, and finally Luyang County to reach them. Destination: machine for plowing the experimental fields. The rice transplanters needed by Luyang County and Dongxing County downstream will be transported by waterway from Weishan County, which can be faster. Besides, if there are too many rice transplanters, the 20 tractors will also need to be transported. Not that much. As a result, the teenagers in the driving class had a relaxing holiday. They were still part of the Jinwu Guard's military establishment for the time being, so all the supplies and benefits for the festival were distributed according to the Jinwu Guard standards. Now they can be regarded as entering society, they can work on their own. From today on, they will be given salaries so that they can start a family and start a business. These young people were taken to Hanyang County by Luo Chong's guards and celebrated the new year with everyone in the barracks of the Forbidden Army. Otherwise, they too know where to go. On the New Year's Day, just like last year, many county guards close to Hanyang County and officials from agencies directly under the central government came to pay Luo Chong New Year greetings. At the same time, they also sent many gifts to Luo Chong. A lot of year-end bonuses were also given to officials at all levels in the Han tribe. However, unlike last year, this year's gifts from various places do not contain any refreshing high-tech. After all, no matter how fast technology explodes, it is impossible to produce so many results in 1 year. After all, the foundation of the Han tribe is it's a bit thin. Speaking of top R&D talents, there are actually no more than 1,000 in total. They are all included in 2 research institutes. The tasks of the 2 research institutes last year were very heavy. Even the tasks assigned by Luo Chong, they all feel exhausted and have no time to do anything else. During the Jingdan festival, the people were really lively for a while, and there was an upsurge in taking photos as souvenirs in various places. Luo Chong's own family was not immune to the custom, but the only difference was that he had a camera and a washing machine at his own home. For the photo darkroom, you don't have to make an appointment or queue up like other people. This year is another extremely special year. Luo Chong's family members have increased again, which is a happy event. The eldest son Luo Ching and the second daughter Luo Lan have both grown up to 4 years old safely. The third son Luo Xing and the fourth son Luo Ji are now half a year old. The population of Luo Chong's family is getting more and more prosperous. Luo Chong, the leader of the Han tribe, now he is in the prime of his 20s, which is when he is in the prime of life. Just like the rising Han tribe, he will one day develop into an empire sooner or later. In fact, Luo Chong has been working hard for the founding of the country, wiping out the cannibals in the north, capturing slaves to build the capital, and building a cross-sea bridge connecting the mainland and Qingshu Island. So Luo Chong's influence on the existing territory, there will be no external enemies to interfere with the rule, and the Han tribe can focus on development, increase population, and strengthen their own strength. Nowadays, the strategic layout of the Han tribe has been basically completed. The Chinese divine rabbit once relied on the strategy of surrounding the cities in the countryside to win the world. However, the Han tribe led by Luo Chong did exactly the opposite because of the sparse population. Adopt a point-to-face strategy, occupy the land first and then move on. Since the development of the Han tribe, almost all the transportation arteries, strategic resources, and fertile grain-producing areas discovered by the Han tribe have been occupied by city construction and relocation. It is like smashing nails into these places. These nails spanning tens of thousands of miles from south to north, from the towering snow-capped mountains in the north to the overseas islands in the south, strongholds have now been established. So according to the next development, as long as the Han tribe can hold on to these strongholds, develop the population as quickly as possible, and move people from these strongholds to the surrounding areas, sooner or later the lands occupied by the Han tribe will be connected with counties and villages. By that time, the Han tribe has no rivals in this world. The framework built by Luo Chong is like a person's head, limbs, and internal organs, all of which are the key points that control the human body. Rivers and railways are then used as the skeleton and muscles and blood vessels to connect the key points in various places. Now we only need to develop steadily and fill in muscles and skin for this human body, then this person will truly grow up. Luo Chong, who had completed the strategic layout, was also in a good mood. On the New Year's Day, he even spent his own money to entertain officials from various places who came to pay New Year's greetings. At the banquet, everyone also listened to Lin Fei, Dolly, and Shi Xian talking about tractors and mechanized farming experimental fields. They didn't know about these things before, because these people were not involved. When they found out about it now, they were shocked beyond measure. They originally thought that this year's Jingdan would not be the same as the previous 2 years, always able to produce some dazzling scientific and technological achievements. They were embarrassed to mention this matter for fear of making Luo Chong unhappy. It was not that there were no scientific and technological achievements, but the tribe's technology has already achieved significant results, but they are the only ones who don't know about it. Chief, why didn't you issue a notice about this tractor? Why did you even hide it from us? This is a great thing. If we can publicize it in various places, we will definitely gain the loyalty and joy of the people. Yu Yunji, the governor of Yang County, spoke first. Yes, Chief, when will you let us see that tractor? Jing Yan, the governor of Dongxing County, also asked. I don't mean to hide anything from you, it's just that you have not participated in this project for the time being, and it is impossible for tractors to be quickly promoted in various places for the time being, but you don't have to worry. The fleet will set off from Xing'an County on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. Go to Hanyang City via Fumagwan Pass, and then go all the way east to the mechanical farming experimental field. You can also see it when you return to the county guards along the line. If you want to see how tractors work in the fields, you can go to the tractor-taught fields together after the 10th day of the lunar month to have a group visit. You will also gain insights and see if it is necessary to buy a tractor in each county. About tractors, I will also issue the purchase and use policy to you when the time comes, but generally speaking, it is similar to the cattle raised by the government now. It is purchased by the government and rented by the people. It can be used to build roads in their spare time. If it is not available, it can also be used for transportation. We will talk about this later. In short, it is a very practical machine. Luo, after hearing their joking complaints and inquiries, Chong immediately introduced this thing. Jing Yan, Yunji, Yang Yan, and other county governors heard Luo Chong's introduction and immediately decided to visit. The counties they were in charge of were all major grain-producing counties. If tractors were helpful for farming, then it would be a good idea no matter what. All must be imported and purchased. So the matter was settled like this, and even several other county governors who were not in the food-producing area had to follow them to gain experience. Just as the governor of Makino County Jiandun said, even if their area is not a major grain-producing area, they must follow the leader closely. No matter how hard he steps, he cannot be marginalized by the leader. And Ali, the governor of Xing'an County, used to do it purely to show off to others. After all, tractors were produced by Xing'an County, and he also wanted others to know that although the people of Xing'an County were eating the food was grown by people in other counties and counties, but they still made huge contributions to the farming career of the Han tribe. After the Jingdan banquet, several county guards temporarily stayed in the Guani in Hanyang County. Later, Yunji invited a few people to Ruyang County as guests, because Ruyang County and Hanyang County were only separated by a river across the bridge. It can be reached in half an hour on horseback, so everyone agreed and followed Yunji to play in Ruyang County for a few more days. In the past few days, a few people, led by Shi Xian, took the lead in riding horses to the mechanized farming experimental field to have a look. However, at this time, the mechanized farming experimental field was still a wasteland, but all the trees, shrubs, and dead grass had been burned away. The huge open space can be turned into fertile farmland immediately by digging canals to divert water and cultivating the land. However, these county guards also know that under normal circumstances, if they want to turn all these 60,000 acres of land into cultivated land, at least more than 1,000 households must cultivate it at the same time. And the Han tribe is currently in short supply. Its population. But now that we have tractors, I heard that it only takes a few dozen people to cultivate so much land. How can this not surprise people? Dozens of people can produce so much food, which means that the Han tribe will no longer be able to cultivate so much land. As long as there is hunger, even if there is a large-scale dispatch of troops or a natural disaster, the Han tribe will never have a food shortage. After waiting like this for several days, these county guards finally rushed back to Hanyang City on the night of the 7th day of the Lunar New Year to prepare for the upcoming tractor convoy. In Hanyang City, Luo Chong also sent out the young men in the driving class on the afternoon of the 7th day of the lunar month and asked them to drive the convoy from Fuma Pass. 60 drivers immediately rushed to Qingshu County to lead the team there. After getting the car and a large number of rice transplanters, they went straight to Fuma Pass according to the route planned by Luo Chong. This time, a total of 21 tractors, 1 demonstration vehicle, and 20 production models were dispatched. All of these tractors had a long truck body mounted on the back, and 10 of them were loaded with farming equipment. There are rotary cultivators and seeders, and the other 11 are equipped with rice transplanters needed in various places. The convoy lined up in a long line. When they drove through the Wingqing of Bama Pass and entered the county behind, they immediately attracted crowds of people. These people were all people who had ordered rice transplanters years ago. They got the news today. All came to pick up the goods with their remaining balances. Unexpectedly, they saw such a shocking scene. Hoo, ho, ho, ho. The steam tractors sprayed gray mixed smoke and drove into the county in a long queue. The people who didn't know the truth at first thought that a train had entered their county. After all, there was such a long queue, what could it be if it wasn't a train? But they soon thought that there were no railroad tracks here at Baimogwen, so where did the train come from? It wasn't until the convoy stopped on the main street in the county town that the people discovered that it was not a train, and the cars were not connected together, but a locomotive hung in front of each truck. Can the locomotive just walk on the ground? Some people couldn't help but exclaimed. You still need to ask? Haven't they already arrived in front of you? Didn't you see that this train is different from the one in Qingshu County? The trains in Qingshu County are all made of iron wheels. Look at this train. It has iron wheels. It's covered with a rubber wheel with teeth, and it looks like it's made of the same material as the bicycle wheel. It's probably hollow and inflated inside, another commoner with some knowledge also guessed. Look what's in that truck bucket. It's such a big steel roller with a circle of iron pieces on it. It looks like a water wheel or something like that. Where is this thing going to be transported? The people around also pointed to the rotary cultivator on the car in front and asked. At this time, the rotary tillers were dismantled into semi-finished parts for the convenience of transportation, so the common people could not see what the complete thing looked like, so it was normal for them to not be able to guess. Who knows, but they should be going east. You don't need to ask to know that this thing was made by our leader. Since the leader asked someone to make this thing, it must have its use. The young man next to him also discussed. Said. Hey, tell me, now this train can go directly to the ground, and it can pull such a big car, and there are so many goods loaded on the car. Does it mean that we won't need oxen and horses to pull the car in the future? Another young man who had just been married for a year also said with emotion. The people around were stunned after hearing this. The truth is that if the machine can pull more and does not need to rest like the oxen and horses, then it is not impossible to completely replace the oxen and horses with machines. It's possible, but it won't happen so soon. We probably won't see that day until we die. Don't forget, the train has been out for a few years, but there is only one paved road from Qingshu County to the railway in Weishan County. It shows that this thing is difficult to build and the price is definitely not cheap. How can it be used on a large scale? It is impossible to completely replace cattle and horses. An older person next to him also said in analysis. Everyone around them nodded in agreement. It was indeed what the people said. Although this thing is good, it can only be used as a big killer. No matter how powerful it is, it cannot become a bad street. I guess the leader is also the same. I want to use this delivery to let the people along the way have a long experience, so that everyone knows how powerful the tribe is and what good things it has come up with now. The tractor convoy did not stay at Baimogwen for long. They unloaded the predetermined number of rice transplanters and quickly turned west, heading to Madian County, the westernmost part of the Han tribe, and then to the southeast, to Hanyang County, Danzhong County, and finally arrived in Hanyang City. The county guards who arrived early had already lined up in front of the government office, wanting to see what the legendary tractor looked like for the first time. Whoop, 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 whoop. As the first tractor spitting out white smoke drove into the city gate, the county guards standing in front of the government office finally saw the legendary tractor that could farm on its own. Of course, there were many others who also saw this scene. Here at the government office, people are preparing to buy rice transplanters, because today is the day when the rice transplanters will arrive. Countless people exclaimed as they watched the convoy arrive. They were shocked that this convoy could run in the city without the need for oxen and horses. The train had been out for 3 years. Of course they had heard of that kind of transportation artifact, but everyone also knew that the train it was extremely expensive to be able to walk on the rails. This was the first time they had seen a train like this that could run all over the ground regardless of the road surface. Is this a tractor? It seems like it's just a tractor head. It doesn't seem to have any special function. Yang Yan, the governor of Nanzhong County, said first. You can understand that, Magistrate Yang, this tractor itself has nothing special. Just like its name, it can only be used for towing and pulling. This is a mechanical livestock purely used to replace cattle and horses and other traction livestock. Shi Xian also borrowed Luo Chong's previous words to explain. That's right, although the tractor itself has nothing special, it has a variety of external plug-in interfaces installed on its back. It can quickly acquire other capabilities through simple external plug-in modifications. It can be attached to a rotary tiller. If it can plow the land and is mounted on a self-propelled columbine, it can sow seeds. Even if it is not used for farming, it can also be used to pull the truck for transportation. As the general person in charge of the project, Lin Fei also added next to him, naturally, he does not want others to underestimate his achievements. The county guards were discussing the possible impact of this new type of machinery on the future development of the Han tribe, and the common people were also discussing enthusiastically. It was already the Chinese New Year period, and everyone was still idle with nothing to do. Many people were still shouting, "My children came out to see the strange things." However, the convoy still had no intention of staying for a long time. After unloading the goods in Hanyang City, it headed to the next stop, Ruyang City. The convoy left the east gate and went directly across the bridge. The people got the rice transplanters they ordered and people gathered together in 2s and 3s to study this game. How to use ear, and how to arrange this year's spring plowing. After the Jingdan festival, spring plowing is not far away. This is an important time to prepare for spring plowing. Not only do people need to eat stronger, but also various agricultural tools make repairs in advance, just in case you need them. Several county guards who stayed in Hanyang City stayed in the city for another night. The next day, Luo Chong personally led the team and rode to the experimental field. The rice transplanters ordered from various places were almost delivered along the way. It's time to start reclaiming wasteland and preparing for spring plowing. Although the current temperature is still not that high, the land area of the mechanized farming test field is too large and the number of tractors is small, so the bird has to fly first to ensure that the seeds can be planted on time in spring. Fortunately, although the land in late winter is still hard, it is still the blade of the rotary tiller cannot be affected. No matter how hard the soil is, as long as it is not a stone, it can still be broken by the rotary tiller. On the morning of arriving at the experimental field base, Luo Chong first visited the construction of dormitories and carports, and urged Lin Fei, Dolly, and Shi Xian to prepare the materials, manpower, and machinery for the construction of the corn drying field as soon as possible. Just complete the construction within 3 months after going up. Don't wait until the harvest is over and there will be no place to dry the food. I had lunch with the drivers at noon, and in the afternoon everyone began to assemble the rotary cultivator under the guidance of the technicians from the institute. At first, all the parts were pulled over, and now they are all assembled on site. After the assembly was completed, it was hung on the back of the tractor and connected to the hydraulic pipeline. It was also the first time for the accompanying county guards to see what a complete tractor that could plow the land looked like. Oh, it's amazing. This thing called a rotary tiller is so huge. There are dozens of plowshares installed on a horizontal axis. This thing is probably 6 or 7 meters wide, so it can plow 60 meters at a time. Meter-wide land? Jing Yan said while taking steps behind the rotary cultivator. Yes, the working width of this rotary tiller is exactly 6 meters. When it is working, the driver can lower the entire rotary tiller through the hydraulic system, insert the rotary knives into the soil, and then rotate it. Plow the land once, so that when the tractor walks in front, it can all be plowed behind. Lu Guangzhu also nodded and introduced. Yunji heard this and said in confusion, I wonder why Brother Lu is so familiar with this tractor. Ha 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 ha, to be honest with you, Qingshu and I, as well as Yu Fu who came back a few years ago, visited the research institute together, so we are naturally familiar with it. Lu Guangzhu was very excited when he mentioned this matter, and he was able to advance it in advance. Following the leader to visit such an important project was certainly something he could be proud of. It's nothing. This mechanized farming experimental field was assigned to us by the leader. Of course we need to know what it is in advance. It's normal to know a few days earlier than you guys. Qingshu said modestly, but she was also very proud in her heart. When Yunji heard the two showing off, he just curled his lips secretly, but didn't say anything. Yangyan's Nanjing County had only been established for 2 years. At this time it had insufficient foundation and a small population, so he didn't talk much. But Nadong Jingyan from Xinjuan didn't mind at all when Qingshu and Lu Guangzhu showed off. Instead, he was very interested in the performance, usage, and energy consumption of tractors and rotary tillers, and seemed determined to introduce them. Since you have seen it before, can someone tell me what the iron sheet on it is used for, and the iron thing hanging on the back? If I guessed correctly, this thing should be a rake, used to level the land, ? Jing Yan walked around the rotary cultivator a few times and asked, pointing to the parts on it. Yes, the rotary cutter is used to plow the soil, but this thing is very powerful and rotates very fast, and can make the soil fly up. So in order to prevent the dust from splashing, we welded a layer of iron sheet and brought it is used to retain the soil, and the rake at the back is used to level the land. Look at the row of interfaces above. In fact, fertilizer storage tanks and funnels can be installed on it, so that fertilizer can be applied while plowing the ground. But we don't have that much fertilizer now, so we haven't installed this yet. Functional parts. When Lin Fei heard the county guard asking, he immediately gave the most accurate technical explanation. Jing Yan nodded, exclaiming in amazement, and took the initiative to climb up to the cab to have a look, asking the pilots for advice on the various tricks inside, and finally returned to Luo Chong and sighed. This thing is so powerful. I don't know how much food this leader's initiative can bring to our Han tribe. No matter how much our Han tribe reproduces in the future, we don't have to worry about food shortages. Chief, what are they doing? When will work start? After a while, all the vehicles are installed, and then we will start together. This time I brought the mechanical clock from the institute. We just happened to do a practical test here, to see how fast this tractor works. Luo Chong also pointed to the mechanical clock held by the guard beside him and said. After hearing Luo Chong's words, everyone nodded and immediately started to wait. After about an hour, all 21 tractors were fully debugged and the boilers were heated up and could be put into use at any time. When he heard the reports from the technicians at Sinan Temple and the Research Institute, saying that everything was ready. Luo Chong also began to issue orders for each vehicle to arrive at their respective operating areas and wait for his orders. The scope of the first operating area is 1 kilometer wide and 12 kilometers long in the horizontal direction. If a tractor is placed every 500 meters, 24 vehicles are needed. However, the row is not full now, and there are only 21 vehicles. Their respective operations, the scope is an area of 500 meters wide and 1 kilometer long. The reason why they did not let them run to the end of 10 kilometers in one breath is because starting from the base, 1 kilometer away is the first main irrigation ditch of this experimental field. The tractor has to go around when it gets there. After the guards came on horseback to report that all the vehicles had arrived at their predetermined positions, Luo Chong also looked at the mechanical clock. When the time reached 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Luo Chong officially announced that the operation had begun. The county guards and officials who came to visit also found their own places to watch. Yo Fu followed the vehicle on horseback next to the uncultivated wasteland, stopping at any time to go to the field and turn over the land after it was plowed by machines to check the soil, the depth of plowing and the size of soil particles. After reading a section, I couldn't help but smile with joy on my face. Yunji and Yang Yan were riding in the same vehicle as Luo Chong, and they also followed the side of the rotary cultivator to observe at all times. Dolly and Lin Fei each found a tractor and temporarily played a role as a stoker on it. You're not stupid. It's so cold outside. The only way to keep yourself warm is by burning the stove inside the tractor. Jing Yan is a bit silly, or more serious. In order to carefully observe the working method of the rotary tiller, this guy directly transformed into a mechanical pendant, stood on the connecting frame behind the tractor, and looked down at the working of the rotary tiller. The scene, at this moment, could describe his inner feelings, with shock. No matter how good this tractor was before, we can only know how powerful it is after experiencing it for ourselves. I don't know how many cattle can be saved by using this thing to plow the land, and no matter how many cattle are used, the speed of the livestock will not plow the land. It can't be compared with a tractor. As long as this thing runs in the field, all the land behind it will be plowed. What a magical thing. Makino County's Jiandun did not follow the car, but ran sideways on his horse, cruising between more than 20 tractors. The question he was thinking about at this time was the question Lin Fei mentioned just now. There is no fertilizer for such a large piece of farmland, so no matter how efficient mechanical farming is, it will definitely not be able to achieve the yield of manual farming and intensive farming. With fewer people, it is naturally impossible to cultivate the land so carefully. On the one hand, it cannot be achieved for the time being, because the population cannot be changed by manpower in a short time. Even reproduction of this thing takes time. So the only way they can increase the yield of mechanized fields is to apply fertilizer. But the problem arises again. This is 20,000 acres of land. Where can they get so much fertilizer? The leader may not have thought of a good solution to this problem, but he has an immature idea, which is to build a large-scale breeding farm like this mechanized farming experimental field. 20,000 acres of corn will produce how much straw? You must know that these straws can be used as feed, so how many livestock can be fed with so much straw? Also, what kind of livestock will this large-scale breeding farm raise? Since straw is the main feed, pigs definitely don't have to think about it. It's true that pigs are omnivores, but most of what pigs eat is grain, not straw. At least it can't just eat straw, and the rest is just food. Grass animals. Now the main herbivorous animals raised by the Han tribe in the north include alpacas, donkeys, cattle, sheep, goats, antelopes, elk, deer, and horses. Don't think about working animals like cows, horses, and donkeys, especially donkeys and horses. These things eat and carry things, but they are cattle. If you have cattle purely for meat, you can consider feeding them with straw, otherwise you don't need to think about it. And there is another key point, that is, the profit cycle of large livestock such as cattle, horses, and donkeys is slow, and there is no profit for a long time. The feeding cycle is relatively long, which is the most intolerable thing. In the end, after much deliberation, sheep-type livestock were most suitable for large-scale centralized breeding, and the Han tribe also had relevant technology and experience. Whether it is sheep, goats, or antelopes, Gusanongsi's research shows that artificial captivity and feeding can generally speed up the annual reproduction cycle of these creatures, allowing them to produce 2 babies a year. In this case, that's double the profit. On the other hand, sheep wool can be used to make wool textiles, goat hair can contribute sheepskins and riding brushes, and antelopes mainly contribute horns and sheepskins. These are the added values of sheep livestock, and their main value is of course mutton and goat milk. As for alpacas, they are indeed pretty good. First of all, they are resistant to rough feeding. They can eat straw every day. They can also eat bark and thorn vines, without being picky. Alpaca wool is also the most valuable raw material for wool spinning. It's just that this thing grows slowly, has a long growth cycle, and is slow to produce results. Even if it is changed from free-range breeding to captive breeding, it can only give birth to 1 baby a year. But these are not the main problems. The main problem lies in fertilization. The key is to have enough fertilizer, that is, manure. But sheep, they really don't poop much. So in the end, Jiandun also hesitated. He was going to advise the leader and explain his idea. As for the final choice, let the leader decide. On the other side, when all the rotary tillers were working until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Luo Chong also asked them to stop, and then began to have people measure the land to calculate whether the area worked by each vehicle in this hour could reach the expected area. Standard. After the final measurement by the guards, although there was a certain difference in the working area of each vehicle, it was still similar. This was mainly due to the speed of transmitting orders. Those who received the order to stop work later would naturally have to plow more. However, the work efficiency of the 4 tractors closest to Luo Chong's vehicle is still of reference value, and is basically consistent with Luo Chong's previous predictions. This is also easy to understand, because even when there is no field operation, the work efficiency of the tractors before tests were also conducted during the commissioning phase. There are no major changes between the mass-produced tractor and the verification model, so it is understandable that the efficiency is the same. At this point, Luo Chong was finally relieved. There was no problem with these machines after running for an hour. So as long as they perform regular maintenance in the subsequent operations, there will be no major problems. Besides, Luo Chong still keeps them here. A maintenance station is responsible for the repair and maintenance of these vehicles, which is also sufficient to support subsequent agricultural operations. After driving for an hour, the drivers took a short rest and then continued their work. Luo Chong and the county guards had also returned to the base to drink tea and chat, talking about their field trip experience. Now you have all seen how a tractor works. How do you feel about it? Tell us your feelings and thoughts. Luo Chong took a sip of tea and took the lead in starting the conversation. Chief, this tractor is good, but I don't think it's necessary to promote it on a large scale now. Jing Yan, the governor of Dongxing County, was the first to express his opinion. His words aroused everyone's surprise. You must know that the one who looked at it most seriously just now was Jing Yan. Wasn't he very interested in this thing? Why don't he want it now? Oh? Why? Luo Chong asked in surprise. I just looked at it carefully and talked with the driver, and then I realized that this tractor can only be adapted to dryland operations, that is, it can only be used to cultivate dryland crops such as corn, wheat, and millet, and we the Han tribe occupies the largest area of staple food. The crop is rice, which is the same whether it is in the south or the north, so I came to this conclusion. Of course, if a tractor that can cultivate rice is developed, it will be another story. Hearing Luo Chong's question, Jing Yan immediately explained. Luo Chong nodded, well, that's true. One is because of the scope of work, and the other is the problem of tractor production. I really have no plans to promote it for the time being, and even if your counties order tractors, they will be given to you in the first half of this year. You can't take it out, the institute has other tasks to complete in the first half of the year. Others nodded after listening. This thing is indeed powerful, but if it is put to them, it is really not very useful. The efficiency of mechanical farming is high, but you must also have fields suitable for mechanical farming. Now in the north, counties and counties have basically divided the fields into pieces and distributed them to the hands of each household. Such an environment is actually not suitable for the Han tribe's mechanical farming operations. You must know that the tractors of the Han tribe are not as small as the civilian tractors of later generations, but can be called behemoths, because the steam engine used as the power source cannot be miniaturized in order to maintain the huge power. The giant tractor is very suitable for various farms in Europe and the United States with vast areas and sparsely populated areas, but it is actually not suitable for environments like the Han tribe. Only large areas of official land, or state-owned farms, that belong directly to the government are suitable for such giant tractor operations. Luoyang County's 60,000-acre mechanized farming experimental field is actually no different from a state-owned farm in terms of its management structure and social attributes. Although such a place is large, it is actually easy to manage, because there are not so many people, so naturally, there won't be so many nonsense and disputes. What about the rest of you? If you have any other ideas, you can tell me. Seeing that no one spoke, Luo Chong asked again. Seeing that the others were silent this time, the governor of Makino County, Jiandun, immediately talked about what he had just been thinking about. Chief, when I was just listening to the introduction, I discovered that our mechanized farming experimental field does not seem to have enough fertilizer to use. I have an idea about this. Look, Chief, 20,000 acres of corn will be planted here every season in the future, which will produce a lot of straw, and we are short of fertilizer, so why not use these straws as feed and concentrate on feeding livestock and build a large breeding farm? In this way, we can not only use these straws effectively, but also use the manure from the livestock to act as fertilizer. In addition, these livestock can also bring economic benefits and fill the market with various materials and food. Wouldn't this be better? It's just that I just thought about it. These straws cannot be used to raise pigs. They can only be used to raise grass-eating livestock. Among them, sheep-like livestock reproduce the fastest and have the highest efficiency. But when it comes to raising sheep, it seems there's not a lot of manure, so I'm also confused about what to choose. It would be great if our tribe had dedicated beef cattle, so it wouldn't conflict with the breeding of farm cattle. Jiandun immediately frowned and expressed his opinion. Hearing Jiandun's suggestion, everyone present began to think about it. This is indeed a problem, and it is very feasible. The main reason is that the Han tribe has done this intensively raising sheep. Not to mention the official institutions, even ordinary people at home, it is impossible for those who raise sheep to only raise one or two. There is no family that raises a group of sheep. There are at least 7 or 8 sheep, or as many as a dozen. This is unavoidable, because even if you only raise 2 or 3, 1 male and 2 females, you will be able to give birth to 4 or 5 lambs in a year, which will become 7 or 8. You must know the breeding of sheep. The speed is very fast. Of course, pigs reproduce faster. Although they only have 1 litter a year, they give birth to many babies. Nowadays, the average number of black and white pigs raised by the Han tribe is no less than 5. And some can even reach a litter of about 15, and a litter of 8 to 10 are the normal range. Well, your idea is very good. The breeding farm is a good idea. The other thing you mentioned is the problem of manure and fertilizer. sheep manure is indeed not much. In fact, when it comes to fertilizer, pig manure is the most suitable. But as you said, this place is really not suitable for raising pigs. Pig raising also requires a lot of grain, not straw. But the beef cattle you mentioned are available. Now with the emergence of our tractors, cattle are no longer the only farm animals. Without cattle, we can still use tractors to cultivate grain. We can indeed develop beef cattle. Luo Chong thought for a while and said again, "That's it, people from Sinong Temple are here, so I will give you a new task to build a large comprehensive breeding farm next to this base." The reason why it is said to be a comprehensive breeding farm is that it must not only raise one kind of farm, but must be divided into zones. The sheep will be the main species at the beginning, and the proportion must account for at least half, as the main force of straw consumption and fertilizer production. Then cattle must also be raised. It just so happens that your Sinong Temple can set up a project, which is to breed beef cattle. I will mention a few standards first. Since the cattle are used to provide meat, first of all, they must be tall and have a high meat yield rate. High. For this point, we can take our local forest cattle as the main bloodline. Forest cattle are much larger than grassland cattle. The second is that this kind of cattle must grow fast and have a short growth cycle. It is not as fast as sheep, but the faster the better. The third is that it must be able to withstand rough feeding. Since it is a meat type, they cannot eat feed every day like farm cattle. They must mainly eat roughage. They must also grow quickly and have more meat. As for how to feed them and how to adjust the feed ratio, these are all topics for your research. The last one, and the most important one, is to prevent epidemic diseases. The probability of epidemic outbreaks in concentrated breeding is definitely much higher than in free-range breeding. How to maintain hygiene and how to improve the disease resistance of cattle must also be studied. I can give you some advice, such as cleaning the cattle pen frequently and maintaining hygiene. The second thing is to collect some non-toxic herbs that can fight diseases and improve resistance. Mix them in the feed and give them to the cattle. It should have some effect. After everyone heard Luo Chong's standards for breeding beef cattle, they felt that they were very reasonable. Several Sinong Temple officials present also immediately took out their pens and paper and started taking notes. After they remembered it almost, Luo Chong continued. Added. In the beginning, sheep will be the main livestock, and the scale can be larger. The specific number is calculated based on the amount of 20,000 acres of corn stalks. As for beef cattle, we don't need to raise too many at first. We need to improve the breed first. 100 or 200 cattle will probably be enough, and then we can raise pigs. There must be pigs in this comprehensive breeding farm, and the number should not be less than 500. This is mainly used for experiments. When the time comes, your Sinong Temple will cooperate with the medical school of Shuifu County, Riyang County, mainly to study how to sterilization technology that allows pork to have high yields, grow quickly, and improve meat quality. This technology is developed under the leadership of the medical college. Your Sinong Temple will also send people to participate in the study. When the technology matures, you will organize a group of people to learn this sterilization technology, and then send these people to various counties of the Han tribe in the future. The Animal Husbandry Bureau allows them to provide livestock sterilization services to local people. Neutering pigs? Do neutered pigs grow faster? Lots of meat? And it's more delicious? Everyone was confused when they heard this. This was the first time they heard this statement, and they didn't know who the leader heard it from. Chief, is this true or false? What is sterilization? And can sterilized pigs really grow faster? An official from Sinong Temple asked with some disbelief. Sterilization literally means the cessation of reproduction. A sterilization operation is used to cut off the pig's genitals so that it cannot go into estrus. If you have ever seen raising pigs, you should know that these pigs are particularly active and excited during the estrus period. If you don't eat well and like to make a fuss, how can you possibly gain weight like this? But these sterilized pigs are different. After sterilization, pigs lose their fertility and no longer go into heat. They become lazy. They only eat and sleep all day long. They are not active and do nothing. This kind of eating, it grows as much as it goes in, so it grows faster. However, this technology is not mature yet. What Yusinong Temple has to do is to cooperate with the medical school in research. You are responsible for providing the venue and experimental animals, and the medical school will perform the sterilization surgery and ensure that the pigs can survive after the operation. Go down. And what you have to do is to wait for the medical school to sterilize the pigs, and then you have to be responsible for raising them well, recording and summarizing the feeding methods, and also comparing the sterilized pigs with the non-sterilized pigs to see the difference between the two. For the same feed, the pigs will grow faster, and the weight of the pigs should be measured frequently. It is necessary to create a file for the pig, such as who its parents are, whose breed it is, how many days after birth it was weaned, how many days it was sterilized, how much it eats every day, what it eats, how much weight it gains, and finally through a lot of comparisons, the best conclusion is drawn. Excellent breeding plan to prepare technical reserves for the establishment of large-scale pig farms in the future. Upon hearing the official's doubts, Luo Chong immediately explained to him. This explanation also stunned everyone present. They thought that the leader didn't know what sterilization was, and maybe he just heard someone say it. However, Luo Chong explained everything in detail, actually said that they would create a file for the pigs and record when they were weaned and how much they ate every day. This is incredible. But when they thought that the person who said this was Luo Chong, they felt relieved again. Who was Luo Chong? Luo Chong was the godfather of science in the Han tribe. It was Luo Chong who came up with the scientific saying bold assumptions, rigorous verification, and Luo Chong's request can indeed be called rigorous. Let alone pigs, even the people of the Han tribe do not have such detailed files. Seeing everyone looking at him in confusion, Luo Chong said again. Have you written them all down? Let's see what I do. Oh, by the way, the same goes for the breeding of beef cattle. We also need to create a file for each cow, especially the parent's bloodline. This is related to the bloodline of the cow. It will be better when we improve it in the future. Tracing its genetic origins, it is not enough just to crossbreed into new varieties. You also have to stabilize this bloodline. After the desired variety is obtained through crossbreeding, it needs to be reproduced horizontally several times, and after several generations of gene precipitation, a brand new variety can be completely stabilized, so that it will no longer suffer from skipping inheritance and atavism. This, you must treat it seriously, treat it as a topic, study it carefully, and summarize it well. It is best to summarize some theories in the future and use this knowledge to write a book. Luo Chong continued to speak, and the people from Sinong Temple had also been remembering it. Although they were still confused, they all felt that the leader valued and expected this technology. Of course, these people did not dare to be careless. The treatment must be done well, otherwise there will be no way to explain to the leader. Then Chief, how can we solve the feed problem for these pigs? What do so many pigs need to eat? An official from Sinong Temple took notes and asked again. What to eat? Don't ask me about this, but ask yourself. I've told you, don't think about profit first, don't think that you are raising pigs, but doing experiments. Do you understand? What is an experiment? It is classification and comparative analysis. You should build more pig pens and raise various experimental samples in separate pens. This one is fed with corn, that one is fed with soybean meal, this one is fed with potato vines, and that one is fed with vegetables. Compare and see what to eat. Things grow fast and the cost is low, then expand the proportion of that formula and continue to observe. So, you have to find the answer yourself, instead of asking me here. If I know everything, what else will you do? Hearing that someone else asked such a question, Luo Chong immediately said angrily. He only knew that the pigs in the previous life had to be castrated. After sterilization, the pigs grew faster and their meat was not so meaty. In the past, there were people who specialized in this kind of work, called qiao, pig craftsmen. It is said that the work was very quick. It only took 2 minutes to cut off a sow's ovaries and sew them up. Those little boars were faster to handle, but Luo Chong had never done this before, so how did he know what to do? Anyway, the task has been handed over, and it depends on what they do next. Luo Chong, the head of the Han tribe, only needs to supervise them. After discussing the matter of the breeding farm, the farming and breeding of the entire base were almost done. Luo Chong asked the guards to take some photos of tractors and rotary cultivators working, and kept them for publicity. Then he took the people back home, and the county guards also said goodbye to Luo Chong and returned to their respective counties. The tasks of these county guards are also very heavy. Spring is about to begin. The large agricultural county must check the county's preparations for spring plowing. Cattle, population, seeds, farm tools, everything that needs to be solved must be prepared and solved immediately. Manufacturing counties should also go back immediately to arrange production tasks for next year. For example, the Research Institute in Qingshu County will start working on the harvester immediately after returning from the holidays, and start mass production after finalizing it as soon as possible, so as to solve the problem of spring corn in the first quarter. Harvest issues. After Luo Chong returned home, he received another battle report sent back from the north by Qingshu, reporting again on their achievements during this period. However, the results achieved by Qingshu in the second phase were not great. Qingshu also asked Luo Chong in his letter whether they would still take prisoners when they implement the third phase of the suppression strategy in the spring of next year. If they did not want to take prisoners, they could just kill them directly, start killing. This will reduce a lot of losses to Shen's guard. According to the battle report, their second phase strategy was not executed well and there were some changes. It was originally thought that after the cannibals were severely attacked by the Han tribe in the first phase, they would not be able to survive due to lack of food and would definitely move south on a large scale, so that the Han tribe could wait for work and find ways to annihilate the enemy's effective forces during their movements. However, the reality was beyond expectations. It seemed that the enemies were hit too hard in the first stage, or most of the cannibal population had been wiped out. Those enemies who were supposed to go south had gained ground in the forest because of the disappearance of their neighbors. More living space solved their survival problem, so they did not have to go south. The blank villages left behind after being captured by Han tribes became their new living space. It's not like there have been no teams of cannibals heading south for more than a month. There were 2 teams of hundreds of people, all of which were intercepted and captured by Qingshu. Perhaps the villages behind discovered the Han tribe and intercepted them, and they have gained more living space, so there is no need to risk the danger and go south. Of course, it is also possible that the enemy discovered a new passage and took a detour southward from other places. However, Qingshu and Yu Yi could only mobilize limited troops and were unable to fully fortify the route and did not discover it. This was not impossible. All in all, the results of Shen's guard strategy in the second phase were negligible. The number of prisoners captured by their main force in the river bend was not even as many as the 1st Battalion captured in Yanqi. Although the Yanqi place is not big, its strategic significance is very important. As long as the enemy cannot get a supply of salt for a day, then this place is something they cannot give up, and they will have to grit their teeth and send people to the salt pond. Although today's cannibals are becoming more and more cautious and stubborn on the issue of salt ponds, no matter how cowardly they they still continue to send people to the salt ponds. Although the number of people acting collectively in the salt ponds has increased from thousands to hundreds. Teams of people mined salt in multiple waves, and then 180 people mined it secretly. They even sent people with containers to directly grab the brine from the salt pond, but they still did not give up. The 1st Battalion's countermeasures are also very simple and crude. Although you have sent fewer people now, the 1st Battalion does not mind them. No matter how many enemies come, they will eat them all first. The only thing they have to maintain is to let the enemy attack. You can't bring back even a grain of salt or a drop of salt water. As long as the enemy cannot replenish salt, the salt pond will become a check on the cannibals. Chu Bing now understands the situation, and is starting to feel a little salty. A small number of soldiers are left to garrison at the Habang position, and then the rest of the militia and the main force all begin to rest and recuperate, allowing the soldiers and civilians who have been busy for half a year to take a good rest for a month and prepare for the start of spring next year. Preparations for the final clearing. Chu Bing's report to Luo Chong also included plans for the 3rd phase of his strategy. Chu Bing believed that the operation to wipe out the cannibal tribe was very dangerous, even more dangerous than the guerrilla fighting in the periphery in the past 6 months, so he was not prepared. Dedicate all your forces. According to his idea, during the cleanup process, only the 2,600 Shent's guards would be used as the main force, and another 1,000 elite militiamen would be deployed as auxiliary troops, mainly as guides, because they are more familiar with the climate and terrain here. Chu Bing said that he wanted to make a temporary reorganization of the team. In the action team, the militiamen would be allocated to the squad and platoon level, and 2 or 3 militiamen would be added to each squad, preferably 3, to expand the squad from 9 to 12. This way, there are still 3 combat groups per squad. In this way, it can be ensured that each combat group has a local guide, which will greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the army. Moreover, clearing the forest and wiping out the cannibal villages did not require too many troops. What they wanted was to exterminate all the enemies. It was massacre, not management. After conquering a place, they did not need to garrison or maintain law and order. The troops never stop and fight wherever you go until all the cannibals are wiped out. Luo Chong thought about it after reading it and felt that there was no problem. According to Chu Bing's report, the number of prisoners of war captured on the northern front line, including all the young and strong, including the old, weak, women and children of the cannibals, has exceeded 30,000, which can almost satisfy the needs of the Han dynasty. The tribe's demand for slaves had increased. Even if there were more slaves, the Han tribe would not be able to use them. Because these slaves do not understand the language and technology, they can only be forced to do the hardest, most tiring, and least technical hard work, even work like paving roads, because the roads built by the Han tribe are becoming more and more advanced, instead of the old dirt roads were no longer suitable for slaves. And hard labor such as digging soil and digging artificial rivers can be done with a shovel. With the application of various construction machinery by the Han tribe, slaves will also withdraw from these fields. After thinking about it, the only work that can still be done by slaves is heavy physical labor that does not require skills, such as moving bricks. Since the number of prisoners of war on the front line had already met the needs of the Han tribe, Luo Chong wrote back and agreed to Chu Bing's battle plan. In the battle against the enemy in the 2nd year of his life, no prisoners could be taken. The strategic goal was to completely exterminate the cannibal race. And the extermination of the great apes, and all other military objectives must give priority to this strategic goal. In addition, Luo Chong also proposed that during the sweep, a 3-light policy should be implemented, that is, kill them all, burn them all, and bury them all. All the cannibals found, regardless of age or sex, had no other option but to kill and capture them. All cannibal houses, altars, production and living tools, and all signs of human activities discovered must be burned to ashes. Even stone altars must be blown up and completely destroyed to completely wipe out this evil civilization. Erased from the world. As for burying them all, they need to dispose of the corpses of enemies and animals, dig big pits, and bury them deeply. After spring, when the temperature rises, we must do everything possible to prevent the corpses from decaying and turning into plague. After this letter was sent away, the time entered mid-April, and people from all over the Han tribe began to get busy, preparing for the upcoming spring plowing. At the mechanized farming test field, the tractor fleet was also busy day after day. It took half a month to plow all 20,000 acres of land and complete the preparations for sowing. In a busy and peaceful atmosphere, the second year of destiny began quietly as the ice and snow melted. With the arrival of spring, people all over the country have also begun the heavy spring plowing work. However, unlike previous years, many people in the north have used rice transplanters this year. This new agricultural tool, which is comparable to a dry land combine, has greatly reduced the cost of farming. The intensity of work during transplanting. In the 10 years since the Han tribe planted rice, people can finally stand and insert seedlings into the ground without bending down. This is a huge progress. Compared with rice fields in various places, the mechanized farming experimental field in Luo County is obviously more advanced. Not only do they not need to bend down, but they can even cultivate more land while sitting down. 20 tractors and 60 drivers are now working in 3 shifts, sowing seeds day and night. Except for eating, going to the toilet, and filling the tractors with water and coal, they work all the time. The extra original vehicle of the verification model is now a nanny car, using a tractor to pull a truck of coal and water, specifically to refuel the 20 vehicles. This kind of work is naturally very intensive, but it does not need to last too long, because it only takes less than 4 days to cultivate all 20,000 acres of corn. No matter how tiring it is, it will only be 4 days. After these few days, they can take a break today. In Qingshu County, the research institutes and workers had already finished their vacation and returned to work in mid-April. The task Luo Chong gave them was also very simple, which was to develop and finalize the harvester in the shortest possible time, and then start mass production to prepare for the corn harvest in the first quarter. However, since the first-generation corn harvester did not have a threshing function, another corn thresher had to be developed, and it had better be portable, otherwise it would take up too many resources. Based on this requirement, the Power Research Institute also proposed a targeted design plan. They plan to use a plunger pump as a mechanical power source to build a corn thresher. When using it, a tractor only needs to be moved over to provide the driving force. Yes, you can connect the hydraulic pipe directly to the thresher and let it work, so that it no longer takes up other steam engines. However, Luo Chong did not agree with this plan. The corn thresher is different from the tractor. Tractors cannot be quickly and fully popularized among the Han tribes. However, the corn thresher is different. This thing can be used in the granaries of various counties of the Han tribe. However, they don't have hydraulic power yet. How do you let them use it? Therefore, Luo Chong's final plan was to get an air compressor to provide power. There are well houses and steam engines everywhere. When the time comes, they can directly attach an air compressor to it, and then they can use the threshing machine. However, the threshing machine is not the most important thing. The harvester must be given priority now. Harvest the corn first. As for threshing, put the corn cobs into the warehouse first. When can you not thresh the corn? I don't know how to do it anyway. Bad. Therefore, under Luo Chong's urging and guidance, the research and development of the harvester progressed very quickly. Work resumed in late April of the first year, and the finished product was produced in mid-January of the second year of the year. Thanks to previous research, the project is almost coming to fruition. If it weren't for the tractor order in time for the Chinese New Year, the harvester would have been built long ago. After receiving the news, Luo Chong went to inspect the samples in person. After several days of testing, he officially finalized the shape of the corn harvester and announced a trial production task of 10 units. As for why only 10 vehicles are produced, it is because not too many are needed. This is different from when sowing. Sowing needs to be in a hurry. If you miss the farming season, you may not be able to plant, but harvesting is different. Due to the temporary lack of fertilizers, although there are 60,000 acres of mechanically cultivated fields, only 20,000 acres are actually used. The fallow planting mode is adopted. Next season's corn will have to be sown in another area, so this area is now there is no rush to harvest the corn on the ground. 10 harvesters you can definitely harvest slowly, but no matter how slow it is, it will definitely be finished in 8 or 9 days. There is no need to put so much pressure on the institute now. If you have that time, it is better to get the excavator and road roller out and finalize them as soon as possible. Various projects in the South engineering also needs these machines. At the same time, in the far north, Chu Bing also brought the main force back to the valley camp controlled by the Han tribe. He wanted to send troops to watch the slaves board the ship and send these slaves back as soon as possible. Luo Chong urged more than once he wants slaves. Now the Han tribe has many projects that require labor. Although these people have no skills, it is good to get them back to carry bricks. In order to prevent the large number of slaves from causing trouble on the ship, Chu Bing also asked the crew to handcuff all the slaves to the railings and handles in the cabin. Each slave had one hand cuffed to prevent them from running around, leaving one hand free. Range of motion, so they can feed themselves. Of course, there won't be a lot of food. If you eat less, you won't have the energy to cause trouble, and it will also reduce the number of bowel movements, making it easier for the crew to manage. In addition, Chu Bing also specially mobilized 1,000 militiamen to put them on various ships to be responsible for escorting these prisoners. After being sent there, they still had to follow the ships back. When the people in the north heard that 1,000 militiamen would be recruited to go south to the Han tribe, they were very excited. Everyone signed up enthusiastically and rushed to get on the ship, even though they knew that the round trip would take 3 or 4 months, and there would be many difficulties on the way. It's by no means easy, but they just want to see it. Although these survivors who were recruited from all over the world by Yu Yi know that they now belong to the Han tribe, and the Han tribe is also a super powerful tribe with a very advanced civilization, it has been 3 or 4 years since they joined the Han tribe. There were sailing ships coming from the south and troops brought by Chu Bing, but they didn't know what the real Han tribe looked like, so everyone wanted to go and have a look. In the end, although there were many people who wanted to go, the space on the ship was limited after all. Besides, if you took one more person south, you would need to prepare more food. Of course, Chu Bing would not send so many people there for travel. What he wanted was to be escorted. Captured soldiers, so in the end, 1,000 of the most clever and capable guys were selected to follow the fleet south. The huge fleet escorting prisoners from the north was flowing down the river. Yufu in Hanyang County was not idle either. As soon as spring started, Yufu asked for orders to go to the south to explore the road again, but his task this time was more complicated. The goal of the Han tribe this year is to re-inhabit the middle and lower reaches of the Luyang River. Build 2 cities, one is close to the water and land transfer terminal on the bank of Luyang River. This is also the starting point of the railway in the middle and lower reaches. It is responsible for transporting heavy equipment ashore from here. It can also continuously transport various minerals in the middle and lower reaches to the north and south. In addition, this railway will also pass through the molybdenum mine, and then go all the way east to the city near the coal mine. The surrounding coal mines will also be included in the scope of the railway. At the same time, the White House people further east will also have to win over come here. It's best to put them in this city. This is actually very easy to do. The old method is to use various materials to lure them to work for the Han tribe. In the name of building a city, in the long-term exchanges with the Han tribe, we will definitely be able to assimilate them. 2 new cities, a coal mine and a molybdenum mine, plus surrounding water conservancy facilities and farmland reclamation, as well as 2 railway bridges on the Luoyang River tributaries, plus a railway with a total length of about 150 kilometers. This it is the first phase of the Southern Industrial Construction Project planned by Luo Chong. After the first phase of the project is completed and enough people have been relocated, we will then advance to the southeast and use a railway of more than 400 kilometers to open up transportation with the Tang tribe. Building a city is of course not easy. To build a city in an uninhabited place, you first need a lot of preparation work. The first thing is to make a specific plan: where to build the city, where is the farmland, where to harvest wood, and where to start. When mining soil to make bricks and tiles, it is best to integrate the soil mining area with an irrigation system or water conservancy system. To be more specific, Yufu actually had 3 tasks this time. The first was the planning of the city. This time it was not as simple as finding a rough range, but directly inserting markers and marking lines to determine the specific location of the city. The second task is to build a series of factories, brick and tile factories, wood processing plants, and blacksmith shops to create various tools needed for city construction, etc. In addition, there must be a temporary pasture, or carriage and horse farm. Building a city definitely requires a lot of transportation, so carriages and horses are also indispensable. The third task is to hire labor. Whether it is small surrounding tribes or larger clan tribes like the White House clan, we must recruit everyone we can. In order to achieve these goals, the size of the team led by Yufu has also become much larger this time. In addition to the 200 people who followed him specifically for field reconnaissance, there are also thousands of carpenters, kills, masons, blacksmiths, etc. Craftsmen. There is also a 2,000. The railway workers of the people had just completed the railway laying in Dongxing County and were transferred there. This group of people were still prisoners of the Xian tribe captured by the Han tribe in the Battle of Kaiyuan, but now they have obtained Han tribe household registration. Became a full-time railway worker. A team of more than 3,000 people, plus various tools and equipment, as well as food needed by the team that built the city in advance, took 15 large and small sailing ships to transport all these people to the south. Luo Chong had already thought about the place names for the 2 new cities in the south. The one near the middle and lower reaches of the Luoyang River, which is the starting point of the middle section of the railway, named it Qingshu County, which is close to the coal mines and Baiyun River. Luo Chong named the new city where the Wu family lived, Qian County. The 2 names Qingshu County and Qian County are taken from the meaning of connecting the upper and lower. The 8 counties of Hanyang are the northern part of the Han tribe, the 8 counties of the Tang tribe in the south, Tuahai County and the capital, plus the 6 counties of Qiongzhou and the grassland. The 3 counties of Honghu are all part of the southern range. However, the northern and southern ends of the Han tribe are far apart, like the head and the tail of a dragon, but in the middle is a vacuum area within the Han tribe's sphere of influence. There are neither common people nor military garrison. This is obviously problematic. Nowadays, the 2 newly established counties of Qingshu and Qian in the middle and lower reaches of Luoyang River are equivalent to adding waste to this dragon, filling the void of power between the north and south of the Han tribe, and also playing the role of connecting the previous and the following strengthen the Han tribe's rule over the territory. Another meaning is also a link between the past and the future. These 2 cities not only strengthened the Han tribe's rule over the central region, but also served as a link between the past and the future for the Han tribe's industrial transformation. Whether the Han tribe can develop heavy haul railways and real heavy industry all starts with these 2 cities. Therefore, in terms of industrial layout, these 2 cities can also be called a connector between the past and the following. The fleet heading south from the north and the boat heading south from Luoyang County set off at almost the same time, but it was Youfu who took the lead to reach the shore of Qingshu County, not only because of the shorter journey, but also because of the ship they were on. They are all flying fish clippers, and their speed is much faster than the three-masted ships escorting prisoners of war in the north. However, this will make it more convenient for the Han tribe to build Qingshu County. The workers who came ashore can immediately start building factories. First, build a wood processing factory to provide the construction team with a large number of sleepers and building materials. Once the steam equipment is installed, work can begin immediately. Subsequent railway laying can also be carried out from Weishan County with a steady stream of transportation rails. The fastest one-way voyage only takes 5 days and nights. This kind of transportation speed is already very fast in this era. Now that the sleepers and rails are in place, the railway can be laid for use first. As for the ballast gravel required, we can wait until a suitable quarry is found locally before making plans. Because the ballast gravel is not a necessity for the railway, it only plays a role of buffering, shock absorption, and pressure dissipation. In fact, it is to reduce the vibration when some trains are running. However, this is very important for railways that are currently mainly used for freight transportation rather than passenger transportation. He said that it is dispensable. You can run without ballast now, and it will be the same when you have stones later. The team that came ashore was divided into 2 groups. One group gathered at the river. They first found a section of the river with an open river surface, about 2 kilometers wide, and then selected a place with deep water to build a dock to dock heavy-loaded sailboats with a deep draft, to prevent ships from running aground and sitting on the bottom. The 1,000 craftsmen and 2,000 railroad workers basically stayed on the docks. The wharf in Qingshu County is still very large, because it is not just a wharf, but also an inland river port and a large railway station. It is also a heavy-duty wharf that mainly transports mineral goods. Its carrying capacity and scale will be very large. Fortunately, the Han tribe already has experience in this area. Whether it is Luoyang County, Weishan County, or Dongxing County, they are all of the same size, but more appropriately, they are like wharfs like Weishan County. Because there is also a large railway station there, and at the same time, ore, iron ingots, reinforced concrete, and even heavy equipment such as trains and rails are transported back and forth, which is very useful for reference. The craftsmen who were sent also referred to the successful experiences of Weishan County and Dongxing County, and based on the local terrain, finally improved some problems discovered in the previous operation of the dock plus train station model, and then designed the Qingshu County Land and Water Transportation Distribution Center. Qingshu County Water and Land Transfer Center consists of 3 wharves, namely a light ship dock, a heavy ship wharf, and a train wharf. The train terminal is based on the previous floating dock model in Weishan County and Dongxing County. The rails extend all the way to the shore, allowing trains to be driven directly to the ship. Of course, there are also train tracks parallel to the terminal, which are used for lifting cargo from trains to ships. There are also shoreside bulk cargo loading and unloading berths on heavy-duty wharves, which are specially used to load and unload bulk cargo such as ore. Its berths can only be used to dock low freeboard sunken sand carriers, while the shore can directly by gently tipping a vehicle or machine onto a ship on the water's edge. Bulk cargo can be easily loaded onto the ship, greatly improving efficiency. This is also a method summarized by the Han tribe from the past experience of using wharves and recent new inventions. In other words, after such a wharf is built and equipped with construction machinery, such as loaders, the wharf can still be used. In addition, the dock and the train station also share a huge storage area. The storage area not only contains warehouses, but also has open-air storage yards for stacking ores that are not afraid of wind and rain, such as coal. With a terminal, a train station is of course indispensable. Based on previous experience, the train station built this time still has a huge waiting room with a ticket window and, of course, a railway management system. But now this institution and building have been merged with the pier. Now the waiting room of the railway station can not only be used to wait for trains, but also for boats. The ticket office not only sells tickets, it also sells boat tickets. The management agency not only needs allocating trains and managing ships entering and leaving the terminal completely merged the two departments. This is the inheritance of various mature technologies and experiences of the Han tribe, and it is also a mechanism innovation. In the future, with such comprehensive transportation system management experience, the Han tribe can copy the same system to other places to improve the Han tribe. Prepare the tribe's transportation system. The workers moved all the tools, food, and daily necessities such as tents ashore, and then began to build the comprehensive transportation system. At the same time, Yufu also led his core team to ride eastward. When he left, he first left 100 people to take charge of the specific survey of Qingshu County City, and then he took the remaining 100 people straight to the White House clan east of the coal mine. This trip not only brought horses, but also teams, sheep, corn, iron tools, farm tools, pottery, cloth, needlework, wooden shoe patterns, and even some books, pens, inks, paper and inkstones. They not only wanted to complete the new year with the Baiwu people. The transaction agreed upon in the past was also the gift given in the past. Give them some of each kind first, let them know about the advanced technology and wide variety of products of the Han tribe, and make them interested in the various products of the Han tribe. Only in this way can they be recruited to work for the Han tribe, and then they can work for the Han tribe. At the same time, living with the Han tribe can assimilate the people of this tribe as quickly as possible, making them yearn for the Han tribe from the bottom of their hearts, and even actively ask to join the Han tribe. Yufu is very experienced in this kind of thing, so he is not worried about this matter at all. Because they brought a lot of things this time, the team moved very slowly. It took them 2 days to reach the vicinity of the White House clan, covering a distance of about 160 kilometers. The Baiwu tribe is also looking forward to Yofu's arrival. They made an agreement with Yofu last year to use potato planting technology to exchange food crops with the Han tribe, as well as corresponding farming methods. In addition, it would be best if they obtained the breeding technology of the Han tribe, but they were away for several months and had no news for half a year. How could they not be worried? Although we knew that the promise was for spring, spring has been coming for nearly a month now. Several clan leaders in the tribe urged the young people to go hunting every day. Don't forget to check if there is any news about the Han tribe. If Yufu doesn't come on, these people are probably going to be very anxious. It was in this anxious and expectant mood that Yofu finally led his team to the mountains to the west of the Baiwu tribe. The young hunting team members who were hunting in the mountains finally discovered the Han tribe's team at a mountain pass. The Han tribe is coming. The Han tribe is coming. A teenage boy from the White House tribe discovered Yufu's team and immediately shouted into the mountains. While calling his companions, he ran towards Yufu's team. After hearing this, several of his companions quickly followed. On Yufu's side, when the team heard someone yelling and approaching quickly, the first few knights also quickly guarded Yufu's left and right, fearing that Yufu would be harmed. Don't be nervous. We have arrived at the territory of the White House clan. They should be members of the White House clan. Don't be nervous. Get out of the way. Yufu carefully looked at the person's attire and immediately expressed his concern for his protectors. From the command. In other words, while he was talking, the teenagers from the White House clan had already approached. Friends of the Han tribe, I know you, Fu, are you here to make a deal with us? Our clan leader has been waiting for you for a long time. An older child among the teenagers said first, gesturing with his hands as he spoke. This boy is the eldest son of one of the clan leaders of the White House clan. He was also responsible for receiving Yu Fu when he came last time, so he recognized Yu Fu at a glance. Yu Fu also knew him. Yu Fu was one of the best geniuses in diplomacy and remembering the faces of strangers. Yes, friends, we are here to complete the transaction agreed last year, and there are many gifts for you. I hope you will like it, so can you take us there now? Yu Fu also rode on the horse with the boy with a smile on his face. Communicate. The young man glanced at the team behind Yu Fu and hesitated slightly. You must know that the last time Yu Fu came here, he only brought a dozen people, but this time Yu Fu brought hundreds of people, and everyone was riding a horse. There were many carriages in the team. With such a strong team, it would not be difficult to annihilate their tribe, so the young man was in a bit of a dilemma. Yu Fu obviously saw this young man's plan. The 5 clans of the Baiwu clan only had less than 2,000 people in total. Among them, there were at most 200 or 300 young and strong men. Against the 100 Han tribesmen riding tall horses, it's strange that they are not afraid of the elite. Haha, don't worry. We brought so many people this time just because we carried more things. If there were less people, we wouldn't be able to go that far. If you don't want them to pass, I can do what we did last time. I'm going to take a dozen people with me, but this time I have to bring the convoy over first. All the goods I brought are packed in the car. Yu Fu explained with a smile, pointing to the convoy behind him. After hearing this, the young man sheepishly scratched his head and nodded in agreement. At the same time, he looked at the vehicles curiously. The last time you came here, you didn't bring a car, just a few horses, so the young man the first time I saw a magical carriage. After confirming the entry plan with the young man, Yu Fu turned around and ordered. Pull half of the carts containing grain and grass away, put down all the carts containing sheep, and drive away directly. 2 10-man teams will come in with me. The others will camp on the spot and wait for orders. Promise. The team responded in unison and began to move quickly. Some people drove the sheep off 3 vehicles with railings like prison vehicles, and others separated part of the carriages. The personnel were quickly divided into 2 teams, a total of 20 people consciously followed Yu Fu. When the boy saw it, he was surprised and happy and shouted something. Then he started to ask Yu Fu to follow him, while other children ran away. Quickly, I have already gone back to report the news in advance. The young man who led Yu Fu back was jokingly gesticulating with Yu Fu while constantly looking back at the team behind him. This trip brought 60 sheep, including 20 saiga antelopes, goats, and sheep. Each type of sheep was allocated according to the number of 5 rams and 15 ewes. At the same time, 5 of each type of sheep were included. The rams have no blood relationship with each other. They are all carefully selected breeding rams to facilitate the reproduction of the Baiwu tribe. This shows that the Han tribe has really put their best efforts into it. The young man leading the way kept looking back. Their clan leader had asked Yu Fu to buy horses before and wanted to exchange some things for Yu Fu's horses. However, Yu Fu did not agree due to various reasons and considerations. At that time, he said that he would recommend another horse. Breeding livestock for the Baiwu tribe, I didn't expect that Yu Fu would actually bring them here this time. The sheep were driven forward by a man whipping them with a long whip. The sheep were also very obedient, gnawing on the newly grown weeds around them as they moved forward. Because the journey was too long, Yu Fu did not let everyone drive the sheep over directly. The sheep were already very unhappy when they took a boat to go south. After driving them for more than 100 kilometers, they would have to die from exhaustion. So they are all directly loaded on the carriage, and the feed is transported here every day. Now that I have finally seen the green grass, I naturally want to feast on it. And such a scene was frequently commented on by the teenagers from the White House clan. The first impression the sheep gave them was that it was a good one. Very good. First of all, this animal is not large in size. Although it cannot be ridden like a horse, it is not much smaller than a wild deer. As a livestock that provides meat, it is completely sufficient. Furthermore, these guys are very obedient. If they are chased by someone from the Han tribe, they will move forward obediently. None of them will run around and jump around. This shows that this kind of animal should be easy to manage. Also, this kind of animal eats weeds, things that humans don't need, so it won't compete with humans for food. This is why Yofu chose to give them sheep instead of pigs. Pigs are omnivores and want to compete with humans. It is food, so it is not suitable for the White House tribe to raise for the time being. Finally, the fur of this thing is very beautiful. The fur of the antelope is very short, but very smooth, and the color is similar to that of a deer. Because it is just past the winter, it is still a bit gray-white. It will turn completely yellow-white when the weather is hot. The hair of goats and sheep is long and thick, and it must be very warm when made into clothes. This is also very important for the Baiwu people who do not understand textile technology. Therefore, domestic animals such as sheep are very suitable for the situation of the White House clan in every aspect. Of course, those young men are overjoyed. Because the hunting place was not far from the tribe, they quickly arrived at the White House tribe, which was surrounded by a group of white houses. Several clan leaders of the tribe had also received the message early and came out to greet them. Welcome to friends from the Han tribe, you are finally here. I thought you had forgotten your promise and would not come. The leader of the tribe greeted him with a warm smile. Yufu couldn't understand what the other party said at all, but this did not hinder the communication between the two parties. Anyway, the expression language was universal to all human beings, so he just laughed. Ha 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 ha, the clan leaders are here well. I have brought you the corn seeds I promised you this time as well as some other gifts. I hope you like them. These are the treasures of our Han tribe and our leader. A little thought for you. Yofu said as he walked, and after several clan leaders took them to an open space in the center of the tribe, he ordered his followers to show each other the gifts one by one. It was almost dusk at this time, and the people of the Baiwu tribe who had gone out to plant potatoes also returned to the tribe one after another. After hearing that the Han tribe had arrived again, they hurriedly put down their various farm tools and came to the open space in the center of the tribe, followed by a series of shouts. Exclaimed. Someone, take out the corn. Yufu said something to his entourage, and someone immediately took out a bag of corn from the car, as well as a corn stalk that had been chopped off at the root. Although they had turned yellow, the two corn cobs on top were not broken off. It came down and stayed on the straw, which Yufu had specially found for them to display. Several clan leaders were puzzled after seeing it, but they also knew that this must be a kind of food from the Han tribe, so they were naturally very excited, but at this moment they were all looking at Yufu, waiting for Yufu's introduction. Heads, please see, this is one of the staple foods of our Han tribe, corn. It is a highly adaptable crop. From the islands in the south to the ice and snow in the north, corn can quickly adapt to the local environment, and it is very productive and very shelf-stable. If managed properly, it can be stored for 3 years, which is much longer than your potatoes. You see, these are corn kernels. Soak them in water overnight, and then bury them in the loosened soil. A stalk as tall as this one will grow, and 2 more with outer skin will grow on the stalks. When the corn cob is ripe, you can break it off. Just wait and I will break it off for you. Yufu pointed at the corn in the bag, then broke off a cob from the dried corn stalk, peeled off the outer skin and showed it to the 5 chiefs of the Baiwu tribe. After seeing it, the chiefs couldn't help but marvel. This is the first time I have seen such grain growing on the ground and growing so high. This is really different from the potatoes they have been cultivating and buried in the soil. Corn? Yes, corn is very delicious. You can eat it roasted, boiled, pasted into pancakes, or steamed. One of the clan leaders learned to say the Chinese pronunciation of corn and asked with his eyes whether what he learned was correct. Yu Fu also smiled and nodded, and began to introduce how to eat this food. After the introduction, he said to him again. Several clan leaders said, "I came here this time to complete what I promised you last time, to exchange corn for your potatoes, and to exchange planting techniques. The weather here is very suitable for planting. If you agree, we can start each other tomorrow. Study, I can have my people teach you how to grow these corns." Yu Fulian expressed his meaning with gestures and words. After repeating it 3 or 4 times, the clan leader finally understood, and they were very happy. Okay, this is great, Fu. Tomorrow you can also go to the fields with our tribe to watch our farming methods, and we can learn from each other." A tribe leader of the White House tribe also said quickly, and at the same time he pulled him over on the spot. Several men with farm tools in their hands began to give them instructions. The honest men who looked like farmers also patted their chests honestly, indicating that the matter was taken care of by them. The two parties first finalized the deal to exchange seeds and transfer planting techniques to each other, and then Yu Fu began to show off the gifts he had brought. Several clan leaders, "Our leader liked the potatoes I brought back very much. He said that you are all generous and good people. Our Han tribe is willing to become friends with the Baiwu tribe, so the leader specially asked me to bring you some gift." Last time, the leader heard that the White House tribe didn't have breeding technology, so he specially asked me to bring 3 kinds of sheep, 20 each. I hope that these livestock can multiply under the care of the White House tribe. Someone will come and drive the sheep away. Come over. Yu Fu didn't care whether the other party understood it or not. He introduced it first and then had people drive the sheep to the front. Naturally, the people of the Baiwu clan and their clan leader had already discovered this group of Han tribe leaders. Although everyone had some thoughts about the creatures that came, no one dared to ask. Now that they heard that this was a gift from the Han tribe, they were so happy that they went to heaven. These are all for us?" a clan leader said excitedly, pointing to the sheep. "Of course." Yu Fu smiled and nodded, and then said again, "These livestock are called sheep, and they are the most commonly raised domestic livestock in our Han tribe. In our Han tribe, many families raise sheep. There are 3 types of sheep here. The one with yellow skin, short hair, and sharp horns is the Saiga antelope. You can tell it by looking at its color, horns, and big nose. This antelope is very suitable for raising. The meat can be eaten, and the skin can be worn. You see, the shoes on my feet are made of antelope skin. Furthermore, this kind of antelope grows very fast and reproduces very quickly. The lambs will become sexually mature in 1 year after birth and participate in reproduction. They can give birth to 2 babies every year, and each litter can give birth to 1 to 3. What we brought this time are if you raise the sheep in their prime, the number of these sheep will double in half a year." Regarding the reproduction speed of sheep, Yu Fu spoke in detail, hoping to make the Baiwu clan pay enough attention to sheep. At the same time, due to different languages, it was very complicated to explain to them. Although the clan leaders talked for a long time, he looked happy, but his eyes were confused. Yu Fu could tell at a glance that they didn't understand a word just now and were just enjoying themselves. There was no other way. Yu Fu looked around and suddenly had an idea. He pulled a man and a woman from the White House people at the scene. He used the man and woman and their children as teaching aids, and then connected them with the sheep and told them. These rams and ewes together can give birth twice a year, 2 or 3 at a time. The people and clan leaders of the Baiwu tribe finally understood and opened their mouths in disbelief. Friends of the Han tribe, you must be messengers sent by the gods. Only gods can possess such beautiful creatures. Now you have given the sheep to us. Thank you so much. We should offer the most generous sacrifices to the Han tribe. Express your gratitude. Another older clan leader of the White House clan held Yu Fu's hand and spoke with tears in his eyes. Yu Fu also looked confused. He was introducing breeding technology. Why did he suddenly get involved with God? Well, it is normal to engage in feudal superstition in this era, especially those good things that are incomprehensible to people. They are usually regarded as gifts from gods. Only rational tribes like the Han tribe seem abnormal. However, Yu Fu was not interested in the so-called sacrifices. He brought out so many good things, just to recruit workers. After introducing the antelope, Yu Fu introduced them to the black-headed goat and the pure white big-tailed sheep. These three types of sheep are easy to distinguish, but in order to prevent crossbreeding, Yu Fu still suggested that they be raised separately. Several clan leaders quickly, it was agreed, but they didn't know how to breed, so Yu Fu gave them some advice. You can choose 3 reliable families to raise these 3 types of sheep, respectively. My people can help them build sheepfolds and teach them how to herd sheep and how to collect suitable forage. Several clan leaders were overjoyed after hearing this, but after a heated discussion, they did not choose the 3 families mentioned by Yu Fu. Now there are 5 clans in the Baiwu clan. Their tribal structure is similar to a clan alliance. They usually work together. It's okay to live together, but now it's time to share tangible benefits. There were only 3 sheep pens, but the clan had 5. No one was willing to give it to anyone. In the end, it was decided to go with public ownership. The tribes built 3 separate sheep pens. All the sheep belonged to the public property of the White House clan, and they all fell. The people have the obligation and responsibility to take care of these sheep. As for the lambs born in the future, they will be distributed uniformly according to each family's contribution to the tribe. This is a compromise method, no one suffers, and everyone agrees, then there is nothing to say. Yu Fu has no objection to this. Anyway, it is given to them, so the White House clan can divide it how they like. Once the matter of building a sheepfold was agreed upon, Yu Fu immediately sent out a few people and asked them to lead the people of the Baiwu tribe to cut down some branches or bamboos and other things, and then come back to build sheepfolds. Each type of sheepfold was divided into separate pens. 5 small pens, each with 4 animals, 1 male and 3 females, are kept together. This will facilitate the reproduction of the flock in the future and prevent diseases or breed degradation caused by inbreeding. After sending the sheep away, Yu Fu waved again, and a follower once again brought some gifts. Yu Fu opened one of the wooden boxes and found a book and some sewing scissors inside, so he introduced them with a smile. Heads, this is a gift from our leader's eldest lady. Here is a book written by our eldest lady, called Illustrated Notes on Han Clothing. It is a newly written book, which records various kinds of things in our Han tribe. The crafts of cutting, sewing, and embroidery of clothing are also mixed with some shoe patterns and embroidery patterns. I hope that you, the Baiwu clan, can also let the people learn to make clothes as soon as possible. In addition, there are 12 reels of various colored fabrics given to you by our leader. I hope you like them. Illustrated Notes on Hanfu is the second book written by Xiao Dai during the Chinese New Year. The previous book on the development history of textiles and printing and dyeing did not become popular, but this illustrated book on Hanfu has spread, and now it has become a popular book in addition to Zhang Ying's recipes. The second most popular book in Han tribe, I also learned one cooking tip from Zhang Ying's book on each page. Xiao Dai added various embroidery patterns and some shoe patterns for infants and young children, so it is also very popular. The patriarchs looked at the contents of the box and the Chinese character book with pictures and texts, and their faces were full of surprise, as if they had seen some kind of miracle. There were also a few rolls of fabrics brought down from the car by several followers, including cotton and linen, solid colors and floral fabrics, which made the people of the White House clan very happy to see them. Thank you so much to the Han tribe. Fu, your Han tribe is the strongest tribe in the world. You can make every tribe member wear such gorgeous clothes. Thank you for your willingness to teach us this technique. Thank you so much. Haha, our leader also thinks that your Baiwu tribe is good. Our Han tribe is a tribe that is willing to help our friends. The Han tribe has developed under the leadership of the leader to this day. It is our duty to help all the same people in the world. This is our Han tribe as the strongest civilization, you don't have to worry about it. Since the leader gave it to you, you just have to study hard. And this is what our leader's second wife gave you. Come here, bring them all up. Following Yu Fu's greeting, the followers brought up a bunch of things again. This time it was also a small wooden box, which contained 2 Han tribe square kitchen knives, as well as shovels, frying spoons, and a bunch of glass jars containing various kinds of food, condiments, and a recipe book written by Zhang Ning. Others include cylindrical iron stoves welded by iron plates by the Han tribe, which are used for heating and cooking in places where there is no Kong. There is this in the glass greenhouse in Luoyang County. The rest include log chopping boards with iron bars, also called vegetable cutting wheels, woks, soup pots, casseroles, large hand-forged iron kettles, bamboo baskets, bamboo colanders, solid wood rolling pins, and various pots and pans. Basin, chopsticks, spoon, bucket, basin, etc. Yes, there are even teapots and teacups. There are not many of them, but the varieties are very complete. It's like showing them the products. In fact, that's the original meaning. Now I will give you a set of each kind. If you want it later, you can only buy it with money. A small stone mill with the same diameter as the basin. It can be turned with one hand by inserting a stick into it. It is suitable for making tofu at home. It cannot be used for anything big, but it is enough for giving gifts. I really want to get a big millstone. I'm afraid a carriage can't even pull it. The patriarchs and the teenagers around them looked at the dazzling array of kitchen utensils, and their eyes almost popped out of their heads. If you want to say what is the most outstanding thing about Chinese culture, it must be Chinese food. Chinese food has the most variety and the most ingredients in the world. As a food culture in China, there is almost nothing that Chinese people don't eat. Of course, the various tools used for Chinese food are undoubtedly the best cooking utensils in the world for tribes like the Baiwu tribe who have never seen the world and only know how to barbecue. Especially those dark vessels with a metallic luster. The Han tribe was so extravagant that they used precious metals to make cooking utensils. There is so much good iron and steel, wouldn't it be good to make more farm tools, knives, weapons, and the like? It was wasted on cooking utensils, but this just proves the wealth of the Han tribe. If there is not so much iron, how can the Han tribe make it? In addition, there are those exquisite pottery casseroles, ceramic bowls, basins, cups, etc., which are not only practical, but also very beautiful, because the Han tribe painted many patterns on them, including flowers, birds, fish, insects, fruits, etc., but the most attractive ones are what attracts the most attention are the glass bowls and the glass jars used to hold condiments. The people of the White House clan cannot imagine how they are made of such crystal clear things. It looks as magical as ice formed from water in winter. In addition, there are also human-powered plows, shovels, hoes, sickles, and other items given in the name of Luo Chong, as well as a set of pens, inks, paper and inkstones, books, carbide lamps, etc., each of which is magical and unique. Beautiful. The only drawback is that these things are all finished products, and the Han tribe did not tell them any relevant manufacturing technology, so if they like it and still want it, they can only buy it from the Han tribe, including the calcium carbide required for the calcium carbide lamp. You can ask for it from the Han tribe. After receiving this set of luxurious gifts, the White House tribe's favorable impression of the Han tribe immediately exploded, and they no longer had any sense of caution. When a young man from his own tribe said that there were about 80 people from the Han tribe living outside the mountain, they immediately let him go. People invited those dozens of people over. Those clan leaders also thought very simply. The Han tribe could give them so many gifts, as well as important things such as livestock and breeding technology. How could it harm their ideas? If this still excludes the Han tribe, it is really unjustifiable. So, before it was completely dark, the 80 people from outside the mountain also rushed over with the rest of the convoy. The two tribes combined, more than 2,000 people, started to have a dinner in the open space in the center of the tribe. All the White House people brought out were potatoes, which was their staple food, but today in order to entertain the guests, they specially brought out some dried meat as ingredients. Yofu also started on-site teaching them how to use iron pots and stoves. Yofu used the kitchen utensils and stoves in the gift to cook for them. Others in the team also dug stoves and buried pots on the spot. Meal. Yofu also asked people to take out some cornmeal and make pancakes for them. The quantity was not large, but it allowed everyone in the Baiwu tribe to have a taste. It also allowed them to know the taste of corn in advance. I don't know why. The reason for the gifts sent by the Han tribe and the unique sweetness of corn impressed them. The people of the Baiwu tribe all liked them very much. Maybe it was because they were tired of eating potatoes. Perhaps because of the many gifts given by Yufu this time, the friendship between the Baiwu tribe and the Han tribe has quickly warmed up, almost to the point of overflowing goodwill. If strangers from other tribes saw them, they would think they were family. Early the next morning, the Han tribe members who stayed in the Baiwu clan also started to take action. Yufu first sent 10 people to lead the Baiwu clan people to herd sheep. Their first task today was to teach the Baiwu clan how to herd sheep. The second is to plan the area, route and time for sheep grazing, and the third is to tell them what plants the sheep can eat. It sounds like a small thing, but it is very troublesome for the Baiwu people who don't know anything. In addition, there are 30 people left in the White House tribe. These people not only take care of the team's vehicles and horses, but also have a few clever guys who are responsible for teaching the women of the White House tribe how to cut cloth and sew. Clothes and shoes are provided by the Han tribe. There are wooden shoe patterns, and it is very easy for them to make shoes. First, compare the soles of your feet to find the appropriate shoe size, then cut them according to the shoe pattern, and finally sew them together. Whether it is leather boots or cloth shoes, these shoe patterns are universal, the only difference is the material. Several of them are also teaching the Baiwu people weaving techniques. There is no need to think about weaving, but basket weaving can be left to them. In fact, the Baiwu people also have their own weaving techniques, and they can also make baskets, but compared with the complicated weaving skills of the Han tribe, it is still far inferior. The people of the White House tribe are also very smart. They know how hard-won the opportunity to learn advanced technology is, so they all eagerly learn the various technologies taught by the Han tribe. As long as the Han people are willing to teach them, they will learn it no matter what it is. Some coachmen hung up a blackboard directly next to the carriage and wrote and drew on the blackboard. There were a group of children, big and small, all around. They all sat there laughing and learning Chinese characters and pinyin from the coachman. In order to make the children interested in various affairs of the Han tribe, the driver also took them to identify the various gifts brought yesterday, one by one, and took the trouble to teach them the Chinese names of various things. Children's learning speed and receptive ability are the fastest and most efficient in human life, so in just one day, these children can remember a lot of Chinese vocabulary, especially the names of various things, and the driver also taught them some the Han tribe's understanding, such as the need to hold hands when greeting each other. The children also learned it happily, as if it was a joke. Some of the mothers of those children went out to farm with the men, while others took care of their children at home, or learned to sew clothes from the Han tribesmen. They saw that the older children were also learning from the Han tribesmen. A smile appeared on his face involuntarily. In the eyes of these mothers, the Han tribe is very powerful. It is great luck for their children to learn something from the Han tribe. They have no sense of prevention at all, and they have no idea what cultural invasion is. On Yofu's side, he personally led the team and followed several chiefs of the Baiwu clan to the farmland of the Baiwu clan. On the one hand, he learned the potato planting techniques of the Baiwu clan, and on the other hand, he also taught the Baiwu clan how to grow corn. According to Luo Chong, he knew how to grow potatoes, but Yufu was not at ease. Since they were willing to teach him, since he had many people to teach him this time, there was no harm in learning. At the same time, Yufu also selected a piece of land next to the original field of the Baiwu tribe to plant corn. During the process of planting the land, Yufu also subtly passed on the weights and measures of the Han tribe to them, telling them several clan leaders of the Han tribe showed how to calculate the area of land and how much 1 acre of land was. He also asked people to take out a soft ruler made of a roll of fine hemp rope to measure the land. While planning the layout of the cornfield, he conveyed to them various policies of the Han tribe, such as what is household registration, what is a family unit, how much land does each family own, and the ownership of the land is shared by the entire tribe in the Han tribe. Yes, the people only have the right to use it. The tribe is responsible for maintaining the safety of these lands and the convenience of use. For example, the tribe pays for the construction of water conservancy facilities and irrigation systems, but the common people must also contribute to the tribe, and 20% of the output of their own land must be given to the tribe every year. Tax. The several chiefs of the Baiwu tribe were fascinated by what they heard. Only then did they realize how the Han tribe operated. But the ordinary people of the Baiwu tribe came to the conclusion that the Han tribe was safe and they could sit still. Owning the most fertile farmland in the world, every family with household registration can get a large piece of it. Even after handing over part of the grain to contribute to the tribe, they still have too much food left to eat. These uneaten grains can be sold to the tribe at market prices and converted into money to buy various commodities. And those so-called commodities are naturally those things that Yufu sent yesterday. In their eyes, these things were like things from fairyland, but in the Han tribe, every common person could buy them. As a result, everyone who was farming began to yearn for the Han tribe. Even if they didn't have the idea of joining the Han tribe for a while, they still wanted to visit the Han tribe. Even if they couldn't join, they would be able to go to this fairyland-like place. It's good to take a look. The followers were working in the fields, and Yufu was chatting with several clan leaders. After the land and ditches were measured and planned, Yufu ordered people to light fires to burn the wasteland. The grass and dead grass were burned clean, and then the crooked shaft plow, a great weapon in farming in this era, was pulled by humans. Of course, it could also be mounted if there were livestock. Several people dug ditches with hoes and shovels to facilitate water diversion, and 2 people operated curved shaft plows to start plowing the land. The sharp plowshares were inserted into the soil and were pulled by an adult man in front with a rope. The plowshares would immediately be in the soil. As the plow moved forward, the soil blocking the front was also turned over from the 2 slopes of the plowshare, and automatically turned to the side and rear. Such a convenient and labor-saving method of turning soil almost shocked the eyes of the White House clan members. At this time, the people of the Baiwu tribe realized that every family in the Han tribe with household registration could actually farm on the land they were allocated, and that their farming tools were so convenient and easy to use. People of this era don't know how to evaluate whether a tribe is strong, what industry, what education, what military, what social welfare, none of them exist. In their minds, a large population, food and drink, and shoes on their feet. I have clothes on my body, and if I can cover myself with an animal skin to avoid freezing to death in winter, that's already amazing. And they are extremely unfamiliar with the Han tribe, but from now on, according to their standards for evaluating a tribe, the Han tribe is absolutely invincible. It can be seen from the sheep sent by Yufu yesterday that the Han tribe, there is no shortage of animal skins, and people are already so powerful that they don't wear animal skins. They have cloth. In terms of food, the Han tribe has a breeding industry, and there is endless meat to eat without going out to hunt. In terms of food, although they have never seen it, according to Yu Fu, the Han tribe at least has several types of edible food. The corn delivered this time is just one of them, and it tastes good. Coupled with the efficiency of the Zhuyuan plow that we have seen now, and the household registration system of the Han tribe that Yu Fu mentioned just now, we can roughly judge how much food the Han tribe has by how many fields each family can be allocated. They don't know the total population of the Han tribe, but they can apply these data to their own Baiwu tribe. How many families are there in the Baiwu tribe? According to the Han tribe system, how much land is there in total and what is the output of the land? No matter what, they are much stronger than the White House clan. Perhaps the yield per mu of corn is not as high as that of potatoes, but the Baiwu tribe does not have useful tools and their farming efficiency is extremely poor. However, the Han tribe is different. The Han tribe has various advanced agricultural tools and one person can plant a lot of land. In addition, the food of the Han tribe is very storable. Even corn, which is said to be the most difficult to store, can be stored for 3 years. With such a series of advantages added up, the people of the Han tribe will definitely live a good life. Fu, what's the name of this thing? It turns over the soil so fast. A clan leader stared at Chu Yuli and asked Yu Fu beside him. The curved shaft plow is a farm tool specially used to plow and loosen soil. Similar tools can be unified into plows or plowshares, Yu Fu explained immediately. Plowshare. Do all members of your Han tribe use this thing to cultivate the land? Each of their families has one of these things? Another clan leader asked from the side. Yes, our Han tribe also uses this kind of thing to plow the land, but it's different. Our curved shaft plows usually have 3 plowshares, and the one for you only has 1 plowshare. This is because the plow with 3 plowshares it is very heavy, and the resistance of the cultivated land to the soil is also greater. It cannot be pulled by one person alone. Moving, in our Han tribe, the 3-share plow is usually pulled by an ox. I don't know if you have seen an ox. It is an animal similar to a horse. It has horns on its head and cannot run as fast as a horse, but more powerful than horses. You see, this is how people drive oxen to pull plows. As you spoke, you took out a 5-cent copper plate. The die-cast pattern on the front was the pattern of a man driving an ox to plow the field. There were lowercase and uppercase numbers for the 5-cent coin, and the reverse was the year of the minted version. Number, as well as Luo Chong's head, the exquisiteness of the coin can be called a work of art. It is made by the unique stamping process of the Han tribe, and no one or any force can imitate it. Such exquisite metal objects immediately attracted the attention of several clan leaders. What's this? Is the animal pulling the plow up here an ox? It looks so big. I seem to have seen this kind of animal before. Can the Han tribe even tame and raise such a tall animal? Can they still use it to do farm work? It's incredible. What a beautiful gold vessel. The pattern on it seems to be alive, and the other side is also very beautiful. What do these Chinese characters mean, and who is this person on it? What is such a beautiful thing used for? I seem to have seen other people you brought with you also have this thing. Several clan leaders passed the 5-cent coin to each other and immediately began to discuss and admire it. Their words were full of praise for the coin. Yu Fu saw all the reactions of several people, and with a knowing smile on his face, he began to introduce them. This is money, also called currency. It is a unified and equivalent currency that our Han tribe people use to trade with each other. Currency is easy to know from the name. You can understand that this thing can be exchanged for any goods. The difference, it's just a little bit different. As he spoke, Yu Fu poured out several coins of other denominations from his purse, 1 cent, 2 cents and 5 cents, 1 dime, 2 cents and 50 cents, $1, 2 cents, 5 cents, and 10 cents, ranging from brass to silver rings with yellow hearts, and then to sterling silver, 3 different colors, 3 different sizes, a total of 10 denominations, which can meet any transaction needs of the Han tribe. In our Han tribe, everything is related to it. Whether you want to eat food, buy or sell livestock, even build a house, buy a carriage, or get a salary, you can't do without it. In the Han tribe, you can exchange coins for almost anything, provided you have the money, of course. This is a coin created by our leader. It is divided into 3 different grades. They are 1-level copper plates. The patterns on them are rice transplanting and cultivated land, which represents the Han tribe's agricultural foundation. On the reverse side, our leader portrait, the horn-level silver ring copper plate has animals on it, followed by horses, sheep and giant eagles, which represents that the breeding industry of our Han tribe includes birds and beasts. Our Han tribe now only raises fish in the water, birds and beasts. Already have it. Finally, there is the yuan-level silver dollar. The patterns are weaving, blacksmithing, sailing ships and lighthouses, which represent the top manufacturing industry of our Han tribe, ranging from the clothes on the body, various iron tools, to buildings and sailing ships. Without us Han, something the tribe couldn't build. The denominations of these coins are also different. 1 penny is the smallest and 10 yuan is the largest. Such a silver dollar can be exchanged for 101 penny copper plates and 10 1-cent silver ring copper plates. If you want to trade something in the Han tribe, just take out the corresponding coins. For example, if you want to have a meal, in our Han tribe, you only need about 5 cents to fill your stomach, and there is also meat. Similarly, when you sell your own things, you can also get other people's coins, such as corn. The price this year is almost 7 cents per caddy, which is about the same size as a bowl. While explaining the rules for using coins, Yu Fu showed them how much a pound of corn was, which amazed several clan leaders. Coin is such a good thing, can it really be traded for anything? A clan leader asked, curiously. That's pretty much it. As long as it's something that the tribe allows for trade, it's fine. Anyway, you can use it to buy general daily necessities, meat, livestock, grain, cloth, and tools. Even if you have money, you can. If you buy a boat of your own, you can rent it even if you can't afford it. To rent, you pay and the boat can be used for a period of time, and you have to return it when the time limit is up. Yu Fu explained again. Several clan leaders were very excited after hearing this. Since all kinds of good things from the Han tribe can be traded with this coin, if the Baiwu clan has money, will the Han tribe be willing to sell them things? But now the question arises, how to obtain the Han tribe's money? The patriarchs also immediately raised this issue. Yu Fu raised a smile on his lips and finally brought the topic down to business. It's very simple. In our Han tribe, if you want to get coins, there are roughly 2 ways. One is to sell your own things. You can sell the food you grow to the tribe, or you can sell the food you make to other people. Things, such as livestock, furs, or some tools made by oneself, such as the bamboo basket or steamer I gave you yesterday, which are made by the common people and then sold in the market. The tribe does not to make these things yourself, you need to rely on tribes to make things, which are usually very large. Another way to get coins is to work for the tribe, and the tribe will pay you a salary, such as building houses for the tribe, building roads, logging, driving carts, smelting iron, mining, or even working as a teacher to teach children. Teach children various knowledge and skills, these jobs have salaries. For ordinary workers, the salary is different depending on the job. However, on average, each person has 30 yuan per month. Plus some output from their own fields, it is enough to support a family. Of all expenses. Just like me, I also live on the salary from the tribe. My job is to explore new territories for the tribe, find water sources, land, and various minerals, and deal with foreign tribes. If I do these things, the leader will send me money. Several clan leaders found it incredible after hearing this. Now they know the role of money and the source of money, but they still have a question. Fu, where did the money given to you by the tribe come from? Equals 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 equals. Happy New Year to all readers. Hearing the question from a White House clan leader, Fu smiled and said, "There are two main sources of revenue for our Han tribe's public tribes. One is taxes, which are the output of the fields that each household submits to the tribe, mainly grain and some agricultural products such as cotton, linen, and paint. The other is the income from the operation of government-run factories. For example, in our Han tribe, the salt and iron government operation is implemented. If the people want to eat salt, they can only buy the salt produced in the tribe's public salt fields, as well as iron. Our Han tribe currently, there is only one large government-run steelmaking plant, bear all the iron needs of the Han tribe. If the people want to make ironware, they can only buy it from the public. These incomes are the main income of the government representing the tribe. The Han tribe pays salaries to teachers, workers, troops, and officials. They all come out from here." When the clan leaders heard this, their eyes widened immediately. It took them a long time to smooth out this relationship. Such an advanced management method was beyond their imagination, but the Han tribe not only figured it out, but also executed it very well. This is very admirable and enviable. After generally understanding the structure of the Han tribe, the patriarchs returned to the key issues. Fu, how can we get your Han tribe's money? If we have the Han tribe's money and buy things from you, will you sell it to our tribe? This is the issue that the White House people are most concerned about. No matter how good your Han tribe is, if you are not willing to sell them those advanced things, it will be in vain. Of course I can sell it to you. Our Han tribe is very enthusiastic about our friends, and we also welcome friends to come and do transactions with our Han tribe. As for how to get money from the Han tribe, there are two ways. Either sell things to us, but you must either it's what we need, or you can work for the Han tribe, and we will pay you according to the salary of our own people. As for which one to choose, it depends on your own decision." Fu immediately gave them a plan. Multiple choice questions. After understanding what Fu meant, several clan leaders immediately started discussing. You can get that kind of money by selling things to the Han tribe. What do you think we should sell to the Han tribe? A clan leader immediately asked several others. Selling things to the Han tribe? What can you sell? The Han tribe you have has it, and it's better than yours. The Han tribe you don't have has it too. What do you think you can sell to the Han tribe? Another asked Mo. The 30-year-old middle-aged patriarch immediately poured cold water on him. This. When several people heard this, it seemed that this was indeed the case. Food? The Han tribe is not short of food, meat. Others have a breeding business, but I have just learned it. Cloth? Until now, they have not figured out how cloth is made. Even how to sew clothes and shoes has to be taught by the Han tribe. Other tools? If someone has sharp and strong iron tools that they don't need, why would they come to buy the stone tools from the White House clan? I'm afraid I'm not thinking about shit. On the other hand, the White House tribe needs everything, from fabrics for clothes and shoes, to even needles and threads, to farm tools, ironware, cooking utensils, livestock, vehicles, etc. There is nothing they don't need, and the White House tribe also makes their own. Not coming out. After thinking about it, it seems that the only way for the White House tribe to obtain money is by selling their labor force. However, the Han tribe is far away, so how can the White House tribe work for the Han tribe? You can't let all the young men of your tribe go back to work with you, Fu, right? What about their own families? Alas. A clan leader sighed and gestured to Yu Fu helplessly. Fu, we really like the treasures of the Han tribe, but it's a pity that we don't have your coins in our hands, so we can't trade with you. The Baiwu tribe is a small settlement with few people and poor resources, so we can't give you what you need. Even selling one's strength cannot be achieved because of the distance, so what can we do? After hearing this, Yu Fu immediately looked surprised and then regretful, and finally said helplessly. You are right to think about it. It is indeed true. It is actually feasible to buy your things. It's just that the only thing you can buy here is potatoes. You still have to eat these things yourself. Even if you reclaim wasteland, expand production, and sell some excess, I gave the potatoes to the Han tribe, but I still couldn't make much money. Your problem is not actually that you have nothing to sell, but that the trade demand gap between your Baiwu tribe and the Han tribe is too big. The Han tribe doesn't need much of your things, but you don't want anything from the Han tribe. Yes, the income from selling potatoes alone is definitely not enough for you to buy our Han tribe products. Even if the Han tribe is willing to buy your wool, your sheep are still newly raised. There are only dozens of them. How much can you sell them for if you harvest them all? Yu Fu analyzed the ideas of several of their clan leaders together, and found that several of them would become autistic. Yu Fu said more thoroughly. It was not that the Baiwu clan had nothing to sell to the Han tribe, but that they had little income from selling agricultural products. It is completely unable to satisfy their consumption desires. This is the key. Fu, is there no other way? Another clan leader also asked unwillingly. The Han tribe's products are as attractive as they are good. Anyone who has seen them will find nothing they don't want. If they are allowed to use them again and experience them for themselves, they will be even more unable to let them go. What is meant is that it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. This is it. Well. Yu Fu pretended to think for a while, and then suddenly said, it's not completely impossible. When the clan leaders heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. It turned out that things could turn around? Fu, tell me quickly, what should we do? This is a coincidence. Do you still remember what I brought people here for last year? Yu Fu did not answer directly, but induced them. I remember, I seem to be looking for some black stone. A clan leader immediately replied. Yes, the location of the stone has been found now. After I went back to show it to the chief last year, the chief began to order me to bring people to dig these coals to meet the needs of the tribe. It takes a lot of people to dig coal. So many people came here. We can't even have a place to shelter from the wind and rain, so our leader asked me to bring some people to build a camp for these coal diggers to live in. But building a house also requires workers. It is quite inconvenient to send people from the tribe. But if you are willing to help with the work, that would be great. Your tribe will send people to help us build the house, and our Han tribe will pay you the labor. The leader has given me full responsibility for this matter. If you are willing, I can agree to it now. If you come, I can promise you that every adult labor force will have food and shelter during the days they work with us. You can also get a salary of $1 silver per day, and when you go home, those goods can be sold to you at a low price. What do you think? Build a house? I can get $1 silver every day for helping you build a house. And your Han tribe is responsible for providing food? Yes, I have the final say on this matter. If I say $1 a day, I will definitely be able to cash it in. Yu Fu immediately nodded affirmatively and said. Where to build a house? If it's too far away, we can't go there. We still have our fields here. If the adults are gone, who will take care of the fruits in those fields? How many houses do your Han tribe want to build? You won't let us walk a long way, finish it in just a few days, and then come back, right? After hearing Yu Fu's affirmation, several clan leaders immediately started asking questions. This thing sounded good, but in fact there were still many questions about whether it could be done. Well, it's not very far. According to the calculation of our Han tribe, it's about 60 or 70 kilometers. If you ride a horse, you can get there in half a day. If you walk, if you keep driving day and night, you can get there in a day and night. The slowest one, it's only 2 days walk away. You think it's not that far, right? There is also the issue of how many houses need to be built. I don't know yet, but there must be a lot. We haven't found out how big the mine is yet. We are just hiring some people to dig it first. There won't be enough in the future. I'm sure we need to add more manpower. But I can tell you clearly that even if all the adults in your tribe go there, it may take a year or 2 to build. You don't have many adults, right? Yufu asked a few people at the end. One sentence. The clan leaders looked at me, and I looked at you, and finally looked at the young men doing farm work around them, and there were indeed not many of them. The total population of the Baiwu tribe is nearly 2,000. Excluding the elderly and children, there are actually about 800 people of the right age, including both men and women. Of course, they themselves must think it is a lot, but compared with the Han tribe, the gap is obvious. Although they don't know how many people the Han tribe has, they think it should be a lot. Then another tribe leader asked, Fu, do you include women when you talk about adults? Or do you only want men to work? In our tribe, women can also build houses. Well, if your women are as capable as men, then of course there is no problem. Women can do it too, and the wages are the same as men. Even if they can't do heavy work, they can still help cook and wash the pots, and we will still give them wages. So, are you willing to come? If you are willing to help, I will tell our leader not to send so many people here. After explaining, Yufu asked several people again. Can we discuss this first? Fu, you know the population of our tribe. We definitely can't send all the adult men and women to work with you. Then there will be no one to look after the children of our tribe. There are those fields and the sheep you just sent. In addition, we have to ask the tribesmen. Only if they are willing, can we send people to work with you. An older clan leader immediately explained. To be honest, the chiefs of the Baiwu clan really want to take their people there, but they also have to consider practical issues, because they can't abandon everything they have and follow Yofu to work. They have fields and children. House and territory, there are many things to consider. This matter cannot be discussed for a while. Fortunately, Yufu is not in a hurry. It will take several days for both parties to learn planting techniques from each other. Therefore, those people brought by Yufu are teaching every day. Learn how the Baiwu people grow corn, sew clothes and shoes, and raise sheep. At the same time, the chiefs of the Baiwu tribe often convene their respective tribesmen to discuss with everyone about working for the Han tribe and building houses in exchange for money. As long as the Han tribe has money, everyone can buy more good thing. The people of the White House clan are of course excited. Now that we have determined the basic principle of going to work, how to go next and how many people to go will be easy to solve. Several clan leaders asked Yofu various questions, such as where the people who went there lived. If all the men and women from the White House clan went, could their children be taken with them, and if their children went, how should they be taken care of, etc. Yufu also responded one by one, and the final results agreed upon by both parties are as follows. First, 150 people were sent to follow Yofu and the others to explore the way, 100 young and strong men and 50 young and strong women. Now there is still a large open space with nothing. No matter how many people go there, it will be of no use. We don't even have a place to live, so 150 is enough. After these people determine that part-time work is feasible in the future, they will then increase labor input as appropriate. The specific matters will be determined later based on the actual situation. Yufu didn't have any objections to this. He knew very well that it was impossible to fool the entire White House tribe at once. As long as he could make the 150 people who had gone there see the benefits, the people behind you will come. After the two parties agreed on the details, Yu Fu led his team to stay with the Baiwu clan until the corn was sown and sprouted. After all the potatoes of the Baiwu clan were planted, he took the team and set off for the New World. Set up the territory of Qian County. Chungkang County is the new county farther west, next to the Luyang River. Qian County is close to the coal mine. Its specific location is between the coal mine discovery site and the territory of the Baiwu tribe, and slightly closer to the Baiwu tribe. For the House clan, the reason why we chose this place was mainly to facilitate the absorption of the White House clan. When it was time to set off, the teams on both sides were also selected. When Yu Fu came, it was a team of 100 people. When he left, he deliberately left a team of 10 people behind, which was the 16th expedition that originally discovered the White House clan. The team is mainly responsible for liaison with Yu Fu, and is responsible for continuing to teach the Baiwu people how to grow corn, make clothes and shoes, and raise livestock. The Baiwu clan also selected 30 people from each of the 5 clans, totaling 150 people. 2 younger clan leaders, both in their 20s, served as leaders. Gu Ji, the 16-year-old head of the Gu clan, and Tian Hong, the 28-year-old head of the Tian clan. When the team set off, Yu Fu also immediately sent news back, using a flying eagle message to inform Luo Chong of the progress here, informing the leader that he had persuaded the Baiwu tribe to come over to work, and sent fast horses to Chungkang on the other side. The temporary camp on the other side of the county told them to send some craftsmen, food, and various tools needed for construction. When Yu Fu led the team to Qian County 2 days later, Gu Ji, the leader of the Baiwu tribe, said, "I have been to this place before. When I was young, I went hunting with my tribe to this place. It is really good to live here. There is a forest in the direction of sunrise. Not only can you gather food there, but you can also get firewood. There is a river in the direction of Rishing, which can provide drinking water. The land on both sides of the river is flat and fertile, suitable for growing food. You can walk a day's journey with the sun behind you. There are also stone mountains there, where you can collect stones to make tools and build a tribe to live here. Very suitable. I have thought before that if the people of the White House tribe have multiplied too much and the original tribe can no longer live in it, we will move here. I didn't expect that you would find us." Gu Ji felt a little confused. Said, "Oh? How about our Han tribe move to another place?" Yu Fu didn't know what he meant by this. Did he think that the Han tribe had taken away their territory? After all, this place was indeed relatively close to the Baiwu tribe, only a 2-day walk away, so he tried it as a joke. Gu Ji quickly waved his hand. "No need to change, this place is very good. Many of our clansmen have been to this place and are very familiar with it. Being able to work here is not far away from the tribe, and the clansmen can feel more at ease. Although I want to migrate here when the tribe's population grows in the future, I'm just talking about it. If I want to multiply to the point where the current tribe can't accommodate it, it may take more than 10 generations. It's too long. I will live until then, we won't see that day. Since the Han tribe needs this place more now, so what if we live here?" After hearing his explanation, Yu Fu felt relieved, patted his shoulder and said intimately, "It's nothing. Are our 2 tribes friends? Living closer will facilitate communication and trade in the future, and even our 2 tribes can intermarry. Even if there are too many people there to accommodate you, we will still welcome you to move in with us." Gu Ji and Tian Hong both smiled and agreed with Yu Fu's words. There is no such thing as land grabbing. The relationship between the 2 tribes is now in the honeymoon period, and they don't think there is anything in their tribe that can make the Han tribe miss them. Yes, the poor have nothing to grab, and the only thing left is the population. But they think that with so many people in the Han tribe and the tribe being so big, there will be no shortage of people at all, so the Baiwu tribe doesn't think about it from top to bottom. The Han tribe was regarded as an enemy. After the team arrived here, they first simply set up some tents, and then began to map the terrain, insert markers and draw lines, find out the location of the city, and mark the locations of the roads. There is no problem with the distribution of fields along the river, mainly for the convenience of water. As for cutting and burning firewood, it should be out of the question. This will definitely be the main coal production area in the south in the future. With so much coal, it is unlikely to burn firewood. In the past few days, when Yufu was doing surveying and mapping in Qian County, a team of craftsmen from Qingkong County also came over. Among them were 400 craftsmen of various types and 600 railway workers, making up a team of 1,000 people. A large number of production tools, as well as grain and grass, were escorted in a hurry. This is the first time that the people of the Baiwu tribe have seen such a large-scale construction team. You must know that these are 1,000 young and strong men, and they are also special talents with various skills. They are not just farmers who can only dig food in the fields. This number of people is equivalent to half of the total population of the White House clan. But according to Yufu, they haven't prepared to send many people over yet. The ones coming now are just the advanced construction team to build houses for those who will dig coal here in the future. So who will come here to dig coal in the future? How many people couldn't help but gasp when they thought of this? How many people did this Han tribe have? Seeing such a huge team, Tian Hong, the leader of the White House tribe, couldn't help but swallowed and asked. Fu, if you have so many people here, do you still need people from our tribe to work? You can build many houses by yourself, right? Ah? Yufu was stunned for a moment when he was asked, and then he realized that there were too many people coming and he scared them. This is not possible, I have to continue to cheat, so I said. No, don't look at the number of them. In fact, more than half of the 1,000 people are responsible for building roads. The coal we dig out has to be transported to other places in the Han tribe, so a road must be built for vehicles. Most of the people in China come to build roads, and only a small part of them build houses. Furthermore, if our tribe sends a craftsman here, it will cost a lot of resources to supply a person to stay here permanently. The food and salary they need, as well as various living supplies, have to be transported from far-away places. Come here, so your help from the White House tribe is very important. Every time you add one more worker to help, we can send one less person here, so even if all the people from your tribe come to help, we are willing. Oh, so that's it. Then we will definitely help the Han tribe. Fu, please don't worry. Our two tribes are good friends. With the arrival of the team of craftsmen, the project started quickly. Another tent was erected. The 400 craftsmen of various types settled down first, but the 600 railway workers did not stay long. They came here this time. One is to escort supplies and food, and the other is to be with Yufu here. To determine the specific location of the Qian County railway station, they had to first determine the location and specific design of the station, and then measure and plan the route in between. So these people discussed with Yufu for 3 days to plug in the railway station. Benchmark, after pulling up the construction line, we left directly. Only then did Gu Ji and Tian Hong believe that those people were really here to build roads. And the 400 settled craftsmen also started their own work to build the new city. The first thing they needed to do was to build factories, workshops, brick and tile factories, wood processing plants, quarries, etc. But first, what needs to be built is workers' dormitories, otherwise there will be no place to live, and tents made of cloth cannot protect against wind and rain. For things like temporary camps and temporary dormitories that can be dismantled after use, the Han tribe follows the usual practice of using rammed earth structures. The advantages are that they can be built quickly and materials are easy to obtain. It is not a problem to live for a year or two for a short period of time. After the scope of the construction site was drawn, the construction work began. The 150 young and strong laborers of the White House clan were quickly utilized. These were all hired with money and were not used in vain. Some people were divided into logging and were led by Han tribe craftsmen to cut suitable wood. The other group was responsible for digging and transporting soil by the river. While digging irrigation ditches for farmland, they transported the soil to the camp to build houses. It was in this kind of working environment that the people of the Baiwu tribe learned more about the Han tribe. For the first time, they learned about the saw, a sharp tool for cutting wood, and they also saw many people who could not even name them. Among the strange carpentry tools, there are also handcarts, which are convenient for transporting earth and stone, and building methods such as building blocks, which take a wooden shell and fill it with soil. I also learned for the first time that soil can be burned into stones, bricks and tiles, and that feces and urine must be excreted in the same place. These feces can actually be used for farming. In addition, as more and more tools were delivered, various farm tools were also transported, as well as a large number of rabbits, sheep, piglets, chickens, and ducks, draft animals, and many vegetable seeds. These are very necessary. With so many people coming here, food can be transported from everywhere. However, fresh vegetables and fresh meat cannot be transported over long distances, so food can be transported. The engineering team said they have to grow the vegetables they need. However, Yufu said that they couldn't finish their work and had no time to grow vegetables. He suggested that the Baiwu clan send people over to learn, and they could go back and grow them themselves. The engineering team would purchase all the vegetables and fruits they grew. As much as you want. Guji and Tianhong saw that the Han tribe had brought so many good things, especially so many types of livestock and poultry, as well as seeds of vegetables and fruits. These were of great benefit to agriculture and breeding. It would be great if the tribe can also popularize these. They also knew that this opportunity was rare, so they discussed with Yufu and asked Yufu to send a car to take Tianhong back. He went to pick up the other 3 clan leaders, and then they all discussed helping the Han tribe to raise livestock, poultry, growing vegetables. Of course, Yofu supported this 100 times, and had people prepare the carriage on the spot. Tianhong immediately took the carriage provided by Yufu and returned to the Baiwu tribe in just one day. The 3 tribe chiefs who stayed in the tribe were also very happy now. Because with the help of the Han tribe, many tribe members in the tribe now they all wore clothes made of fabric, and they looked like a person. In order to make work easier, adults and children also began to imitate the Han people and erect their hair. Although the cloth presented by the Han tribe could not make a pair of shoes for everyone, the 10 people who stayed here from Yofu taught them to weave straw sandals. Straw sandals are also good. With shoes on your feet, you will feel more confident when working. Even if you are running fast, you no longer need to be as cautious as before. Now the corn grown in the tribe is growing very well. According to the Han people who stayed behind, some of the sheep sent by Yofu are already pregnant with lambs, and they are expected to give birth in the summer. By then, you will give birth to 2 or 3 lambs. However, the Baiwu clan's flock will probably double immediately. Whether it is new grain types or newly learned breeding techniques, they are developing very rapidly, and the entire Baiwu clan is thriving. It is under this circumstance that Tianhong came back in a carriage. Upon discovering that Tianhong had returned, the 3 older clan leaders who had stayed behind in the tribe also quickly came out to greet him. "Hong, why are you back? How are you doing over there?" The gray-haired leader of the Yuchi clan asked immediately, followed by the Bai clan and the Yen clan. "The life there is very good. The tribesmen now eat well and sleep well there. They learn and work with the craftsmen of the Han tribe every day. They help them chop down trees, build houses, dig ditches, and transfer earth and stone every day. We were all very busy, but we were doing well. The Han tribe gave each of us a linen vest and a bamboo hat, and the tribesmen liked it very much. When Tianhong heard the questions from the 3 old clan leaders, he immediately introduced the situation there. After listening, the 3 clan leaders also showed understanding smiles, seeming to think that the original decision was right, but before they could wait what to say, Tianhong said again. But I have something important to discuss with you when I come back this time. Let me tell you that the Han tribe has invested a lot in the construction there. When we arrived there a few days ago, I saw 1,000 people coming. The young and strong Han people escorted a large number of ox carts and horse-drawn carriages to deliver things. 400 people were left behind, all of whom were various craftsmen. The remaining 600 people stayed for a few days and then left, saying they were going to build roads. But this is not over yet. Although there are not that many people from the Han tribe, there is a constant flow of vehicles carrying various things. They also bring many kinds of livestock and other food seeds. Let me tell you, the Han tribe can actually raise birds. There is a free-range bird with black feathers and a red tail. The Han tribe calls that bird a black-bone chicken. It is said that every household in the Han tribe raises it. You can eat its meat and the eggs it lays. It is said that those hens can lay 1 egg every day. There is also a kind of waterfowl with a yellow flat beak, a green head, and a gray body. It floats in the river on weekdays, eating insects and small fish in the water, and also providing meat and eggs. By the way, they also raised rabbits. The rabbits are quite big, as long as half an arm. They are as white as snow and have a pair of red eyes. I heard they reproduce faster and can give birth to a litter in 60 days. A litter can give birth to 7 or 8, and several litters can be born in a year. Others include sheep, some donkeys and mules, and, by the way, there is something called a pig. The pig has a huge belly, thin and short hair, as if it were bare, a long nose, a long mouth, and big ears. It grunts when walking and is very fat. It is said that it was specially raised by the Han tribe to kill for meat. This thing called a pig is easy to raise, can eat anything, and grows quickly. It is also a kind of livestock that is raised in large numbers by the Han tribe. The Han tribe brought these things here, just to feed the laborers. According to Yu Fu, it is easy for the Han tribe to transport food from far away, but the Han tribe usually eats not only food, but also fresh meat, what fruits and vegetables to eat. These things can only be grown locally. But the problem now is that the workers are very busy, and no one has time to grow vegetables or take care of the livestock and birds. What Yu Fu means is to see if we can send more people to help. He said that as long as we are willing to help, we can take these things back and plant them, and they will be willing to buy them after they are planted and exchange them with us for money. They can also give us some of the livestock in the future. I think this is a good thing. Even if we don't pay any money, as long as we can give these livestock and seeds to us, it will be worth it. In the future, our White House tribe will have so many good things, and the people of the tribe will be able to live a better life. Okay, what do you think? Tianhong said a lot, and after finishing speaking, he looked at the 3 clan leaders, hoping to get their approval. At this time, the 3 clan leaders were all in shock. A snow-white rabbit that was half an arm long, a black-bone chicken that could not fly and could only walk on the ground, and a flat-billed duck that could swim in the water, all kinds of things. Fruits and seeds, a large number of sheep and fat pigs, many horses, and those things called donkeys. I don't know what they look like. It is indeed a tribe that is good at breeding technology. It has domesticated so many kinds of animals. It is exactly what Yu Fu said. Except for the fish in the water, the Han tribe has almost all other birds and animals. If the Baiwu tribe can also learn the techniques of breeding these things, plus the cubs of these livestock, then the growth of the Baiwu tribe will be just around the corner. Just imagine, if they really learn these, then the Baiwu tribe can compete with the Han tribe similarly. The tribe no longer need to go out to hunt. They only need to raise livestock at home and get a steady supply of meat and fur without going out to take risks. This is such a good thing, and such an opportunity is now in front of them. Several clan leaders looked at each other and then said in unison, "This is feasible." Just like what Han said just now, even if the Han tribe doesn't pay, as long as they promise to give us some livestock cubs in the future, we can help with the work. Yes, you can definitely do this. You don't need any wages, as long as you give us some livestock. Hong, do you think we should send more people there? When several clan leaders heard this, they immediately started talking about it. Well, of course the more people the better, but our tribe also needs to keep people to guard it. But I think those children can go over and help. They can't do any heavy work, but they can help grow vegetables, herd sheep, etc. These are all things children can do. And we need to let children learn these technologies. When they grow up in the future, they can pass them on to their descendants. If we learn them at our age, we will have to hand them over to our children when the time comes. It is better to let them directly go and learn from the Han tribe. In the past, our children did not need to be paid. As long as the Han tribe took care of their food, it would be great if they can give us some livestock and cubs in the future. Other young people can also be added appropriately. I see that the plate you built is very big and they have drawn a lot of house locations. It really can't be completed in a year or two to build it. It will definitely require a lot of people. It doesn't matter if we send more people. Tian Hong immediately talked about his analysis and plan after hearing the words of several people. It is of course a good thing to send children there to learn technology. It does not take up much labor. Whether or not they pay is a trivial matter. The key is to let the children master advanced technology. The patriarchs only thought about it for a moment and immediately made the decision. Decide. As a result, the entire Baiwu tribe prepared a team again, this time directly forming a team of 200 people, 100 young men and women each, and hundreds of other teenagers who also wanted to go with them. The entire White House clan is almost in full force. Most of the so-called young people are between the ages of 14 and 20. These people are really young people. People over 30 years old are basically grandfathers. Nowadays, only a group of old men stay in the tribe to look after the houses, and almost all the young people have gone out to work. In ancient times, it was normal for people to call themselves old men at the age of 30. They would get married at 14 and have children at 15. If things go well, they could become grandfathers at 30. People who become grandfathers are not old men, but now these old men have become left behind. The lonely old man of the tribe didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. But in the eyes of those old people, the most important thing is that future generations can learn more survival techniques. Just be lonely when you are lonely. Anyway, the two places are not far away, and you can come back and visit when you are not busy. A large number of people from the Baiwu tribe arrived at the construction site in Qian County. Under normal circumstances, such a sudden influx of people would definitely cause riots, but in reality, no trouble occurred. Because the Han tribe is best at population management and engineering construction, there are only 2,000 people. Let alone the county magistrate of the Han tribe, even a random contractor, can arrange for these 2,000 people. It's organized and everyone has something to do. The newly arrived men were also assigned to build houses and cut down trees, while the women were responsible for digging trenches, transporting soil, and some were responsible for lighting fires for cooking. As for the hundreds of new half-year-old children, some are responsible for taking care of younger brothers and sisters, some are responsible for herding sheep, some are responsible for taking care of chickens and ducks, and some little boys are carrying bamboo baskets and sickles, collecting grass everywhere, feed those rabbits. The Baiwu tribe and the Han tribe's own craftsmen, from adults to children, everyone has something to do and everyone has food to eat, and this is a group of people who are not familiar with each other, in an unfamiliar environment life in. Such powerful management ability is simply unbelievable in the eyes of Gu Ji and Tian Hong, but it actually happened. While construction in Qingkang County and Qian County was in full swing, the 30,000 slaves sent from the north to Tsubing were finally sent back. Now the fleet has arrived at the dock of Weishan County and is still in the lake for the time being. Stop and wait until arrangements are made before sending these slaves everywhere. When the fleet transporting slaves arrived at the dock of Weishan County, the news reached Luo Chong immediately, and Luo Chong quickly issued the order for distribution. The total number of slaves escorted back this time was more than 31,600, of which more than 12,000 were young and middle-aged men, and the remaining nearly 20,000 were more than 6,000 women and more than 2,000 old men. The remaining more than 10,000 are underage teenagers, but most of them are over 10 years old. As for the younger ones, they don't come out to move around on their own, and Tsubing certainly has no chance of capturing them. Most of these children under 10 years old are still in the cannibal villages and have not come out. According to the plan previously agreed with Lin Fei and Dali, their demand for slaves must first be met, because half of the Han tribe's heavy industry will be sent to the south, and the current production tasks of various engineering vehicles are too heavy, so for the demand for skilled workers is also increasing day by day. Lin Fei's idea is to recruit all the miners in Qing'an County to work as workers in basic factories, such as steel plants, cement plants, etc., and then send all the existing workers in steel plants and cement plants to they will go to higher-level machinery factories for training and study, and as for the vacated miners, they will be temporarily supplemented by slaves. However, this is not a long-term solution. The mining technology of the Han tribe will eventually be transformed. Once this group of technicians is trained, the Institute's machinery factory can expand its production scale and manufacture excavators and loaders in large quantities. With these large machines, these slaves can be replaced again in the future. As for how to place the replaced slaves, this is also simple. In the future, let them do other things, such as building railways. Now these people may not be able to do such advanced work as building railways, but after working in the mines for such a long time, they will training, maybe you will be able to do it in the future. Luo Chong directly approved 5,000 of the more than 12,000 young male slaves to Qing'an County to be used in the mines. As for how to manage and train the slaves, Luo Chong did not need to worry about this at all. Qing'an County over there, especially Dali, he already has rich experience. Luo Chong gave the order to transport the remaining more than 7,000 people directly to the south. 5,000 of them were placed in the capital and handed over to Yu Ji, who was responsible for the construction of the palace and the capital. Yu Ji had more than 1,000 Jinwu guards under his command. The soldiers are all former intelligence officers, and there are thousands of craftsmen of various kinds. It is not a problem to manage the work of 5,000 slaves. The palace has been under construction for more than a year, but the actual progress is not great. Moreover, this is Luo Chong's private home. I am sorry to trouble the people to fight, but now that we have this group of slaves, we must speed up the construction progress. The remaining more than 2,000 people were handed over to Yu Fu, and he was asked to use these 2,000 people to build Qingkang County and Qian County. Luo Chong also specifically stated that these slaves could be placed under the jurisdiction of the railway construction team for future construction. The railway in the south requires tunneling, blasting, and climbing over mountains and ridges, all of which can easily lead to death. These slaves can work on the front lines. Their death will be in vain. The tribal officials do not have to pay pensions, so why not do it? After dividing the more than 12,000 young and strong male slaves, there were still more than 2,000 old men. Luo Chong thought for a while and sent the more than 2,000 old men directly to the construction site of the cross-sea bridge to let them see for themselves. According to the arrangement, any heavy work can be handed over to these old guys. Anyway, the Han tribe does not intend to support these people in their old age. It does not matter if they die from exhaustion on the construction site, as long as they are not allowed to eat for free. After allocating these slaves, the remaining more than 10,000 people are actually even more difficult to deal with. Among them are more than 6,800 female slaves and 10,000 minors. This is more troublesome. When Luo Chong decided to have these female slaves, he wanted to use them as a gross body teacher and as specimens for the medical school. But even if he was to be a gross body teacher, he couldn't send them all in at once. Moreover, Luo Chong had planned to let these women, those who have given birth, so that medical students can practice with them, especially in delivery and child care skills. In this case, the first thing to do is to get these women pregnant. If they are pregnant, they have to give birth to children. How to manage the children of these slaves in the future is another problem, involving all aspects of things. 6,800 women, this is not a small number. Luo Chong was very worried about this. Later, he discussed with Xiao Dai and decided to choose an island in the middle of the lake in Luoyang County and build a garment factory on it to provide jobs for these female slaves. In fact, in modern terms, it is a women's prison, and the prison has its own labor reform factory. The work content is to make clothes. The Han tribe has a lot of clothes to make, including uniforms for officials and uniforms for employees in various government-run workshops, state-owned factories. The army's uniforms, quilts, etc. need to be replaced every 1 or 2 years, which really requires a lot of manpower. However, before entering the factory, the medical school had to send personnel to screen more than 6,000 women. Young and middle-aged women who were healthy and within childbearing age were all cleaned and disinfected in a unified manner. The hair must be shaved and regrown, and the body must be washed with pesticides, such as taking a bath with arsenic, to remove all parasites from the body. In addition, the body must be checked to make sure there are no diseases in that area. After the screening, the old women who are over childbearing age and the younger girls are all thrown into the factory to make clothes and quilts. The remaining young and strong women will be used as prizes to reward those who keep their integrity and work hard. Male slaves who are healthy and good-looking are allowed to form families. But this family doesn't just go back when they want. The so-called family is a small courtyard in the staff dormitory near the garment factory. The male slaves go back a few days a week and can live with the women, but they don't usually go back. Allow them to live together. If a female slave is pregnant with a child, she will automatically be upgraded to a physical education teacher at the medical school and will be treated as a subject of medical research. The medical school will be responsible for the delivery and child care of the child. When the children are over 1 year old, the children born to these slaves will be treated as orphans and sent to the welfare homes under Jinwu Guard to receive upbringing and education. In the future, these children may be selected to join Jinwu Guard when they grow up. Maybe they are not selected and enter the social system of the Han tribe alone, or others will become workers with special skills like the tractor driving class formed this time. The Han tribe will conceal their origins and allow them to integrate into this tribe and this country as normal Han tribe citizens without being discriminated against by anyone. In general, female slaves have the right to give birth to children, but they do not have the right to raise their children. From the moment their children are born, they have no relationship with them. This may seem cruel to those mothers. Children born in 10 months of pregnancy will have to be separated from their own flesh and blood as soon as they are born. But if you tell them the future fate of these children, let them, the mothers, make their own choices. Whether to choose whether their children will be born as slaves and live as slaves of the Han tribe for the rest of their lives, or to give up the custody rights of their children and let their children live like normal people in the Han tribe, these mothers will probably have no choice. If you hesitate to give up custody rights, who would want your child to be a slave for the rest of his life? From this perspective, this approach may not be a bad thing. Another issue of principle is that although the Han tribe had a large number of slaves, it was never considered a slave society. Luo Chong never thought of making the Han tribe a slave society. This was a matter of principle. It is true that the Han tribe now has slaves, but these slaves are under the jurisdiction of the official government. They belong to the public property of the official tribal government and are a means of production. As these slaves age and die, the Han tribe there will be no more slaves. As long as it has not developed to the point where every household has private slaves, it is not a slave society. Moreover, the Han tribe is currently undergoing rapid industrialization. With the popularization of various mechanical power, people will no longer need slaves. Of course, you can still have servants, but they are not private slaves, but hired servants, just like nannies in modern society. It is an employment relationship between master and servant, the relationship between boss and employee, not slavery. The affiliation is a matter of nature in principle, and the difference is still very big. Now that the arrangements for the female slaves have been made, there will only be 10,000 underage slaves left. These 10,000 half-grown men are all boys and teenagers. As the saying goes, half-grown men will eat me to death. They are edible but difficult to discipline, and what they will do in the future is also a big problem. But the first problem is that the Han tribe will never raise them in vain, let alone let them eat the food of the Han tribe in vain. Putting aside everything else, they must first be able to live a self-sufficient life. The Han tribe is in short supply of people, especially skilled workers, who are the rarest talents, and these underage slaves are the best age to learn knowledge, so Luo Chong immediately came up with an idea to bring this thousands of young men are organized into an engineering army. It doesn't matter if it's called the Engineering Corps or the Railway Corps, that's what it means anyway. 10,000 people is not a small number. According to the modern army establishment, it is equivalent to half a division. Luo Chong thought about it and decided to transfer back the Yingyang guards who were stationed in Chaoyang County on Qingshu Island. Chaoyang County is the southeast corner of Qingshu Island and the territory of the fishermen of the Yu clan. The Yu clan took the initiative to join the Han tribe before attacking the Xian tribe. In addition, the Han tribe now has strong policy support for coastal fishermen. The Yu clan is also very loyal to the Han tribe. It is impossible to rebel. Then there is no need to keep an army there. It is better to transfer these people back to do something else. The scale of Yingyang Guard is small, with only 2,000 registered officers and soldiers. It is the smallest garrison on Qingshu Island and is not of much strategic use. Transferring Yingyang Guard back will not affect Qingshu's military situation. Defense issues. Using the 2,000 professional soldiers of Yingyang Guard to discipline 10,000 slave boys is not a big problem. It is equivalent to one professional soldier leading 5 soldiers, and each one becomes a deputy squad leader or deputy flag officer. Still relatively relaxed. They don't need to teach these slave boys how to build railways now. Instead, they first carry out military management. Generally speaking, they have one goal in a short time: farming and education. Purely militarized management, all slave boys were assigned according to the number of soldiers, and simple military training was conducted every day. The main purpose was to practice formation, cultivate discipline, and then language, so that they could learn Chinese as soon as possible. The rest is to open up wasteland, cultivate land, and raise livestock. Let them solve their own problems of food, drink, and clothing. First, train them in this way for a year or 2. After they have learned Chinese and obeyed the dispatch and discipline, they will be uniformly adapted into the engineering corps is responsible for repairing bridges and paving roads, and is specifically used for railway construction among Han tribes. As for the location of the farmland, Luo Chong has also thought about it. Currently, there are only 2 locations where the Han tribe needs to cultivate a large amount of farmland. One is the capital, and the other is Qingshu County and Qian County. These are all newly established. The city will definitely have to move its population in the future. Migration, of course, a large population requires a large amount of farmland. If not, then the people who migrated there can only be allowed to open up wasteland on their own. But now these slave soldiers can be used to open up land in advance. Then, after 2 years, the reclaimed land will have already turned into mature farmland. Wouldn't that be better? So Luo Chong immediately issued an order to send the 10,000 young slaves to Qingshu County, Qian County, and the capital. Among them, the capital city has the largest area, and there will definitely be more people living there in the future. Therefore, there are 6,000 people in the capital city, who are under the supervision of 1,200 professional warriors from the Yingyang Guard. In Qian County, there was little demand for manpower because there were people from the Baiwu tribe who helped to cultivate fields and plant crops. Therefore, Luo Chong transferred the remaining 4,000 people to Qingshu County to be responsible for opening up wasteland and farming there. On the one hand, these slave boys can be self-sufficient, on the other hand, they can also produce some non-staple food, grow some vegetables and fruits, and raise some meat livestock to provide to the engineering teams there, just like the work of the Baiwu people in Qian County same. The 4,000 slave soldiers transferred to Qian County are under the supervision of 800 Yingyang Guard soldiers. In addition, there are a large number of workers stationed there for a long time. Even if these 4,000 slaves want to cause trouble, they will have no chance. Moreover, with regard to military management, it is actually easy to subdue them. They are required to drill and work uniformly every day, and then in the evening they will be evaluated. Those who work actively and obediently will be rewarded with a meal of meat for the top 100, and a meal for the bottom 100. He was hit with a military stick directly, and he didn't even have dinner. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be killed as a warning to others. Just follow this method to treat them. You can see that in less than half a month, they all behave like Sun Tzu. Let them go east, and absolutely no one goes west. In fact, since ancient times, the method of training soldiers has only been like this, but it does work, especially in this era where corporal punishment is not prohibited. Violating military orders will result in immediate beheading. If you try it in modern times, the most you can do is be put in solitary confinement and punished. How dare you behead a soldier who disobeys? Recommend a friend's new book, Safe Grocery Store. There are all kinds of demons, and they are all divided into good and evil. There are also all kinds of people, and they all have their karma and retribution. For safety and precision, there are countless onmyogas who use yin and yang to measure the sky and understand cause and effect to defeat demons. P.S. Mainly subdue monsters on a daily basis. The key words are Heian-kyo, onmyoji, and monsters. Chapter 1045, What the Militiamen Saw. I typed the wrong number. The slaves transported from the north did not stay in Weishan County for long before they were transferred to various places again. The 5,000 slaves sent to Qingshu County were the easiest. They could land directly from the dock and then transfer to a train to go directly to Qingshu County. Mines in Steel County. More than 6,000 women were sent directly by boat to an empty island in the middle of the lake. Later, a large amount of daily necessities would also be transported up. Next, they were waiting for screening by the medical school and the garment factory organized by Xiaodai. Other young and strong male slaves, as well as more than 2,000 old men, and the 10,000 underage boys, were all transported to the south on flying fish ships, or sent directly to various construction sites, or formed into engineering troops. First send them to open up wasteland and farm fields. As for those ships coming from the north to the south, they need to stop in Weishan County for supplies. Tens of thousands of people have been eating, drinking, and eating on the ship for more than a month. The smell is so bad that it makes people roll their eyes, so it needs to be cleaned thoroughly. In addition, since there will no longer be such a large number of slaves going south in the future, and the slaves have been sent to the south, there is no need to send so much food to the north. They only need to send food to satisfy their own people, so this time there is no need for all ships heading south to return. It was during this period of stopping the ship to rest that the militiamen who went south to escort the prisoners finally saw the power of the Han tribe. This group of northern survivors who have joined the Han tribe for several years have never seen what the Han tribe looks like. Although it is difficult to sail on the ship for more than a month this time, it is actually very difficult to see the true face of the Han tribe. Nothing. I still remember the night before arriving in Weishan County. The fleet was sailing on the river. The continuous sailing, for more than a month, not only made the slaves feel tortured, but also the militiamen on the same boat. Many people began to show up. Feeling irritable, they walked all the way without seeing any sign of human activity on both sides of the Taiwan Strait, as if the Han tribe they had joined seemed to have become the legendary kingdom of God, something that did not exist in the world at all. Just when the militiamen began to feel discouraged, a thick beam of light suddenly swept across the night sky and swept across their sails. It was the light emitted by the Morning Star Lighthouse on the Weishan County Pier. The white rotating light beam was the farthest. Can illuminate up to 50 miles away. Such a dazzling white light beam kept sweeping over their heads, frightening many militiamen. It was so late at night that something evil had happened. But at this moment, the sailors on the ship were heard pointing into the distance and shouting. "It's the Morning Star Lighthouse. It's the lighthouse of our Han tribe. We are almost at the dock of Weishan County." When the militiamen heard the shouts, they immediately exploded. Many people also ran up from the cabin after hearing the words. They stood on the deck and looked at the white light beams that kept sweeping in the distance. Because such a dazzling light, in their worldview, it is obviously impossible for it to be a product of human beings. Are we at the Han tribe? The front seems to be a county of the Han tribe. I don't know how big it is and what it looks like. Do the people there look the same as us? Their lives must be better, right? What is that light? Why does it keep spinning in circles? Is this made by people from the Han tribe? How far away is it? You can see the lights now. It shouldn't be far away. It's been more than 40 days. The deck became very lively for a while, and the militiamen all started talking at once. This situation immediately attracted the captain's attention. Hearing the militiamen's discussion, the captain quickly appeared on the edge of the poop deck. Shouted at the militiamen below. "Compatriots, in front of us is Weishan County of our Han tribe. The two constantly rotating light pillars are the light emitted by the Venus Lighthouse at the Weishan County Pier. They are specially used to guide ships sailing at night. This means that we have arrived at the busiest inland waterway in Weishan County. When we get ashore tomorrow, everyone can have a good rest. The Weishan County in front of us is a large agricultural county of our Han tribe, with a permanent population of 40,000 to 50,000 people. These populations are distributed in the 6 counties under the jurisdiction of Weishan County. At the same time, Weishan County is also within the jurisdiction of our Han tribe. It is the largest water and land transfer terminal on the mainland. Many ships heading to the north depart from here, including the Shent's Guard who went to the north last year. They also departed from here. Now we will arrive soon. When we get ashore at dawn tomorrow, we must remain highly vigilant. Don't relax in caring for the slaves just because we have arrived. We must prevent the slaves from causing trouble in the densely populated city. So everyone will work hard one last time. There are so many people. I guess they will be sent ashore in batches." Like a professional tour guide, the captain first briefly introduced the situation in Weishan County to the militiamen, so that everyone could have a good idea and not cause any trouble later. In fact, this introduction was quite useful. At least when the fleet approached the dock and the militiamen saw the lighthouse with their naked eyes, they didn't stupidly bow their heads and shout silly things like God's blessing. Everyone was amazed, but they all already knew that it was an artificial creation of the Han tribe. It was just an oversized carbide lamp. There was nothing surprising about it, so the militiamen didn't have random thoughts and their own brains. I have seen carbide lamps. We have it on board. I didn't expect that the craftsmen of the Han tribe were so powerful that they could make lamps so big. This is roughly what they really thought when they saw the lighthouse. Although it is already late at night at the wharf of Weishan County, it is not peaceful. Of course, the people in the city not far away have already rested, but for the wharf where goods are transferred, it is very busy. Every day and night at the wharf, I don't know how much cargo will be unloaded from the train and loaded onto the ship, and how much cargo will be loaded from the ship into the train. A neat row of tower cranes on the shore are lifting goods, carrying baskets filled with coke to the sky above the train, and then controlling the gate to pour the coke down. The cranes next to it are also constantly hoisting rails and steel bars. And large quantities of steel ingots, which were all building materials to be sent south. The Weishan County Pier is still so busy at night, so much so that all the cargo terminal berths and trestles are occupied. Moreover, they are a fleet that has just come south from the north. They cannot dock directly without verifying their identity. Therefore, the fleet quickly released the small boats and sent people to negotiate with the port management of the dock. At the same time, they also conveyed the news that the slaves were being transported. But now that the militiamen have arrived, they are not in a hurry to go ashore. The bustling night scene on the dock is like entering another world for them. It was clearly midnight, but countless lights illuminated the dock as bright as day. Countless warriors and sailors were busy on the boat and on the shore. Some swordsmen and penmen wearing black cloth hats were holding account books and kept busy, shouting back and forth, checking the quantity of goods. There is also a vendor area on the shore, selling all kinds of food, such as steamed buns, sesame cakes, pancakes, fried rice, noodles, all kinds of staple food to fill the stomach, as well as snack like rice dumplings, barbecue, rice cakes, etc. There are also stalls selling home-cooked vegetables, and next to the vendor area is a large market with all kinds of fresh vegetables, fruits, and fresh meats. And because it is close to a lake, there are naturally many kinds of fish and shrimps. The vendor area is also very lively. Many warriors who have finished their work and sailors who have just docked will have a meal here. Some order 2 plates of side dishes and a bottle of white wine. More than a dozen the sailors gathered together to have a drink to relieve the fatigue of the long voyage, and many of the strong men loading and unloading at the dock just wanted to have a full meal and replenish their physical strength. The city was quiet due to the curfew, but the dock outside the city was brightly lit and bustling with people. The city, dock, and ship seemed to have become 3 independent worlds. The militiamen from the north looked at the bustling night scene on the shore. For a moment, I felt a sense of inferiority. I was afraid that the people on the shore would laugh at them, a group of rustics. We were all citizens under the rule of the Han tribe, so why did we feel that we were somehow on a lower level? Fortunately, this idea did not persist for long, and the militiamen received good news. Everyone could go ashore in batches. After landing, their scope of activities must be controlled and they should not cause trouble. However, their food and drink expenses will be reimbursed by the public. This is of course great news for the militiamen who have never eaten anything good. Daybreak soon dawned, and the slave distribution plan had been passed down. Because 5,000 slaves had to be transported to Qingshu County, 10 ships could be freed at this time. 10 large ships docked, and the slaves were sent together. He went to the train station and was loaded onto the train under the escort of militiamen. Then he was stuffed like a can of sardines and was taken away by the train. It was the first time in their lives that the militiamen had seen a train with such terrifying transportation capacity. This guy's cargo capacity could almost catch up with a sailboat. The militiamen who witnessed the train were not only amazed, no wonder the Han tribe could make such exquisite and powerful muskets. It turns out that muskets are nothing compared to trains. After putting the slaves on the train, the militiamen could finally rest. Because these people didn't know the way, Luo Chong, the governor of Weishan County, specially sent some clerks from the county government office to serve as guides. The militiamen, led by the clerks, passed by the snack area on the pier, salivating all the way. People walked by, but they couldn't help but look back, and they were still muttering in their hearts that the tribe was stingy and unwilling to let them eat here. Dayton. But just when they were dissatisfied, the shouts of the officials leading the way suddenly came from ahead. Compatriots from the north, I know that we are all hungry and haven't eaten anything good for more than a month, but the dock is too messy and it is difficult for us to manage everyone eating here. The governor is already at Guani. I have prepared food for you. Please come with me and ensure that the food in Guani is no worse than here. After hearing this, everyone became happy and quickened their pace to Guani. The food here is really not bad: classic hot pot, classic kebabs, noodles and pancakes, etc. In general, they are made of everything. They had to do something as soon as possible, otherwise it would be embarrassing for them to ask Guani's cook to cook food for hundreds of people at once when it was still dark. After everyone had eaten and drank in Guani, they were all taken to the Tangchi to take a bath. Bathhouses were only developed in Luoyang County and Weishan County in the past 2 years. Because of the steam engine, the Han tribe had it. With a large boiler and a water pump for pumping water, a modern bathhouse took shape. Bathhouses may not be needed by ordinary people, who can wash themselves at home, but for sailors who have been floating on the ship for a long time, this is a rare place to relax. The militiamen who came from the north had obviously never encountered this kind of hospitality. It was normal to treat people to a meal, but what the hell was it like to treat people to a collective bath? Some people even felt that the water was too hot and did not dare to go into the water, but after being dragged into the water by their companions, they couldn't help but groan. It was so damn comfortable. This was an experience they had never had before. After everyone finished taking a bath, they were taken to the hotel to sleep again. There were no private rooms, but there were some datong bunks, but the quilts were all clean and the kong was heated, so that the militiamen could finally have a good sleep. After eating, bathing, and sleeping, the one-stop service finally made the militiamen who came from afar feel at home. It turned out that the Han tribe did not look down on their compatriots who were far away in the northern cold land. Almost a day later, the distribution order for other slaves also came down. More than 6,000 female slaves were transferred to the island in the middle of the lake without even getting off the ship. However, before they left, the militiamen responsible for escorting them on the ship, but we landed early. The remaining young and old men, as well as tens of thousands of young slaves, were transferred to Weishan County because they were to be transported to the south. They took the flying fish boat to go south to various places in the south, even the more than 2,000 slaves. The old man loaded it directly onto the cargo ship, transporting steel bars. Because this ship was originally sent to the cross-sea bridge construction site, which happened to be the same destination as these old slaves, so he simply didn't send another ship and just sent one ship. Send away. Those young slaves were also sent to the south on flying fish ships, because most of the ships used by Qingshu when he went to the north were old-fashioned 3-masted sailing ships and 2-masted sailing ships. If you take the less busy routes in the north, if you take the river in the south, you might get stuck in a narrow place. This is not impossible. But this way, the militiamen who were responsible for escorting the slaves were all liberated. They left the smelly cabins and came to the shore to wash themselves, eat, drink, and rest, and they would be able to feel better in less than 2 days. Such comfortable days may not be long, but they are not that short either. The vacated ships need to be washed and then loaded with various supplies destined for the north again, because the one proposed by Qingshu and Yue needs to be officially established in the north. Regarding county matters, in order to support their construction in the north, I have to bring a lot of supplies with me when I go back this time. Of course, more are all kinds of machines and tools, so that they can produce their own supplies in the north. After all, it is better to teach people to fish than to teach them how to fish. The establishment of a new county in the north had been agreed upon with Yue and Qingshu a long time ago. They had asked Luo Chong at the beginning, after the cannibals were defeated, whether all the people in the north would withdraw to the south or officially stay there to settle. For Luo Chong, this was land he had finally acquired and had been operating for several years. How could he just give up? Now that we have decided to formally establish counties and counties, we must give them good support. No matter how far away they are still people of the Han tribe and must be treated equally. Therefore, during the few days when the militiamen were resting here in Weishan County, Luo Chong was also quickly mobilizing various production materials and formally determining the administrative system of the north. The sphere of influence in the north of the Han tribe, which temporarily borders the cannibals, was officially established as Hejuan County, which means the source of the river, because the two mother rivers of the Han tribe, Rushui River and Luyang River, originated from there. Although the source of the water flowing from the side is not certain, it must be from there. Hejuan County temporarily has 3 county towns under its jurisdiction, namely the existing hunting ground camp, Yanqi Camp, and the most populous River Valley Camp. The 3 temporary camps have been officially upgraded to county seats and are unified under the management of Hejuan County, the capital of Hejuan County. Located at the Salt Pond Campground. The reason why this place was chosen as the capital was mainly due to topographic considerations. The hunting ground area in the east is surrounded by forests to the north, mountains to the south, and hills and basins in the middle. The traffic situation is conceivable, and it is not suitable for being a capital at all. Although the valley camp in the west has the largest population and a lot of arable land, it is located in a semi-enclosed valley. Although it has the advantage of water transportation, it is not suitable for vigorous development in the long term. In comparison, the Yanqi area, located in the middle of the 3 places, has a relatively open terrain and is suitable for later expansion. Transportation is relatively easy to build, and even road construction is easier. Moreover, there are important resources such as salt, water, and firewood in the surrounding area. There is no shortage, and because this place is in the middle, it is very convenient to contact the neighboring counties on the east and west sides. As for the capital, development space, transportation and communication speed must be ranked first. Although Luo Chong had never been there personally, as a modern man who was accustomed to looking at maps, he could still clearly analyze the strategic locations in the north by relying on the maps sent by Qingshu and Yue. Hejuan County already had its name and system. As for the candidate for the first county governor, Luo Chong didn't think much about it and directly decided to let Yue take the position. The people of Hejuan County were all recruited by Yue, which can be said to be indispensable. After 4 years of hard work, the new county was finally officially established, so he was transferred immediately. It was a bit unjustifiable. Besides, even if someone is re-elected now, it may not be a good thing for Hejuan County in its initial stage. In the past, it was difficult for newcomers to figure out the characteristics and conditions there. It is better to let Yue start at first and wait for the construction to be completed. After 3 or 4 years, the whole situation has stabilized. At that time, Yue will be transferred back to the central government. It is called a promotion, but in fact, it is a reduction of power. After all, Hejuan County is isolated in the far north, and the county governor there is a typical frontier official. The real mountain is high and the emperor is far away. Even if Yu Yi has no intention of betrayal, what if there is a fool who instigates him? However, no matter what the reason, Luo Chong finally appointed Yu Yi as the first county governor of Heyuan County. Now that the decision has been made, support for the construction of Heyuan County is indispensable. According to reports from Yuan, there is only one copper mine around Heyuan County, and there is an asphalt lake a little further away that is considered a mineral resource. No iron ore has been found yet, so all the iron materials needed by Heyuan County must be supplied by Qingshu County. For the construction of Qingshu County, this iron is of course indispensable. In order to show his attitude, Luo Chong directly asked people to load 2 boatloads of cast steel ingots for them. These are raw materials. What they are used for depends on the blacksmith over there. In addition, there are more than a dozen of the latest model iron horse 3 steam engines, which mainly provide power for light machinery, such as air compressors, various pneumatic tools, water pumps, a new corn thresher, and steam-powered grain mills. Machine weight. Others include the tribe's new inventions in recent years, such as floor scales, used for weighing heavy objects, mechanical clocks, used for timing, and hand-operated rice transplanters that have just begun mass production, and they are also equipped with 100 multiple racks, as well as 10,000 pairs of gears and chains. With these important parts, they also have samples, and they can produce rice transplanters by themselves in the future. Farming tools are always the first priority for any tribe or country. Unless you are not prepared to grow your own food, you will rely on imports. But in this era, even if the Han tribe wants to import food, there is no force that can provide dozens of food. A share of 10,000 people. Of course, besides farm tools, other things are also important. Loom? The north side needs it very much, but Luo Chong doesn't need to worry about it. The main body of this thing is made of wood, and the most important part is probably the spring in the shuttle. But I have given them so much good steel, they can produce it themselves. As long as they have seeds of cotton, they can grow it themselves. Besides, Yuan have also written to them, saying that their area is most suitable for the development of breeding industry. Things like yaks, bighorned Argali sheep, alpacas, etc., since there are so many the unique breeding industry, then the development of woolen products must be the way to get rich. The basic necessities, food, clothing, housing, and transportation vehicles are all taken care of. They also have many craftsmen there who can make them by themselves, but it is not very convenient without a paper mill. For this reason, Luo Chong also mobilized from the paper mill in Luoyang County. A few craftsmen and some basic equipment were sent over, allowing them to build a paper mill in the north. With paper, pens, and ink, these are small things that they can make by themselves, but books need to be supplemented by Luo Chong, especially the few new books that have been published recently. There is another very important thing, which is the new crop obtained by the Han tribe, potatoes. Some of this must be prepared for them. It's a pity that Luo Chong doesn't have many potatoes here. He planted part of them in the greenhouse before spring, and then planted another part in the open field after spring. All the seeds that Yufu sent before were used up. As a last resort, Luo Chong could only send a letter to Yufu, asking him to purchase another batch of potatoes. In the letter, he also explained that he had established a new Heyuan county and appointed his brother Yu Yi as the first county governor. He told him that these potatoes were for growing food for Yu and asked him to make arrangements by himself. Yufu was of course very happy after receiving this letter, and he was also very attentive to Luo Chong's request. Since the Baiwu tribe was in the honeymoon period with the Han tribe recently, it was natural to sell some potatoes to the Han tribe as food seeds. There was no problem. Gu Ji, one of the 5 clan leaders, personally took charge of this matter and carefully selected a batch for Yu Fujing. It weighed about 4 or 5 tons, which was nearly 10,000 kilograms. Thanks to the fact that most of the Baiwu people are now working for the Han tribe is responsible for the daily meals, otherwise they really wouldn't be able to produce so many potatoes. At this time in previous years, they would have counted on these potatoes to survive the harvestless days in the spring, but now that the Han tribe is in charge of food, these potatoes can be saved. The potatoes were loaded on the truck in Qian County, and it took 1 day to transport them to the dock in Qingshu County, where they were loaded onto a ship. Then it took 5 days and 5 nights to transport the potatoes to Weishan County, and finally the batch was shipped 6 days later. The grain was transferred to the fleet preparing to head north. At this point, the construction materials prepared by Luo Chong for Heiyuan County were almost completed. It happened that the militiamen who stayed in Weishan County had also rested. Luo Chong immediately ordered them to set off by boat and go north as soon as possible to deliver this batch of materials. Go to Heiyuan County in the north. At the same time, Chu Bing had already led an elite team of 2,600 Shens guards and 1,000 hunter militiamen to launch the third phase of the spring offensive against the cannibals, which was the clearing and extermination point operation. Because he had greeted Luo Chong in advance, in order to reduce unnecessary casualties as much as possible, Chu Bing had been repeatedly emphasizing the purpose of this battle, which was to focus on protecting himself. If you can lob your opponent from a distance, you must try to avoid close combat. If you have the opportunity for a sneak attack, you must not confront the enemy head-on. If the grassroots commanders judge that their own side may suffer casualties, they can give up capturing prisoners and just annihilate the opponent. It was also under the guidance of this kind of combat thinking that the third phase of the battle to clear the capture point went smoothly. To be precise, although the Shens Guard had more than 2,000 muskets that could defeat all the forces in the world, but it simply did not perform to the level that a modern firearms army should have. Every time I encounter an enemy, my first thought is, oh, don't kill the enemy. The leader wants us to capture him alive, so even every soldier of the Shens Guard has been fed at least several thousand during the training stage. They fired bullets and had good shooting accuracy, but there was an order from above that everyone could only hit the ground. What could they do? But this time it was different. This time we were deep behind enemy lines. There was no backup, and it was difficult to take prisoners away. Secondly, the strategic purpose changed. Eliminating the enemy became the first goal. It no longer mattered whether we captured them alive or not. As a result, Shenswai's musketeers finally showed their due level. Often a squad of soldiers can easily kill dozens of opponents at a distance of 200 to 300 meters. And because the opponent's long-range weapons have a shooting range, of the reason why they are not as good as our own is that it is often the Han tribe that kills the other side, and not even a single person on our side is injured. It's not that the opponent is not fierce enough, but that their weapons cannot hit the Han tribe at all. As long as the two sides meet, they will definitely be beaten unilaterally by the Han tribe. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a massacre. It is said that a war between two civilizations with a technological span of 100 years was a unilateral massacre by the latecomers. However, the cannibals did not know that they were thousands of years behind the Han tribe in technological level. One was still in the Neolithic Age, and the other was still in the Neolithic Age. Each one has already entered the Industrial Age, and there is no way to fight. However, even with such a huge advantage, Xu Bing and the others were not advancing very fast. On the one hand, they were following Luo Chong's orders, or in other words, they were reminded that whenever they cleared out an enemy village, the battle might only take a dozen or so minutes, but the subsequent cleanup may take a day. Now that the weather has gradually warmed up, it is necessary to dig deep pits, to bury corpses, to prevent the occurrence of plague. That is to say, they can't get lime here, otherwise Luo Chong will definitely ask them to sprinkle some lime into the pit. Then it is to completely erase the traces of the other party's civilization, burn their houses, knock down their altars, and blow up their weird statues. Anyway, as long as you see something made by the other party, even if it is a mural painted on a cave wall, they also had to use a military shovel to scrape off the murals. In terms of eliminating the traces of the other party's civilization, they were extremely unscrupulous. In fact, everyone didn't know why the leader gave such an order, but because of their excessive admiration for Luo Chong, everyone firmly believed that the leader could not be wrong. They always felt that since the leader gave such an order, there must be something they couldn't do. Special reasons for understanding. For example, is it related to the god the other party worships? Otherwise, why would the leader say that even if he saw an altar or a statue of a cannibal, he would burn it, blow it to pieces, and knock it down? Moreover, this era is a transition from superstition to science. When encountering such a thing, everyone will always think about it involuntarily. In addition, when marching in the forest, everyone must be careful of the various hunting traps set by the cannibals in the forest, and at the same time destroy all the traps when discovered. This was not an order from Luo Chong, but it was the result of a discussion between Chu Bing and Yu Yi. The two of them thought very simply. Since this time they came with the purpose of wiping out the cannibals at once, after the cannibals are eliminated, this large forest will from then on, it became the territory of the Han tribe, and also became the activity range of the northern Han people. The tribesmen would cut trees, cut firewood, and hunt here in the future. If they accidentally fell into the trap left by the cannibals in the past, it would be called the sky is not responding to the call, and the earth are not working. Just like the mine village in the southwest border of modern China, there are more than 70 men in the village, with a total of only more than 60 legs. On average, each person can't get one intact leg, let alone a pair, all because of stepping on it. His legs were blown off after he hit a landmine. This was the result of the enemy's traps not being cleared after the war. Although cannibal traps are not as scary as landmines, they should not be underestimated. The forest is so big. If someone accidentally falls into a pit, it is estimated that even if tens of thousands of people are sent to search for it in the forest, they may not be able to find it. So it's better to be careful, fill in the holes when you see them, and cut off the ropes when you see them. Anyway, as long as they are discovered, they will definitely be destroyed. There were no uncontrollable surprises in Xu Bing's battle in the north. With the world's most powerful firearms in his hands, he was full of confidence and had no worries about defeating the cannibals. Losing was impossible. The only difference was that the battle was over. It's just sooner or later. If he is sure to cure the disease, then Luo Chong will be even more sure. Although the war in the north is not over yet, the benefits brought by this war have begun to appear. 30,000 slaves have been transported to various parts of the Han tribe, and 10,000 slave teenagers have been sent to the central region and the south to reclaim wasteland for farming. Preparations have begun for a women's prison on the island in the center of the lake, and those female slaves have also begun to receive medical education. Health checkup. On the Xingyang County side, as 5,000 young slaves were put to work in the mines, the Han tribesmen who originally mined in Xingyang County were all liberated and sent collectively to the steel mills and mines. Work is done in basic factories such as foundries and cement plants. After screening of the old employees in these basic factories, some were left to lead new apprentices, with higher salaries and benefits, and became the masters in the factory. Others with more flexible brains and more skillful hands were hired. They were sent to various machinery manufacturing plants or research institutes for further study and training to prepare talents for the future North-South industrial zone. After this wave of talent adjustments, an obvious change is that the institute now has more people available. Not only various technical workers, but also the researchers who used to serve as technical guidance can now return to their own positions. Participated in the research and development of the project. With more people, efficiency naturally increased. Most of the harvesters had been completed before. At the beginning of February of the new year, they were officially finalized and immediately put into production. There are not many orders for corn harvesters. Excluding the first verification machine, there are only orders for 5 vehicles in total. The total number is only 6. With the manpower and resources allocated, this is the production capacity of the institute for more than half a month. 1 week after the corn harvester was finalized, the research and development of the grain harvester also completed the acceptance and finalization work. However, Luo Chong did not allow immediate production. Instead, he lent the grain harvester to Sinon Temple, for they will try it out in the wheat fields of the Han tribe during the summer, and then give some feedback after use to see if there is room for improvement. Anyway, the Han tribe does not have large areas of wheat fields cultivated by machines, so this is not suitable for the time being. Use urgently. And because the previous workers have accumulated some experience in tractor manufacturing, the production of other harvesters now naturally does not feel as awkward as it was at the beginning. This has to be mentioned about the benefits of merging research projects. Because when he first wanted to develop these machines, Luo Chong put them all into one project, which led to the result that these large machines developed in the project used a lot of the same technology, and even a lot of the same parts. Such as the core component power piston pump, these hydraulic drives are basically all of the same model. There is also the vehicle body. However, the first steam-powered four-wheel vehicle of the Han tribe was the earliest tractor, and the loader was improved from the tractor body, which means that they actually used the same car body, even the engine, the driver's seat control layout, etc., and they also use the same technology. The two agricultural machinery, corn harvester and grain harvester, are improved from the body of the loader. It can be said that except for the replacement of the bucket, the rest is no different from the loader. In other words, the tractors, loaders, and two types of harvesters produced by the Institute all use the same vehicle body and the same control technology. Therefore, after gaining mass production experience of tractors, they started to use the new technology of harvesters. Projects don't feel manual either. The only big difference is between excavators and road rollers. The body structures of these two are different. In order to make the excavators better adapt to complex terrain operations, Luo Chong proposed a crawler chassis as the standard, and it was also for the future. Other things are used as technical reserves, such as tanks. Although it seems unreliable to install a steam engine on a tank, and it is not necessary in this era, what he wants to do is to develop the technology of crawler chassis first and make a technical reserve, so that even if he dies, in the next few hundred years, when future generations have similar needs, they will be reminded of the existence of such a technology. At that time, only a wave of transplantation and grafting will be needed to quickly create what they want. There is also the road roller, which seems to be of little use, and the Han tribe currently relies mainly on railways and waterways for transportation, but in the future, roads will definitely need to be overhauled, especially the internal transportation systems of various counties. These twists and turns added up. In fact, the amount of work is much greater than the mileage of the railway, so if there is a roller at this time, a lot of time can be saved. Moreover, the current research and development progress of these two types of vehicles is relatively smooth. The body of the road roller has been completed. I heard that a super-large steam plate rolling machine is being used to roll the cylindrical steel cylinders of the front and rear wheels. The final assembly experiment will be completed soon. On the excavator side, the technology of crawler chassis is almost complete. In fact, a prototype has been built. However, a while ago Luo Chong proposed a new idea of replacing the digging bucket with a large air hammer for digging. The mountain and the train tunnel are opened, so recently, the Research Institute is still developing large-scale air hammers and connection methods, so it is still being improved and has not been completely finalized. However, with the increase in available manpower, it is only a matter of time before these key technologies are developed, and Luo Chong is not worried about this. In addition, there is another very important thing. A technology that can change the world again was born. That is a project jointly developed by the chemistry group of the National Research Institute and the steelmaking plant. Ultra-high hardness and heat-resistant molybdenum. The steel alloy was smelted. This is a progress in materials science, and it is also a watershed that can change the form of industry. In the future, with this material, the Han tribe will be able to create higher precision machine tools, more wear-resistant and heat-resistant turning tools, and more. There are the most important firearms. Luo Chong can responsibly say that after the Han tribe has molybdenum steel, he can make most of the continuous fire weapons he has seen, such as machine guns, which will no longer be a dream for the Han tribe. The key is yes, should he take out this big killer weapon? Every evolution of weapons improves the efficiency of killing people. The leap from the Stone Age to the Metal Age is already a crushing advantage. Not to mention that the Han tribe now even has firearms and rifles. To be honest, let's talk about machine guns. In fact, it doesn't make much sense, but it may cause unnecessary turmoil. After all, once this kind of killer weapon is in the hands of a few people, it is inevitable that they will not have any inappropriate thoughts. However, it doesn't mean that it can't be done at all. It just depends on what kind of weapons are made and how to use them. Luo Chong is going to change the naval equipment of the Han tribe. The main flagship currently used by the Fubawai Navy under the control of Shuda is a forward-loaded smoothbore cannon firing solid ammunition. Although that ship has as many as 120 artillery pieces, it can be said that it is already on par with the latest equipment in active service in the Army. There was a generational difference. The Army used bolt-action rifles with smokeless powder, while the Navy still used front-loading artillery. It was a bit unjustifiable. Moreover, a large tonnage battleship like the Fubo actually feels like killing a chicken with a sniper when there are no strong enemies at sea, and this sniper doesn't seem to be very easy to use. Just like in this primitive era, it is basically impossible for the Han tribe to have enemies at sea. If there are no foreign enemies from overseas, then what is the use of having a navy and battleships? The current rights and interests of the Han tribe in the ocean are mainly used to protect fishermen or resolve disputes among their own fishermen. In the future, there may even be rebellious fishermen fleeing and becoming pirates. Of course, this possibility is not too high. Big doesn't mean that it's impossible for someone to treason, but without maritime merchants, they have nothing to rob. Robbing fishermen along the coast? Or go ashore and attack the city? That is what the Army is responsible for. Of course, maritime power also needs to be there. But no matter what, battleships like the Fubo are not very useful. It is like fishermen on two fishing boats fighting. At this time, if you go to mediate or arrest people, you can't just drive the Fubo over. Are you going to blow up the fishing boat? Or maybe a Han tribe's fishing boat caught fire at sea. At this time, if you send a battleship over, what role can you play? After much thought, Luo Chong finally believed that what the Han tribe needed was not a navy, but a coast guard with comprehensive combat and rescue capabilities. The strategic purpose is different, so the weapons required are also different. What is needed to break up the fight and put out the fire? It must be a high-pressure water cannon, and there is plenty of water on the sea, so there is no shortage of ammunition. In addition, the Coast Guard also needs a certain amount of force to deter pirates or fishermen who want to rebel and make trouble. At the same time, they can temporarily block the lower waterways of inland rivers. What kind of warships will be used to play such a role? Woolen cloth? So Luo Chong took a pen to make a list on paper while analyzing, and wrote down the technical indicators one by one. First of all, this ship must have a main gun. Let's not talk about how many naval guns it is equipped with and its caliber. However, the main gun must be breech-loading, open for grenades, and have rapid-fire grenades for hydraulic retraction and spring recoil. Gun. This is mainly used to attack enemy warships of the same level or bomb enemy coastal targets. The most important thing is that Luo Chong wants to upgrade the artillery technology and directly evolve it to the level of the early industrial stage. It doesn't have to be many guns, even if it has only one main gun like a modern destroyer, it doesn't matter. The key is to have this technology. The second is the high-pressure water cannon used to extinguish fires and break up conflicts. If you want to install a water cannon, you must have a high-pressure water pump, and you must also have a steam engine to provide power. If you want a steam engine, you must also have a coal storage tank and a water tank, boilers, etc. Since we already have a boiler and a steam engine, then it's no problem to desalinize the seawater as a whole, right? In fact, this is just a matter of using a boiler to burn distilled water. It is not a too complicated technology, but as long as this technology is available, it means that the ships of the Han tribe can sail farther without having to worry too much about their own fresh water reserves. In addition to steam power systems, modern naval guns, high-pressure water cannons, fuel tanks, freshwater tanks, ammunition tanks, and other things, since it is a Coast Guard ship and is responsible for capturing criminals, is it not too much to have a small prison on this ship? In addition to the main gun, it would not be too much to get a twin large-caliber machine gun to deal with targets such as small boats, right? For example, the twin-mounted Leagama, or directly install a 20mm or more cannon or something, or directly choose a similar anti-aircraft cannon and use it to shoot flatly against ships? It is estimated that the boat can be cut into 2 pieces with one stroke. Hiss, it seems too crazy. Moreover, such a Coast Guard ship also needs to have coastal defense capabilities. Although the Navy does not need it, what if there is an enemy country that can build big ships in the future? How can the Coast Guard of the Han tribe sink the opponent's big ship with their own ship? Just one naval gun? And the hit rate of naval guns, to be honest, everyone knows about it. Look at those large battleships, steam ironclads, etc. during World War II. The hit rate is frighteningly low. Thank God if 10 of 100 rounds can hit the target. Of course, this refers to a naval battle. When the two navies are shooting at each other, if it is the hit rate of battleships bombing coastal land, then pretend that I didn't say anything. Under such circumstances, what kind of small weapon can deliver a fatal blow to a large ship? Is it a naval gun with a caliber of more than 400mm that can fit a person inside? Or is it a torpedo with a larger charge capacity? One ammunition can hold hundreds of kilograms, and is designed to attack positions below the waterline? Needless to say, everyone knows that it must be a torpedo. No matter it is a large ship of tens of thousands of tons, or even a steam ironclad, it is made of iron. If it is hit by a torpedo, it will sink to the bottom. If it is a small ship of several thousand tons, it will probably be blown up directly. Split in two, even if it is not that exaggerated, it will definitely open a big hole in the underwater position of the enemy ship. There is only one consequence of crazy flooding, and that is sinking to the bottom. Moreover, torpedoes are much easier than naval guns, whether from a cost-effectiveness perspective or from a technical perspective of R&D and production. The technology of early torpedoes was not complicated. It would not rise and fall in the seawater, nor turn left and right. It would not automatically track the target, and there was no wire control. It could only dive to a fixed depth and move along a line. It's easier to aim if you rush forward in a straight line. Just aim in a straight line and hit the enemy's path ahead of time. As long as you hit the target, it's guaranteed to be blown up and sunk. As for torpedo power technology, in fact, at the earliest times, the torpedo was not a combination of an electric motor and a battery, but a high-pressure gas cylinder, which was the high-pressure cylinder of an air compressor, and then a small reciprocating piston drive device, and finally connected to the propeller at the tail of the torpedo. When using it, fill the torpedo with high-pressure air a few minutes in advance, then open the air valve when launching, and throw the torpedo into the water. The rest is the warhead loaded with explosives. This thing is technically simpler than a naval gun, and its power is very impressive, and its cost-effectiveness is also very high. Compared with a naval gun that can only hit 1 out of 10 rounds, if a torpedo fails to hit the target after 2 rounds, the crew will you can go eat. In fact, to be honest, weapons like torpedoes are much simpler than naval guns in terms of technology and manufacturing process. Apart from some fairly precise parts inside, the torpedo is just a frame covered with a layer of iron. As for the naval gun, even if it is a medium-sized caliber such as 152 mm, assuming a barrel of 40 times the caliber is used, it will be almost 6 meters long. If you are pursuing a longer range, use a barrel of 52 times the caliber. The barrel length must be 8 meters. Even with the technological level of the 21st century, few countries in the world can produce an 8-meter-long gun barrel. First, you must have a 4-axis precision forging machine. First, use a mechanical forging hammer to forge a gun barrel blank, then use a super-large lathe that is at least 10 meters long to process the surface of the gun barrel, and finally use a machine that is at least 10 meters long. A 17.8-meter-long super-large boring machine drills the inside of the barrel and can pull out the rifling. Compared with the iron skin of a torpedo, the difficulty is simply higher in the sky than on the earth. However, it is difficult to return, but the role of artillery is irreplaceable by torpedoes. Naval guns can bomb land, but can your torpedo attack land targets? Moreover, since the advent of torpedoes, weapons such as torpedoes have not been eliminated even in the 21st century. Instead, they have been extended to several launch modes, such as ship-launched torpedoes, air-dropped torpedoes, submarine torpedoes, and even South Asian torpedoes. San also claims to have developed a torpedo that is launched remotely with a missile and then enters the water to attack. Of course, these are not the main points. As long as you remember that the 500 kilograms of explosive charge of this thing is simply incomparable to naval gun shells, then you will know how powerful this thing is. Luo Chong listed the technical indicators one by one on the paper. These are the directions that the Institute needs to study in the future, but they are not projects that need to be launched immediately. Such a complex ship is a very comprehensive one. A large project, which also contains countless small projects. For the Han tribe, its complexity is no less than the relationship between aircraft carriers and various countries in the previous life. Even if the Han tribe wants to build it, I am afraid it will take a lot time. Besides, there is no need now. There are only so many resources in total. If they are all used to build ships, there will be no way to produce other things. First of all, the new Qingshu County in the central part of the country has not yet been built, and there is no way to transport molybdenum ore on a large scale, so the material cannot be satisfied. Secondly, all current scientific research resources are devoted to the research and development of engineering vehicles, and there is no spare manpower to work on new projects. In addition, several factories are now producing agricultural machinery at full capacity. Who has time to produce guns and cannons at this time? Moreover, there is no big battle to do now, and there is no use in making them. So Luo Chong didn't stupidly ask them to build ships directly. Instead, after receiving the news of the successful development of molybdenum steel, he first praised them, and then told them to let them do some tests on machine tools first, such as tools or turning tools, as well as air hammers, which are good for chiseling stones. See if the hammerhead made of molybdenum steel alloy is more durable. As for the list of design indicators for the new Coast Guard ship, Luo Chong hid it in the cabinet in his study. It was better not to bring out this crazy killer weapon for the time being. It is foreseeable that in the next few years, the industries of the Han tribe will definitely serve agriculture and transportation construction. This is also the policy goal set by him in the Great Ming Yen. Saving food and engaging in construction is the 5-year plan. Since the content of the annual plan has been issued, it must not be changed randomly. At the same time, after more than 10 days of sailing, the fleet transporting slaves to the south has arrived at the dock of Tuahai County. Yu Ji, the commander of the Jinwu Guard, has also received the news from Luo Chong and arrived at Dashu in advance, waiting here to pick up these slaves. Since the Xian tribe on Zhudao Island was wiped out by the Han tribe, the role of the Jinwu guards in collecting intelligence from the outside world has become weaker because they lost their enemies. Since then, Luo Chong has sent all of them intelligence personnel to a deserted capital. A royal palace was built here. Originally this was nothing, but the manpower given by Luo Chong was too few, and the amount of the project was still so large. He had been working here for more than a year, but not a single decent building had been built. Yuji even thought that he did something make the leader unhappy, so he was demoted here to build the palace. Of course, the above are purely his random thoughts when he is full. It's not that Luo Chong doesn't give to others, but that other parts of the tribe need more people. To put it bluntly, this palace is a home built for him. How can he have the nerve to give it all? All the resources are used to build a house for yourself? No, now that there were new slaves, he immediately sent a batch to Yuji. Yuji is also happy now. 5,000 young and strong slaves have been added, which finally makes the size of his engineering team somewhat impressive. Moreover, a small official who came to escort the slaves said to Yuji, "Commander Yu, the leader said that he will send you some construction machinery in 2 months. By then, work such as digging and leveling the land will not need to be done by manpower. Just wait to receive it." What? You don't need manpower to do it? Then why do you give me so many slaves? They can't be just for free food, right? Yuji asked in confusion. How can that be done? Slaves are used to work for us. As for what they do, the leader seems to have said something. Oh, by the way, he said that it is the sewer system of the capital. The slaves can dig it and let them do it. I don't really understand this thing either. The clerk scratched his head and thought about it, then suddenly said, Oh, I understand. When you get back, tell the leader and reassure him. Yuji promises to complete the mission. When Yuji heard this, he immediately recalled that there was indeed such a thing in the capital. In fact, the Han tribe has had sewers as a thing. As early as when the Han tribe built their first city, Hanyang City, they dug drainage channels along the streets. However, they were not serious sewers. They were just sewers. Several levels of drainage ditches with different depths were dug out and covered with a row of stone slabs. A stone slab with drainage holes was placed at intervals, which became the most basic drainage system. However, Hanyang City is only a very small city after all, not even the size of a royal palace, so how can it compare with the capital city? Luo Chong defined the capital of the Han tribe as the largest city in the world. After all, it would be the capital of the future empire. The scale must be very large, and the population may exceed several million people. Such a huge city, it doesn't work without sound sewers. So the sewer that Luo Chong asked them to build this time is not the simple drainage canal that was used in Hanyang City before, but a real urban drainage system, a sewer that is comparable in scale to an underground maze and is integrated with civil air defense fortifications. It can be used to discharge sewage at ordinary times, and can also be used to escape in critical situations. Generally speaking, there is no problem in saying that it is an underground tunnel. Of course, it is just a matter of thinking about civil air defense fortifications and sewers being connected together. If they were really directly connected, the basement would probably have been flooded with sewage. But if you want to use the sewers to escape, avoid heavy artillery, etc. Yes, but it is not difficult. You only need to build the civil defense fortifications and sewers closer, and when you need to escape, you can temporarily use explosives to open a hole. A secret escape tunnel like this is just in case. After all, Luo Chong has taken the technology of this world a little astray. In the foreseeable future, the Han tribe must be an industrially civilized country with heavy artillery and machine guns. For such force, building an underground shelter is nothing. Since Yuji was responsible for the construction of the palace, this matter naturally fell on him. After receiving the 5,000 slaves, he immediately led his people to the direction of the capital palace. The placement and training of the slaves were directly left to his subordinates. Yuji directly found several people responsible for the construction of the palace. The foreman was the group of skilled craftsmen who helped Luo Chong make the miniature sand table model of the palace. After arriving at a temporary project headquarters, Yuji said straight to the point. The leader said that in 2 months there will be a batch of large-scale machinery and equipment coming, which can dig and level the land, so we can leave these basic projects to be done later, and these slaves do not need to be used for those projects. What the leader means, yes, let us use these slaves to dig the sewer system. You are the masters responsible for the project. What do you mean? This is easy. Since the leader said to dig, let's dig. What's there to say? I have no problem. One person immediately expressed his position. Yes, in fact, this sewer should have been dug a long time ago. The first is that it is at the bottom, and the sewer has not been repaired. How can we build the things above it? The second is that the earth dug out when digging the sewer, according to the drawing given by the leader, Mark, this sewer is not small. It can dig out a lot of soil. If we wait until the surface buildings are repaired, I will worry about having no place to put the soil. Another person also said immediately in support. Well, I don't object to digging sewers, but guys, how should we dig this sewer? Are there any technical problems? Don't forget that this is underground. How can people tell the direction after going down? If you dig, what should I do if I go astray? An older kiln worker immediately asked his question. Well, this is indeed a problem, and it's not just left and right deviations, but also up and down slopes. You have to know that water flows to lower places, and this sewer must have a slope to allow the sewage inside to flow on its own. Everyone heard this. Once again someone asked a question. Yes, the scale of this sewer is too big. We should think about how to solve these problems, otherwise it will be difficult to construct. Yuji also frowned when he heard this. Although he is not responsible for the specific project, he is responsible for the entire project. As the general person in charge, if the people below cannot complete the task, he will not be able to deliver the tasks, so he can only mobilize the collective efforts of everyone. After hearing this, everyone frowned and pondered, and some people stood up and circled around the sand table model, seeming to verify the feasibility of their ideas in their hearts. Not long after, a young man actually came up with a solution. This man was also a carpenter who came out of Luoyang shipbuilding yard. He suddenly said, I have an idea that should be feasible. Please listen to it and help analyze it. Everyone nodded when they heard the words, and saw the young carpenter continue. First of all, we need to clarify the structure of the sewer. It is composed of underground horizontal and vertical passages extending in all directions, and vertical shafts connected to the ground, right? Seeing everyone nodding, he said again. These shafts are where the sewage enters. They are distributed along the streets in the city. Then we can first mark the location of the streets, and then find the locations of these wellheads along the streets. According to the leader's requirements, in the future these shafts must be covered with iron manhole covers of uniform specifications, am I right? Everyone nodded again, and Yuji was also listening, and then said, well, I understand after hearing what you said, but what you said only solved the problem of positioning the sewer shaft, but what you just said, what about underground pointing and slopes? Commander, don't worry, this project has to be done step by step, right? The young man smiled and then continued. This sewer project is very long. It can be said that there are as many sewers as there are streets and alleys in the city. We can't dig through an opening and then not come out. That would not only be difficult to locate, but also transport it to the ground. It's also inconvenient for people to transport soil, so we can use the segmented construction method. At this moment, the kiln worker who had raised the question suddenly realized, "Oh, I understand. What you mean is that we dig downward from those shafts at the same time, and then dig from the position of the shaft to both sides, so that are the horizontal passages between each shaft opened?" When everyone heard it, they immediately understood and agreed. Not bad, this is a good method. It can greatly speed up the progress of the project and shorten the construction period. Yes, and in this way, it is easier to manage personnel. We can group workers and let them work in groups of several to be responsible for a shaft, and then dig horizontally on both sides. In addition, this can also divide a particularly long sewer into sections, which is convenient for us to locate underground. It is difficult to position the entire street, but we should be able to find a way if we divide it into sections. When everyone heard the young carpenter's construction plan, they all started to agree with it. However, after everyone finished talking, they found that the two most important problems still seemed to have not been solved. So at this time, the carpenter said again, "Don't worry, everyone, I haven't finished talking yet. Regarding the problem of underground positioning, I actually just thought of an idea. First, we pull wires on the ground to find a point, and then use a plumb bob to position it. Come and dig a straight shaft. After drilling the shafts, we can pull wires on the ground, and then use a level and plumb bob to measure the depth of each well. By making each well deeper than the last, we can locate the slope, which is easy to handle. As for positioning in the horizontal and vertical directions, this is easy, but we have to ask the leader to make us another tool, a tool specially used for this kind of work. What tool can guide the direction underground?" Everyone asked curiously after hearing this. I saw the young carpenter smiled proudly, and then said directly, "Of course it is light. Only light does not turn. It is said in the school's nature textbook that light shines in a straight line, so if you always shine the light in one direction, won't the people below be able to dig in the wrong direction?" Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Yes, why didn't they think of it? Use light to guide the way. Using light to calibrate the direction is indeed used in the construction industry, and it is very widely used. In fact, the modern spirit level is just like this, but it has become more advanced. It is electronic, and it can also emit infrared rays to illuminate horizontal and vertical images. The cross is used to mark vertical and horizontal lines. But the carpenter obviously didn't know that there was such a high technology as the level. What he came up with was actually different from the level. This guy drew a sketch on paper and then explained it to everyone. You see, we can use a bamboo tube with two ends open and extend it from the top of the shaft. The upper end can be equipped with a carbide lamp, which can be used as a light source to shine the light down along the bamboo tube from above, and then in the bamboo tube a glass mirror is installed diagonally below it to reflect the light coming from above to the front. It's best to make a turn in the place below, and turn the light from above into a beam of light to shine forward. In this way, our workers underground can use the light spot in front of the beam as the direction of travel, and shine towards the light. Digging in the right direction. As long as the light doesn't move, the digging direction will definitely not be biased, the man said with great certainty. Everyone looked at the sketch he drew and immediately understood the principle. They couldn't help but marvel, thinking that this kid was so smart that he could come up with such an idea. However, what none of them expected was that this thing was actually the prototype of a periscope. It reflected the light from above to the bottom through two coaxial lenses with a 45-degree angle. The periscopes used on early tanks and submarines were both made using this principle. This thing is good, but I'm just worried that it won't be cheap, right? And according to the construction method you mentioned, you have to illuminate it with lights all the time during construction. In this way, one must be placed in each shaft. How much does this require? And from what you said, it's a carbide lamp and a glass mirror. How much does it cost to make one? An older master next to him frowned and calculated. Ahem. At this moment, Yuji coughed, attracted everyone's attention, and then made a decision. I finally understood it just now. This thing is indeed useful. Since it is useful, we can just ask the leader for it. Moreover, carbide lamps and other things are definitely indispensable. No matter how expensive they are, they must be equipped. Don't forget, then it's underground digging. Even if you don't use this thing to guide the way, you still have to use lights. How can you dig without lights? Let me see, each shaft needs at least 2 lights. Dig at both ends at the same time. Which direction is not allowed? Illuminating it with a lamp? Everyone nodded when they heard this. This was to the point. It was underground work and it needed lighting. Without lights, it would be useless. Seeing that everyone agreed with his statement, Yuji said again, since everyone agrees, I will report it to the leader. As for whether to make such a tool, how to make it, what materials to use, and how much it costs, this is not what we are considering. Okay, let the leader do it, we just have to do our duty. After everyone heard this, there were no other questions or objections this time, so Yuji asked the young carpenter to draw a diagram carefully and explain it in words. Then Yuji wrote another letter. They explained the construction method they had discussed, as well as the number of various tools needed. Whether they would be given and how much they would give was Luo Chong's business. They only needed to report it to the leader. 2 days later, when Luo Chong received this letter, he couldn't help but marvel. It seems that this carpenter who has read books is different. Don't you think this is transferring the knowledge learned from textbooks to practical applications? It's just that this pediatric technology that uses mirrors to reflect light paths has long been practiced by the Institute of Comprehensive Research, especially A.O. Fei, the leader of the optical group at the Institute of Comprehensive Studies. That is to say, the guy who proposed the pinhole imaging theory and invented the camera together with Chu Bing recently heard that he is also working on an off-axis camera to facilitate quick viewfinding and focusing. He also uses this method of installing a reflector, combining 2 objective lenses. The light reflected to a certain position is almost the same in principle. After thinking about it and looking at the amount of supplies they needed, Luo Chong decided to reject the plan directly. There are many ways to position it. They think this thing is good, but it is too troublesome to make, and the production cost is also very high. This thing has no other use except digging sewers. It is equivalent to spending a lot of money to build a bunch of a one-time tool. This is too wasteful. In comparison, it doesn't matter if you give them more carbide lamps. The lamps won't break anyway and can be used at any time. It doesn't mean that they won't be used after the sewers are dug. However, after rejecting their plan, the solution must be told to them, otherwise these guys will not know how to work. Luo Chong directly improved their plan, replacing the bamboo tube with a wooden frame made of 4 wooden square strips, and then added a wooden shelf at the wellhead, which can be stuck on inside. When positioning is needed, align the pole wires on the ground with the wooden frame above to find the direction. Then place a carbide lamp on the other side of the wooden frame under the well, and place 4 light-blocking baffles on all sides. When you need to point to which side, just put a board with an opening on that side, let the light leak through, and shine it in the direction that needs to be excavated. In this way, only some cheap wood is needed. The lamp is originally used, so it is not a waste. It can be used to guide the direction and can be used for lighting. It kills 2 birds with 1 stone. The key is that it is cheap. It's all disposable anyway, so it's useless, no matter how particular you are about it. It's better to make do according to Luo Chong's method. The sewer thing is not much different, as long as it can flow water. So, when Luo Chong sent his opinions back to them and explained the reasons for rejection, Yu Ji and the craftsman also reacted. Yes, the leader is still thinking too far. It's not that we can't build this thing, but it's too wasteful. This thing is one-time use. After digging this sewer, we won't need it in the future. Yes, the positioning method of using wooden frames mentioned by the leader will also work. Although it is a little troublesome for the carpenters, it is not difficult to make this thing. The key is that it is cheap. After we use it, after taking out the lamp, it's not a bad idea to chop down the remaining wooden frames and shelves and use them as firewood. Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing this, and then they could start digging immediately as soon as the carbide lamps and the like were in place. But now that we have slaves, there is no problem in digging now. At worst, everyone first measures the streets and finds the location of each shaft. It is the same as digging the shaft first. So after everyone discussed it, they quickly started taking action. What I have to say is that using slaves to dig sewers is still a bit too whimsical. There is a language barrier and communication problems. Moreover, these are newly captured slaves who are unruly and disobedient. It's definitely not possible for them to dig sewers now. But there is one place that is very suitable for them, and that is various material storage points, such as kilns. Building such a huge palace definitely requires a lot of bricks and stones. Among other things, the walls of the palace alone require a lot of bricks. These are made of soil dug out of the artificial lakes in the palace. Yes, the entire project required a huge amount of soil. Part of it was used to lay the foundation for the palace, and the other part was used to make bricks. A large number of slaves were sent to brick kilns and wood processing plants. To be honest, although a palace has not been built in more than a year, a lot of materials have been stored. As long as the manpower is available, construction can start immediately. At the same time, more than 2,000 old slaves were sent to the construction site of the cross-sea bridge southwest of the capital. The officials responsible for escorting these slaves also conveyed Luo Chong's order. These old guys did not have much value anymore. Don't let them cherish it. All hard and dangerous work can be left to these old slaves, and they don't have to regret it if they die from exhaustion. Zhu Ping, who was in charge of the bridge project, immediately understood what Luo Chong meant. This meant that he had no intention of letting these old slaves leave the construction site alive. That would be easy, just exploit them at their own risk. So, after discussing with several people from the project command team, they immediately sent all these old guys to the mine to mine stones. Since the entire bridge is made of reinforced concrete, it requires a large amount of gravel as raw material for mixing. Based on the principle of sourcing materials from the nearest location, their stones are mined at the north end of the bridge, which is the stone mountain along the coast on the mainland. When stone was first mined, people had to use hammers and drills to dig blast holes. Now the engineering team has all switched to quick tools like air hammers. Now with these old slaves, the working methods have immediately changed. Before each quarrying, people from the Han tribe were asked to drill holes for the cannons and then load them with gunpowder. However, the dangerous task of firing the cannons was left to the old slaves. Even if a few were killed on the spot, the Han tribe would not, it's not a loss. After the stone mountain is blown up, these old guys can be moved to the car and finally sent to the gravel area to be broken into pieces. The progress of the bridge project here is undoubtedly much faster than that in the capital city. After all, in order to provide various materials here, it can be said that more than 80% of the water transportation power of the Han tribe has been invested in it. Of the three materials for concrete, gravel is taken from nearby, river sand is pumped up from the sandbar in the middle reaches of the Luyang River, cement and steel bars are all shipped from Xingnan County, and the ships that transport materials on the Luyang River every day are shipped from non-stop, and there are tens of thousands of craftsmen here. If you can't see immediate results, it would be a waste of resources. Fortunately, they did not disappoint Luo Chong's expectations. After investing massive resources and time, after more than 2 years of construction, the prototype of the entire bridge has been vaguely visible. Today, the entire cross-sea bridge project is at least completed. More than half. It has a total length of 23 kilometers, more than 500 groups, and a total of more than 1,000 bridge piers. Currently, more than 750 bridge piers have been erected. Only the deep water channel, in the middle, has not yet completed the bridge piers. It's not because it's difficult to build the piers, but because we're in a hurry, because when the bridge was originally designed, it was required that a 3-masted sailing ship could pass under the pier in the middle section of the bridge. The height of the mast of a 3-masted sailing ship was tens of meters. If you want the ship to pass, you can only blow up the hidden reef in the channel, which is the hidden bridge that will be exposed to the sea at the beginning and end of every month. Therefore, the construction team can only recuperate every month, stockpile explosives and craftsmen in large quantities, and only wait for the 2 days that alternate between the beginning and the end of each month, when the tide in the strait recedes, and then rush out quickly. There was an explosion in the middle, but it only happened once a month. You can imagine how difficult this task was. In fact, the key is still a matter of technology. The Han tribe did not have suitable underwater explosives or usable diving equipment. They could only explode once in shallow water or at low tide. If they had modern diving equipment, plus the powerful underwater explosives had already destroyed this section of the reef. However, with the construction of the bridge faces on both sides gradually extended to the middle, making it easier for the construction team to supply materials and personnel. Now the southern end of the bridge, that is, the side of Qingshu Island, has extended a length of 5 kilometers from the shore to the sea, of which 2 kilometers are on the shore and 3 kilometers are in the sea. The northern end of the bridge, that is, the side close to the mainland, has also extended 11 kilometers into the sea. The total 23 kilometers of the cross-sea bridge has now been completed for 16 kilometers. If it were not for the construction in the middle, the difficulty has seriously delayed the construction, and it is estimated that the bridge will be closed in another year. But don't underestimate the 11 kilometers that stretch out. It has saved a lot of trouble in material transportation. When there was no bridge deck before, if you wanted to pour cement, you had to transport it from the ship. The sea was rough and the waves below were heavy. It's a reef. If it doesn't happen, the ship will run aground or break through the bottom of the ship, leak water and sink. The risk factor is high, and the amount of each transport is not large enough. But after the bridge deck was built, the construction team directly moved the concrete mixing area to the bridge. Cement, sand, and stones can be continuously transported to the front line of the construction site one by one, and pouring is also convenient. Many of them used to have to be hoisted from a ship to the mold, but now concrete can be poured down from the top of the bridge. Moreover, as the workers became more and more experienced, the efficiency of the construction team in laying steel bars also caught up. Many craftsmen also spontaneously invented some small tools and gained a lot of experience in pouring concrete. Now, with the increase of 2,000 slave workers and the upcoming large-scale machinery and equipment, it can be expected that the progress of the project will inevitably accelerate. Even if it cannot be completed in the second year of the life, it is estimated that it will definitely be closed in 3 years. The bridge is over. However, this is a dual-purpose railway and highway bridge, and its full closure is only the first phase of the project. It will probably take 10 or 8 years before the railway can be opened to traffic. In the second year of the Great Ming Dynasty, it was mainly about accumulation and construction. The trend of Han tribes to collect grain and build infrastructure continued. Various counties also spent the spring quietly in a busy manner, and the weather gradually became hotter. That is to say, in this ordinary and busy spring, the Research Institute in Xingnan County also completed one task after another assigned by Luo Chong on time. In February, 5 mass-produced corn harvesters were produced, plus a prototype verification machine, for a total of 6 corn harvesters, which are enough to cope with the harvesting tasks of the subsequent mechanized farming test fields. At the same time, the institute also manufactured a grain harvester. Although it has not yet been finalized, it has been handed over to Sinong Temple for them to use for experiments. As long as there are no problems, it is estimated that it will be ready soon in the summer. Produce a batch. However, after completing the order for corn harvesters, the research institute was not idle. After consulting Luo Chong, they quickly started the production of tractors and loaders. This batch of tractors are mainly used for pulling trucks, not for farming. However, they also have that function, but this time they are mainly used to support construction projects in various places. Luo Chong's order is for 10 units, which are fast. It can be completed in 1 month. According to his plan, 4 of them will be allocated to the cross-sea bridge, the other 4 will be sent to the capital, and the last 2 will be sent to the newly established Qingshu County and Qian County respectively. 1 for each county, let them use it first. The order for loaders, also known as bulldozers as the saying goes, is relatively large. There are too many places that need this thing. Not only do bulldozers be needed at various construction sites, but also in various mining areas to load ore. After all, in the future, the mine operations these machines will become the main force, and manpower will gradually be eliminated or transferred to other more important positions. Also at the end of February, the excavator was finally finalized after testing. Moreover, the version of the excavator finalized this time is a universal robotic arm. The front bucket can be flexibly replaced and can be installed with a bucket. Use it to install a large air hammer, which can be used to crush rocks. It will also be one of the main equipment for tunnel excavation and mining in the future. Now that it has been finalized, it must be mass-produced. Luo Chong thought for a while and finally set the mass production quantity of excavators and loaders to 30 units. These things can be used in both engineering and mining, so he might as well just set a big goal. However, Luo Chong also knows that with the current production capacity of Qingshu County Machinery Factory, 10 tractors, 30 excavators, 30 loaders, and a total of 70 carts, it is estimated that Qingshu County Machinery Factory will not be able to obtain only by working non-stop for the first half of a year can we achieve such a large output. But he is not in a hurry. This thing can be built to supply a few important construction sites first. After the pressure on the construction sites is relieved, it can then be provided to mines everywhere. This will also free up more resources for mines everywhere. More labor will come out. After setting the production plan for Qingshu County for most of the year, time soon came to mid-April, entering the summer season of the second year of life. The weather is getting hotter and hotter, and various crops in the fields have begun to turn golden yellow. The Han tribe will soon usher in a bumper harvest again. At the same time, Luo Chong also took his whole family on a whim to the mechanical farming experimental field in Luoyang County for a vacation. It was better to say that it was a vacation than for inspection. After all, this was the first time that the Han tribe used automatic machinery to harvest grain. Why is leader Luo Chong so embarrassed not to come? This will be recorded in history from now on. Furthermore, Luo Chong received a report from the following, saying that the breeding farm over there in the experimental field had also produced results. He heard that the first batch of piglets that had undergone sterilization surgery were growing well. How could he deal with this situation? It's all worth seeing. In late April, Luo Chong took Xiaodai and Zhaning, as well as Luo Qing and Luo Lan, who were over 4 years old, and their 2 younger brothers. The family of 7 rode a carriage to the farm in Luoyang County. The mechanized farming test field has been officially renamed Luoyang Farm due to the addition of breeding farms and livestock breeding projects. Although it is affiliated to Luoyang County, it is under the jurisdiction of Sinong Temple and is directly led by Luo Chong, the central leader. When they arrived at the farm, the staff of Sinong Temple had already cleaned a farmhouse for Luo Chong and the others. It was a single-family house, but it was all adobe houses. Because the work here was too busy, the tasks assigned by Luo Chong were tight, and they had not yet. I knew that this farm would be demolished soon, so I didn't plan to stay there for a long time. I just hurriedly built some adobe houses to deal with it. When the farm was first built, Luo Chong got them a construction team, but those construction teams were all used in the construction of granaries, drying fields, and breeding farms, so that even the pig pens were better than human housing. After all, many buildings in the breeding farm are made of bricks. But Luo Chong didn't have anything to pick when he came here. He even lived in a cave before, so now that he has a clean house to live in, what else can he choose? In mid-April, the corn in the field has gradually entered the wax-mature stage. It is reasonable to say that harvesting can be carried out now, but the weather has been gloomy these 2 days, and it might rain at some point. Like this kind of weather is definitely not suitable for harvesting. If the corn is soaked by water during harvesting, it will definitely rot by then. Luo Chong was not in a hurry, so he took his wife and children to visit the farm first. The huge breeding farm was built in the northeast corner of the experimental field, close to Luoyang County. The entire breeding farm covers an area of more than 240 acres. The site is very wide. In addition to the necessary corrals and pig pens, a pasture was also enclosed with wooden railings, and some pastures were planted in it, which was reserved for the cattle and sheep of the farm to roam. Just to the south of the farm, there is a large vegetable field and a manure tank. The manure tank is used to process the excrement from the farm and is also used to collect fertilizers. The vegetable field is for nearby supply. One is to use. They came to supply some workers on the farm as a source of daily vegetables. On the other hand, if they couldn't finish it, they could take it to Luoyang County for sale. If that didn't work, feeding pigs wouldn't be a waste. Instead, they felt that it would be better to let the land. Ignoring it is the greatest waste. Seeing the land and wanting to plant something on it has become a habit of the Han tribesmen. Luo Chong was also surprised by this. He wondered if there was any necessary connection between the talent of growing vegetables and Han culture. After arriving at the breeding farm, I saw groups of sheep grazing in the middle pasture. Some were large and some were small. There were a huge number of lambs. These were the first batch of lambs produced this year. At this time, they were all following the mother. The sheep bleated from behind. When 4-year-old Luo Chong and Luo Lan saw such a scene, they immediately rushed towards the lambs. The 2 children were like Era, breaking into the flock, chasing the lambs, and spinning around in circles. It seems that there are a lot of lambs in this batch, but didn't you say that sheep raised in captivity can give birth to 2 babies a year? Are you sure about how to make them give birth to a second baby? Luo Chong looked at the 2 men who were messing around among the sheep. The running child asked the Sinong temple official, who was following him. Chief, this is simple. Under natural circumstances, sheep only give birth to 1 litter per year. After the lamb is born, it will always stay with the ewe. In order to take care of the lamb, the ewe usually will not go into heat again for breeding. So if we want them to come into estrus twice within a year and breed them, we need to catch all the lambs after they reach the weaning period and manage them separately from the ewes. When the ewes have no lambs, they will come into estrus again and breed them. If everything goes well, the second baby will be born in early winter, but the weather suddenly turns cold at that time. Under natural circumstances, food is scarce and the weather is cold. Wild sheep cannot survive even after giving birth to a second baby, but artificial. As long as antifreeze and feed reserve measures are taken in captivity, it will be absolutely no problem to raise the second batch of lambs. Upon hearing Luo Chong's question, the person in charge of the farm immediately introduced the situation. Luo Chong nodded repeatedly after hearing this. When he heard what others said, he immediately thought of the animal world. Lions in the African grasslands also have this habit. A wandering male lion found a lioness's pride and wanted the lioness to give him when giving birth to cubs. All the lion cubs of the other party must be killed first, so that the lioness can go into heat again. I just didn't expect that sheep have similar habits. It turns out that as long as the lambs are isolated from the ewes, they will have 2 babies. This is really simple, but artificial captivity is also very important, as the person just said. Similarly, even if wild sheep gave birth to 2 babies that year, they would not be able to raise their babies just in time for winter. Perhaps this is the reason why they only give birth to 1 baby per year. Well, the sheep here are doing well, and the feed should be enough. After the corn harvest is finished, the straw will be enough for them to eat for a long time. Luo Chong nodded and asked about the feed again. Matter. But the person in charge frowned when he heard this, and said with some worry, there is no shortage of dry feed. Those straws can satisfy it, but it is better to use silage. It's just that we don't have mass production of silage yet. Technology and materials, that's a shame. After the person in charge finished speaking, he glanced at Luo Chong secretly, wanting to observe his reaction, but Luo Chong was helpless. He also knew that silage was a good thing, but it needed to be used in an oxygen-free environment. Lactic acid bacteria fermentation. Lactic acid bacteria is easy to get. At worst, you can sprinkle some cheese crumbs in as bacteria, but it can't be done in an oxygen-free environment. In modern silage production, the most common method of isolating air is to use plastic bags or plastic films. However, the Han tribe does not have such a thing as plastic. Eucommia gum does have plastic properties, but it is used as polypropylene to make hard plastic parts. It's okay, but it's a bit fanciful to think of it as polyethylene blown into plastic film. Therefore, the biggest difficulty becomes how to isolate oxygen. Of course, there are ways to make small-scale production, such as using clay jars for pickling pickles, but using jars to ferment feed is obviously not enough. The Han tribe did not have plastic, so Luo Chong had no idea what to do. Even if he could fractionate plastic from petroleum, he would have to discover petroleum first. There is no good solution for this at the moment. We can't weld a big iron can for you to make feed. Besides, even if it is made, it won't be able to save much feed. You should plan on how to save more dry feed. Luo Chong finally said. Tansho said helplessly. Then, without waiting for the person in charge to answer, he asked again, the sheep are being raised well, but what about the beef cattle and the pigs that I asked you to breed? Are they going well? Upon hearing Luo Chong's question, the person in charge of the breeding farm immediately replied. Back to the leader, the matter of sterilizing piglets is going well, but this is mainly done by the medical school, and we can't get involved now. The first batch of castrated piglets now has 243 piglets, and 10 of them died after sterilization. The other 2 heads are still alive and well, and they do grow faster than those without vasectomy. We have always kept records in this regard. Luo Chong nodded when he heard this. He didn't pay too much attention to the death of more than a dozen piglets. After all, it was the first time to do this, so shouldn't they be allowed to fail a few times? In comparison, out of more than 240 heads, only 12 failed. This is already considered a great success, right? Seeing that Luo Chong had no intention of blaming him, the person in charge secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued. We are still working on breeding beef cattle, but the leader knows that this matter cannot be done urgently. No matter how urgent it is, we have to wait until the cattle are born. According to my estimates, it is estimated that it will take at least 5 years, or even 10 years. After 10 generations of development, new stable breeds of beef cattle can be obtained. Luo Chong nodded again after hearing this. He could understand this. Unlike sheep, cows have a longer gestation period. No matter how you raise them, they can only give birth to 1 child a year, and only 1 child per child, so there's no rush at all. Moreover, in terms of breeding cattle breeds, it has been nearly 10 years since Luo Chong came to this world. The Han tribe has not yet obtained a stable breed of cattle. You can imagine how difficult it is to breed this breed. At present, there are 3 varieties of cattle owned by the Han tribe. They are the forest cattle that were first captured by the Han tribe themselves. The forest cattle are covered in black skin with pointed horns that extend forward. In winter, they grow thick short dark brown hair. The advantage of this kind of forest cow is that it is large in size, with an average shoulder height of about 2 meters. It has solid muscles and strong explosive power. Moreover, because it lives in the forest, it eats a variety of foods, including weeds, berries, shrubs, and even low leaves. They are all edible and are easier to raise in areas lacking pasture. Of course, the disadvantages are also obvious, that is, they have a bad temper, are disobedient to discipline, and have poor endurance. In fact, they are not suitable for use as draft animals. But at that time, this was the only cattle available to the Han tribe, so they had no choice but to domesticate them for work. There was no other way if there were no better breeds. Later, after trade with the grasslands, the Han tribe obtained grassland cattle. Grassland cattle came in more colors, including yellow, white, and other colors, but yellow cattle were still the main ones. These grassland cattle are medium-sized, with an average shoulder height of about 1.6 meters. Their horns are relatively curved and not so sharp, and they generally grow upwards. The advantage is that they have plenty of endurance, and after being domesticated by the grassland tribes for countless generations, these grassland cattle are very docile, relatively close to humans, and are used to being milked by humans. If they are grassland cattle from the Han tribe, would you try to milk them? He is always offended and very uncooperative. However, prairie cattle also have disadvantages, that is, they are used to eating fresh grass and are intolerant of straw, shrubs, weeds, and other things. To put it simply, they are picky eaters and have a tricky mouth. After the Han tribe obtained these 2 breeds of cattle, they immediately began to cross them at Luo Chong's instruction, using grassland cattle as the male parent and forest cattle as the female parent. After 3 generations of crossbreeding, they finally obtained a kind of draft cattle with 3/4 grassland and 1/4 forest blood. This kind of hybrid cow has a docile temperament and is close to humans. It is medium to upper in size, with an average shoulder height of about 1.75 meters. It is not very explosive, but it has sufficient endurance and is suitable for long-term work. It also has the stomach of a forest cow, are not picky eaters, and can usually be fed by mixing straw with wild grasses. When the work intensity is high, some good ingredients can be added appropriately. It can be said that it is a more suitable variety for labor use at present. However, only 3 generations of crossbreeding cannot stabilize this breed. Often, the offspring of this hybrid breed will suddenly have seizures, either giving birth to a monster that resembles a forest cow, or a petite one. The prairie cattle come out. In situations like this, it is necessary to select excellent hybrids and cross them horizontally for several generations to stabilize their bloodlines. Originally, the Han tribe would have been satisfied with such a crossbred draft breed, and then they only needed to stabilize this breed. But at this time, the Han tribe obtained a 3rd type of cattle. Speaking of which, I have to mention that the steppe wolf tribe had a fight with the Han tribe and later got together with Maodun. Although the prairie wolf tribe has a prairie name, they are actually a nomadic tribe living in the coastal mountains in the southwest of the prairie. Although they also move on the prairie, they spend most of their time in the mountains, and they raise cattle. Unlike the common cattle on the grasslands, this kind of cattle is called plateau cattle by the Han tribe. This kind of plateau cattle is medium in size, with a pair of relatively large horns on its head, which grow curvely toward the back and upward, but not sharp. The average shoulder height is about 1.7 meters, which is slightly larger than that of grassland cattle. The color of its fur is green. It is gray like a stone, so it is also called daqingniu or rockniu. And there is another conspicuous feature of its body shape, that is, its shoulders are very high, obviously much taller than grassland cattle and forest cattle, as if it has a humpback. Those who don't know better think it is a dromedary camel. Of course it is. That's a bit of an exaggeration, but it does seem obvious. The advantages of plateau cattle are also very prominent. Perhaps because of their poor living environment, these plateau cattle are particularly tolerant of rough feeding. Not to mention shrubs and leaves, they can even dig into thorns. They are really not picky eaters. Basically, you can eat whatever you have, as long as you can eat enough. Moreover, these plateau cattle are very strong, can carry loads, are good at climbing, and have amazing endurance. It can be said that the prairie wolf tribe is able to dominate the coastal plateau zone in the southwest largely because of these plateau cattle. Luo Chong can say with certainty that in terms of breeds of draft cattle, these plateau cattle can beat all other cattle in the world. Even the forest-steppe hybrid breeds that the Han tribe has worked hard to cultivate cannot compete with this kind of plateau cattle. Compare. And it just so happened that in the Battle of Kaiyuan a few years ago, the Han tribe defeated Mao Dun in one go, and the steppe wolf that was mixed with Mao Dun was also killed by the Han tribe. So naturally, all the steppe wolves, all plateau cattle were also captured by Han tribes. With such good cattle, Luo Chong's first idea was of course to expand the breed of plateau cattle and promote it in the Han tribe. Unfortunately, after these plateau cattle came to the Han tribe, they seemed to be a little acclimatized. Although various places, the breeders took great care of them, but many of them died of illness due to some inexplicable reasons. In the end, there was no other way. In order to preserve this excellent bloodline, there was only one way, and that was to crossbreed with local breeds. Plateau cattle are used as the male parent, and mixed-breed cattle bred by the Han tribe are used as the female parent. Plateau cattle and grassland cattle are then crossed. The hybrid offspring is then crossed with the previous mixed-race cattle and undergoes another 3 years of cultivation. Finally, we came up with an ultimate hybrid that is 1/2 plateau cattle blood, 1/3 grassland cattle blood, and 1/6 forest cattle blood. A monster that is medium to large in size, 1.8 meters tall at the shoulders, with a hunched back, blue-black or dark brown fur, and sharp horns that grow upward and backward. This freak fulfills all the Han tribe's fantasies about using cattle. It has explosive power, extraordinary endurance, a stomach that can eat anything, and is not picky about anything. At the same time, it has a very docile temperament and likes to be close to humans. The most important thing is that it meets the conditions of all terrain and all climate. Whether you are roaming in Heiyuan County in the north, or in the island climate of Qingshu, or in the inland plains and mountains of Hanyang County, this kind of cattle can survive. It adapts very well and will never get sick or acclimatized as long as it is taken care of properly. Moreover, he fully embodies the words hardworking and hardworking. He is simply a model among draft animals. He is like a big brother who takes the lead. Whether it is plowing the fields or pulling carts, he always works hard and never complains about the poor food. However, the problem is that this cow will be reunited well. The breeding time is too short and the bloodline has not yet stabilized. It may suddenly have a seizure and give birth to a freak, or there may be an atavism phenomenon, which is a recessive genetic mutation. It becomes a dominant gene, or is passed down from generation to generation, and the offspring suddenly turn back to their grandfather or great-grandfather appearance. In biology, this situation is called breed degeneration. There is no good way to deal with this situation. The only way is to select outstanding individuals from this newly cultivated population and carry out long-term and stable internal breeding. After time, this variety can be completely stabilized. In fact, the principle of cultivating varieties is very simple. It is like a palette. Just add whatever elements you need and mix them. The difficulty is that this process is very time-consuming. It is possible to cultivate it. It takes several years to create a variety, and it may even take more than 10 years to stabilize. The process is extremely boring. Now Luo Chong asked Sinong Temple to breed beef cattle. The process is the same, but it is different from draft cattle. What beef cattle pursue is to produce more meat, tolerate rough feeding, be easy to feed, and grow fast. For such a requirement, it is definitely right to choose forest cattle as the main body. Forest cattle have a huge body with an average shoulder height of 2 meters. In the same time, they grow the largest, which means more beef. And among the 3 existing native breeds and 2 hybrid breeds of the Han tribe, the forest cow is the most explosive and the most muscular. More muscles means that the whole body is full of tendon meat. In terms of meat quality, it is also the best among several types of cattle. Therefore, when it was proposed to breed beef cattle this time, Sinong Temple had already set a goal, based on experience. The new breed of beef cattle must have at least half of the forest cattle bloodline, because forest cattle themselves are large in size and have excellent meat quality. And they are not picky eaters. As long as they are supplemented with a little bit of the docile character of plateau cattle, a good breed of beef cattle can be trained. Moreover, in the beef cattle breeding program, genes from grassland cattle are basically not directly added. Taking advantage of the results of previous crosses, Sinong Temple directly uses high-quality pure-blood forest cattle individuals as the male parent and the female parent in this wave. This is a batch of hybrid cattle that were bred with plateau cattle as the male parent and grassland cattle as the female parent. The purpose of this is to ensure that the new beef cattle are docile and obedient, and at the same time, they will not be overly dwarfed due to the genes of the grassland cattle, resulting in the shrinkage of the bred beef cattle. In this regard, the genes of the paternal line are still very small. It's so powerful that you won't be able to accept it. At present, our breeding farm has carried out the first breeding work. The father's line has selected 2 purebred forest cattle as breeding cattle, and the mother's line is 80 tall grass hybrid cattle. Currently, 67 can be confirmed to be pregnant. We are planning to complete the pregnancy of the remaining 13 cows within this month, and we have already made a family tree for each cow, including their unborn calves, to ensure that we can trace their origins, even their unborn calves. Anyone can find out their ancestors. The person in charge of the breeding farm quickly introduced the current situation. Luo Chong was a little surprised after hearing this, and immediately asked, 80 cows, only 2 breeding bulls, are these bulls enough? He said this, but secretly complained in his heart, 1 male is matched with 40 females, don't break your waist from exhaustion, if not, just give them some supplements? However, when he heard Luo Chong's question, the person in charge laughed he. There was a breeder next to him who was a herdsman transferred from Kaiyuan County. He immediately answered Luo Chong's question. The leader doesn't know that this kind of cows and stallions can have sex multiple times a day during the estrus period. However, in order to ensure quality, the frequency must be controlled. Generally, a maximum of 2 times a day can ensure that the cow is effectively pregnant. If you haven't conceived within a month, you can wait for the second round and rebreed. The remaining 13 cows that haven't conceived are the ones that didn't get pregnant in the first round. Oh? Luo Chong was even more amazed when he heard this, thinking that he was indeed a breeding cow. He was really too capable. But then he took a look at the cows that were grazing in the central pasture. They looked nothing like ordinary cows. Different, he asked, curiously. Then how do you determine which of these cows is pregnant and which is not? Hearing this question, the herdsman and breeder suddenly talked about his experience, with some pride. Well, how to judge whether a cow is pregnant or not? You can determine it through several points. First of all, the cow's eyes. The white part of the eyeball of a pregnant cow will have 2 or 3 blood vessels protruding and turning purple. It will look like it's like people who don't get enough sleep. The accuracy of this feature is relatively high. Then another thing is to observe the daily changes of the cow. Pregnant cows will eat more and gain fat faster. This is to store more nutrients. Another thing is that pregnant cows often have dung balls hanging behind their buttocks, which means they cannot poop cleanly. The young herdsman paused for a moment, and finally concluded, all of the above can determine whether a cow is pregnant, but they are not necessarily accurate. The most accurate way to test is to touch it with your hands. Touch with your hands? Luo Chong was even more surprised. How do you touch this? Can you tell if you are pregnant through the belly? If you are several months pregnant, you can still feel it when your belly becomes bigger, but how can you feel if you are just pregnant? Touch? This. The herdsman boy hesitated when he said this. He glanced at the person in charge of the farm next to him, wondering whether he should say anything. Don't look at me. There's nothing to hesitate about. If the leader asks, just say it. The person in charge immediately expressed his position. Yes, back to the leader. For this, we usually put our hands into the intestines to touch, directly touch the uterus in the belly for carrying the calf, and touch the uterus and follicles through the intestines in the belly. Experienced people can tell whether a cow is pregnant by just reaching out and checking it. However, inexperienced people are advised not to do so easily. First, they may be easily kicked by the cow. Second, they may easily cause the cow to miscarry and the calf to die. The herdsman boy replied immediately. Intestines? Reach in through the anus on your butt? Luo Chong was shocked when he heard this, looking incredulous. The herdsman boy nodded when he heard this, looked at Luo Chong honestly, with an expression that said, yes, it's exactly what you guessed, and then added in a confused way. Yes, the same goes for Mares. Luo Chong was speechless for a while. Good guy. This is really a rare craft. To be honest, there are no veterinary ultrasound machines in this era. Mastering the art of livestock pregnancy testing is indeed a rare talent. This is true. Luo Chong couldn't help but glance at this guy, then patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him, work hard at Sinong Temple in the future. It's best to carry forward your skills. You are very good. I am optimistic about you. The herdsman boy suddenly felt happy and couldn't control his excitement. He was stunned on the spot for a moment, not knowing how to react. Luo Chong did not stay any longer, turned around and walked elsewhere, but the person in charge of the breeding farm patted the man on the shoulder and encouraged him as well. Did you hear that? Work hard. The leader values you very much. You will be an official member of Sinong Temple from now on. It is estimated that you will have an official position or something in the future. After saying that, he followed Luo Chong. The next few people went to the pig pen and visited the little piglets that had become eunuchs. It has to be said that castrated pigs do grow very fast. The person in charge of the farm listened to Luo Chong's words and even conducted a comparative experiment. In front of a few people are two adjacent pig pens. In one pen is the uncastrated pigs, and the castrated pigs were born at the same time and ate the same feed, but the castrated pigs were significantly larger than the non-castrated pigs. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. Now that the two are put together, even a person like Luo Chong, who has never raised pigs himself, can see the difference at a glance. Not bad, not bad. It seems that these castrated piglets are growing very well. By the way, have you learned the techniques of castration? If this technology can be achieved, you should train a group of people as soon as possible and send them to various places. If you go to the Animal Husbandry Bureau, you can castrate piglets for a fee, which is both for promotion and for making money. Hearing Luo Chong's question, the person in charge immediately said, well, I have learned it, but I don't have much opportunity to practice it. If I practice with a live pig, I might kill it. It seems that I can only rely on the medical school for this. Please help me a lot. Luo Chong was speechless for a while when he heard this. He was thinking about whether to establish a branch of veterinary medicine under the medical school to develop a systematic teaching model for pregnancy examination and castration techniques. After visiting a circle of breeding farms and finding that all projects were going well, Luo Chong finally felt relieved. However, the weather became increasingly gloomy, and on the second day, it finally started to rain. This was the first rain this summer. It was not very heavy, but the weather suddenly became hot and dry after this rain. The third day was a sunny day, and the sun hung scorchingly in the sky. Although it was very scorching, but the water in the corn field also evaporated quickly, and the land in the field soon became hard again, and those harvesters that had been hungry and thirsty were finally able to leave. I've been busy these days, so I'll resume updating from today on. I'll make up for it tomorrow when I have time. After the rain, the sky cleared up, and after waiting for almost a day. After the water vapor in the cornfield had almost evaporated, Luo Chong started harvesting operations early on the third day. This is the first time that the Han tribe has used automatic machinery to harvest grain, which is of great significance. Early in the morning, before dawn, the convoy was already ready at the base. There were 21 tractors with buckets behind them and 6 harvesters in front. The machine took the lead. Because it was too early, Xiao Dai and the children did not arrive. However, Luo Chong formed a horse team with his own guards and rode horses all the way to the work area to observe. The accompanying guards also brought 2A camera to take pictures with when the time comes. The convoy rumbled through the mechanized plowing road in the field, and finally arrived at the area where the work was about to take place. Not long after, Shi Xian, the governor of Luoyang County, Lu Guangzhu of Weishan County, Yun Ji of Ruyang County, and Nanzhong County Yang Yan and several county guards from surrounding counties also rushed over to watch the mechanical harvest. After all, this is the first time for the Han tribe and the first time for human beings in this world. It is understandable that others are far away. If they are close, it will inevitably be a bit regretful if they do not come. Moreover, as the governor of such a feudal country, officer, it is right to keep up with current events and pay attention to changes. Also arriving with them was a technical support team of more than a dozen people from Xing'an County, including technicians and researchers, most of whom were from the agricultural machinery unit. They were responsible for the mechanical support of the harvesting operation. If something went wrong, they also facilitate on-site solutions and record them for future improvements. It can be said that all aspects have been considered. By the time the group of people arrived at the work area, it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. Several county guards immediately found Luo Chong. They followed Luo Chong and looked at the row of steel monsters with teeth and claws in front of them. They couldn't help but feel. I felt shocked. Is this a corn harvester? That cone on the front of the car is so big. Chief, when will the work start? At this moment, the captain of the motorcade ran over and asked Luo Chong. When you are ready, let's start now. We will split up according to the planned areas. Luo Chong looked at the sky and felt that it was not too early, so he immediately gave the order to start the operation. No, the team captain responded, then turned around to greet the drivers and simply arranged the task. The so-called separate operations according to the planned area actually means dividing each vehicle into pieces. Speaking of which, we have to talk about the working method of the harvester. When operating in a large area, harvesting corn is not like wiping a blackboard, one line at a time. Just cut down one row. Because the harvester is too big and the front harvester head is very wide, it is very inconvenient to turn or turn around. It is impossible to say that after cutting one row, just turn around once and then start again. Row. Under normal circumstances, whether it is corn or grain, mechanical harvesting is done in circles. In this way, it only needs to turn 90 degrees each time without turning around or going back. This can improve work efficiency and at the same time save yourself a lot of trouble. So Luo Chong's plan was to divide the 20,000 acres of cornfield evenly into 6 rectangular areas. Each harvester was responsible for harvesting a rectangular area, like a greedy snake, and finally turned around in circles to harvest its own area. All the land was cut down. After assigning the tasks, each captain also rushed to his car. When he pushed the joystick, the wheels rushed forward quickly under the action of the hydraulic piston pump. The harvester closest to Luo Chong and the others started working in an instant. I saw the driver inside with half the window open, blowing in the cool morning wind, holding a joystick in each hand, adjusting the forward direction and speed of the harvester, and at the same time, the driver next to the boiler host at the back of the room, the air compressor was also rotating rapidly, providing strong power for the harvester head at the front of the car. When the ventilation valve was turned, the various knife groups at the front of the car quickly started to rotate. The driver also adjusted quickly, aligning each tooth of the iron comb on the front of the car exactly with a row of corn stalks, and then immediately pushed it flatly. The iron comb stuck the corn stalk, and a rotating flat knife quickly hugged a corn, and then the rotating knife below also cut it off from the root with a quick knife, and then it was immediately cut off by 2 reamers that came together. Got involved. As the reamer continued to rotate and swallow, the corn stalks that were originally as tall as a person also quickly became shorter at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the corn stalks were swallowed in the middle, the 2 cobs on top were immediately blocked by the iron grate. Stuck there. However, although the cobs were stuck, the reamer below did not stop rotating. So with this pull, the 2 corn cobs were successfully separated from the straw. The long straw was quickly rolled in, but the corn cobs remained on the iron grate, and were finally transported to the peeling roller behind by the vibrating screen. The sticks wrapped in layers of green leaves arrived on the roller, and were immediately rotated by the teeth on the roller. While rotating, the teeth on the roller were also interlocking with each other, and they were rotated in seconds. The green skin on the outside of a stick was peeled off, revealing the neat golden corn kernels like teeth inside. At this point, the harvested corn cobs finally slid off the rollers in circles, and were finally thrown out from the side discharge port, and accurately fell into the grain storage bucket hanging on the side of the vehicle body. However, all this is troublesome to say, but in practice it is very fast. As the harvester drives slowly, the corn fields in front of it also fall down row after row, and the corn cobs on them are quickly eaten by the front of the truck, and then spitted out from the side after peeling off the skin, and the straw that was entangled by the reamer was discharged again from the bottom of the car body. In the front is a lush forest-like straw, while behind the harvester, a thick carpet of straw is left. The straw cut by the harvester was not crushed directly, but turned into curved instant noodles, which were neatly laid out behind the car. When designing the harvester, I considered directly crushing the straw, but in the end Luo Chong rejected this plan. The crushed straw could not be dried again, and the Han tribe could not immediately make it into silage. It cannot be dried, nor can it be stored. After it is all crushed, it can only slowly rot, or be thrown into the manure pit and redding into fertilizer. But now that the straw is completely left, there are many ways to use it. They can wait until the harvest is complete, then collect the straw to dry, use part of it as feed for cattle and sheep, and put part into the manure tank to turn into fertilizer. If you can keep it as firewood, it won't be wasted anyway. As for why it is curved, it is because the straw has been rolled by the reamer. The harvester moved very quickly, and Luo Chong and the others followed behind on horseback. The county guards beside them chatted from time to time. I remember that Yu Fu snatched the corn from the elder Shang of the Xian tribe. It has only been a few years, and now we can all use machines to farm and harvest. She joined the Han tribe earlier. Xian said with emotion, this guy was originally from the snake tribe. In addition to the tree tribe and the black rat tribe, he was absorbed into the Han tribe for the third time. He can be considered a veteran figure. As for the other county guards, even Yunji was not very clear about the dispute between the Han tribe and the Xian tribe. After all, when Yofu went to grab the corn from Elder Shang, the Han and Xian tribes had not yet sent envoys to each other to formally establish diplomatic relations. Well, at that time, the only intersection between the two tribes was the white salt market in the grassland. As for Lu Guangzhu of Weishan County, he is from the Lu tribe in the southeast, which is currently the only tribe that domesticates domestic pigs. He joined the Han tribe relatively late. Yes, time flies so fast. When our tribe did not join the Han tribe, we were still living like savages. Now we are all members of the Han tribe. Our lives are getting better and better. We have clothes to wear, and there is endless food, a safe house, and now we have such a powerful farming machine, then we no longer have to worry about starvation. Lu Guangzhu also said after hearing this. Yunji seemed to be brought back memories, and after thinking for a while, he continued, back then, our tribe lived in the swamps of the big lake in the east of Luoyang County. During the worst winter, each tribe member could only eat stored water chestnuts. After so many years, it's a good thing that I joined the Han tribe, otherwise I wouldn't be able to live like this. Luo Chong smiled after hearing this and encouraged them, we all need to work harder in the future to create a better living environment for our people so that everyone can live better and better lives. Not only will they not suffer even if we are hungry or cold, we still have to live happily, so that we can live up to the people's trust in us. Several people nodded after hearing this, and then they followed the harvester for a while. It wasn't until the harvested corn filled the first tractor and the sun was getting hotter that they left on horseback and returned. In the base over there on the farm. The first batch of corn brought back has been spread out on the drying grain to dry. The current corn is not dry enough and cannot be threshed immediately. Otherwise, the corn kernels will be easily broken, so we can only dry it while the weather is good. Luo Chong asked someone to bring some new corn to the farm's temporary residence, and asked Zhaning to cook a pot of corn cobs for them. In this season, at this time, nothing makes people happier than chewing on a stick. At noon, Luo Chong and several county guards were eating sticks, and the county guards immediately asked about the harvester. Chief, the mechanical tillage and harvesting operations are now complete. I think the efficiency is quite high and there are no problems. So in the future, should we promote this kind of machinery in various places? How to promote it? It was Yunji who asked this question. You must know that Ruyang County, where he is currently located, also has large fertile plains. Moreover, Ruyang County is close to the Rushui River and there is no shortage of water sources. If there are more agricultural machinery, who knows? They can also build a similar farm. What is a mechanized farm? This is political achievement. As a county guard, how could he not want to make some achievements under his rule? At this moment, Luo Chong, who heard the question, frowned and began to think deeply. You must know that the question Yunji asked was not a new one, but that they had discussed it together before the spring when they first learned about the tractor. At that time, Luo Chong also expressed that these agricultural machinery would not be used in the short term. Promotion. But, this time and that time. Luo Chong's original intention of establishing this mechanized farm was actually to provide food for the prisoners of war and the people in the north so that the war in the north could be fought without worries, but the situation is different now. The north, which originally needed a lot of food, no longer had to send the food needed by the slaves to the north, because the slaves were sent down. Although these 30,000 slaves moved from the north to the south still need food from the Han tribe to feed them, the current situation is that many of them are able to support themselves. The more than 10,000 slave boys are currently clearing wasteland and farming. The food they produce is enough for them. The female slaves are also working for the Han tribe in the garment factory. Although they do not directly produce food, there is no free meal either. Not to mention the other young and strong male slaves, it is impossible for them to have free time. Although they still needed food supplies from the Han tribe after arriving in various places, in fact, because of their own labor output, a lot of pressure on the Han tribe had been relieved. There is no need to send so much food to the north. You only need to transport enough rations for your own people. Slaves from various places can supply supplies nearby from warehouses in various places. There is no need to go out from Luoyang County. In other words, most of the output from this mechanized farm can be stored directly at this time, and there is no rush to transport it to other places. If the burden on the farm's shoulders is suddenly lightened, it will inevitably lead to a sudden increase in grain and a decrease in demand. If this kind of mechanized farming continues to be promoted in various places, it will only lead to a sharp increase in grain reserves. Situation. What are the benefits of having more food? Of course, you no longer have to worry about going hungry. But there is no harm in having too much. If you can't finish it, you can only save it. If you still can't finish it, it can only rot. This is because the Han tribe currently has no export market for grain. Of course, they can also sell food to the grassland, but the consequence of this is that the herdsmen on the grassland will no longer lack food, which will lead to a population explosion and even become a scourge on the grassland in the future. In this way, instead of letting the food rot or be used to enemy the enemy, it is better not to plant it at all and save so much trouble. Of course, the above are all relatively negative views. Luo Chong would naturally not do such a thing as letting the food rot in his hands. Even if the food surges, he can still digest it. Since there are too many staple grains, we can adjust the planting varieties and add a variety of miscellaneous grains used as non-staple foods. Even staple grains can be converted into other non-staple foods through industrial means. For example, a variety of corn and sorghum are used to feed pigs, and straw is used to feed cattle and sheep to increase the meat production of the Han tribe. With more meat, the physical fitness of the people will be stronger. Needless to say, sorghum can be used to produce liquor. Or medical alcohol, are also very useful non-staple foods, and if the Han tribe did not implement alcohol restrictions, then liquor would become a highly consumed non-staple food. Speaking of wine, we have to mention another crop, which is barley, or barley. Barley is the best material for making beer. However, the Han tribe does not have beer yet. If barley beer can be made, it can be foreseen. In the future, beer will definitely become a more popular drink than liquor. This can be seen from the modern market. Once beer is industrialized, it means that the Han tribe will need to produce more barley to maintain the supply. Similarly, those wheat straws are also high-quality feed for livestock and can provide food for the Han tribe. Add a wave of meat. In addition to wine, there are other ways to eat staple food. For example, flour made from wheat can be pre-made into dry noodles for sale, or even fried instant noodles for industrial production, or made into biscuits, shikima, and the like. Noodle snacks provide Han tribe people with some non-staple food options in addition to their daily meals. Even if it is rice, it can also be made into snacks such as popcorn and rice balls, but the consumption is relatively small. As the staple food of the Han tribe that is easiest to store and has the longest storage time, rice is better to be honestly used as the staple food. So if we add the above methods of consuming non-staple food, and set up more mechanized farms and large-scale breeding farms in various places, and then build some supporting non-staple food processing plants, it seems that the extra food cannot be consumed, but can actually be consumed. Promoting the development of the Han tribe's food industry formed a complementary role. Thinking of this, what else is there to say? Just do it. Luo Chong can find a way to digest it no matter how much food he has. Well, it's not impossible to promote it in various places. I was always worried that there would be too much food to eat in the future, but when it comes to too much to eat, we can also think of other ways to digest it, such as make more wine. Not only sorghum wine, but also fruit wine, and ale wine can be made at that time. At the same time, we can also collect taxes in these wineries. Well, and the tax on alcohol cannot be too low. No, it is not a tax, but an official tax. Camp, just like salt and iron, from now on the wine and drinks must also be all government camps. Our tribe is officially responsible for production and wholesale. The specific retail sales can be released to the people, but the wineries must all belong to the tribe. This aspect will be a very large part of the tribe's fiscal revenue in the future. Luo Chong pondered for a while, and immediately planned the future industrial and agricultural layout for the several county guards around him. The Han tribe currently has two huge financial pillars, salt and iron. If they can add another drink, the country's wealth will undoubtedly go to the next level. What does the leader mean? In the future we will promote a variety of sorghum and wheat in the farms in various places. No more rice and corn? Yunji asked with some uncertainty after listening to Luo Chong's words. Of course corn still needs to be grown. Even if people can't eat it, it can be used to feed livestock and provide more meat for the people. As for rice, there is no need for rice. We don't grow rice on our government-run farms. First, because of the current situation. The mechanical farming technology of rice is not yet mature, so we can only grow some dry land crops. Secondly, because rice is the staple food should be grown by the common people, and we can just make some non-staple food. Luo Chong thought for a while and said again. The leader means that we don't have to purchase 1 or 2 tractors from local government offices to rent to the people as he said before? Instead, each locality will undertake a government-run farm similar to this farm? Lu Guangzhu also asked in a voice. Yes, you can build large-scale comprehensive farms in various places, integrating planting and breeding. Breeding provides fertilizer for planting, and planting provides feed for breeding. This is called resource recycling. While each locality is preparing to build its own farms, it is also necessary to plan a food industrial zone to prepare for future non-staple food production, but this is not the current focus. Luo Chong thought for a while, analyzed the overall situation in his mind, and said to several people again. If you want to set up such a farm, you should first send people to find a place and plan the place well. Mechanical farming requires convenient irrigation conditions and a large area of fertile plains. Also, your area must have a certain population base. There are too few people. If so, there is no need to consider it. If you have made up your mind, please submit the written application report first. I will send a specialist to verify the investigation. After the investigation is completed and the review is passed, the superiors will allocate you a driver, the required agricultural machinery, and technical guidance. After a pause, Luo Chong said again, don't think this is too troublesome. The first purpose of this is to prevent you from applying randomly. You must know that some counties do not have such qualifications, such as Dongxing County. Then the surrounding areas are all mining, and the surrounding agricultural foundation is not good. The development of water conservancy facilities has lagged behind in recent years. It is not suitable to apply for such a large farm at the moment, but Dongxing County will also start to transform in 2 years. Furthermore, even if you submit the report now, I don't have any extra agricultural machinery or drivers for you. To tell you the truth, the orders for various vehicles in Xingnan County in the first half of the year are already fully booked. It focuses on construction machinery. If it is completed smoothly and production expansion begins in the second half of the year, we may have the opportunity to produce some agricultural machinery for you. In general, even if we can build farm machinery in the second half of the year, you won't be able to catch up with the farming season this year. If we send the car to you in winter, you won't be able to plant anything. In this case, if you still want to start a farm, preparations can be made in advance for water conservancy construction and land reclamation planning. I have to say that the application process Luo Chong said is very complicated, but what he said later is also true. The Han tribe has always been in a period of rapid development, and plans can never keep up with changes, or the actual advancement speed cannot keep up with the emergence of new plans. Often, the second plan is proposed before the first plan is completed, and everyone can only continue to work hard to catch up with the progress of the plan. But then again, Luo Chong's previous life, the only two political systems that used planned economies, both achieved great success in this regard. It is because of many development plans that the country's development can advance by leaps and bounds. A 5-year plan, the layout of the industrial base can be completed. It seems that only two political systems in the world, the Soviet Union and New China, have done this. This is the horror of the planned economy, especially when New China, which overcompleted its first 5-year plan ahead of schedule in just 3.5 years, was simply the number one disciple among the Soviet Union's juniors. Several county guards also understood what Luo Chong meant. To put it simply, those who want to start a farm should go back and prepare first. There are no resources to support you this year, but there will be resources next year. It will depend on who is most prepared by then. After seeing the value of the large-scale comprehensive farm and getting the answer they wanted, the county guards did not waste time here. They have already seen the benefits of the farm. Anyone who is a little ambitious and wants to achieve some political achievements, there is no one who doesn't want to apply, so I have to go back and make preparations immediately. Luo Chong was not in a hurry. He continued to live on the farm with his family for a few days, waiting until all the corn in the field had been harvested and the tractor team began to cultivate and plant the corn in the next field before he was ready to go home. But before going home, he gave one more order. Potatoes are grown on a large area of land here on the farm. The Han tribe had some potatoes before, but they were all planted in greenhouses. Now a few months have passed and the first batch of potatoes has been harvested. The quantity has doubled several times, and several thousand kilograms have been harvested. However, they want to use them for cultivation throughout the tribe. Promotion is still not enough, so we can only continue official breeding and wait until there are enough people before promoting it. In addition to the first batch of several thousand kilograms harvested this time, there is also the batch of potatoes that Luo Chong asked Yu Fu to buy from the Baiwu tribe and send to the north for Yu Yi, which weighs several tons. Although the letter said that Yu Fu prepared it for his younger brother, but Luo Chong was very domineering and took half of it. After all, Heiyuan County in the north has only a small population. In comparison, Luo Chong's promotion is definitely more important. It's not surprising that he only deducted half of it. With this total of tens of thousands of kilograms of potatoes as seeds, 25 acres of potato fields were planted on the farm this time. More than 200 kilograms of potatoes were planted per mu, with an average of 4,000 plants per mu. I believe that by this fall, we can harvest a large amount again, and maybe we can plant another season. After all, it's only the end of April. Luo Chong does not expect that the Han tribe will regard potatoes as a staple food in the future, but plans to promote potatoes as vegetables. You must know that potatoes are also delicious in cooking. There is no requirement for how much each household will plant in the future, even if each household only cultivates 1 acre of land. After all, every household has seeds and planting experience, so when an unimaginable disaster occurs, the people of the Han tribe can also rely on planting seeds. Potatoes live. After arranging things on the farm, Luo Chong took Xiaodai Zhaning and the children back home. However, he was not idle. Instead, he and Zhaning worked together to develop various non-staple foods that they had thought of before, such as beer, instant noodles, popcorn and other foods. If these things can be made, then the future food industrialization will have a real foundation. Of course, beer and instant noodles are not simple things. In comparison, biscuits are easier. Just prepare some batter and bake it. After building an oven in the yard, Zhang quickly made this kind of cake. The food called biscuits is very popular among children. Luo Chong also thought about the tools, materials, and steps needed to brew beer, based on his memories. When it comes to beer, we have to talk about the taste of beer. The original beer was called ale. At that time, the beer tasted sour and always tasted like something bad. In fact, it tasted like fermentation. It was not until the Germans added hops to the sour ale that ale became it has the refreshing taste with a slight bitterness that modern people are familiar with. The source of this slight bitterness is hops. At the same time, hops-added ale can also extend the shelf life. It can be said that it has become an important ingredient that beer cannot live without. However, this kind of hops is still a traditional Chinese medicine in China. It happens to be found here in the Han tribe, and it is in the garden of Luo Chong's family. It is one of the many medicinal materials that Tang Yao originally brought from the Tang tribe. Luo Chong has really never done the job of brewing beer. How could he, a mechanical dog who studies the defense industry, brew beer? However, just because he has never done it does not mean that he has never heard of it. You must know that with the advent of the Internet in the 21st century, with the rise of the Internet, the spread of various technologies is also very convenient, which has led to the proliferation of various technologies. For example, homemade lipstick, homemade candles, homebrew beer, etc. Luo Chong had heard someone mention the process of homebrew beer, and he still remembered it, not because he had an extraordinary memory, but because beer brewing was too simple. In general, it is to select malt, crush the malt, and then throw the crushed malt into water to soak. This step seems to be called mashing. Then filter out the residue, transfer the wort to another clean barrel, and add hops. Boil, then cool, add yeast when cooled to a certain level, and finally seal and ferment. During the fermentation process, the wort will generate alcohol on its own and release a lot of carbon dioxide, thus forming the unique bubbles in beer, which taste like a carbonated drink. Soak the malt, filter the wort, add flowers, boil, and cool down for fermentation. To be honest, there are only 4 steps in the brewing process of beer, which is much simpler than that of liquor. Liquor also requires brewing, distilling, blending, and other steps, which is a troublesome batch. After finding an idea, Luo Chong quickly took action. It was now the early summer season at the end of April and early May, and the daily temperature was more than 20 degrees, which was very suitable for brewing and fermentation. So he quickly asked people to find barley malt, and also he ordered several new wooden barrels to be ordered, as well as iron barrels for brewing wort. The hops and yeast are all ready-made and are available at home, so there is no need for him to prepare them. Seeing Luo Chong going to the kitchen, Zhang immediately came over, thinking that Luo Chong was going to make some new dishes. However, when she came over to take a look, she only saw a sack of malt and a few wooden barrels in the kitchen. And suddenly became confused. "Husband, are you going to make maltos?" Luo Chong has made malto several times before, and the children at home also like to eat it. However, the Han tribe now has serious sugars such as brown sugar, yellow granulated sugar, and rock sugar, so maltos is not as good as the maltos in the previous world in ancient times. Popular, to put it simply, the Han tribe has no shortage of sweets. Luo Chong shook his head and said, "It's not maltos, but I'm going to use wheat as a material to brew a new wine." "Using wheat to make wine? Ale?" Zhang asked in surprise. "Absolutely. It can also be called ale." Luo Chong nodded and replied, but his hands were not idle. There was a small stone mill the size of a basin in their kitchen, which was usually used to grind soy milk and so on. At this time Luo Chong had already thrown in all the dry malt, and then began to grind the malt. Seeing this, Zhang hurried forward to help. Luo Chong was grinding there, and she would scoop up a spoonful of malt and add it to it from time to time. She followed Luo Chong in circles and asked, "Didn't our Han tribe already have rice wine and sorghum wine? Why did you think of making ale wine again? What's the difference?" "Difference? That's a big difference. Sorghum wine is white wine. It is strong and warms the body. But if you drink too much, you will get sick easily, so it is not advisable to drink too much. Rice wine is the same as rice soup. Even the soup and rice taste sweet, more like snacks, or wine-flavored rice porridge, actually have little to do with wine. So I thought it would be possible to make a new kind of wine from wheat. The alcohol content should not be very high, and it would not be very intoxicating to drink, but it would be a low-alcohol ale with a refreshing taste. It is an alcoholic beverage suitable for drinking in the hot summer." Luo Chong hearing this, he immediately talked about his plans, but he did not say anything about the connection between this new wine and the future industrialization of food. Zhang had no doubt about him. It was not like she had never drank white wine before, so she naturally understood what Luo Chong meant. The sorghum white wine was indeed very good to drink in summer. After drinking it, she felt very hot all over the body. The rice wine was more like a snack, and it was quite sweet. The child likes it. The Han tribe really doesn't have any wine that is suitable for summer. It tastes refreshing and eliminates anger. Since the leader has spoken, let's help. Because they are making beer, there is no need to grind the malt into powder. They only need to grind it to release the maltose inside. So the two of them quickly finished grinding a sack of barley malt, but when it came time to soak the wort, this step is more difficult. Luo Chong knew the beer brewing process, and he also knew that soaking malt in water was called saccharification, but he had no idea how much water to soak and how much malt to use. But it doesn't matter if you don't know the ratio of the materials. Fortunately, the Luo Chong family has a big business, so some materials can't be wasted. If you don't know the ratio, just experiment one by one, and you can always try out the appropriate ratio. After counting the small wooden skewers ordered by the Imperial Guard, there were 10 in total. The volume was about the same as a bucket of bottled water. So Luo Chong immediately simulated 10 different proportions of water and wheat, and then soaked them separately for saccharification. After soaking for about an hour, then filter, add hops and boil, finally let it cool down and add yeast, stir evenly and seal it in a wooden barrel for fermentation. After that, he asked Zhang to go to the study and write 10 notes, marking the different proportions of wort. However, in fact, the wort produced by these different water-to-wheat ratios is exactly the wort concentration often mentioned on beer packaging. If Luo Chong was serious, he would definitely find this ratio on those beer packages in his previous life, but it's just that he never cared about this, so he didn't know. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't know, and the wort concentration is not fixed. Different brands of beer pursue different tastes. The wort concentration of beer ranges from 89 to 145 degrees. There are many, and you can drink them anyway. There are no specific standards. It just depends on what taste people like. The fermentation time of beer can range from 3 days to 10 days, usually 1 week. A short fermentation time means a short production cycle. This is one reason why beer is suitable for industrialization. However, there are also craft beers, and some require the fermentation period lasts from 1 month to more than 40 days. It is said that the aroma of wheat is rich when the can is opened, but it is obviously not suitable for industrial operation, so Luo Chong never thought of fermenting for that long. The specific degree of fermentation of beer is still related to the degree of foaming. Thinking of this, Luo Chong couldn't help but regret. He would have bought a few large glass jars for fermentation. Now he can't see the state of the beer inside with wooden barrels, so he can only pour some out in advance and take a look. After encapsulating the beer and waiting for fermentation, the next step is another important project of food industrialization. Speaking of the food industry in the 20th century, the invention of instant noodles cannot be avoided. There were so many inventions in the 20th century, and instant noodles must be mentioned. It's not a great existence, but it is a monument that affects the fast food industry. It was invented by a Nihon man after World War II. At that time, Nihon was in a period of decline after the war. It was the time of national reconstruction, and various resources were extremely scarce. In order to turn Nihon into another one of their own, the United States, a colony in a sense, also provided a lot of material assistance, including a large amount of food. It's a pity that the food tradition of eating rice is different from that of the Nihon people. The Americans all eat bread. There is no rice, so the aid is a lot of flour. It happens that Nihon likes to eat ramen, and even the noodle stalls are in short supply after the war. After a busy day at work, people found that they had to wait in line for a long time to even eat ramen, so this was the hotbed for the birth of instant noodles. The manufacturing process of instant noodles is actually not complicated. It can be roughly divided into several steps: kneading, pressing, cutting, steaming at high temperature, frying and shaping, and drying and preserving. The most important step is frying. Deep frying is not only the reason why instant noodles are ready to eat, but also the essence of the word convenience. Instant noodles that have not been fried cannot be eaten by just soaking them in boiling water. In addition, frying also, it's about the shelf life of instant noodles. When it comes to the shelf life of instant noodles, as a representative of the early food industry, industrial foods at that time, such as cans and instant noodles, did not rely on various additives to extend the shelf life. The long shelf life of cans relied on high-temperature sterilization and sealed canning, and the long-lasting preservation of instant noodles depends on deep frying. Of course, the oil used is not ordinary oil, but palm oil, a vegetable oil squeezed from the fruit of the palm tree. There are many types of vegetable oils. As for why palm oil was chosen, first of all, palm oil has strong antioxidant capacity. Strong antioxidant capacity means a long shelf life. Secondly, palm oil is resistant to frying. To put it bluntly, it can be used repeatedly. Utilization: this is very conducive to industrial use. After all, the consumption rate of repeated use is small. Unfortunately, there are no palm trees in the Han tribe, the Tang tribe, Tuahai County, and even less on Qingshu Island, so there is no need to think about palm oil. You can try other vegetable oils. Let's not talk about the shelf life. Let's do it first. Let's wait until it can be soaked in boiling water after frying. Dried and dehydrated vegetables are easy to make, jerky is also easy to make, and sauce is even simpler. This thing is made of animal oil and various condiments, just like the hot pot base sold in supermarkets. Animal oil has a characteristic, that is, it will solidify into a solid at low temperature or normal temperature, such as lard, butter, etc. The same is true for butter used in hot pot. Of course, these ingredients are not the focus. The focus is on frying. As long as you master the frying process, everything else will not be a problem. As soon as he thought of it, Luo Chong first drew a drawing of a dough press. It was actually a few linked rollers used to squeeze dough. It was not very complicated. After giving it to the guards, he asked them to find a carpenter to customize it. First customize a wooden hand-cranked one, and if possible, later build a steel dough press when it is industrialized. Next, he asked people to collect all kinds of edible vegetable oils that the Han tribe could find now, such as soybean oil, peanut oil, corn oil, rice oil, sesame oil, flax oil, ramie oil, tea seed oil. Not to mention, you won't know if you don't look for it. There are quite a lot of them here. Others, such as tung oil and lacquer seed oil, are also vegetable oils. Unfortunately, those things are poisonous and cannot be eaten. During the period when the isobaric dough machine was being made, the beer brewed by Luo Chong was also fermented. After 7 days of fermentation, the beer had foamed and produced a large amount of carbon dioxide. It was poured from the wooden barrel into a transparent in the glass. Looking at the orange and transparent wine liquid, the rising and falling white foam, listening to the sound of the bubbles rising and exploding, and smelling the unique aroma of wheat, Luo Chong actually felt like he was in another world. I haven't seen beer in many years, but I didn't expect that it would be restored by my own hands today. Looking at the orange-yellow and bubbling beer in the cup, both Xiaodai and Zhang widened their eyes in surprise. As Luo Chong's wives, they are naturally knowledgeable, and they also know how to use white wine and rice wine. They had drank it before, but this was the first time they had seen this kind of sparkling wine. "Husband, is this really wine? Why are there still bubbles? Is it really drinkable?" Xiaodai asked in surprise. "You can definitely drink it. Anyway, the ingredients are all good. The best barley malt, cold boiled water, and the medicinal flowers that Tang Yao brought that can relieve summer heat and clear away heat. I also put some in it. The stuff is all good and absolutely not poisonous. It just tastes like this. I don't know how many people like it. If you're worried, I'll give it a try first." As Luo Chong spoke, he picked up the glass in front of him, raised his head, and took a big sip. The rich aroma of wheat immediately refreshed his heart and spleen, and a large amount of bubbles mixed with foam exploded in his mouth. A familiar taste suddenly emerged. Come to mind. That's what it tastes like. Luo Chong couldn't help but secretly praise in his heart. Belch. After taking a sip of beer, Luo Chong burped and suddenly felt satisfied. He smacked his lips and commented. Because of the medicinal flowers, the drink tastes slightly bitter, but it is this bitter taste that makes people feel so refreshing. It is definitely an excellent drink to relieve the heat in midsummer. You should try it too. He squinted. He looked at Zhang and Xiaodai, looking forward to their comments on the beer. Seeing that Luo Chong had finished drinking, they no longer hesitated. They frowned and took a careful sip, experiencing the feeling of bubbles exploding in their mouths and slowly savoring the taste of the beer. After a while, the two of them took another big gulp at the same time and swallowed it down with a gulp. At this time, Zhang Ying's face was already a little tipsy, but Xiaodai felt like Luo Chong that there was a feeling of air rising in his chest. So he burped and his eyes suddenly lit up. This is really wine. It feels more intoxicating than rice wine, but it is much lower than white wine. Drinking it in a big gulp will not make you immediately intoxicated. It can indeed relieve the heat. Zhang thought for a while and commented. Xiaodai narrowed her eyes into crescent moons, took another sip of beer and burped, and then said tentatively, "This wine is really good, the aroma of wheat is very strong, it is different from rice wine and white wine, it has its own characteristics, and there are still bubbles in it, which makes people want to burp after drinking it." Husband, is this why you are talking about relieving heat, because the bubbles in the wine bring out the heat in the abdomen? Well, more or less, you can understand it that way. Luo Chong really didn't expect Xiaodai to think of this, but then again, the reason why those carbonated drinks relieve the heat is also for this reason. Drinking a large amount of carbon dioxide into the stomach will burp the heat in the body. Taking it out of the body can quickly reduce the core temperature of the human body, which can indeed play a role in relieving heat. But thinking of this, Luo Chong naturally thought of soda. Do you want to make soda too? That one seems to be simpler. I remember it was said in the chemistry class in junior high school that the raw materials of soda are distilled water, citric acid, and baking soda. The reaction between citric acid and baking soda will automatically generate carbon dioxide. The Han tribe does have baking soda. That stuff is actually alkaline noodles. Citric acid seems to be made by fermentation. Luo Chong doesn't know the specific fermentation and extraction methods, but citric acid is the most common organic acid in nature. Citrus, lemons, limes, and pineapples are all found in these fruits, and the content is not low. There are no tangerines and lemons in the Han tribe, but there are walnut-sized limes on the grassland that herdsmen use to make cheese, and pineapples in the Tang tribe. If you have these two fruits, you can really make soda. Pineapple soda or something would be good, right? With this thing, we can add some state-owned factories to the Han tribe, and also increase their income accordingly. And things like beer and soda not only drive the food industry, but also drive the production of glass packaging. Beer bottles and soda bottles require a lot of glass. There are also products such as cans, which also require a lot of glass bottles or metal cans, which can drive an industrial project. One more project means one more income. Thinking of this, Luo Chong suddenly became concerned about the future national finances. With some expectations, my empire should not be short of money. While Luo Chong was thinking about all this, Xiao Dai and Zhang Ning had already finished a glass of beer each, and then asked Luo Chong, "Husband, don't you still have several barrels of different formulas? Pour out some of each and try it?" Yes, it just so happens that Sister Xiao Dai and I can help you taste the formula." "Okay, I'll pour it for you. Let's taste each one to see which one tastes better," Luo Chong said and went to the wine room at home. Most of the wine stored in it was white wine, but now there are 10 more. Beer in wooden barrels. Looking at the 10 wooden barrels in front of him, he was a little worried, thinking that there were so few people that they couldn't taste anything, and the tasting of 3 people was not enough to represent the public, so he went directly outside and ordered about 10 more beer. Wei, let them help carry the wine and taste the beer as passers-by. Cups, tea bowls, and other things were placed on the table. Luo Chong asked people to pour out all the wine, and then greeted everyone. "You're welcome, come and go. Today I invite you to try this newly brewed ale. It's good for relieving the heat. Everyone, try it. There are 10 recipes in total. After you finish drinking it, let's talk about which one tastes better." When the guards heard that it was a wine to relieve the heat, and that the alcohol content was low and would not affect their duties, they called some more people over and everyone tasted it together. The 10 barrels of beer Luo Chong made this time ranged from 6 to 15 degrees of wort concentration, a total of 10 kinds. Although he didn't know the specific degree, he thought it should be around 10 degrees. The hops added, the proportions are the same, there is no other difference, even the fermentation time is the same, so apart from the richness of the malty aroma, there is not much difference between these 10 barrels of beer. "Husband, I think this 12% drink is the best. It has a rich aroma of wheat, not so bitter taste, the best color, and more foam," Xiao Dai commented immediately after finishing the drink. "I like the lighter ones. After all, it's to relieve the heat. The lighter ones quench my thirst, so I choose 10 or 11. Zhang Ning said, giving different choices. Luo Chong nodded and looked at the guards on the other side. "What about you, which flavor do you like?" "It's more than 10, the one below 10 is too light. Although it quenches thirst, it loses the characteristics of this kind of ale." One person immediately gave an answer similar to Zhang Ning Xiao Dai. "Yes, just the middle one will do. I think there's not much difference between the middle ones, they're all fine." "That's right, if it were me, I would choose the middle one. In fact, if the leader hadn't separated them, you might not be able to tell them apart if you drink them directly." A group of guards also gave their choices one after another, which immediately gave Luo Chong the idea. It seems that everyone prefers the taste between 10 degrees to 12 or 3 degrees, and according to them, it tastes the same. Almost, since this is the case, then the value of 11% must be set as a fixed formula. The reason is very simple. For the same taste, the less raw materials used, the lower the cost will be, and the more profit will be made. Now that the feasibility of beer brewing has been determined, the next farm promotion plan will also have goals. When the Luoyang farm's second quarter corn cultivation was completed, Luo Chong immediately gave them a new order, asking them to plant barley on the land where the first season corn was used to prepare for harvesting a batch of industrial raw materials for beer, and at the same time, they also planted hops. They gave them some seeds to plant in batches on the farm, and this also allowed the land on the farm to be quickly utilized to implement rotational cultivation instead of leaving it fallow. A few days later, Luo Chong's custom-made wooden hand-operated noodle machine was also completed, and he immediately devoted himself to the production of convenience. The making of instant noodles is not very complicated. First, knead whole wheat flour into dough, then use a dough press to press it into thin sheets, and then use a roller cutter to cut the dough into cylindrical noodles. The only thing that needs to be noted is that the dough must be thin. The noodles must be thin enough to facilitate the subsequent steps of steaming and frying. Based on the memory of his previous life, Luo Chong finally selected the most suitable noodle thickness, which was about 1.5 to 1.8 millimeters. He did not have a finer ruler or roller, so he could only make a rough determination. When the noodles that have been pressed into thin strips come out of the outlet, the speed of the noodles must be controlled, and then they will automatically stack into a wavy shape due to the speed difference. Then stack the wavy noodles in 2 layers together, put them into a pot and steam them over high heat until they are half-cooked. The half-cooked noodles are almost ready to be shaped. At this time, they are cut into required portions and put into a round metal frying basket, which is the mold used for final frying and shaping. This is what Luo Chong found. The ones made to order by the Research Institute are woven with thin iron wire, like an oblate iron basket. There are only 10 of them in total, and no more can be made quickly. After the portions are packed, put the wavy half-cooked noodles into the frying basket, and put the frying basket and noodles together into the oil pan for frying. The noodles are all made from one batch of noodles, but they are divided into several pans at the same time. After all, the main purpose is to test the effect of various vegetable fried noodles. In the first frying experiment, Luo Chong chose 5 vegetable oils: corn oil, rice oil, flax oil, ramie oil, and tea seed oil. The most common soybean oil and peanut oil were directly eliminated by him because peanut oil is similar to rapeseed oil. It has a very special taste and is not suitable for making instant noodles. Moreover, rapeseed oil, peanut oil, and soybean oil all have large fumes and are very choking, so they are not suitable either. As for sesame oil, also known as sesame oil, it was directly eliminated by Luo Chong simply because the output was low and the price was too expensive. After all, it is an industrial food, and the final cost of the product must be taken into consideration. 5 different oil pans and 10 metal frying baskets, that is, 2 pieces of dough are fried in each pan at the same time, one for 1 minute and the other for 1.5 minutes, and then compared. First of all, from the perspective of frying effect, 2 kinds of sesame oil, namely ramie and flax oil, are directly eliminated. Not to mention the special taste, the oil smoke is also not small, and I don't know whether the fried noodles can still be eaten. Tea seed oil and rapeseed oil are similar. They also have a special taste and fumes. In comparison, corn oil and rice oil look better. Corn oil and rice oil produce less fumes. At the same temperature, these 2 oils emit almost no smoke, and the oils are golden, clear, and light in color. One fried dough pancake is golden yellow, and the other is light yellow and whitish in color, most similar to the instant noodles Luo Chong saw in his previous life. Finally, it was dried and shaped, added with some butter, chili, and vegetable seasoning, and brewed with boiling water. After eating, Luo Chong finally chose the instant noodles made from fried rice, which is the light yellow kind. This is not because the golden brown pancakes fried in corn are not delicious, but because corn oil is too expensive and the cost is too high. Corn oil is not oil squeezed from corn kernels, but oil squeezed from corn germ, and the oil content is not high. If you listen to this part, you will know how expensive corn oil is. In contrast, rice oil, which has no fumes, good color, and low cost, has become the first choice. The same thing is that rice oil is not oil squeezed out of rice, but the shell of rice, which is commonly known as rice bran, so rice oil is also called rice bran oil. The husks of rice are usually thrown away directly, or used to feed chickens and ducks. It can be said that the raw materials cost almost nothing. They are byproducts of rice cultivation. If they are thrown away directly without being used to extract oil, it is also a waste. It is better to squeeze out the oil and use it in the food industry. The staple food of the Han tribe is rice, and a large amount of rice bran is produced every year. It would be a pity not to use the rice bran for rice, and if it is used for industry, there is no need to worry about lack of materials. Based on the scale of rice cultivation by the Han tribe, even if the oil content of rice bran is very low, the oil extracted is enough for use. Ever since, the technology of instant noodles has been developed. Of course, there are no waterproof paper cups and bowls. If you want to take them and soak them directly, you have to prepare your own rice bowl. As for packaging, there is no plastic bag, but you can consider using craft paper bags for packaging, just like paper bags for melon seeds or snacks and dried fruits. It can be made with the technology of the Han tribe. And with instant noodles, the Han tribe could also take advantage of the situation to launch another industrial product, that is, enamel products. Enamel is a ceramic-like product made from an iron tire with glaze and fired, or it is a ceramic shell plated on the outside of the iron tire. In the era when enamel products were prosperous, using an enamel vat to soak instant noodles must have been a memory of many people's childhood. The round enamel vat has a lid on it and is about the same size as an instant noodle cake. It is a perfect match for instant noodles. Moreover, this can also stimulate another industry of the Han tribe, and at the same time consume the overproduced steel and create more output value. Why not? Instant noodles, beer, canned fruit, canned fish, glass bottles, soda drinks, enamel, sausages, biscuits packed in iron boxes. Luo Chong wrote down the projects related to the food industry on paper one by one, and then after a moment of meditation, he suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, there's also lunch and meat. As a representative of the food industry, how can lunch meat be missing? As a product that the Han tribe could produce with the current technology, Luo Chong racked his brains to think of this thing. Some people may not know what luncheon meat is. To put it bluntly, it is a kind of canned meat, mainly pork or mutton, which is made into chunks of ham sausage. Well, you can probably understand it that way. Because the production method of luncheon meat is actually very similar to that of ham sausage. The only difference is that the packaging is different. For ham sausage, the ingredients are poured into the casing, while luncheon meat is packed directly into the iron box. The specific operation method is to debone the pork or beef first, then beat the meat and oil separately into meat fillings, then mix them together according to the proportion, add some seasonings, flour or starch, and red yeast powder for coloring, that is red yeast rice is ground into powder, which can turn the meat filling pink after adding it. After preparing these meat fillings, they can be packed into boxes, and then put into the steamer with the meat and box to steam, then cover with an iron lid to seal, and finally put the iron box directly into a boiling water pot for high-temperature water bath sterilization to sterilize. Extend its shelf life. The lunch meat made in this way is actually canned meat. It can be taken out and eaten directly, or cut into slices and fried in oil, or used as an ingredient for cooking other dishes. It is very useful and suitable for military supplies. This is a very important invention in an era when meat cannot be preserved for a long time. Of course, it also requires the cooperation of an industrial base. Otherwise, without a meat grinder and cans, you would not even be able to make a canned luncheon meat. Not coming out. Luo Chong wrote the luncheon meat on the paper again, but he had no intention of experimenting because the technology of this thing was too simple and there was no need to experiment. It was just steamed meat filling. He knew it would work without trying it. It was early May, and while Luo Chong was staying at home to study the food industry plan, the war against the cannibals in the north was gradually coming to an end. It lasted 4 months. Compared with the original strategy of the first and second phases, the third phase of the battle was much longer. As the Shen's Guard continued to eliminate the cannibals, it was originally regarded as a tug-of-war. The traces of cannibals have completely disappeared from the Yanqi area. But if you think about it, you know that their old nest will be destroyed by the Han tribe. Who has the heart to fight for those salt ponds? Now the cannibal tribe in the forest has completely collapsed under the crazy attack of the Shen's guards. In some villages they discovered at the beginning, they still dared to stay in the villages and relied on the local terrain to deal with the Shen's guards or fighting guerrillas. Xubing has always adhered to the combat purpose issued by Luo Chong, which is the 3 guangs policy proposed by Luo Chong. As a soldier, Luo Chong knows better than anyone else what the biggest enemy of guerrilla warfare is. Only by killing, burning, and destroying them all can the enemy's living space be completely reduced. With good tactical principles and sharp weapons and equipment, if this battle cannot be won, there is no need to mess around with Xubing. In this way, under the crazy raids of the Shen's guards for 4 consecutive months, the cannibal villages in the northern forest of Weiyu have been basically wiped out. When they encounter the Han tribe, they will only end up with 3, or die, either surrender and become a slave, or run away. Escape, although you shouldn't let the other party run away, it is unavoidable. There are so many cannibal villages, and there will always be some who run away in advance because they are afraid of the Han tribe, and move to other places with their tribesmen. If they can't defeat us, they can't escape. Of course, there is nothing the Han tribe can do against such an enemy, but there is one thing. As long as these people don't go south to cause trouble to the Han tribe, and the river mouth going south is also guarded by the militia of Huyuan County, those cannibals can only take a detour. Otherwise it would be really difficult to get there, but taking a detour means a longer distance, a strange environment, and unknown dangers. It is still unclear whether these escaped cannibals can migrate to new territories alive. It can be known. Commander, the east side of the forest has been completely searched by our battalion, and no trace of the cannibals has been found. Our 2nd battalion has also completed the search on the west side. Now there is not even a single trace of human activity, let alone cannibals. Well, good job. Now each battalion should report the number of giant apes hunted. Xubing listened to his subordinate's report, nodded in praise, and then asked about the situation of the giant apes hunted. Speaking of which, when the war reached this point, the cannibals would have been exterminated by the Han tribe. Even if there were still survivors, they would have gone to nowhere. The only remaining enemies were those giant man-eating people. Ape. However, the Han tribe were foreign conquerors after all, not local aborigines, so they did not know the home of the cannibals. In terms of dealing with the cannibals, they could only fight in encounters. It would be really difficult to completely exterminate them. Upon hearing Xubing's question, the instructors of the 3 Shen's Guard battalions each took out their notebooks and began to report. Reporting to the commander, our battalion encountered a total of 256 giant apes during this clearing operation, killed 232, and escaped 24. Report completed. When the instructors from the other 2 camps heard this, they felt that everyone was similar, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. It is a bit unreliable to annihilate all the giant apes they encounter. You must know that the environment in which they fight is originally a forest, which is the most favorable terrain for those giant apes. If they break into the site of Shen's Guard, there will be nothing to say. Yes, 1 round of concentrated fire can beat them into sieves, but if these giant apes want to escape at medium and long distances, the Han tribe will never be able to catch them. Those big guys were jumping up and down in the trees and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was impossible for Shen's guard to send troops to chase them. If they chased them, they would easily get lost in the forest, and they would not be able to catch up at all. Our 2nd Battalion encountered 317 individuals, killed 276 individuals, and 41 escaped. Report completed. The 3rd Battalion encountered 189, killed 177, and escaped 12. Report completed. Chu Bing nodded again after hearing this, and he had some confidence in his heart. This time, because his own side took the initiative to attack, he undoubtedly encountered more giant apes. So far in the 3rd phase of the battle, the entire Shen's guard has eliminated 685 giant apes. Apes, plus the giant apes killed in the previous 2 stages, the total number is more than 700. As for those who escaped, because Shen's guard was unable to mark the identity of each giant ape encountered, it was impossible to confirm whether those who had escaped were killed in subsequent encounters. Each battalion only recorded the cumulative number of encounters and kills and escapes. As for whether there is overlap in targets, you know that there must be no need to think about it. But those who killed them were definitely not wrong. They were all calculated with brains and could not be faked. However, Chu Bing can say with certainty that there are still giant apes in the forest, but they almost never come out on their own initiative, and it is difficult for Shen's guard to find them. When things develop to this point, a question. It would be too wasteful to drag the army here anymore, and it would not achieve much results at all. And if those cannibals really couldn't hide, he couldn't let the Shen's guard stay here all the time. This was simply unrealistic. Moreover, everyone has been fighting for more than 4 months, and has never stopped to rest. The soldiers are very tired, and it is time to end the war. However, whether we want to end this war or not, we still need Luo Chong to make a decision. After thinking about it, Chu Bing concluded. There are more than 700, and there are dozens of escaped ones. We can't be sure of these numbers at all, but we can say with certainty that there are definitely still cannibals in the forest. If we just ignore it and withdraw our troops directly, the remaining cannibals will cause trouble to the lives of the people in Huyuan County in the future. The people will definitely develop this forest in the future, and they will be killed if they are not careful. The cannibals are attacking us secretly, but we can't stay here forever, and everyone is tired. This is unrealistic. As for what to do, I think we should report it to the leader and let him make an idea. Several battalion commanders and militia captains all nodded. They all knew that Chu Bing was telling the truth. The army could not be wasted here, but the people of Huyuan County could not ignore it. What to do in the future, they still need to get a charter. Come out. As a result, the battle report of Chu Bing was quickly delivered to Luo Chong via a flying eagle messenger. Ha 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 ha, the northern expedition is finally over. In the study room of Luo Chong's home, Luo Chong's hearty laughter soon came. Xiao Dai and Zhang Ning, who were holding their children in the hall outside, heard the sound and ran over immediately. Husband, have you finished fighting the cannibals in the north? Xiao Dai asked immediately. Well, Chu Bing has returned with the battle report. The 3rd phase of the strategy has been initially completed. All cannibal villages and residences have been wiped out. Now there is not a single cannibal left there. Perhaps some may have fled elsewhere, but they can no longer affect us, so there is no need to care about them. Luo Chong said and handed the battle report to Xiao Dai. This was not a confidential matter. Even if Xiao Dai didn't read it, Luo Chong would have someone tell the world the news tomorrow. Xiao Dai and Zhang Ning quickly got together and started watching. A total of more than 28,000 cannibals have been annihilated. More than 5,400 male and female slaves were captured. More than 730 man-eating giant apes were killed. Husband, there are only more than 700 giant apes. There can't be only so few, right? Zhang read in a low voice while watching. When she saw only annihilated when she encountered more than 700 giant apes, she immediately felt that something was wrong. Because there are more than 700, this number is really too small for a species. Even wild cattle cannot have only this number. Of course, considering that there cannot be more carnivores than herbivores, the huge number of cattle cannot be more than 700. It is impossible that there are only more than 700 apes. Well, I know. Didn't Chu Bing also mention it in the battle report? There must be more, and the specific number is unknown. But if they don't come out now, we can't let the army waste away in vain. Luo Chong nodded and pointed. He said after reading the content behind the battle report. Zhang quickly found the content after hearing this, and then said with some worry. Then we can't just leave those monsters alone. Otherwise, the people in the north will not be able to worry about going to the woods to chop firewood. They might be attacked by those monsters. We can't live in fear all the time. Do you have a husband? What's the idea? In fact, Zhang came to the Han tribe relatively late and had not seen the horror of those giant apes with her own eyes. Only Xiaodai joined earlier and had seen those monsters with her own eyes. But Zhang had recently seen those huge monsters in the photos sent by Chu Bing. She was very afraid of these monsters and often said that fortunately the Han tribe had sharp firearms and took the initiative to attack the north, so they would not let the monsters be killed. Those monsters often go south to the Han tribe to cause trouble. When Luo Chong heard this, he paced in the study, thinking about the solution to this matter. At this point, the war could indeed be over, but before the giant apes were completely extinct, for the people in the north, words are always a hidden danger, so we have to guard against them. Moreover, the individual giant apes are powerful. A woodcutter who goes into the mountains to fight alone is definitely not a team player of those giant apes. Even ordinary bows and arrows may not be able to defeat those monsters, because those things have rough skin and thick flesh. Even if you hit a few arrows, you can't kill them immediately. In the end, the people will still suffer. We must leave some muskets to the people in the north so that they can hunt giant apes voluntarily. In addition, we can also give some rewards to support bounty hunters. Yes, that's the idea. Luo Chong thought to himself, I quickly found an idea. It must be managed, but the war is over, and the Shent's guards must be withdrawn. As for the people in the north, they can only rely on themselves to defend their homes. Those monsters will definitely not be extinct in a short while. If you want to completely kill them all, it may take several years, even decades, or hundreds of years. The army alone will definitely not be able to do it. The people must be allowed to spontaneously go hunting. Let the common people go hunting? Can they survive? Xiaodai had seen the terror of the giant ape with her own eyes, so she could not help but widen her eyes in shock at the decision made by Luo Chong. What are you afraid of? At the worst, equip them with some muskets, so that when the common people go into the mountains and forests, they can carry guns in groups. Even if they encounter giant apes, they can kill them. Then we will enact some reward systems. How much reward can you get from the government for killing a giant ape? Those people will definitely take the initiative to hunt it. As for the muskets, I think it's better to give them this kind. It's powerful, but not suitable for war. It's enough for hunting and self-defense. As Luo Chong spoke, he turned his attention to the double-barreled shotgun on the weapon shelf in the study. You must know that the double-barreled shotgun is originally a type of hunting rifle. This kind of weapon is very powerful and there is absolutely no problem in hunting large targets. However, the firepower of this kind of shotgun is not sustainable. It can only fire 2 consecutive sprays before changing the ammunition. It is impossible to use it in war. Such equipment cannot defeat regular troops like Shenzhou, and there is no need for sprayers at all. The range of the Guard's rifle can teach them how to behave. Therefore, by equipping the people or militia in the north with a batch of equipment, Luo Chong does not have to worry about them rebelling. Coupled with the restrictions on ammunition, if the gun restriction order is implemented and policies such as gun licenses are implemented, it should be fine. Of solving problems. With his mind spinning, Luo Chong quickly made a decision. He held the double-barreled spray gun in his hand and shouted towards the door. "Come here, call me Lin Fei from the Qingshu County Power Research Institute. I have something for him to handle." Luo Chong's order was handed down quickly, and guards immediately went to Qingshu County to invite people. Early the next morning, Luo Chong met Lin Fei in Hanyang City. "Chief, why are you summoning me so urgently?" Lin Fei was taken to Luo Chong's home after breakfast. As soon as they met, he started asking straight to the point. However, he also had an uncontrollable smile on his face, which made Luo Chong look a little surprised. "Let's not talk about my affairs. What's wrong with you? Are you so happy that your wife has given birth to a baby?" No. Although my wife is pregnant, she hasn't given birth yet. I'm happy that the order the leader gave us is being completed very quickly. There is also the expansion of the new factory. The workshops have been built. Okay. Lin Fei was a little stunned when he heard Luo Chong's question, and then immediately explained. "Oh, so that's it. Have you got your tractors, grain harvesters, and construction machinery out?" Luo Chong nodded and asked again. "When I get back to the boss, the tractor order has been completed. The loader is currently in production, as well as the excavator. That one is a little more troublesome. The rolled steel tracks need to be riveted section by section, which is very laborious. As for the grain harvester, the production plan has been made, and it will actually be produced quickly." Lin Fei thought for a while and immediately began to report on the progress of the work. After finishing speaking, he seemed to suddenly remember something, and then said again. "By the way, Chief, we have recently produced 2 more Endeavour locomotives and the corresponding carriages. They have now been loaded on cargo ships and will arrive at the dock in Qingshu County in the near future. The railway construction there seems to be quite fast." Luo Chong was stunned when he heard this. He really hadn't paid attention to this news. He only remembered it now after hearing Lin Fei's report. In fact, the total length of the railway from Qingshu County to Qian County in the middle and lower reaches of Luyang River is more than 160 kilometers, almost the same length as the original new satellite railway. Such a small railway is located in plain areas. With sufficient materials and manpower, it can be built very quickly. If it were not for the need for 2 railway bridges in the middle, it would have been open to traffic long ago. If you don't tell me, I really forgot. This Endeavour train is quite good and will be the main transportation tool for mining in the future. But regarding the development of heavy-duty trains, have you made any progress now?" Luo Chong asked immediately after being stunned for a moment. Road. Back to the leader, the heavy steam locomotive Leap Forward project has been in a steady development stage. According to the leader, it is better to solve the problems first, so we directly adopted the mature plan of the Endeavour type, and the Leap Forward type we built is actually not that big. The difference is just an enlarged version. However, we are also in the technical reserve of the 4-cylinder 4x6x6x4 dual-power system super heavy locomotive proposed by the leader, but this still needs to wait for the heavy-duty locomotive to run for a period of time and accumulate some it will be easier to deal with after actual experience. When Lin Fei heard Luo Chong ask about the train, he immediately answered. He knew this matter best, because no matter how many projects the Power Research Institute launched today, it could not change that steam locomotives were their foundation. Fact. Luo Chong also has great expectations for the Power Research Institute. Although he doesn't know whether it will be possible to develop internal combustion engine trains or electric trains in this life, It would be great if steam trains can develop to their peak. You must know the steam trains in history. At its peak, it could run at an abnormal speed of more than 200 kilometers per hour, which was no weaker than the Harmony's high-speed rail. Furthermore, he has been obsessed with developing super-heavy trains with a gauge of 1.8 meters. Although the figure of 1.8 meters is only a little more than the standard gauge of 1.55 meters, in fact there is a very important gap. A standard gauge train car can only accommodate 5 seats and 1 aisle in each row, while the 1.8 meter gauge can accommodate 6 seats in each row and 3 aisles in the middle and 3 on each side. This is to increase passenger capacity by 1/5, which is actually very considerable. Another point is that the train gauge limits the country's development. Among other things, as a time traveler, Luo Chong deeply understands the limitations of China's aerospace industry in this regard. China's aerospace development seems to have always been unsatisfactory. Looking at the rocket carrying capacity of Western countries, China just can't build a thicker rocket. Before the advent of the Fat 5 with a diameter of 5 meters, all rockets had a diameter of 3.35 meters. Why is this? Because if the standard gauge train is thicker, it will not be able to pull it. This is such an embarrassing reason that has been plaguing the aerospace industry. It is not that the country cannot build bigger and thicker rockets, but that the traffic conditions do not allow it. We have also seen what happened later. After the Navy became stronger and allowed rockets to be transported by sea without worrying about their own rockets falling into the sea and being snatched away by foreign forces, China immediately built the 5-meter-thick Fat 5. That explains the problem very well. The railway transportation of the Han tribe is still in the development stage, so Luo Chong will naturally not follow the wrong path of his predecessors and cause trouble for his descendants. And based on the current development speed of the Han tribe, it is really possible to see the advent of rockets within 100 years. In fact, without pursuing range and accuracy, it is really possible to get a few things like the German V2 in World War II. It's possible. You have to know that the original Dongfeng 2 rocket that launched atomic bombs actually used alcohol as fuel, and the Han tribe was fully capable of producing so much alcohol. The Han tribe's train research has been developing steadily. It can be said that if it were not for the problems with the rail steel, the heavy haul railway project would have been launched long ago. However, this problem has increased with the coal mining and steelmaking plants in the south. With the rise of the industry, it is estimated that manganese steel that meets standards will be mass-produced within 10 years. Then there is the 4-cylinder 4x6x6x4 dual-power system super-heavy locomotive project, which is based on the standards proposed by Luo Chong based on the historical big boy steam trains in the United States. Generally, steam trains have 2 cylinders at the front, that is, 2 sets of pistons, driving the left and right wheels, respectively. The layout of the wheels is the front 2 pairs with a total of 4 guide wheels, the middle 3 pairs with a total of 6 power wheels, and the rear 2 pairs with a total of 4 driven wheels. But the big boy in the United States was the first to drive a steam locomotive. He used 4 cylinders on the front of the locomotive, 2 at the front and 2 more in the middle of the front. A set of power wheels in the front and another set of power wheels in the back. The benefits of this are also very obvious. The ordinary steam train can only pull about 25 carriages, but the big boy using dual power can pull more than 60 carriages at a time. The carrying capacity is quite abnormal. Han tribe, there is no reason not to do it. Looking at Luo Chong, who was gradually lost in thought, Lin Fei was a little dumbfounded. After being silent for a long time, he finally couldn't help but remind him. "Chief, why did you call me here today? If you have anything to do, please just give me your orders. I will do my best." "Hey, look at my brain, what? I came to you to ask you to produce some firearms. By the way, do you have suitable molybdenum steel now?" Luo Chong was originally thinking about the train. Hearing Lin Fei's reminder, he immediately reacted. He still had business to do. As for Lin Fei, he was relieved when he heard that he was just asked to make a gun. He thought the leader had something important to do. Going back to the leader, there is not much ready-made molybdenum steel. Last time, some were left for turning tools, but there is not much left. If the leader is going to use molybdenum steel to produce firearms, let the steel mill just make a few more furnaces. By the way, what kind of guns are you going to make, and how many? Lin Fei replied immediately. Double-barreled shotguns, make 2,000. If molybdenum steel is easy to get, use molybdenum steel. Luo Chong thought about the needs of the North, and then quoted the number. But Lin Fei couldn't help but was stunned. What? 2,000 double-barreled shotguns? Did the leader say something wrong? What the leader wanted to say should be the 8-shot pump-action shotgun, right? It's not surprising that he was so surprised. You have to know that it feels wrong to produce and equip 2,000 double-barreled spray guns when there are clearly 8 continuous spray guns. What kind of army would need such a thing? I've heard that the army's equipment is getting better and better, but I haven't heard of people getting better and better and going back. It's not like the Han tribe has no money to support an army. No, you heard it right, it's this kind of double-barreled shotgun, not the 8-shot gun. Luo Chong said as he took the double-barreled shotgun from the weapon rack and handed it to Lin Fei's hand. When he saw him with a puzzled look on his face, he continued to explain. The northern expedition on the cannibals is over. All the cannibals have been annihilated by our army. There are only some escaped giant apes that are hiding in the forest. But it would be a waste to keep the Shents guard there to eliminate them. Moreover, the permanent extinction of the giant ape cannot be achieved in a day. It must be continued to attack and hunt it. So I plan to produce a batch of double-barreled spray guns as shotguns and equip them for the logging teams or militia over there, so that they can have the ability to kill the giant apes when they face them. They are not equipped for regular military use, so you heard it right, this is a batch of shotguns. After hearing this, Lin Fei immediately put on a smile on his face. I see, the northern expedition is over. Doesn't this mean that our army is victorious and triumphant? Ha 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 ha, then we no longer have to worry about the harassment of cannibals in the future. It's a pity. If we fail to wipe them all out, we will cause trouble to the people in the north. This gun must be provided, otherwise ordinary people will not be able to fight back when they encounter the giant ape. By the way, Chief, there seem to be more than 30,000 people in the north. Are these 2,000 guns enough? Do you want to make more? Of the more than 30,000 civilians, children account for more than half. Excluding the elderly and women, the remaining number of young and strong men is only a few thousand, which is basically the same as the number of militiamen recruited from the north this time. There are 4,000 on the side, more than 1,000 in the salt pond, and 1,000 in the hunting ground. In total, there are only 5,000 or 6,000 young men. 5,000 or 6,000 young men are equipped with 2,000 shotguns. Basically, there is one gun for every 3 people. This number, in fact, there are quite a few. Luo Chong calculated in his mind and said again, just 2,000, it's almost enough. If it's not enough, we'll talk about it later. It's not difficult to produce it anyway. There are not many shotguns, but they can be used together, for example, for members of the logging team, because under normal circumstances, if it is not for logging, there is really no need to go into the forest. The Han tribe does not need to hunt, because the Han tribe has breeding technology and domestic livestock, and there will be no shortage of meat and fur. Even if they want to hunt, they can go hunting in the basin and hilly areas of the hunting ground instead of risking their way into the forest. When it comes to burning firewood, there is no need to go to the forest to cut firewood because of the presence of corn stalks. The straws of various crops alone may not be completely burned. 2,000 guns can be given to anyone who needs to enter the forest, or those with gun licenses can be sent to do tasks. If they take the time to train intensively, there will be no problem. Well, does the leader have any other instructions? For example, are there any technical requirements for this batch of guns? Lin Fei saw that Luo Chong insisted on only 2,000 guns, so he nodded in agreement, and then asked if there were any special require. Luo Chong glanced at his shotgun with a silver-white barrel and couldn't help but smacked his lips. If all the shotguns of the militiamen were like this, wouldn't it be too high profile? Well, there are no special requirements. Just 2 points. It is best to be made of molybdenum steel, which must be durable. And the metal parts must be oil-quenched to make the surface black. The white barrel is too conspicuous. Yes, does the leader have anything else to give you? Lin Fei put down his gun, took out his notebook, and quickly wrote down a few words: double spray, molybdenum steel, 2000, black surface. There are no other things for now, but there is a large-scale comprehensive project, and you need to start preparing manpower from now on. Luo Chong thought for a while and said. Lin Fei was stunned when he heard this. Could it be that the large-scale comprehensive project was another project similar to engineering vehicles? If it were completed, it would probably take several years. So he asked tentatively. I wonder what project the leader is talking about and what kind of talents I need to prepare. As for weapons and equipment, now that the tribe has molybdenum steel, the strength of the material has increased, and we can produce better weapons, so I plan to continue to develop a series of new firearms. The content includes rifles, general-purpose machine guns, mortars, grenade launchers, grenades, and other infantry light weapons. The most important thing is to unify the caliber of ammunition, as well as some heavy weapons for urban defense, machine guns, etc. Our tribe's artillery also needs to be upgraded, from front-loading guns to breech-loading guns with anti-recoil mechanisms, and the shells also need to be replaced by explosive grenades filled with gunpowder. In short, it is a very complex comprehensive project, but it is also as relevant. In the future, we will have a series of arsenals in the north and south to produce different weapons. The plates may be very large, so you need to train more talents. I don't think there is too much. After Luo Chong finished introducing the content of the project, Lin Fei fell into silence. To be honest, from the moment molybdenum steel was born, he knew that the weapons of the Han tribe would definitely be improved. He was mentally prepared for this, but Luo Chong actually wanted to acquire so many weapons at once, which was a bit unexpected for him, but he still took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, Chief. It shouldn't be difficult to develop new weapons. I think no matter how difficult it is, it shouldn't be as complicated as those engineering vehicles. When I get back, I will start to select people with experience in manufacturing and designing weapons. I will definitely not delay the chief's plan." Luo Chong nodded and let Lin Fei go, while he continued to plan the list of weapons reform projects in the study. In his new plan, all firearms of the Han tribe will be of the same caliber and use new 7.62 mm bullets, and muskets will also be equipped to all regular armies of the Han tribe. Even so, there are still differences in the generation of weapons. In Luo Chong's plan, in the future, the local troops of the Han tribe will all be equipped with bolt-action rifles, while the central army guarding the capital and palace will all be equipped with semi-automatic rifles. In order to maintain the central government's supply of weapons to local armies. With the availability of high-temperature resistant molybdenum steel, repeating weapons are bound to appear, so Luo Chong plans to not only change the original rifle to a small caliber of 7.62, but also produce a semi-automatic rifle of 7.62 caliber. As for AKs and the like, he never thought that because it was not needed and the bullet consumption was too high, the Han tribe's existing industrial scale could not support it. In addition, there are 2 options for the 7.62 caliber semi-automatic rifle. Of course, they are all plagiarized designs from various countries in previous lives. Asking Luo Chong to redesign a new gun is simply looking for trouble. As for the 7.62 caliber semi-automatic rifle, there are two options in the previous life. The two most famous firearms are the American M1 Garand rifle, the Soviet SKS, and the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle later imitated by China. Both guns use the gas-guided semi-automatic principle and have the same caliber. The difference is that the M1 is fed from an 8-round magazine, while the 56.5 is fed from a 10-round magazine. They are slightly better in terms of firepower sustainability. After all, the SKS originally it is designed based on the benchmark M1, so it is normal to have more similarities. Luo Chong was fortunate enough to have seen and fired both of these two types of firearms. In comparison, he must be more familiar with the domestic 56.5, so there was no choice but to imitate the 56.5. That's it. And to be fair, in terms of aesthetics, those who like the German Mauser will definitely prefer the 56 and 50% gun type. The American M1 is a bit similar to the British Lowley in appearance. It is thin at the front and thick at the back, which looks very uneven, and the barrel and gas tube are too compact and don't look very good. Many people may not know what a 56.5 looks like, but I have to say one thing that everyone must know. It is the protocol gun used by the Honor Guard, a rifle with a particularly long bayonet. The other is the general-purpose machine gun. The reason for choosing the general-purpose machine gun, as a latecomer, is of course to reduce the design time. Compared to developing a light machine gun and a heavy machine gun, a general-purpose light and heavy dual-purpose machine gun is obviously more suitable. Military needs. When it comes to general-purpose machine guns, there are many choices. The famous Hitler's chainsaw MG42 has a rate of fire of more than 1,000 rounds per minute. If it misses, it will be fine. But as long as it hits the target, it is absolutely impossible for the person who is shot to get only one shot, because the rate of fire is too fast, and usually you will be hit by 3 or 4 shots. The MG42 has many advantages, such as the large number of stamped parts that facilitate production, its lightweight, and it only takes 6 seconds to change a barrel. It is the leader of its generation. However, Luo Chong didn't want to equip this thing. The reason is also very simple, that is, this gun also has another name, called the logistics gun. The rate of fire of over 1,000 per minute is too fast. It disappears as soon as the trigger is pulled. It consumes too much ammunition, and the fast rate of fire also has a disadvantage, that is, it cannot maintain the continuity of fire suppression. You must know that machine guns are not used to hit people, but to suppress firepower. The opponent must be suppressed so that they cannot lift their heads. This requires not only strong firepower, but also a certain degree of sustainability. In this regard, MG42 is obviously unqualified. Among other things, there was the M60 general-purpose machine gun that the United States copied based on the MG42 after the war, but Luo Chong was not familiar with this thing. The one that is most suitable for the situation of the Han tribe is actually the PKM general-purpose machine gun produced by Mauzi. It is known as the Mao Xiong version of the Big Pineapple. Its shape is very similar to the American M249 small-caliber Big Pineapple machine gun, but it is much lighter than the Big Pineapple. PKM is the world's lightest general-purpose machine gun. Strong people can hold the gun with one hand and fire continuously, or even dual-wield the machine gun with one hand. It is no problem, and Mao Xiong special forces can do it. Those who use PKM to shoot tactical rifles have small recoil, but ordinary people can't see any recoil at all. And in terms of bolt design, the through bolt used by PKM is very advantageous for heat dissipation, and the rate of fire is also relatively moderate. The rate of fire is about 700 rounds per minute, which not only maintains the ferocity of the firepower, but also does not consume ammunition too quickly. The most important thing is that its ammunition caliber is also 7.62 mm, which can use the same full-power rifle ammunition as the bolt-action rifle of the Han tribe, solving the problem of logistical ammunition matching. In addition, as a product of the Luo Chong family, this product and AK are the same father, and both were designed by Kalashnikov, so its durability, high quality, and low price are also one of its biggest advantages. Moreover, this general-purpose machine gun is widely equipped around the world. Not only is it active in the Middle East, it has also been used to assist Vietnam. Many were seized by China in the self-defense counterattack against Vietnam. It has also been imitated by China. The imitation model is called the Type 80 general-purpose machine gun, but it is not widely equipped in China and is only used in small quantities by special forces. However, its foreign trade version is sold in large quantities. To put it simply, they were selling Luo Chong's products so that Luo Chong could not sell them. Later, even the most powerful American army on the surface also imitated PKM. This was not because their own machine guns were unusable, but because other people's machines were cheaper. As a member of a large family with 7.62 caliber, Luo Chong naturally has nothing to hesitate about and just imitates it. The PKM uses a lower-hanging magazine box to feed ammunition. There are 3 versions of a canvas single chain inside. A bipod in front is a light machine gun, and sitting on a heavy tripod is a heavy machine gun. It is simply not suitable for the Han tribe. At this point, the Army's largest batch of 3 infantry light weapons has been finalized. They are the Bullpull 7.62 rifle, the semi-automatic 7.62 rifle, and the light-heavy dual-purpose 7.62 general-purpose machine gun. All of them have the same caliber to solve logistical worries. However, in terms of hand grenades, since the Han tribe has not yet mastered stable white phosphorus production technology, the pull-type wooden handle grenade is a bit laborious, and the low chemical level is always a flaw. In contrast, the egg-shaped grenade using a spring and firing pin became the only choice for the Han tribe. Although they knew that the overdraw distance of the wooden handle grenade was further, there was nothing they could do if they could not make it. They could only use the egg first. The shaped grenade makes do. Moreover, except that the throwing distance of oval grenades is not as far as that of wooden handle grenades, it is not worse than wooden handle grenades in terms of safety and power, and it is no problem to equip it for a long time. As for the throwing distance, there are not enough manpower and machines to make it up. Japan has been equipped with grenade launchers, and the United States has also developed the M79 40mm grenade launcher based on the grenade launchers. The Han tribe can just copy it. You must know that this thing was actually only started to be equipped by the United States when it was fighting the Vietnam War, and China also captured a lot of it in its counterattack against Vietnam. Its structure is also very simple, and it is not a complicated thing. It is said to be of high quality and low price. It makes sense. With the technical level of the Han tribe, there is absolutely no problem in imitating it. After writing down the new firearms to be developed in the future one by one in his notebook, Luo Chong began to write a reply to Chu Bing again. The letter stated his decision, which was to equip them with a batch of double-barreled shotguns and organize a bounty hunter system. In the future, any common people who hunted a giant ape could go to the government to receive 30 yuan with the head of the giant ape. Bounty. The bounty of 30 yuan is not a small amount. It is equal to 1 month's salary of a worker, but even at this price, the Han tribe can definitely buy the giant ape to extinction. The other thing is to have Chu Bing take the Shent's guard back to Huyuan County first, and then organize the militia with Yui to conduct shotgun training. During the training, you can first practice with the 8-shot spray gun equipped by the Shent's guard, and wait for the double guns on your side. After sending the shotgun over, let Chu Bing lead the troops back. Also, Luo Chong specifically told them not to fire all the 2,000 double-barreled spray guns at once. According to the Shiwu system, every 5 households were given 1 gun, and they had to take turns to use it. It is best not to distribute more than 1 gun. There are 1,500 branches, and the remaining 500 branches are kept by the government. One is to replace broken firearms, and the other is to keep some in hand to prevent people from causing chaos with guns. If people come with guns and the government does not have a gun, the consequences can be imagined. No. In addition, bullets must be strictly controlled. What is hit by each bullet must be recorded, so that people with guns should not shoot casually. Even if they kill some prey or beasts in the forest, there must be physical evidence. That is, the corpse of the prey proves the consumption of bullets, and the prey also needs to verify the gunshot wounds, that is, whether it was really killed by a shotgun, to prevent someone from hiding ammunition. Under this strict control, even if there are civilians armed with guns and causing chaos, the government can quickly solve the problem and prevent the overall situation from collapsing. After thinking that there were no loopholes, Luo Chong asked the guard to reply to the letter. Then he drew some mechanical drawings at home every day and wrote down everything he could remember as quickly as possible. On the other side, a huge fleet heading south from Weishan County finally arrived at the Qingshu County wharf in the middle and lower reaches of the Luyang River after nearly a month of sailing. In the floating berth of the pier, a three-masted sailing ship that had been modified and specially used to transport trains had slowly sailed into it. The port staff on the shore immediately turned the gate, closed the sluice of the floating berth, and then called for people to start the steam water pump and start moving. Fill it with water. Other port workers also took the ropes thrown from the ship and tied the ship firmly to several wooden piles. Then someone brought square wooden fixing pins to fasten the two sides of the ship to the wall of the berth. It was completely stuck, so that the rails on the ship were aligned with the tracks on the shore. After everything was ready, the 4 Endeavour steam locomotives loaded on the ship slowly drove from the deck to the shore, and drove along the track into the already built Qingshu County Railway Station. When the locomotive of the train reached the shore, the fleet behind them also lined up and began to unload the goods. The gantry crane on the shore was busy hoisting individual wheel frames and carriage girders to the shore. The accompanying craftsmen also immediately start assembling the carriage floor. What I have to say here is that because the structure of the locomotive is too complex, it must be transported as a whole. And the train carriage is naturally impossible for something that is large in size, simple in structure, and relatively light in weight. It has been transported as a whole. Otherwise, if a train is shipped by ship, I don't know how many ships will be occupied. Therefore, when the Han tribe transports carriages, they only transport wheel frames and carriage beams. Each carriage has a total of 8 wheels, 4 in the front and 4 in the rear. The 4 wheels are a set, mounted on a wheel frame with steering and buffer springs, with the middle 2 main steel beams are erected and fixed to form. The remaining carriage floors and walls, as well as the carriage ceiling, are all made of wooden structures. They are produced by the local wood processing factory in Qingshu County according to the drawings, eliminating the trouble of transporting materials back and forth. In addition to wood, some other metals are used. The components are all shipped from Qingshu County. After all, they cannot be produced here. After all the accessories of the 4 trains were transported to the shore, other ships carrying heavy machinery also began to unload the goods. This time, in addition to the 4 trains, 4 tractors, as well as corresponding truck bodies and the supporting agricultural machinery, 2 bulldozers and 2 excavators, are supplied to Qingshu County and Qian County for construction. These vehicles are also divided equally between the 2 counties. After the infrastructure construction is completed, they will be sent to the 2 mines. Go up there, specifically for mining. In addition to these, there are also iron ingots sent together, which are daily supplies for the 2 places to build their own tools and agricultural tools. After all, everything is difficult at the beginning, and a lot of tools will definitely be used to build 2 new cities. After a whole day of busy loading and unloading work, all the materials transported by the fleet were finally moved ashore. Early the next morning, a simply paved train pulled a load of materials from Qingshu County to Qian County. We set off, accompanied by 2 tractors with buckets attached, a loader and an excavator. The 4 vehicles kept pace with the train along the railway line. They were not slow for a while and followed steadily. The speed of getting on the train. The motorcade set off at dawn, and by 9 o'clock in the morning, it was already in sight of the train station in Qian County. In Qian County at that time, the people of the Baiwu tribe were still working for the Han tribe under the leadership of Yufu. The men collected soil, cut wood, and burned bricks to build houses and cities, while the women washed, rinsed, cooked, carried dung, and grew vegetables. Even the children of the Baiwu tribe drove the sheep with branches, and helped the Han tribe to feed the pigs, ducks, and chickens. It can be said that no one is idle. However, they did not dislike this kind of working life. On the contrary, they were very happy. Not only did both men and women get paid, but even the children who fed the pigs and herded the sheep had to eat 3 meals a day, and every meal was either white rice or corn. Pancakes, the daily dishes, are both meat and vegetable, and I wear clothes bought from the Han tribe with my wages. In this way, there is no shortage of food and clothing, and there is no need to worry about food. I would have never dared to think about it before, but I didn't expect that because I also got it by working for the Han tribe. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the White House people have learned many advanced technologies in the process of working, such as using clay to bake bricks and tiles, and rammed earth building technology, and how to use wood to make houses. Liang, how to use carpentry to make doors and windows, as well as the techniques of digging the ground and drilling wells to collect water. They all did it in their hands and remembered it in their hearts, and worked hard to absorb all kinds of advanced knowledge from the Han tribe. Even those women and children are working hard to learn various skills in growing vegetables, steaming rice and cooking vegetables, and raising livestock and poultry. They thought they had learned everything they wanted, but little did they know that their appearance at this time had subtly become no different from the people of the Han tribe. When you are used to eating rice and dishes fried in iron pots, have the same hairstyle, wear the same clothes and shoes as the Han tribe people, and even the words you speak become Chinese, then what's the difference between you and the people of the Han tribe? But there is a difference, that is, the people of the Baiwu tribe do not have household registration issued by the Han tribe government yet, but Yufu is not in a hurry. The Baiwu tribe is developing very well under his leadership. If you invite them to join after the city is built, I believe these people will definitely not refuse. Since this routine was invented by Luo Chong, the Han tribe has been expanding and growing in this way. Yufu has long been accustomed to this routine. The reason why the routine became a routine is because it works every time. To achieve success, if you use it too much, it will naturally become a routine. In Qian County, at the construction site of the county sheriff's office, a group of young workers from the White House tribe were laying tiles on the roof. At this moment, their team leader Tian Hong suddenly came over and greeted everyone in the courtyard. Come on, 50 people. The Han tribe will have a cart of iron ingots coming over soon. Come with me to unload the cart. Okay, let me relieve myself first. Here are the iron ingots. I remember that there is enough iron here. Is it possible that it is used to pave roads again? Come on, don't forget to press the tiles properly. Just hope that this thing will keep out the rain. Tian Hong said hello, and the workers responded one after another, and soon there were 50 people. Everyone followed Tian Hong, carrying bamboo tubes for drinking water, while walking towards the train station. When we arrived at the train station platform, the train hadn't arrived yet, but Yufu was already waiting here. Fu, why are you still transporting iron ingots? Isn't there already a lot of iron here? Do you Han tribe want to continue to build this railway? Tian Hong came to Yufu's side and asked with the same curiosity and confusion. At this point, its thoughts are the same as those of the tribe. Haha, no, the roads are paved with steel rails. Those rails are specially made and can only be used for paving roads. What we transported this time are scattered iron ingots, specially used to make various tools. We will live here in the future. You can also sell them to the common people to make farm tools. In short, you need to prepare a batch here first, Yufu explained with a smile. So that's it, then why are we waiting here? Is it the train you mentioned that is delivering goods today? Tianhong nodded and asked a question again. Earlier, when the railway was just laid, the people of the Baiwu tribe were puzzled. There was so much good iron. Even if the Han tribe was very rich, there was no need to waste it like this, right? Yufu explained to them that this was a special road that could only be used by trains, but until the station in Qian County was built and the railway was laid, they did not see what Yufu said. Train. Moreover, the people of the Baiwu tribe think that the Han tribe shows off their wealth too much. They have never seen the four-wheeled carriages and ox carts of the Han tribe. Those vehicles made of wood have exquisite structures and are very strong. They can carry a lot of things and can also be used in transportation. Walking on the dirt road is not too slow. Since there is already such a car, and it can obviously travel on dirt roads, why do we have to lay a railway? What do you think this is if you don't show off your wealth? And another thing that people don't understand is that if you look at the railway, it has two long and slender rails, which are just wide enough to fit a wheel. If you want the vehicle to run on the rails, you must ensure that the wheels and the rails fit perfectly. Otherwise it will slide off the rail if you are not careful. What is the use of a railway that is so impractical and expensive? At this time, everyone was standing next to the railway, looking at the road in front of them, and couldn't help but complained in a low voice. They were all saying that although the Han tribe had superb technology, their lifestyle was too extravagant and wasteful. If the White House tribe had, there are so many good tips on how to use them. It's just that when everyone said this, they also used the dialect of the Baiwu tribe, and their voices were low, so Yufu didn't know what they were talking about. Just when everyone was still complaining, a train whistle suddenly came from the distance. Although it sounded still some distance away, it was very loud. Yufu immediately shouted, "The train is coming. Everyone, stay on the platform, don't go down, don't panic." Everyone also heard the whistle that sounded like the roar of a wild beast, as well as a rumbling sound coming from the distant air and the railroad tracks in front of them, as if something huge was approaching here. What's the sound? Isn't it the train coming? How can this train still scream and the sound is so loud? Tianhong said in surprise, standing on tiptoes and looking outside the station. Isn't it said that the train is very big? Maybe it is pulled by some larger monster, just like the oxen and horses that pull the wooden cart. Of course, it screams louder. A person couldn't help but speculated next to him. The analysis made some sense, and everyone around nodded in agreement. However, everyone waited for another minute, but still there was no sign of the train. Tianhong became a little anxious. Fu, how come the train still hasn't come? Wait a minute, it's coming soon. The whistle you just heard should be when it has just entered the station deceleration zone. Every time the train enters the station, it must brake in advance to slow down, otherwise it will easily overshoot. Oh, look, the train is coming. Please be careful not to get off the platform. Let's wait until the train has completely stopped before approaching. While Yofu was talking, there was a rumbling sound from the end of the railway in the distance. Along with the sound was a slanting line of white smoke, which was obviously emitted by the steam engine at the front of the train. It was at this time that everyone's attention was finally attracted to the train. At first, what they saw was just a big black and red thing that was spitting out white smoke. It could be clearly seen that there was a train in front of it. There was no livestock pulling it, but the thing was still driving steadily along the two slender steel rails, gradually approaching the platform of the station. When the train gradually entered the platform and slowly stopped in front of everyone, everyone had their mouths wide open in surprise, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. There was no other reason than that I was shocked by the size of the train. The standard carriage length of the Han tribe's narrow-gauge railway is 12 meters. Compared with the length of a four-wheeled carriage, just one carriage can catch up with 3 or 4 four-wheeled carriages, and it is this huge carriage. They are actually connected one by one, and they can get 20 sections at a time. What is the concept of this? Doesn't it mean that the carrying capacity of this train can catch up to nearly 100 four-wheel carriages at one time? However, this is not the case. Because of the concentrated length of the train carriages and the high walls of the carriages, when it comes to full transportation, 20 carriages can wait for at least 300 four-wheel carriages, which is still the least. Oh my God, is this a train? It's so big and long. Woo-woo. The train that had stopped at the station blew its whistle again, firstly to remind people that the train had arrived, and secondly to release the excess steam in the steam drum. Everyone was instantly shocked by the whistle and realized that they had just heard it. The sound I heard was not the cry of an animal, but the sound of the huge iron guy in front of me. Is this a train? It's so long. It must be several hundred meters long. It's like an iron snake. The people of the White House clan couldn't help but sigh in surprise. However, just when they were shocked by the exaggerated size of the train in front of them, a loud and long whistle suddenly came from the direction of the train, and it didn't sound like it was a sound. Tianhong was immediately shocked. What's going on? Could there be several more trains like this coming together? Are there many trains from the Han tribe? What do we have to send here? Thug tug tug tug, woo. As a sound of cars and whistles came from a distance, a convoy of 4 cars also walked along the open space next to the railway line from far to near, gradually appearing in everyone's sight. At the beginning were 2 tractors with truck bodies attached, followed by a loader and an excavator. Because the excavator was a crawler chassis, although the crawler chassis had more advantages in overcoming obstacles, according to the current technology of the Han tribe, the speed of this kind of crawler chassis is not good, so it can only be hung behind those wheeled vehicles. But just such a convoy of 4 vehicles caused a greater visual impact to the people of the White House clan. Although they had just seen a larger train, the flexibility of the train was obviously incomparable with these 4 motor vehicles. You must know that even if they are as powerful as the Han tribe, they have to maintain the operation of the train. A large amount of expensive steel is laid on the ground, but these 4 strange-looking vehicles do not need it. They can just walk on ordinary dirt roads. It was only then that the Baiwu people suddenly discovered that although they had learned many advanced technologies from the Han tribe, such as construction, agricultural planting, breeding, clothing cutting and sewing technology, etc., in terms of more advanced technologies, they are still blank at present. But the various good things displayed by the Han tribe seem to have no end, and various miraculous technologies appear one after another like corn in the field. Not to mention high-tech trains and other steam vehicles, even the wooden carriages, mills, water wheels, sailing ships and other items of the Han tribe were something they could only hope for. Here, are these also cars made by the Han tribe? Tianhong looked at the approaching convoy and couldn't help but asked in surprise. However, after he finished speaking, he realized that what he asked was nonsense. If it weren't for the Han tribe's cars, which force in the world would have such technology? And looking at the steam engines that are also spraying white smoke on those cars, it's obvious that they are the same technology used on trains. Tractor? And loaders and excavators? Why do we still have these things, and they were built so quickly? Unlike Tianhong, Yufu recognized these engineering vehicles at a glance. After all, he had visited the Power Research Institute with Luo Chong and the county guards years ago, but these vehicles had not yet been fully finalized at that time. Moreover, he had only received a notification before that a train of supplies was coming, But he did not receive a notification that 4 construction vehicles were coming together, so he seemed quite surprised. After all those cars stopped in the open space across from the railway platform, Tianhong continued to ask. Hey, are those cars too? What are they used for? They all look so weird. Indeed, the appearance of the vehicles in front of them was indeed very strange. The combination of tractor-trailer truck body was relatively easy to understand. After all, they had already seen the 4-wheeled carriage of the Han tribe, and this tractor was not beyond their recognition. Knowing the scope, it is also a car with a 4-wheel truck body hanging on the back, but the loader and excavator look strange. One car has a huge iron pot on its head, and the other has no wheels at all and has turned into 2 soft iron belts. A long nose has grown out of the front of the car. There is also a strange-shaped iron pot hanging on the top of the nose, which can be said to be as strange as it is strange. Well, at least that's what Tianhong himself judged. Ahem, let me introduce you. The 2 identical ones in front are tractors that our tribe just built last year. They can be used to pull goods and can also be used to plow and sow seeds in the fields instead of cattle. The one with a bucket on the truck body at the back is called a loader. It is used for loading bulk cargo or leveling land. Look at the steel bucket on the front of the truck. It is actually movable and can do the job instead of a person. Live and have great strength. The last one without wheels is an excavator, which is specially used for digging soil. The thing in front is called a mechanical arm, which can move like a human arm. The turning places on it can also be rotated like a human elbow joint, but it's all made of steel. As for the bucket in front, it's actually like a hand or a big spoon, specially used to dig out various things. While introducing, Yufu stretched out his arms to imitate the movements of an excavator and explained to Tianhong, while Tianhong was dumbfounded. He simply could not imagine and could not understand how the Han tribe created these heaven-defying tools. Things made of iron can actually move and can work for humans instead of livestock. Doesn't this mean that as long as the Han tribe has enough iron, they will never be short of labor? In this case, the productivity of the Han tribe would still be unparalleled. The Han tribe is so powerful. The leader of your tribe must be a real god, otherwise he is also a person blessed by the gods. Tianhong took a deep breath and admired from the bottom of his heart. These steel creations in front of him were really amazing. After introducing a few construction vehicles, Yufu also went up to hand over the train and tractor drivers. When he learned that the leader had specially sent them to support their construction, Yufu was naturally very happy, and then began to arrange the work. The 50 young men from the House clan began to move the iron ingots, first from the train to a 2-wheeled wooden trolley, and then manually pulled them to the warehouse for storage. Fortunately, the ground here at the station was hardened. So these carts running back and forth did not have any impact on the ground. It took half the morning to transport all the iron ingots to the warehouse. At noon, everyone began to go back to eat in groups. The 4 engineering vehicles also followed everyone to the construction site in the city, and these the vehicles' unique shape and use the miracle of being driven by oxen and horses also quickly aroused discussion among the workers. Those who worked at the train station in the morning immediately told everyone about the functions of several cars during the meal, and soon everyone understood we all know these weird things. Some people worshipped the Han tribe as gods because of this, some were full of envy and confusion, and some were a little nervous. They heard that these vehicles were used to help people do work, so they were very afraid. These vehicles will take jobs that are rightfully theirs. You must know that if these construction trucks work more, the work left for them will be less. Their days of working in the Han tribe will end one day earlier, and they can live such a good life while working for the Han tribe. The people of the Baiwu tribe sincerely expressed that they have not had enough. They want to do more work for the Han tribe and resolutely carry forward the spirit of working as workers. Sure enough, what everyone in the White House clan had feared soon came true. After those construction vehicles arrived in Qian County, they quickly played a huge role and almost directly overturned the original construction model. The two tractors directly replaced a large number of ox carts and horse-drawn carriages, and took on the work of transporting bricks and tiles from the kiln to the construction site. Even the transportation of wood was contracted by those two tractors. There is no way. Compared with those bullock carts and horse-drawn carriages, the efficiency of tractors is too high. One cart of bricks can support several horse-drawn carriages. How can horse-drawn carriages compete? Fortunately, those ox carts and horse-drawn carriages are not completely useless. After all, the number of tractors is too small to completely replace the role of animal-drawn vehicles. Therefore, these ox carts and horse-drawn carriages are responsible for the earth-moving business on the construction site. Compared with tractors, the excavator and loader have heavier tasks. Because of the special functions of these two vehicles, they directly contracted all land foundation operations in Qian County, including but not limited to foundation padding, leveling land, digging foundation trenches, digging ditches, etc. In terms of basic land operations, these two machines also directly replaced all labor, because compared with human labor, using a loader to level an area of several hundred acres is dozens of times faster than manual leveling. I don't even know the speed, but the efficiency is really too high. Take the school in Qian County as an example. If all the land leveling work in the entire campus is done manually, including clearing surface vegetation, leveling protruding parts, leveling all depressions, opening access roads, etc., it would be difficult to do it all manually. It takes 100 people to work for half a month, but it only takes 3 days to use that bulldozer. What is the concept of this? There is also the matter of digging foundation trenches. If you use an excavator to dig a shovel, it will take workers half an hour to dig with a shovel. This is the difference in efficiency. Even the newly opened train between Qingshu County and Qian County is not idle. It is constantly transporting large amounts of sand, cement, stones, and other building materials from the dock to the inland hinterland of Qian County, which greatly improves Qian County's construction speed. This situation is naturally good news for the Han tribe during the construction period, but it is also true that as the people of the Baiwu tribe were worried, these strange machines from the Han tribe have taken away the jobs that should have belonged to them. However, the people of the White House clan have not been abandoned. After all, Yofu still hopes to recruit these people into the group through employment relationships. How can he give up on them so easily? It is true that construction machinery has taken up many of their jobs, but what kind of jobs are they? Leveling the foundation? Transporting earth? Digging a foundation trench? These are all hard labor jobs without any technical content. So what if they are all replaced? In view of this situation, Yofu directly transferred most of the White House workers to technical jobs, asking them to build walls, lay roofs, dig wells, lay floors, or work in wood processing factories to learn some skills. You can also help out while doing carpentry. There is no bad change in the attitude of the White House people. If they can be liberated from unskilled heavy manual labor and do some highly technical work, they can also learn more skills, right? Therefore, these workers of the White House clan have no dissatisfaction with Yofu's arrangements. At the same time, with the continuous production of Han tribe's Qingshu County Research Institute, various construction machinery has been inspected and shipped out of the factory one after another, and then distributed to construction sites in various places. In addition to 4 units of the first batch of tractors produced in the second year of daiming, Qingshu County and Qian County were allocated, 10 units were also allocated to the 8 counties of Hanyang, 4 units were allocated to Qingshu Island, and 4 units were allocated to Tuahai County. The construction site in the capital was directly divided into 8 stations, and the Tang tribe did not have one for the time being. Although the Tang tribe was actually under the control of the Han tribe, it was still the Tang tribe in name, and was not subordinate to the Han tribe. Furthermore, the grassland side did not get a share. In fact, there were so many cattle and horses in the grassland that not only the 3 counties of Honghu could not use them all, but they also exported large quantities to various counties of the Han tribe. Under such circumstances, their own animal power was exhausted. There are too many to use up, and they have no demand for infrastructure, so there is no demand for construction machinery. After all, the grassland is endless, and everything is flat as if it has been pushed over by a bulldozer. Now the Han tribe has 3 cities on the grassland, and there are no plans to build new cities for the time being. Moreover, horses can be raced everywhere on the grassland, and there are no repairs. The demand for roads is different from the mountains and forests of the Han tribe. Even horse-drawn carriages over there can run around freely, and they can't use the construction machinery given to them. The institute also has other outputs, such as excavators and loaders, which are also shipped to various places. In places like Qingshu County and Qian County, the pressure on infrastructure is not the greatest, so these 2 counties each, there is only 1 car each. For a project of the level of the Capitol Palace, for units of each type, for excavators, for loaders, for rollers, and 8 tractors were allocated for temporary use in the construction of the Capitol. However, it is only part of the palace project. In fact, if it is a comprehensive construction of the Capitol, these construction machinery alone are still far from enough, and there is no saying that this thing is enough. It can only be said that, without continuing to add machinery, the construction period will of course be greatly extended. Finally, there is the most important project of the Han tribe at present, which is the cross-sea bridge project between Qingshu Island and the mainland. The cross-sea bridge itself does not actually have excavators and loaders. After all, it is not used for bridge repairs. These things are great, but in terms of material preparation and transportation, they are very useful. For example, transporting the gravel required for mixing concrete was previously done manually with shovels and shovels. However, with the advent of loaders, the gravel lifted up with each shovel is lifted in tons. There are also quarries on the coast. The work of digging stones is currently replaced by excavators, which saves a lot of low-level coolies on the construction site and frees these people from heavy unskilled labor, allowing more people to work. The manpower can be used to build the bridge, such as tying the steel cage, or nailing the wood-pouring mold. These tasks require a lot of manpower, but cannot be replaced by machinery. In this way, with the transfer of these machines and labor, the speed of bridge construction can be accelerated a bit. After all the mechanical equipment produced has been given priority to various construction sites, the next second equipment echelon that needs to be considered is the mines. Logically speaking, mining also needs these basic engineering machinery. When the time comes, the mines equipped with these equipment, they could also use machinery to replace a large number of slaves, and then send these slaves to the capital, accelerating the pace of the Han tribe's establishment of a capital and country. On May 11th of the second year of Ming Dynasty, in early summer, Lin Fei from the Research Institute personally brought 2 double-barreled shotguns to Hanyang City to meet Luo Chong. The 2 met in the study room of Luo Chong's home, and Lin Fei gave Luo Chong introduced the work of producing shotguns this time. Chief, since the chamber pressure of shotguns is relatively low, we used a molybdenum steel alloy with a molybdenum content of 7% to produce the barrel. There is no rifling in the barrel, and the receiver and other parts are still made of carbon steel, but the overall structure is much simpler than a military shotgun. In addition, the leader asked me to select people to form the weapons project team, and I also selected some. If the leader needs it, he can start new projects at any time. Lin Fei reported the situation to Luo Chong, while Luo Chong was playing with the double-barreled shotgun with a black and gray barrel in his hand. These 2 shotguns were the extra products from the previous batch of custom-made products, and they were also the leader of the Han tribe. First batch of firearms made of molybdenum steel. From the appearance and touch alone, we cannot directly tell the difference between molybdenum steel and carbon steel. If we really want to distinguish them, we can only distinguish them from their mechanical properties, wear resistance, hardness, and heat resistance. Bar. However, Luo Chong did not dwell on this. He put down the shotgun and asked casually, "Have these weapons been distributed to Huyuan County?" "Sent away." According to the leader's order, there are a total of 2,000 double-barreled shotguns. The ammunition is the same caliber as that used by the Shent's guards. Therefore, there is no need to transport the ammunition separately. At that time, we only need to let the Shent's guards leave a batch of ammunition before they return. That's it. We used a small flying fish sailboat to transport it. I believe we will arrive in Huyuan County soon. Lin Fei replied again. Well, it's done well. Luo Chong nodded and asked again, "You just said that you can start new research and development projects at any time. Does that mean that the engineering vehicle project no longer requires a large number of manpower?" Lin Fei frowned slightly, thought for a moment and said, "Neither need nor need. The leader has placed a lot of orders for construction machinery vehicles, which of course requires a large number of workers to produce. Without the manpower, we simply cannot complete the orders. But now the research and development work on various sub-projects of engineering vehicles has been completed. For example, the tractor has been finalized, so the R&D personnel of the original tractor team can temporarily withdraw, or be assigned to other related teams to help. But now most of the research and development work on engineering vehicles has been completed. Of course, our demand for production workers is great, but most researchers have been idle. As for this group of researchers who have completed the task, I have currently arranged them into various other groups, such as the machine tool group, the steam engine group, the train group, etc. These are our permanent research projects. If the leader wants to start a new project now, if so, of course there is no problem. Although we don't have many idle technical workers now, we have plenty of researchers. Even if the new project cannot be mass-produced, the initial research is no problem." Lin Fei immediately reported on the current operation of the research institute, which also gave Luo Chong an idea of the status of the research institute. After hearing this, Luo Chong nodded and said, "Okay, then we will formally establish a new weapons project. We will temporarily set up a light weapons project team and a heavy weapons project team. You select the people well. In the future, these two research groups may become independent and become dedicated weapons research institute. As for some parts of the weapons project that you can't figure out, I will ask the Comprehensive Research Institute to cooperate with you. Let's not talk about anything else. First, we will get the new ammunition, and then develop new weapons based on the ammunition. To study firearms, you must first study ammunition. Is there anything wrong with this logic? In fact, there is a very famous question, which came first, the chicken or the egg? This question is really difficult to answer, but when it comes to firearms, it is much easier. Looking at the history of firearms development in Luo Chong's previous life, the evolution of firearms, it has always been behind the evolution of ammunition. Even when firearms were first born, gunpowder came first and muskets came later. As for the later muzzle-loading gun period, ammunition also varied from ordinary black powder to granular black powder, and then to mini bullets plus paper packages of fixed charges. Structure: the development of firearms during this period was also very slow. It just changed from the fire door gun to the matchlock gun, and then to the flintlock gun. In fact, the changes were not big. Later percussion guns: if the new percussion powder had not come out first, there would be no percussion guns. Later in the industrial era, when metal fixed-loading ammunition with smokeless gunpowder appeared, the ammunition specifications were also available first, and then the corresponding firearms appeared. This is true even in contemporary times. So there is nothing wrong with what Luo Chong said about getting ammunition first and then weapons. Chief, What about the sub-projects corresponding to the weapons project? Lin Fei nodded after hearing this, expressing his agreement to start the new project, and then asked about the status of the sub-projects. The Power Research Institute under the leadership of Lin Fei has been fully tempered from a single R&D project at the beginning to a comprehensive large-scale project later, and it is fully capable of planning similar large-scale comprehensive scientific research projects with multiple projects in parallel. As for the research and development of new weapons, I have already made a list, and given the corresponding research and development directions, as well as some detailed drawings. When you leave, I will send a team of guards to personally escort the information. In addition, I will also send people to protect the various research and development groups of weapons for a long time. These projects must be kept absolutely confidential. All researchers involved in the project must also sign corresponding confidentiality agreements. Once the secrets are leaked, they will be handled in accordance with Han law. You have to talk to those people when you go back. Luo Chong immediately began to make arrangements. Okay, leader. But I still think the leader is a little too worried. In my opinion, even if we give the blueprints of those weapons to others, they will not be able to produce them. In this world, except for our research institute, even the Han no other county in the tribe has the ability to produce it, Lin Fei said with some pride. Of course Luo Chong understands this problem, because it is exactly as Lin Fei said, if we don't even have machine tools or qualified steel, how can someone else play with a hammer? But one code after another, the new firearms involve Luo Chong's dominance and national security. Even if there is no threat, Luo Chong cannot let these confidential information become known to everyone. This is non-negotiable, including you. Everyone involved in this project must strictly implement the confidentiality agreement. This has nothing to do with whether there are opponents or not, but a matter of system and rules. Anyway, you just act as ordered. Luo Chong said again, the matter of confidentiality was emphasized. Okay, I will tell them, then, leader, when will I go back? Lin Fei agreed, and then directly expressed his intention to leave. You go back first. I will have someone send you the information. Then you will have a meeting to confirm the confidentiality agreement, then discuss the groups and start research and development. Luo Chong nodded and said. Promise. Lin Fei said with his hands in hand, then turned and left. First of all, I would like to apologize to everyone. There has been a lot of things at the end of the year. The author has been sick these days, so I have been cooing for a few days. I have no intention of being a eunuch. This book has more than 3 million words, so I can say whatever I want. I'll finish writing it, otherwise I'll be sorry for my efforts over the past 2 years, so don't worry. After Lin Fei received the order from Luo Chong, he immediately went back and started to select people to form a new project team. Since the construction machinery project has basically ended, there is no shortage of research and development power there. In addition, the new workers who were previously added to various factories gradually became proficient, and the factory's production team also grew. Luo Chong started to sort out a list of weapons and some drawings he drew in his spare time at home. Among them, the 7.62 caliber bolt-action rifle was improved on the previous G98. Not only was the caliber reduced by 0.38 mm, but the length of the rifle was also reduced accordingly, from the previous 1.25 meters to 1.1 meters in length. The charging handle has also been changed to a downward curved style that is more ergonomic. In appearance, the new rifle looks more like the 98K. Except for the different caliber, the new bolt-action rifle is no different from the original 98K. This is not because Luo Chong likes to play a certain game, but looking at various bolt-action rifles in previous generations, the Mauser series is indeed the best in the world. In terms of bolt-action rifles, the world can be divided into 3 major categories. The first is the Mosin Nagant from the Mauser family, and the British Lee Enfield. The rest are all Mauser and imitation Mauser, such as China. China's official Mauser, Germany's 98K Mauser, the American Springfield Mauser, and Japan's 38 Mauser are all imitations or improved versions of Mauser. Just seeing how many countries choose Mauser, you can see how popular Mauser's pole bolt design is. Among the other two categories, although the Mosin Nagant has good accuracy and a long range, the bolt mechanism is not good, the bolt is too tight, and you have to kick it to pull the bolt, which is really uncomfortable. Although the British Lowliad had the highest rate of fire and relatively high accuracy, but the shape was too ugly. Luo Chong personally didn't like the shape, so he gave up. If you have to care about the rate of fire, then there is no need to imitate Laoli. Aren't the Han tribe already prepared to prevent the Type 5 and Type 6 semi-automatics? Therefore, Laoli can directly declare it eliminated, because no matter how fast Laoli fires, it cannot change the fact that it is just a bolt gun. There is another reason why Luo Chong chose to imitate the 7.62 mm caliber 98K, which is to shorten the gun length based on the original G98. This is mainly to reduce the weight of the entire gun, and also to be more adaptable to narrow trenches, such as in trench warfare. A rifle that is too long is not very convenient to pick up and load ammunition, so it is best to shorten the length of the gun. There is also the most important reason. That is, Luo Chong wants to allow the Central Army to maintain its weapons advantage over local troops in all aspects. Because in Luo Chong's plan, after this new bolt-action rifle is produced, it will be used to equip garrison troops in various places, while the semi-automatic Type 56 is to be equipped with its own Imperial Guards, or the Central Military. The key, they must always be used to counter rebellion and suppress local troops. Therefore, the weapons of the guards must not only be powerful in firepower, but also must not lag behind the local troops in hand-to-hand combat. If in the future, the guards use the 108 cm long 56.5, and the local army still uses the 125 cm long standard rifle, then the guards will definitely suffer the most when the two sides fight hand-to-hand. There is no way around this, after all, they are growing a lot of it. When the bayonet is the same, whoever has the longer gun will definitely take advantage. Therefore, in order to suppress the local troops in all aspects, the rifles of the local troops must also be shortened simultaneously. Not to mention that hand-to-hand combat is weaker than that of the guards, at least the two sides must be even, so that the firepower advantage of the guards can be highlighted. As for the original G98 version of the bolt-action rifle that was originally equipped, this design will not be wasted. The Han tribe can completely modify this gun to create a special sniper rifle to complete the Han tribe's infantry light weapons system. But the caliber of the ammunition must also be reduced accordingly to the unified standard model of 7.62. New bolt-action rifles and general-purpose machine guns using the new 7.62 mm full-power ammunition, as well as semi-automatic rifles using the new 7.62 mm intermediate-power ammunition, plus prefabricated fragmentation grenades with cast-iron shells, which add up to 3 long gun projects, a grenade project, and 2 ammunition projects, a total of 6 projects. In addition, Luo Chong also joined the Han tribe's pistol research and development project. There are 2 pistol projects. One is the imitation American Browning 1911. This 11.43 mm caliber pistol can be called a classic. The 7-round magazine in a single row may not have sufficient firepower, but the power of the ammunition is very huge, and the stopping effect is very outstanding. The advantage is that it can knock down any strong man with one shot. It is for this reason that Luo Chongkai decided to imitate this pistol and use it as a police pistol for the Han tribe. Yes, it is a police pistol, specially issued to public security departments in various places to arrest criminals and maintain public safety. As for military pistols, Luo Chong also chose the American-made M9, which is the legendary Beretta 92F pistol. It has a double-row 15-round magazine and has strong firepower. The 9mm pistol bullet is also not too powerful. If it is for military use, totally more than enough. The reason why I chose these two models, in addition to their excellent design, is because these two guns are very suitable for the current situation of the Han tribe. First of all, in terms of materials and craftsmanship, the Han tribe can fully meet the requirements. Pure steel parts and important parts of molybdenum steel can perfectly reproduce these two pistols. Doesn't Luo Chong know that in modern society, Glock is the best pistol for all pistols? Of course he knows, but the core of Glock is the large use of plastic gun bodies. The current Han tribe cannot get engineering plastics that meet the requirements, so no matter how good the Glock is, it is of no use. Other famous pistols include Sig Sauer's P226 series. This gun also has a double-row 15-round magazine and a 9mm caliber. The design is also very good, but compared with the M9, it is still too complicated and more expensive. So it seems natural for Luo Chong to choose M9. As for the Type 92 pistol made in China by Rabbit, Luo Chong is not black, but this gun really has many problems. The chrome plating process of the barrel is not good, the barrel life is short, and it will be scrapped if it cannot fire even 10,000 rounds. But this one is still, it's understandable. After all, I started late and don't blame anyone for not having the skills. But the problem of the magazine falling off is a bit nonsense. Two pistols of the same model produced by the same factory cannot exchange magazines, otherwise the magazine will automatically fall off. What kind of devilish problem is this? Due to the problem of low reliability, the anti-terrorist special police on the Rabbit front line had to purchase Glock 17 internationally. Can you believe the pistols purchased from other countries used by their own special police? Otherwise, if you use your own Type 92 to fight a gangster, the magazine will fall out while firing, and you will die without knowing how. Based on all the above considerations, Luo Chong finally chose the M9 pistol. The current Han tribe may not be able to perfectly reproduce the chrome plating process and a barrel with a lifespan of 20,000 rounds, but with the quality of molybdenum steel, a lifespan of 10,000 rounds is still no problem. Coupled with the excellent design of the prototype, it is enough to meet the needs of the army. Use. As for the legendary Type 64 small smashing gun, which cannot kill anyone within 30 meters, there is no need to consider this. There is also the 7.62mm May 4th type pistol. The caliber of this gun is a bit smaller, whether it is for police or military use. Unqualified, so Luo Chong also had no choice. The first 6 projects, plus 2 types of pistols and corresponding pistol ammunition, are 4 more projects, adding up to a total of 10 projects. This is the first phase of the new weapons project. The more important machine guns, as well as grenade launchers, as well as mortars, field guns, and howitzers are not in great demand right now, so Luo Chong plans to put them into the second phase of the project, or even later. It won't be too late to start these projects after the steamships are built. After sorting out the 10 sub-projects of the first phase, Luo Chong immediately handed over the relevant materials to his guards and asked them to form a team to go to the institute to hand over and stay in the institute to be responsible for the security and confidentiality of the project. After arranging things, Luo Chong also began to consider the split of the Qinghai County Industrial Zone. As the first industrial zone of the Han tribe, the current Qinghai County covers too many aspects. Although the various projects are relatively centralization is not conducive to future management, so Luo Chong plans to split them up. According to Luo Chong's plan, the mining project will be separated first and a special state-owned mining company will be established. However, this will have to wait until the slaves in the mine are replaced by machinery. He is not too anxious now. The second thing to be spun off is the manufacturing project of various engineering equipment. Luo Chong is planning to establish another Hanyang heavy industry, which will be responsible for the production of tractors, excavators, loaders, road rollers, harvesters, trains, and other heavy equipment. These are the projects that Hanyang Heavy Industry is currently operating, but some new projects will be added in the future, such as gantry cranes for shipyards, heavy-duty cranes for ports, heavy-duty cranes for construction, and vehicle-mounted cranes. It is the crane, which gradually covers all heavy equipment in heavy industry. When Hanyang Heavy Industry develops to a certain scale, it can be split twice and separate into a heavy weapons manufacturing enterprise, such as tanks, or a civilian automobile manufacturing plant. Steam vehicles are also automobiles. Right? Although the Han tribe now has steam tractors, the Han tribe does not yet have cars similar to the Sentinel steam trucks. The third area to be split is the field of machinery manufacturing. Currently, this field of machinery manufacturing is also very troublesome. There are many projects, but there is no unified management. At present, it is not a problem when the scale is relatively small, but once the scale is expanded, management problems will soon be exposed, so break them up as well. Luo Chong's plan is to establish another state-owned company called Northern Machinery, whose business scope mainly covers 5 subcategories. The first is the type of power equipment, that is, various types of steam engines and air compressors. The second is pneumatic tools, including tools for various air compressors. The third subcategory is pump equipment, including water pumps, hydraulic pumps, and hydraulic piston equipment. The fourth category is machine tools, including lathes, milling machines, boring machines, punching machines, etc. The fifth is the production line customization business, which is responsible for customizing R&D production lines for other companies, such as bullet production lines, currency production lines, etc. There is no need to separate the steel mill in Qingshu County. It was originally an independent steel mill. However, in the future, the steel rolling mill in Qingshu County will also be merged with the steel mill into one enterprise. This state-owned enterprise will specialize in selling finished steel products to external parties and custom steel. Northern Machinery, Hanyang Heavy Industry, and Qingshu Metallurgy, by reasonably splitting and reorganizing the industrial projects in Qingshu County, the existing resources can be optimized, and it will be more convenient to dispatch and manage in the future, as well as the future development and operation will become more reasonable. However, there is no need to be too anxious about all this, because industrialization must not be accomplished overnight. This is a taboo of industrialization. It is especially important not to break it up too fragmented during the early layout. Looking at the industrialization development history of various countries in Luo Chong's previous life, New China after World War II accepted more than 150 industrial assistance projects from the Soviet Union. China used them very well and put these projects in appropriate places for centralized use. At that time, the leadership team did not plan to turn a large country into an industrial country in one fell swoop. Instead, they first gave priority to suitable regions to complete industrial transformation. This was how it became the world's largest industrial country. Looking back at Beibang at the same time, it also accepted more than 150 industrial projects from the Soviet Union, but what about now? Putting politics aside, the country's industrial level is still very poor. Of course, this is also related to its lack of resources. If Beibang does not have strong representation, just look at the Third Brothers family in the south. The resources in that place are not small. After World War II, it also accepted more than 100 industrial assistance projects from the Soviet Union. As a result, the Third Brothers family, the operation is rather clumsy. They disperse many projects across the country, without considering whether local resources are suitable for those projects, and just distribute them evenly. As a result, industries across the country are blooming everywhere, but they are just not used. This is the consequence of random splitting. You must know that industrial projects are about supporting facilities, adapting resources, transportation, etc., and ultimately turning them into a complete industrial chain. Although Luo Chong took the initiative to split and reorganize various industrial projects in Qingshu County, he did not change their locations. These factories and companies are still gathered together to form a complete industrial chain and become a dense industrial zone. Splitting them is just for better resource scheduling and management, not to relocate them elsewhere. For example, moving the steelmaking plant to Nanjing County? That is definitely impossible. It seems that Nanjing County has its own industry, but that place is not close to a river, there is no railway, waterways and land transportation are not available, and there are neither iron ore mines nor coal mines. To move the steelmaking plant there, materials need to be transported from farther away. This means that resources cannot be adapted, and it is also a taboo in industrial development. Resource allocation and industrial layout are absolutely complementary to each other. Due to the emergence of railways and trains, inconvenient transportation can be artificially modified, but if there are no local mineral resources, then nothing can be done. Splitting the industrial zone in Qingshu County is equivalent to stabilizing the early wild and disorderly rapid growth, which will be more conducive to future expansion and development. Luo Chong made detailed plans step by step for the growth of the Han tribe. At the same time, in the Comprehensive Research Institute on the island in the middle of the lake in the east of Luoyang County, a mechanical sound of click 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 suddenly came from a laboratory, and a burst of cheers immediately erupted. That's awesome, Guqing, you are indeed the mechanical genius of our #1 school. You can make such a shutter. I think you are much better than those guys from the #2 school who only know how to build cars. Ao Fei held the hand that he had just made. He said extremely excitedly after the new generation of off-axis camera was assembled. Guqing, who was hailed as a mechanical genius next to him, scratched his hair shyly and said sheepishly, "Team leader, if this shutter works, then I will go back and continue working." Upon hearing Guqing's words, Ao Fei immediately put down the new camera hanging around his neck, hugged Guqing's shoulders, and said, "Don't worry, how long will it take for your second-generation mechanical clock to be completed? Then we can report the merits to the leader together? With this merit, you should be able to reach the 4th level of intellectual title." Bar? Guqing was still a little uncomfortable with Ao Fei's enthusiasm. He hummed shyly, "Come on, all the parts have been processed. Just give me a day to assemble it." "Okay, then just hold on tight. I'll write a letter to the leader then." Ao Fei patted his shoulder, let the young man go, and then continued to play with the things in his hand while clicking his tongue. New camera. The so-called new camera is an off-axis camera designed by Ao Fei based on the reflection principle of silver-coated glass mirrors. Compared with the previous camera, this off-axis camera has an additional viewfinder frame. The light path in the viewfinder frame and the light path of the lens are overlapped through a reflector. This eliminates the need to open the lens first and put the lens behind it as before. A piece of frosted glass is put in for framing. When it comes time to shoot, the frosted glass needs to be replaced with the film, and the lens is closed again. Don't think it's as simple as just adding a reflector and making it off-axis. This alone greatly improves the efficiency of taking pictures and saves a lot of trouble. And its characteristics are not limited to that. Ao Fei also asked Guqing, a mechanical genius from the Institute of Comprehensive Research, to design a mechanical shutter for him. The mechanical shutter can accurately control the exposure time of the film, thus solving the original problem of unstable manual exposure time. The disadvantages brought about. In the old-fashioned cameras of the past, when exposing the film, the photographer relied on the experience of visually observing the light and darkness of the environment, and the exposure time of the film relied on manually controlling the opening and closing of the film cassette. It is because of such design flaws that eventually led to a problem, that is, even if the photos are taken by the same person at the same location, the slight difference in exposure time between the two photos will have a huge difference in the final film. Furthermore, the action of manually opening and closing the cassette will inevitably cause shaking. As a result, the photos taken will sometimes be a little blurry. If you use a fixed camera with a tripod on the ground to shoot, the film effect will still be blurry. Better. In order to solve this problem, based on Ao Fei's ideas and Gu Cheng's mechanical design, the two successfully produced a 5-page intermirror pneumatic shutter. The so-called interlens shutter is a light door installed at the middle connection between the lens and the film box, camera case. It is composed of 5 light shielding sheets that are closed toward the center of the circle. It is controlled by microgears, reeds, and other mechanical devices. It can be closed toward the center in the circular light path formed by the lens, or it can be opened radially outward to expose the film in the cassette. This 5-page shutter is a push-button type. It is activated by a shutter button above the camera. Below the button is a pneumatic piston. Pressing the piston can control the shutter opening through air pressure. To put it simply, there is a glass needle tube placed under the shutter button, with a piston inside connected to the button. A rubber valve core is inserted at the other end of the needle tube, which is used as an air tube. This air tube is connected to the shutter button. Connected to control the shutter via air pressure. This design has 2 advantages. First, it uses a mechanical shutter to replace the original manual exposure, which greatly stabilizes the exposure time, thus reducing the impact of the original unstable exposure time on the film effect. Second, the second advantage is that the shutter is opened by pressing the air pressure button, which can minimize the shaking caused by the original manual operation of opening and closing the film shading plate. The photos taken with this shutter will basically not be blurred. In addition, there is another most important benefit, that is, the air pressure shutter button can also extend the shutter control system outwards by adding accessories, such as connecting an air guide pipe several meters long to the shutter piston. Attach a rubber ball to the end. In this way, the photographer can first find a good position for the camera, and after taking the view, stand in front of the camera with a rubber ball with an air tube, and expose the camera by pinching the rubber ball. This operation is usually called a selfie. That's right, it's a selfie. In the past, when there was no such shutter, the photographer couldn't control the camera from a distance, and there was no rear lens, so the so-called selfie was naturally impossible, but now it's no problem. This kind of self-portrait function is not for beauty or anything else, but is used in some specific environments. For example, when there are only 2 people around, and they want to take a photo, and there is no third person who can help take the photo, these 2 people you can use the external shutter button to take photos of the 2 of you. With the combination of off-axis cameras and pneumatic shutters, it can be said that the cameras of the Han tribe have developed extremely rapidly. Except for the lack of suitable film-based materials and color developers, they are no different from old-fashioned film cameras. The only troublesome thing is that this kind of camera still uses a negative film, composed of glass and gelatin. The rest is generally very advanced. If the Han tribe had mastered film and aluminum alloy materials, it would probably be no problem for Luo Chong to imitate a Leica. But all this is not the result of Ao Fei alone. If it weren't for Gu Cheng, a mechanical genius, he probably wouldn't have been able to come up with a suitable shutter even if he had been given another 10 years. Gu Cheng is only 17 years old this year. He is not very young, but his mechanical attainments are second to none. Even among the 2 research institutes in the entire Han tribe, he is well known. This is probably the legendary talent. From the mechanical clock and scale that Gu Cheng invented before, it can be seen that this person's knowledge of micromachines is almost self-taught. Since the last time he presented the mechanical clock to Luo Chong, Gu Cheng came back and started busy transforming the second-generation mechanical clock. In addition to some assigned tasks that the institute received that must be completed, the rest of the private research over time, Gu Cheng has been concentrating on developing the second-generation mechanical clock, and now he has finally achieved gratifying results. The original first-generation mechanical clock was still a relatively large table clock, with a sundial mounted on the clock face. It showed the 12 o'clock system, that is, 12 hours. There were only 2-hour and minute hands on it. There is no second hand. In terms of power, the elastic power of the spring is used. An external tremolo is used to wind the mechanical clock. After each winding, it can keep rotating for 4 or 5 days. As long as the spring is tightened again within 4 or 5 days, the clock can be kept running. The mechanical clock keeps turning forever. Based on the experience of developing the first generation of mechanical clocks, Qingshu has found the direction for improvement. The first is to solve the power problem. What method can be used to keep the clock spinning forever without using manpower to wind the clock? This is a big problem. Because if you forget to wind it, the clock will stop spinning. Then it will be troublesome to readjust the time. You will have to watch the sundial and readjust it again. In view of this purpose, Qingshu suddenly came up with the idea of using a gravity pendulum in a clock, using the dual power of the pendulum and spring to solve the power problem of the mechanical clock. The pendulum of a clock is used to swing back and forth under the influence of gravity and swing rules. The swing compresses the spring and winds it. At the same time, the pendulum will gradually reduce the amplitude of the swing due to the influence of resistance. At this time, the elasticity of the spring can be used. The potential energy accelerates the pendulum, so that the two complement each other and become a combined perpetual motion machine. In fact, it is not accurate to say that there is a perpetual motion machine. In fact, even in modern times, there is no such thing as a perpetual motion machine. Just talk about a pendulum. Due to the influence of resistance, it will stop swinging sooner or later and gradually return to calmness. Therefore, the pendulum is not a perpetual motion machine. Speaking of springs alone, sooner or later this spring will produce metal fatigue, thereby losing elasticity and power. Therefore, neither of them is a perpetual motion machine. When the two are assembled together, they become a perpetual motion machine in another sense. The pendulum is used to compress the spring to generate elastic potential energy, and the elastic potential energy is used to accelerate the pendulum and keep it running. Swing, this solves the problem perfectly. On the other hand, Qingshu also ingeniously added a minute repeater function to the second-generation mechanical clock. The so-called minute repeater function uses sound to display the time, hour, and minute, and can also strike the time at fixed points. However, it is not available for the time being. It cannot be accurate to the minute. It can only time the hour, half a clock, and quarter. When the time is up, the mechanical clock will automatically sound. The minute repeater function is a very classic function, generally used by the visually impaired, that is, the blind. How does a blind man read a watch? Just use this function. When the user wants to know the specific time, he can press the minute question button. For example, at 3:47 in the afternoon, the mechanical clock will sound ding 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 ding, ding dong. Ding, 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 jingle, 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 ding, 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 ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, which is 2 minutes, which adds up to 3/4. To 3 in the afternoon and 2 minutes, which is 3:47 in the afternoon. This is a very practical and particularly deceptive function that not only tests the user's hearing but also their arithmetic ability. But this time-telling function is also really good. Most people can't make it if they want it. In Luo Chong's previous life, mechanical watches with a minute repeater function would have cost hundreds of millions, which would have been extremely expensive. Especially in the field of mechanical watches, an eternal truth has always been adhered to, that is, the more complex the function, the greater the value of the watch. Although Guqing has not participated in big projects such as tractors and trains, he is specialized in the field of technology. This young man is very good at micro-precision instruments and is a self-taught person. To be honest, although the Power Research Institute in Qingshu County has produced a lot of results in recent years, it has been greatly influenced by Luo Chong. The research and development direction of all projects, and even the specific details of many projects, were directly given by Luo Chong. Their most important job is to copy and optimize the drawings given by Luo Chong. In terms of their own design capabilities, these people are still a little behind. But Guqing is different. Guqing's research on machinery is all his own results. This boy learned carpentry from his father when he was a child. He knows how to make windmills and has great experience in the gears and various lever systems in windmills, including now. Most of the mechanical clocks made are an extension of the use of gears and levers. When it comes to power machinery, Guqing can't compare to those in the Second Institute, but when it comes to precision instruments, those people don't have Guqing's ability. But having said that, the weapons project that the Second Institute is currently responsible for should actually be considered a precision instrument. If nothing else, just a pistol has a bunch of parts, so it should be considered a precision instrument. After fixing Ao Fei's pneumatic shutter, Guqing returned to his laboratory and began to assemble his second-generation mechanical clock. His studio is very messy, with a small lathe and a huge workbench filled with a variety of mechanical parts, most of which he made himself. In the mechanical group of this comprehensive research institute, there are more people, but most of them are auxiliary positions, such as craftsmen who are good at precision casting, lathes, and other highly skilled blacksmiths, etc., but there are only 2 or 3 people who can design some mechanical structures by themselves, and Guqing is one of them. After spending almost half a day assembling the second-generation mechanical clock, Guqing immediately found Ao Fei from the optical team, and the two jointly wrote a letter of merit to Luo Chong and asked people from the Research Institute to deliver it to Luo Chong. Passed. The reason for this lies in the management system of the Institute of Comprehensive Research. Researchers in the institute cannot leave the island without orders. Outsiders are generally not allowed to go up except for transporting daily necessities, so that the institute can maintain its status as much as possible. Confidential status. Compared to the various big guys at the Qingshu County Power Research Institute, Luo Chong actually cares more about the research results here at the Comprehensive Research Institute. Rubber, chemistry, and physics are what Luo Chong values most. Although things like trains and tractors are also very important, they require a large amount of steel materials as a basis. Without tens of thousands of laborers who are separated from agricultural production and advanced iron smelting technology, even if all the technology is packaged and given to other forces, they can't build things like trains either. That is basically an open secret, and you can't learn it even if you try it. Therefore, the confidentiality level of the Power Research Institute is far lower than that of the Comprehensive Research Institute. This can be seen from the location selection. However, this time Luo Chong also raised the level of confidentiality for the weapons project in charge of the second office. After all, it was weapons. Even if other forces could not make them, Luo Chong would not allow these technologies to spread within the Han tribe. On May 15, the second year of the Ming dynasty, Luo Chong was in his study room, looking at the reports sent from various places. They were about the development status of various construction sites and counties, as well as the materials applied for by various places. Things must be handled and arranged by him personally. Just as Luo Chong finished approving part of the report and was just taking a cup of tea and drinking water to rest, the sound of a guard knocking on the door suddenly came from outside. Dang dang dang. For your information, Chief, a letter has been sent from the Comprehensive Research Institute. Please take a look at it. Luo Chong was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He hadn't paid attention to the Comprehensive Research Institute for a long time. Why did he suddenly send a letter? Have you discovered anything else? There is a saying. Although the Institute of Comprehensive Research has not produced any major results in recent years, in the academic field, this institute can beat the other two institutes in Qingshu County. To put it simply, one institute is all about academics. Although they don't have many achievements, if they write scientific research papers, one school is definitely the leader. Okay, let's put it on the table first. Luo Chong nodded slightly, then put down his teacup and continued to read the reports from various places. The Imperial Guard also quietly put down the letter, and then quietly retreated out. After another long while, after Luo Chong had approved all the reports, he picked up the letter from Ao Fei and Guqing. A joint letter. The letter first said hello to Luo Chong, then explained the recent achievements of the two of them, and asked Luo Chong if he could come and present a gift. At the same time, the letter also included 2 black and white photos, which were of an off-axis camera, and the second one. Photo of a modern mechanical chiming clock. Looking at the 2 photos and comparing them with the introduction in the letter, Luo Chong immediately became interested in these 2 things. At the same time, he also secretly marveled in his heart. Although he did not pay much attention to this Comprehensive Research Institute, their own growth rate was. It should not be underestimated. How long has it been since we achieved new results again? I remember that the last time the Institute of Comprehensive Research presented results, it was the Jingdan Festival 2 years ago, that is, the Jingdan Festival of the first year of Deming. During that festival, the representative of the Institute of Comprehensive Research sent a mechanical clock, and where's the scale? After holding it in for so long this time, it finally came to fruition again. After thinking for a moment, Luo Chong summoned the guards again and said, "Immediately summon Ao Fei and Guqing from the Huxin Island Comprehensive Research Institute to see you, and ask them to deliver the gifts. Also, forget it, wait until they come. I'll tell them later." Promise. The Imperial Guard took the order and left, and quickly sent Luo Chong's order. Ao Fei and Guqing on the other side were also prepared. After receiving the order, they immediately took a boat to Luoyang County Pier, and then transferred to a carriage to go to Luo Chong's residence in Hanyang City. After a long journey, the two finally arrived at Luo Chong's study in the afternoon of the next day. "Chief, please look, this is a new off-axis camera. This new camera has changed the previous viewing mode. You can aim at the target through the glass window above and take the photos you want. In addition, it is equipped with a pneumatic shutter designed by Guqing, which makes the speed and movement of exposing the film easier, and the quality of the finished film has also been greatly improved. And based on these improvements, the difficulty of taking pictures can also be greatly reduced. In the future, photographers who take pictures will not need special training. They can quickly get started by just finding someone to learn from. This one is a gift we specially prepared for the leader. If the leader likes it, we can manufacture it in large quantities and sell it to others." Ao Fei placed the off-axis camera on Luo Chong's table and immediately began to introduce it. Okay. I thought it would take a few years to get the shutter out. I didn't expect you guys to be so fast. We will take it out and try it out later. If there is no problem, we will start production and sales." Luo Chong played with he looked at Guqing and the second-generation mechanical clock next to him, and asked with a smile. "Are you Guqing? Why, don't you introduce your works to me?" Guqing was still a little blushing when facing Luo Chong. This young man was too shy. According to Luo Chong's previous life, Guqing was the standard technical otaku, not good at socializing, but his skills were very good. Seeing that Guqing was speechless, Aofei took the initiative to help introduce him. Chief, this boy is Guqing. He invented the first-generation mechanical clock and the scale. However, this boy is a bit shy and doesn't talk much in the research institute. Leader, don't blame him. Guqing, why don't you introduce your second-generation mechanical clock to the leader? Aofei introduced in the middle, and reminded Guqing, then turned to Luo Chong and said, Chief, his second-generation mechanical clock is very powerful. It can tell the time by itself. When the time comes, it will be done. Sound the bell and you can tell the time without looking at it. Luo Chong looked at Guqing, a shy young man, and couldn't help but smile. In fact, Luo Chong is very optimistic about this person. You must know that in Luo Chong's eyes, Guqing is an out-and-out indigenous talent, not the talents cultivated by the Second Institute. Guqing is the wild genius that appears among the indigenous people in this world. How not to be taken seriously by Luo Chong. After hearing Aofei speak kind words for him and seeing the leader staring at him again, the shy Guqing next to him finally spoke. He bowed slightly to Luo Chong and raised his hand, and then began to introduce. Chief, this is the second-generation mechanical clock I made. Compared with the previous mechanical clock, this mechanical clock has improved the power, from the original hand-wound spring to a gravity pendulum plus spring composite. Power mode, so that no manpower is needed to maintain its operation. The pendulum and the clockwork complement each other and can keep running. Another improvement is the time reporting function. Speaking of which, I was inspired by the leader when I thought of adding this function. Guqing suddenly flattered him for no reason, which made Aofei beside him a little surprised. As a colleague of Guqing, he was very aware of this guy's cold temperament. He usually didn't like to talk much in the research institute, even with it is rare for colleagues to say hello to each other. At most, they just nod when they meet. Originally, he was worried that this boy would not say anything when he saw the leader. Unexpectedly, this boy actually patted Luo Chong's horse. How could he not impress him? But this time Aofei misunderstood him. Although Guqing's words were suspected of flattery, in his own opinion, they were true words from the heart. To be fair, Guqing suddenly thought of adding a timekeeping function to the mechanical clock. I was really inspired by Luo Chong. This is really not a lie. You must know that when the Institute presented a mechanical clock to Luo Chong on the New Year's Day last year, they called it a mechanical timer at the time. However, when it was delivered to Luo Chong changed the name of the timer on the spot. It must be called a clock, but it is also called a mechanical clock. Guqing didn't worry about the reason why Luo Chong gave the timer this name, but he cared about the name clock. In the Han tribe, bells are used to tell time. Just like in school, bells are used to tell time when going to and from school, class, and get out of class. If we look at the purpose alone, bells and timers are actually used to tell time. Yes, there is nothing wrong with Luo Chong calling this thing a clock. But since this thing has been renamed a clock, it should naturally have the same function of telling time as a bell. Otherwise, how can it live up to the name of a clock? It was this idea that inspired Guqing's determination to develop a self-ringing bell. The leader called it a clock, so of course it should have the ability to tell time like a clock, so I added 2 small clocks to it and designed a time-telling function. If the leader wants to know the current time, he can press the minute repeater button like this, and it will tell you what time it is and what time it is through a sound. As he spoke, Guqing pressed the button and demonstrated to Luo Chong. The second-generation mechanical clock immediately made a crisp jingle. When the demonstration was over, Guqing said again. The leader can also set the hourly time chime function for it, so that every hour, it will automatically sound once to tell the people around it that it is the hourly time again. After introducing the functions and usage of the second-generation mechanical clock, Guqing shut up again and stood aside, becoming mute again. Even when I was talking just now, there was not a word of nonsense in the whole process, and every sentence was about the principle, functions, materials, and craftsmanship of its mechanical clock. It was like the word technical nerd was engraved on his face, and it also made Luo Chong gained a deep understanding of this man. This person is a real technical talent and a scientific researcher. This is Luo Chong's evaluation of Qing. There was a saying in his previous life that goes, "You can't survive without being crazy." If you can't devote yourself to a certain field, how can you achieve anything big? Qing is such a person. In his eyes, there is only technology and no leader. As long as he is given money and environment, he can work on machinery without any worries. He does not care who Luo Chong is. This tribe is also called what tribe? This is pure scientific research madman. However, Qing still admires Luo Chong. After all, Luo Chong has produced many achievements in his hands, including the earliest looms, windmills and water wheels, the current steam engine, and various instruments developed around the steam engine, although most of them were just mentioned by Luo Chong, explaining the principles and plans, and then leaving it to others to do. In the eyes of others, the emergence of these instruments may have nothing to do with Luo Chong, but Qing himself is engaged in machinery. He is well aware of the key role Luo Chong played in the development of the Han tribe. Without Luo Chong to guide them, no matter how smart those people are, they may not be able to come up with so many good things if they are given hundreds of years. Yes, this clock that can tell the time by itself. I think it's a bit inelegant to call it a second-generation mechanical clock. It's better to call it a self-ringing clock, or a 3-reply self-ringing clock. It just fits the function and is more appropriate. You are so thoughtful, kid. I like this gift very much. After Luo Chong finished speaking, he looked at Qing, wanting to see how this boy would react. However, he was disappointed. Qing seemed to have not heard him and stood there expressionlessly, letting him stare all the time. Luo Chong, who was looking at him, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Aofei watched from the side and couldn't help but pull Qing's sleeve. However, Qing turned his head and looked at Aofei with a confused look on his face, as if he said again, "Why are you pulling me?" I was speechless for a while. Luo Chong did not continue to dwell on this. He returned to the desk and sat down, asking the two of them, "Aofei, your camera improvement work must have reached a bottleneck now, right?" Without waiting for Aofei to reply, Luo Chong continued, "Now that your camera has an off-axis viewfinder function and a stable and convenient shutter, apart from working on the lens and color film, there is basically no possibility of going further, but color photos involve chemistry, and you must have a photosensitive discoloration agent. At least the 3 primary colors must be used, otherwise there is nothing you can do about color photos." Aofei sighed when he heard this. He knew that Luo Chong was right. It can be said that cameras have reached their extreme level under the current technological level of the Han tribe. Unless there is a major breakthrough in basic chemistry, a better camera can be produced. The film-based material and the color-changing photosensitive reagent, otherwise the camera would have no further possibility. What the leader said is that there is nothing that can be improved on today's cameras. Unless new film and color photography technologies appear, even if they are modified, there will not be much progress. Aofei said very bachelorly. Luo Chong nodded, but did not mean to blame, but asked, "Then what are your optical team's future plans?" Aofei was stunned for a moment after hearing this. What are his plans for the future? Could it be that if there is no plan, the leader will lay off their optical team? This was something Aofei was unwilling to accept. So I heard him ask, tentatively, "I don't know what the leader means." If the leader has another project to explain, we will do our best to complete it. Well, this is what I think. Apart from cameras, microscopes, and telescopes, your optical group has nothing else to study for the time being. And these projects are currently in the bottleneck period. If they are idle, why not give them some help? You guys find something to do. You sort out all the knowledge and theories about optics that you have researched. I am going to put them in the higher education textbooks of the Han tribe, and then put them in schools to teach our descendants. What do you think? Luo Chong said straight to the point. Of course there is no problem. If the leader needs it, I will take them to sort it out immediately when I get back. Ao Fei suddenly breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. He thought it was a big deal, as long as his optical research team was not abolished and he was asked to sort it out. What kind of information is required? Well, then you can start sorting it out when you get back. The sooner the better, and when the time comes, I will have it sorted out and sent to me directly. Luo Chong nodded and said. Promise. Ao Fei immediately agreed with his hand, and then saw Luo Chong's eyes turning to Guqing. Guqing, what about you? Your mechanical clock is already perfect, so what are your next plans? Luo Chong asked again. Guqing frowned when he heard this, thought for a moment, but shook his head and said, I haven't thought about it yet. The answer is as clean and crisp as ever. Luo Chong didn't pay attention and said again, since you don't have any ideas yet, why not let me assign you some tasks? When Guqing heard this, he looked at Luo Chong, staring unblinkingly, as if waiting for Luo Chong's mission. Ahem, I am going to build a huge clock tower in our future capital. It is a four-sided tower-like building. At the top of the tower, there should be a huge dial inlaid on each of the four outer walls, and there should also be hands on it, and it also needs to be able to tell time on the hour like this self-ringing clock. It is actually a super large self-ringing clock. You can use the materials you want. Can you make it? Luo Chong directly said the idea he had before. Guqing's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but imagine the bell tower Luo Chong described in his mind, and he gradually became very interested in it. An oversized chiming clock? That's really interesting. And it is also a challenge, but Guqing is not afraid of challenges. On the contrary, for him, without challenges, there is no fun. I can try. His answer was still very concise. Luo Chong nodded, assuming that he had agreed to the task, and then asked Guqing again, so regarding the clock, do you have any opinions on its future development direction? Hearing Luo Chong's question, Guqing fell into deep thought again. What is the future development direction of watches? He really didn't have any ideas. This is not to say that Guqing is stupid, but that he cannot see the demand. The progress of science and technology has always been caused by the need first. Only when there is an urgent need, society will allocate more talents and resources to this demand. Then technological upgrades will become a natural thing. Guqing is now in this mountain, not knowing the face of the mountain. He is indeed the developer of the mechanical clock, but his initial idea was to do it for fun, because this thing is complicated enough. If it is not complicated, what's so fun about that? Later, he was inspired by Luo Chong to improve the self-ringing bell. He really didn't have any ideas for future improvements. Luo Chong saw that he didn't say anything after thinking for a long time, so he felt confident and asked again, don't you know? Guqing didn't speak, and nodded sharply, not feeling ashamed because he had no ideas. So Luo Chong began to provide him with ideological guidance. The function of a mechanical clock is to time and tell time. Just as you originally named it, it is a timekeeping tool. Including the current self-ringing clock, it is the same thing, and there is no essential change. The expression on Guqing's face fell a little when he heard this. He thought that Luo Chong looked down on his second-generation mechanical clock, so he suddenly felt inferior. It turns out that what I have been doing is just a useless gadget in the eyes of the leader? But think about it, all the things the leader makes are weapons for killing people, machinery for farming, vehicles, and ships for transportation. Compared with the inventions of the leader, his mechanical clock seems to be nothing to be proud of. Just as he was thinking wildly, he heard Luo Chong continue to speak. What I mean is that this kind of mechanical clock is qualified as a timekeeping tool for family units. We can set up a watch factory to mass-produce this kind of mechanical clock, and then sell it to thousands of households, so that every household can clearly know the time. But, have you ever thought about how to get the accurate time once you leave home? Luo Chong suddenly raised a question. Our earliest timekeeping tool was a sundial made by a rat wizard. However, the sundial is huge and heavy. The production process and material acquisition are also very complicated. There is no way that every household can have one, but your current machinery, the clock, has achieved this, not only providing the possibility to move the timer to thousands of households, but also reducing its size a lot. At least it can be carried around in a car, and it can also be moved to tell the time, but it is not convenient enough. So I have said so much, do you understand? Luo Chong looked at the technical geek with interest. What the leader means is to make the clock smaller so that people can carry it with them. Qingshu frowned and thought about the possibility of this idea. Yes, the future development direction of clocks is miniaturization, or even miniaturization. Each mechanical clock you make now weighs dozens of kilograms, consumes materials, and limits the scope of use. It can only be built upright, on the ground and in the house. But if it can be reduced to weighing more than 10 kilograms, or even a few kilograms, can it be hung on the wall and become a wall clock? If it can be shrunk further, weighing 1 kilogram or even less than 1 kilogram, if we retain its time reporting and timing functions, can we make it the size of a steamed bun and place it on a desk as a pocket chime clock? You can even make it smaller, condense it to the size of a silver dollar coin, tie a chain to it, and carry it with you in your arms. We can call it a pocket watch. If it is the size of a coin, 2 cowhide straps are installed at both ends, and it can also be fixed on the wrist as a watch. Wouldn't it be more interesting to carry it with you? When Qingshu heard the development direction described by Luo Chong, his eyes widened and his eyes began to shine.